CJX as well.
Not on CJX as well. Social prediction, 66% in favor of FearX. I'd say that's about right.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think going into this matchup, I'm leaning ever so slightly towards a FearX 2-0.
Oh, you go 2-0 now. I thought you were going to go 2-1.
Yesterday I said 2-1, but I changed my
Yeah.
mind. Kind of looking through at some of the numbers. For
This is
CJX.
where we at, boys. Let's go. Thank Ruby Soft for partying with me so I could bring drops, boys. Let's have the drops in the chat. Oh, let's go, bro. Go.
There's another stat as well, which isn't really all that helpful for CAG, but Sharif, who was the
We got food. I'm hungry as fuck.
for this roster, 96 DPS. Well, now that is actually the lowest rated.
We're gonna hack now. We're just gonna be chilling.
So he needs to stand up.
We're just gonna be chilling.
Could be kind of the little wild card in the back pocket for CAG. They need Sharif standing up on this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And FearX with a formidable force. Of course, the Korean super team reformed for this particular event for this season. You don't have to go, or you do have to go quite a fair way back to see Korea have success internationally. Of course, going back to Sweden 21, that major where they almost made the grand final. Came down to that Oregon 8-7, 1v1, Rin and Souls, and unfortunately Rin lost out. He, of course, on this team now, joined alongside Woogie and Coded also in that match. So it's a bit of a reunion for Korea at this event, and they're going to be absolutely pumped.
Well, this is it. The moment we've been waiting for. Apex on top, baby. They've been on top so far throughout this event. Labeled the Titans of Rio for FearX's sake. CAG will hope to be the Titan killers today, guys.
Go FearX. Let's go. I picked you guys. Let's get the dub.
Spot in the semi-final would be awaiting them, so there is everything to play for here in front of this crowd inside Rio. I've got FearX taking this one, but I hope it will end up being a 2-1. I hope it's going to be a close one, and I'm hoping we're going to get some good siege. That's my key takeaway.
Let's go. Got the Dutch Bros.
So this
Yeah.
is it, APAC versus APAC in a final in an arena. It's not every day that we get to say that or see that. A chance into the top four, a chance to a semi-final appearance for FearX and/or CAG. And we head to Lair first up in this best of three.
Super
I like the
jumping
orange
into
added
this
to it.
match. Of course, for those who maybe didn't catch the group stage of Reload, we do have a brand new operator.
Oh yeah, it's way more like a featuring now.
You'll see two simultaneous.
The orange was
each
the
team to
was the
kick things
piece.
off on their respective sides. So 4 total, like days of old, and then at the conclusion of round 3, in preparation for rounds 4, 5, 6, an additional ban for each team. We've seen a couple of different strategies employed. A lot of it is also map specific, and it can significantly shift how these matches play out. But to kick things off, it's double electricity. That's been a common trend at this event, right? So the Bandit Kaid off the board. And then again, info gathering, a focus here on the other side with Deimos.
It is kind of wild. The new ban system for Pro League is like so drastically different now.
Game, which we're expecting from both
Like
teams.
it's almost not even like strategic bans anymore. Like the third ban becomes like that strategic target ban.
Even if it's just anti-CAG.
The first two seem to be like they're always just getting rid of electricity shit so they can get the wall, get hatches, so there's no stopping that. It's kind of wild. That's where it's going. We'll see if that's how it stays as it progresses and evolves, but with the initial change causing that to be just the default bans now, it's kind of crazy. And it's wild it wasn't shield bans. It was Deimos and Grim. So those seem to be somewhat targeted bans, but we'll find out.
And then to qualify 7-5 victory over BDS. I think that for FearX, their run has been amazing. It would actually be quite demoralizing if it falls flat today against CAG. And on the flip side for CAG, now they qualified a little earlier. They've only played the 4 games. Wins over Elevate and wins over Liquid were enough to see them qualified based on the bullets that they had back in the group stage. But no more bullets.
Oh,
no more
boys,
cards,
let's go.
none of that. We are just playing straight Siege.
Get them drops going, baby.
Question will be, how much shield play do we see in this half from FearX? I think it is anticipated. Cyclops, they're clearly not too deterred, again, focusing their efforts on dealing with information gathering tools for these initial first 3 rounds and leaning into info gathering of their own. We see the Echo in play, so anticipate Anaton to lurk that for information and default plan denial specifically. And we'll see how FearX look to break down some of these tools that have util clearance of their own.
We've seen Lair 6 times so far here for reload. It's straight 50-50. 50% attack, 50% defense. It's as good a map as we can have to kickstart things off. For FearX, they're 4th in both categories. 4th for attack, 4th for defense. So they're definitely the favorite of the two teams when you kind of look at the numbers by and large from what we've had so far. Of course, things could change. It's a whole new environment. It's a best of 3. But Woogie on that Blackbeard, certainly one to be a factor. And I will say a little bit to you, I know that you mentioned CAG's entries aren't the greatest. FearX, it's actually their one downside. They haven't really been performing all that well on their own entry so far at the event. Currently 47%, that puts it at about 13, so slightly below average. They did pick this map as well, and they are on the attack to begin. Coded with these final Selma. And Woogie is going to look to try and get some control over towards the mezzanine on that Blackbeard, feeling confident. So far, CAG not really giving them anything. In fact, so much so, they gave them
what? How did he get that kill?
Kill of this quarterfinal shuts down the Blackbeard.
How did he get him through the shield?
Make that 3. Coded, yes, does go down, but it's now a 3v2 in favor of FearX. As Anaton's on the floor, say goodbye to Good Boy and CAG. It's Blackray and Sharif that stand up in this opening round. And down to Rin, the solo for FearX.
Rin's been sharp at this event, so do not count him out. But breaking this cross will be surely a challenge. Sharif close, Blackray at distance, and it's a down can play for information, but the swing is good. And CAG take round 1.
And that's what CAG needed as well. Sharif, the lowest rated player remaining at this event, but he was their highest rated player back in Boston, back at the 6 Invitational. And he is their fragger. He is what can really set a light of huge importance for this CAG roster in this best of 3. And if he's firing, CAG may just have enough firepower to match this FearX roster.
Yeah, it was an intriguing attack from FearX. They went for that opposite across with the 3, I think it was a 3-2 split at least.
I still don't get how we got the kill onto
deep diffuser in hand. And once they lost,
like, how did he get the kill onto fucking Blackbeard?
Was always going to be
was he? I guess on his angle, he was just turned that deep enough that he could hit him in the head. That was wild.
Cyclops, to their credit, were able to hold that backline nicely. Got the initial pick, gave them a bit of advantage.
That's crazy that he got that kill. Am I bugging?
As we enter a bit of a pause.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get the old standard rehost, unfortunately. 1 round in. It happened a couple of times throughout the group stage. It feels quite fitting that it maybe now happens here. But, you know, it gives us a time to kind of just breathe, relax, kind of just reset a little bit, maybe analyze that opening round. Because it was an intriguing one. It was a slow-paced hit by FearX. And don't get it twisted, they can go pretty fast. FearX are at the group stage, certainly at times. We're more than happy to be aggressive and flex some of that firepower that they have, especially with the likes of Coded and Mephi, who I think are probably one of the stronger members on that roster when it comes to those entries. Rin's a good follow-up. But CAG was a little questionable of their hold towards like the mezzanine. They really gave that up. They gave that corridor up. And that allows the Blackbeard to push forward. But Jibisu swings, gets the kill. That helps them out a lot. If he doesn't get that kill onto the Blackbeard, I sense that they would have felt a lot more pressure on the site.
Yeah, I do question the decision-making of going deep for the picks through Mez as opposed to looking to soak up some denial and going for that default plant. There was that Selma breach from Ops in towards objective, and they elected not to go for that. I don't know if that's in anticipation for like a read of a Nitro down below. Keep in mind, Echo was also available, so I'm not saying it necessarily would have been a free plant, but you do run the risk of going for that flood straight. You lose the Blackbeard up first. It alleviates a lot of that pressure for the defense, and that's the one thing Cyclops have actually looked pretty good at this event is playing advantages. But as mentioned before, unfortunately, they haven't had a lot of them to play around with that entry so low.
They certainly haven't. No. Yeah, I mean, so far the strength of CAG has actually been their plants on their own attack, but they haven't really been able to convert those into a huge amount of attacking wins. You know, Anaton was certainly one that coming into this event, you think, or sorry, into these finals, that, you know, his 14th EPS, he's a standout. Blackray as well, 21st EPS. After that, it kind of dropped off a lot for CAG in terms of below 100 EPS. So it's kind of like just those two. And I think that's kind of like the good comparison point for FearX. You look at their roster, so far throughout Reload, they've had 4 players that are 100 plus EPS. Woogieman's the only one that's below 100, and it's 97 anyway. So for CAG to only have 2 versus the 4, I mean, that's a stark difference. You're not going to be able to win this match, win a best of 3, if you've only got 2 or 3 players that are fit and firing. So seeing Sharif in that opening round perform the way he did is certainly a huge boon for CAG. They need that firepower. I don't think we're going to be too long before we get back into things. If you just missed it, of course, the opening round did go the way of Cyclops. And again, Lair, 50-50, right? That's kind of the beauty of this map. It really isn't super attacker or super defender-sided. You just got to win your rounds. And especially if you're looking at it from CAG's perspective, you mentioned their entries, dead last. So if they're going to struggle on the attack, they've got to get these defensive rounds on the board in the first half. Job done in round 1.
Following on a little bit on CAG, I couldn't help but notice a high volume of Team Liquid jerseys in the arena here at Rio.
And then Liquid got fucking
CAG
rounded.
knocking them out of this event. And walked out to what can only be described as a little bit of hostility. FearX, certainly the crowd favorites in this matchup. And I think, honestly, for many neutral fans, perhaps watching this event, they are rooting for them to do well here at Reload. We'll be back in a moment's time. Crowd building here Friday morning in Rio. Sun shining outside, but
do you now?
we're sitting indoors to enjoy some C-Jacks. Round 2. It will be basement for this particular occasion, and an opportunity now for FearX to respond in this match, bite back.
Yeah, and I just actually had Laxing just send me some numbers in regards to the EPS conversation we were just having, as they apparently didn't have enough time on the desk to get through everything. He's so eager to get this out, so I'll do it for him. But the EPS average for FearX is 105. The EPS average for CAG is 91, so that is a huge differential.
Yeah.
So it really does sort of highlight players like Sharif, who has been struggling, who's very much bringing that average down for CAG.
Okay, then in the back. I see how it is.
Well, I think you got 2 kills in that opening round. That's going to help them out a lot. So good start for CAG, but it's just one
doing all that.
of many, especially in a best of 3. But it is FearX's map pick, and we go to Cafe next. CAG, could they shock everyone? There's a long, long way to go, but a good start.
The Desk did zeroize that Cafe, being very execute heavy. We've seen that style really be the meta at this event. Could somewhat suit them, and FearX will struggle, especially defensively, play that more fluid style. I'm not as convinced, but wait and see. Still a long ways away. Hopefully, this is a close opening affair. Utility to be cleared. The Goyo canisters from Chibisu will dissuade any immediate push. FearX electing to bring the Blackbeard again in this round. Created space in the last round, but did fall to the opening pick, and the rest dismantled. Sense as well in play this round. An operator that's got a little bit of play time too.
It was 3 kills, by the way, for Sharif. Correct myself there. We still have the numbers, by the way, in terms of KDAs, even though we did lose that opening round due to the rehost.
Well,
2 kills for Coda.
you might need a...
FearX, they did find a couple of kills.
I mean, it's early, so you know, it's just...
little trade game, early peak. Chibitsu did find the opening kill in the first round. Able to do so here, but certainly an opportunity, and happy to play aggressive right now. But they push through from Rin.
Start getting motivated a little bit better. Morning.
With a trade from Anaton. Does come through ever so delayed and gets rid of Woogie on the Blackbeard. So 2 rounds in a row that FearX are not going to have access to that shield play.
And if you talk about active v passive util, oddly enough, it is actually a net win for Cyclops. Those Goyo
That's what it is.
Already been deployed. Woogieman won't now get value from his shield.
1 Nitrocell available for CAG through Arcully. Was on this roster, then left, went to Crest Gaming, then came back. Heard it's still with 3 Candelas available, but they lose Ring elsewhere to Arcully. And gives CAG a slight advantage. Double down, and Arcully nuts over towards reception with a double kill. Stifling this attack of FearX in the second
A little
round.
salty.
We'll find a 3rd this time.
Damn, they're just feeding him kills.
With our very own eyes as Coden falls, and with that, Mephi by himself.
Again.
And CAG are going to take a 2-0 start in this quarterfinal.
Just a 49% cost for Arcully at this event. But having impact early here on Lair, Cyclops looking energized. Good trade from the Nitro. Execute then falling apart somewhat for FearX. They were never allowed, never enabled to pull off the Ying Sense combo that ultimately I think they were gunning for. It just never really came into fruition.
It's the dream start for CAG. All the talk, all the pressure is with FearX. Everyone has been talking about them this event and how good they have been playing, rightfully so. But no one's been talking about CAG. They qualified before FearX. Timeout has been taken, as you can clearly see Dark talking in the background to his team. And I like an early timeout. You know that about me, guys. You know, you want to take them early. Don't let that snowball happen in terms of the scoreboard pressure. And we've seen actually really good reception for Dark and what he's been able to do with this FearX roster. Of course, Brazilian coach in the Brazilian arena. They would love to make that semi-final tomorrow.
So Bunk's briefing then on the agenda for round 3. The final round before the
So good
additional
now.
bans as well come into play. And I can't help but feel that if Cyclops elect to then take the Blackbeard off after this round, that things could actually get even more challenging
Donald's
for
McGriddle and a
T-Rex. So
sausage, egg, and cheese muffin.
Being a big 0-3, but it is critically important.
Pretty
that
solid
they,
start to the day.
in my eyes, find this, even just for the confidence boost as well. Keep
And then
in
the
mind,
Dutch Bros.
yes, for both teams playing in front of a crowd for the first
Little
time,
energy
but
energy drink.
pressure for the Korean region as well. Can't help but feel that that's planting a seed of doubt maybe in Fearex, and they just need to
So
overcome
yummy.
that initial hurdle, get that first
My
round,
hash
build up
browns.
some confidence, and then let the rest of the game come to them.
It's a perfect time as well for those back home in Korea and Japan. It's only
This
like 10
delicious
so
breakfast.
Perfect.
a nice little game of Siege before bed. It's only 10 a.m. here on a Friday, so I don't think the locals are probably rushing too much to come see this one. But in terms of back home, all eyes on this for the APAC region. And they ditch the Blackbeard. They go double shield though, but they ditch the Blackbeard. They go Blitz and they go the Monty this time around.
Dutch Bros. I don't. Do they
Make things
Dutch Bros
very
in
intriguing.
Texas? I don't think they do.
Potentially limit, firepower.
Or do
especially
they?
when you got double half reach, double shield. I think there's a lot of emphasis on Mephi, but we're in on the half reach anyway. Look about the hard
And he just
entry.
ran
Down
backwards.
to Reap. And Fearex for the first time, we're gonna be able to have a good advantage without this being traded. Without CAG being able to get anything back quickly. 5-1-4, this is going to help out their attack immensely.
Yeah, Rin supported their double entry through Hobbs. Just catching the attention of Sharif, catching him in position, and Rin able to capitalize. Can Woogie find impact though? His shield play thus far in this match hasn't really been all that great. Cyclops, to their credit, shutting it down on both occasions so far. Cully now, off the back of his 3K in the prior round, under some pressure to probably contest the Monty. Although Black Ray assists.
Look at the pressure. Logic Bomb, Monty down the hallway. So far, though, Fearex haven't been able to capitalize and find any more kills, but they are gaining ground. They are getting good map.
The coffee's not bad.
position.
I'm not a big coffee person, so I like that they have the energy drink option with like a lot of customizability stuff.
The trade is through from Arcali.
And it's pretty like
Is down.
pretty solid how many they have. Like they have a lot of options. They always have new ones coming out. So that's what I like about it. Is all the
Around this storage hallway is Mephi.
the energy drink versions and styles they have.
Blanky on the counterattack.
Oh, they got the res. So Black Ray back up and has one gas babe in hand, which could be a difference maker. And it's in the reposition as well. So everybody from Cyclops now falling back to the first floor. Outside of Chibisu, lurking basement, keep that in mind for a potential plant denial opportunity.
Yeah, all top floor at the moment for Fearex. Rin though, through said top floor, finds the kill onto Anaton, shuts down the Warden.
Akali flank, but gets shut down.
He couldn't win the battle, which he needed to save the round. For
Definitely make
CAG,
somebody go
which
pick
is
up
now
a
falling
go do a
apart.
Dutch Bros run.
Low health, Black Ray. One gas babe remaining. So a lot of pressure now on the shoulders of Chibitsu with 30 seconds left. Fearex must find their opening round of this quarterfinal.
And he's had to reposition back off basement because Akali died. 25 on the board here for Fearex to break down his defense.
Long angle, almost. No, up close.
Wow.
Black Ray catches Mephi off guard.
What a shot.
One goes down inside of Bucks. But Black Ray falls. That low health smoke is dead. And Rin to finish the round.
Let's go, Fearex. Let's go.
Fearex are on the board in this quarterfinal.
Look at the crowd, Jake.
All the Liquid fans are like, yeah, get rid of CAG.
They've certainly picked their side in this matchup.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's the kind of round.
The Liquid fans aren't biased at all because CAG beat Liquid. There was like some
There's
beef
gotta
going
be a
on the whole
shield ban here
match.
coming though from CAG's side. The question is, what is it?
I feel all shiny.
It's a toss-up between Blackbeard and Blitz. We saw the Blitz particularly effective in that last round.
All right,
My
so you
skin's
said it
just
could be one for them.
glistening.
No,
There
it's
you
gonna
go,
be-
she's a
oh,
grower.
Wow, it's going to be the
Not a
Echo
shower.
ban coming through along with the Glaz ban. I don't know about that one.
Cyclops clearly confident in their counterplay. And to be fair, for the majority of the rounds, 2 out of 3, they actually have done a good job in shutting them down. I will say, though, in that prior round, double stack with the Monty and the Blitz, and the way in which Fearex were willing to sacrifice the Blitz for the opening pick and
I
get
can
that
just
space.
enforce though for Fearex, they can just keep playing shields for the rest of this half.
Yeah.
Playing shields. Wow.
If they choose to. So far, actually, as of right now, heading into the 4th round, they may not.
And it should be clarified as well. If we are to enter overtime, it automatically reverts. There's not an additional ban.
Yeah, we're not like
phase
all
for
shiny.
Cyclops to change their
It's
mind and
not.
go, oh, maybe we'll take the shield
My
off.
forehead's
No,
like-
not the case. So
You know, it's like dry shit. And
clearly going
I
in
clean my
plan
face
between,
really well. That's
two
facial
outputs from
scrub.
what FearX has presented so far. They are in the lead. They'll go back to their primary site of choice as well.
Primary site of choice.
Blackbeard comes through here for Wiggyman, no surprise.
Well, last time we saw the triple stack ops. They went deep mez around, trying to go all the way around in towards B, into R6 room.
Well, luckily, last time it was Chibitsu that found the headshot onto the pushing Blackbeard. That really helped them in that round. It was still scrappy, but it was still a round 1 for CAG. They're going to back themselves in. No Glaz trickery available for FearX.
No Glaz trickery available.
To be fair, has only been played
available,
once, which was in this opening round site of R6 and Master Office. That was by Anaton, who didn't really get to use the Yokai drones anyway.
Fuji copying me.
And yeah, I mean, we also same thing. We only saw the Glaz once, which was in the opening round through Mephi. But it's like you said, if this does go to overtime, this is going to be the side of choice for both teams. And so you kind of want to hinder this side as much as possible.
Yeah, that's true. So it's a different approach from FearX. They go to strap B here for attack. Nobody on the opposite side of the map. Fully flipping. R6 room likely to target of execute. And so Arkali, Black Ray looking to contest early. Chip away at drones. Only the 2 down so far.
Oh.
And on the flip side, FearX contesting some of that.
Need to change that.
Clear the likes of the Goo Mines, the Goya canisters as well. Sensing that will stall them out late round. Valk information.
That's a good camera. That's a really good camera. Yellow ping information. Not really in a position to see that get shot out. 90 seconds remaining in the round. But again, top floor, when it comes to lead, you don't have to worry too much about the time. Good boy sensing maybe an opportunity to catch someone through that vert. Doing his job on the buck toward Bunks, but being watched as well through the Valkyrie camera.
Well, they know exactly where the push is coming from. That ops camera giving no information is actually valuable information. They don't have to worry about the lurk from that position. They know it's head on from R6. They likely know the buck is down below, so Cyclops have a good read here. It's just about executing the play.
Yeah, same goes as well for FearX, though, in the way that they're eventually going to look to execute it towards site. Good boy continues to put pressure on from below. Jibitsu having to move his position on the Azami. Holding storage has some keeper barriers available.
Akali lurking down main as well, so Good boy needs to be really, really careful on the vert, but we'll try our best to keep our eye on that. 45 seconds on the board. Yeah,
I mean, right now, though, for FearX, they've got to start actually hitting the site. So Akali sensing this is the time to get on that flank, get on that roam, try and catch them before they get into the site.
Good boy's already back on Skybridge, so...
There's not a lot of time remaining here for FearX. So far, they haven't been able to clear out anyone. First contact, it's Black Ray into the shield of Boogeyman. He expects one coming from behind, but he gets pinged. Good little crossfire established for FearX. But so far, the trade's in favor of CAG. Mephi in a big battle, low on health. Jibitsu has been dealt with and down to just Arkali and Sharif, the 2 that clutched it up on this site last time in the opening round. Mephi off.
Pushing down to the cooking. Ooh. No way he let him get into 1v1.
Seconds left, 1v1. Arkali, he's up close. You can play time now. There's no time remaining.
And then the fucking F2 wins it. The F2 wins it. Oh my god. Random pick, that's good.
FearX.
There's 2 seconds left.
Yeah.
You know where he is. And he swings the doorway.
Panic. Pressure. FearX suffering from that during execute. The plant position was not that safe, and Cyclops did a good job to initially deny and then place it in a winnable position, but I mean, was it an overswing? Should he have taken the fight? I can see arguments for both. There was, you know, a good 5-second gap remaining, so he would have.
Ooh, the epic. What's epic?
From the swing,
what's epic?
Would have died in that sense. I kind of understand from both perspectives. Ultimately, though, he does lose out the round. And
I'm not gonna change that command.
Been a big player at this event so far.
My fucking stream deck. Damn it.
Finding some good form in recent years.
That's a huge moment for Rin and for FearX to take top floor here on Lair away from CAG. Again, it's a 50-50 kind of map. Every round you can get on this attack. 2 teams that has been, well, CAG on the weak point, but in terms of the entry, has not been a strong point for FearX. In saying that, now that we've played 4 rounds, it's 3 out of the 4 rounds entries in favor of FearX. So the numbers that we had coming into this match so far following the trends that have been set, laid out back in the group stage, that is not good news for CAG. And they needed something from Sharif at that moment. When there was 2 players left up, Sharif and Arkali. Arkali certainly did stand up, Shareek needed to get involved the way he did in that opening round. He is a difference maker. Does that put pressure on his shoulders? Yes, maybe, but you've got to revel in the pressure.
Rayora in play for round 5. It's seen a mixed reception here at Reload so far. I'm still yet to really be convinced it can have a huge positive impact. It's been very, very minute, at least from the games that we've covered. But in the right time, the right moment, with good timing and the correct placement.
Correct
It's a really
placements.
valuable tool in creating space and cutting off flanks. Tricky.
Oh,
to
nutrition.
counter as well at times. I mean, no impacts on the board here for Cyclops. That's the most prevalent way we've seen it.
Go get a coffee. Get a coffee.
Utility.
And that dream start for CAG in terms of the opening 2 rounds now feels like that's evaporated a little bit. Momentum certainly with FearX, a concern for the Japanese organization. So who looks to get on the front foot now? I will say, drone economy in this round though for FearX, not ideal. 4 drones remaining with 90 seconds on the clock. So lack of information could be prevalent later in this round for the attacking team.
Util clearance as
Oh,
well.
boy.
It could be questionable for the attack. They don't have a prevalence of tools, so they may need to go for the Flood Knight.
Oh!
Double
Wow, he
shield
didn't.
for
And
this
he still
round.
died.
First shield will fall at the hands of Blackray. There is still one more up though in missile.
Bro,
Here
what
for
the fuck?
Blackray, there is Shareek. Big kills from CAG. A resounding sight win from the Japanese team. Shuts down
Wow,
FearX.
they
and a
just-
good response to just curb that momentum. FearX were certainly building a very dominant and quick round.
Did not work
from
out for them at
CAG
all.
on the defense, ready for that double shield push, well and truly, and retakes the lead.
Really good work there from Blackray. FearX looking to go for the double shield flood, the Rayora to cut off the cross from sight in an attempt to isolate that defender. But Blackray able to step up. SMG in hand off the back of the initial Nitro.
SMG in
Few
hand.
shots didn't fold in the face of that push. So we set ourselves for the final round of the half. Cyclops with a 1-round lead. They'll be looking to extend that back to second floor, the site which they also narrowly won out last time.
Well, pose the question as well in relation to the bans, but so far, one big
So
positive
far.
for CAG is they've actually been dealing with the shields incredibly well this half. Like, we haven't actually really seen the shields be a determining factor for FearX.
Probably the 1 round being bunked back in the third where they used the blitz for the initial clear. Outside of that, I agree. And probably a large reason as to why we're not seeing the ban down in this map.
Ooh, Memphi, Rayora. We saw the newest operator selected quite a few times back in the group stage, but to little effect.
We saw it in the last round, and it did serve its purpose, but the other pieces of the puzzle, unfortunately, did slot into place. So I'm keen to see what they bring this time.
They've got to try and find a little bit more focus with those gates. I mean, clearly last round was more of a double shield tactic. The Rayora
Ooh.
very secondary in that, but this time you only bring the one Montang. You go for a bit more of a slow-paced hit. Try and utilize that Rayora gate in your attacking lineup.
It's wild. There's no ADSs, no Wamai at all.
Once
Like,
again here to close out the opening half of this quarterfinal.
they have all this utility to try and clear out places too, and there's nothing to
It's
stop
a
it.
marathon, not a sprint. No more BO1s.
Yeah.
Mini donuts.
Plays well the first time
Ooh.
on this site, and that changes the dynamics significantly.
Already sweet enough,
Slightly
though.
more open and aggressive hold here from Cyclops, especially over towards the opposite side of the map, which we saw FearX very eagerly lurk into late round last time out.
Last time out.
This time, though, not going to be as easy to go for that late sweep. And so we'll see how FearX adjust. Their mid-round adjustments, I think, so far probably haven't been as good as we saw group stage, but still looking to play into this match. Woogiman needs to find more impact on shields, though. Perhaps one of the biggest letdowns for them thus far in this map.
I mean, his job isn't to really do a whole lot more than to just push forward, take space, be a nuisance to the defending team. Again, Woogie, the lowest rated EPS player on the roster for FearX at the tournament, but I mean, that's probably expected when you're very much hard shields.
Yeah, it's not kills, it's just creating space and pressure.
And probably staying alive a little longer as well.
Survivability, yeah.
Well, canisters being a nuisance in delaying for FearX. Those fires will extinguish momentarily.
Just the one player down below from defense. It's Blackray, so no Nitro threat below. 60 seconds on the clock. I sense that FearX are posturing for the default hit, Cody will open that wall and they'll try and get the plant down. So oversimplifying the attack certainly can work out.
And gets rid of the Vulcan canister as well on the other side of that wall. Not just all in hand for Anaton. He's not the only one. Jujutsu also has one available towards display.
Well, Wookiee goes deep again, this time with Diffuser. So maybe they're electing not to go for this plant. But he does come back.
I think they're just waiting for the fire. I think they're just waiting for the fire to evaporate.
Yeah.
One close right. Mephi should be aware of that. Gates probably going deep. Gas bait goes out nice and early here from Sharif. Has 2 more available, so they can actually delay in terms of time for the remainder of this round. CAG in a really good position. They just cannot panic when things start to actually unravel from the attack of FearX. As you imagine at certain points, they're going to look to try and go in. And Arcali is ready. Goes for the counterpunch before FearX can even throw their first. Got to get Woogie in. Got to get that Montang into a good position, deep where he can go for the plant safely. Now inside of Mars, Jujutsu shuts down Rin. Anaton, FearX can't shoot LC anyone. There's no time left in this round now for FearX. CAG holds strong on the top floor. And a bit of a nothing kind of round for FearX to close out the first half, and CAG will take
donuts,
a 4-2 lead at the half.
It'll sound like they're gonna be a little weird,
Little out there,
little tough, maybe a little chewy.
Attack. Cyclops linked perfectly into the Goyo, the smoke, the Nitro denial, throwing a reposition over towards Bridge, and then the late flank as well there from Anaton. That little reposition Mez, absolutely perfectly played. FearX had to show a little bit more on that attack. Too static, too stalled, quite one-dimensional. They didn't have any X factor around the map to lurk, to find a pick, to distract, to garner any attention from the defense, who had all guns and all utility faced at one specific position. So, very clean work. Kago Saka off to a very, very solid start.
But the job's not done though for CAG. Now this is where it becomes a little bit more difficult. Their attacking win rate, their entries, none of those numbers bode well for them, but they've given themselves a good little platform to build off. You've got the confidence, a couple of rounds in. Any kind of nerves that you may have had coming onto the stage here as well should be calmed from here. So they've got to find an avenue of attack that they've not had so far at this event thus far, to close out this opening map and take away FearX's map pick of Lair. Again, on the flip side though for FearX, a 66% defensive win rate at the event puts them 4th best. So by no means will they be an easy task for CAG to break down their defense.
New half, new bands. Keep in mind, in the last half, we saw Deimos, Grim, and Glaz off the board. This time, shield heavy, as expected into Cyclops. And Monty and the Blitz, no further part in this half. Defensively, last half, it was electricity based plus the Echo, which had impact. So Bandit, Kaid, and the Echo. This time around, Azami and Tub. Am I not allowed to shorten it?
Oh, I mean, yeah, careful.
Deimos in play. What kind of impact can Sharif have from down below? We saw some vet pressure in a couple of instances from FearX, namely from the buff.
Oh no! Did their internet die? It's not mine internet, right?
But Sharif might be able to
That was their feed. That's their feed.
Some pressure here from the defense, depending on what kind of
1080, cool.
push they want to ultimately go.
We are at 1080.
Still plenty of options. They're very much getting a feel around the map at the moment. Bit of drone work, a little bit of utility. Sensible from Anaton.
And then they fall off and just reinforce the wall. That's
maybe just looking to bait in some rotations here from FearX. Ultimately, it could be the opposite. Black-Ray's been postured here for quite some time outside.
I think the one thing that CAG need to be careful of though is if they play too fast, slow paced. I'm not saying you've just got to rush in, minute 30, hit sight, but they are the kind of team that can kind of just lull themselves to sleep on their attacks and then they run out of time and then they rush, you know, with 20, 15 seconds left. It's all about kind of clearing out a lot of positions on this map, force FearX back. And to do so, you want to do it quickly. Use the Deimos. Shriek needs to be active. Get those death marks activated. Okay, he heard me.
So the Warden targeted quite some distance away and Woogie in a fairly safe position.
Ooh, that's an early Nitro Cell. Not sure if that was to just kind of add some pressure or if it was due to the ROU that went up. The shield screen activated by Anaton. I mean, they're getting into somewhat decent position, CAG, to cause some disruption to the FearX defense. FearX are clearly trying to play somewhat aggressively to deny them position close to site, and Wookie will find the opening kill on to Anaton. No more shield screens, no more ROUs from the Sens.
Shimizu fights back though. Rin falls. Woogie in a key power position, but also slain. So back-to-back kills from CAG. 45 seconds on the board.
And they've got Mez control now.
I got you.
So establish position along with those kills. Play it up into
I'll be in your
numbers
pocket.
with 40 seconds left. This has been a good attack from CAG. Comes down to the late round execution. That's probably been their downfall at the event so far. And Sharif, though, stands up with the biggest occasion so far in the quarterfinal. Headshot coded. As soon as he risen, he will fall. Chipetsu looking to win his battle. And
Wow, that was tough.
The good measure. And CAG with an early attacking round puts them 5-2 up. Their biggest lead they've had so far on Lair to kickstart the quarterfinal against the Titans from Korea. And so far, you got to remember, they've already used their tactical timeout. This is their map pick. The expectations all with FearX coming into this match, coming into these finals.
Hey, come on, FearX, just win out.
Yeah, you could really
Have
see
to
the
win out now.
contrast in the last 2 rounds. Same site, but very different attacking approach. And I understand that some of that is off the back of the bans, but far more dynamic there from Cyclops. The Deimos pressure below. We saw them pivot to the Mez hit. The clear onto Woogie was really, I think, what helped open up the round. And then they doubled down. The Deimos late there to find the kill onto the Plantain potential from Coded. They didn't allow the Nitro to play havoc with Good Boy caught on the other side of the map. We caught it there at the end of the replay package. And Cyclops at the moment, it must be said, a very, very clean brand of Siege. Not making a way to kick off your attack.
I mean, they're not making a lot of mistakes. They're not making a lot of errors. I mean, even admittedly for FearX, I think the way they played that round, you can clearly see they want to try and deny the mezzanine position, try and make front contact, don't allow them to just get good hallway mezzanine position outside the site, and then you get kind of stuck inside. So they're trying to very much keep CAG at bay, but CAG just better with the guns up, and Arcali is having a huge quarterfinal performance so far. Again, we did lose the opening round stats, so they're a little bit janky, but 8-3 for Arcali, 8-3 for Sharif. And I mentioned the sort of importance of that because when you kind of look at the numbers coming into this game, who are the top-rated players? It's Anaton and Blackray. So you've got others standing up. That's what this team needed. And on the flip side, there really aren't too many big performers on the side of FearX right now. Rin really a solo standing player who is performing.
Loading new magazine.
So from the 7 rounds so far, only 2 of those occasions the opening kill has not been converted. One towards the defense of Cyclops and one on attack of the prior round. Entry was a massive stat that we highlighted going into this match. Cyclops the worst team at this event for entry. So far doing a decent job here though on Lair.
On Lair.
Showing resilience in the face of not winning that entry on a couple of occasions and on both sides as well. So all signs pointing towards Cyclops being far better inside of the server to kick things off. Fortunately for FearX, best of 3, long way to go, so don't count them out, but I'm certainly surprised personally just how well Cyclops are dominating them.
I'm not. I felt this was a little bit closer than people maybe would have given it credit for. Yeah, there's the hype from FearX, what they were able to do in the group stage, but you got to remember, CAG qualified a little earlier. They had a huge win over Liquid.
All flank.
Flank attempt here from Good Boy. Down main stairs on the Vigil. There is one close left. He's not fully aware of it just yet. I think there's also one on the right side too. He could be in a position where he could get timed.
I think he got
against him.
Yeah, he got drained before he activated the gadget, I believe.
It's not a lot of time remaining in this round, by the way, for CAG. And now they have to go hunting for this Vigil or leave him to his own devices. Oh, into side, straight into lab. It's going to be the Blackbeard. Anaton looking to stick to plan, and so far it's just completely uncontested. Talk about, hello, just walking into the site. No one's watching. It's a late.
There's no way.
And they get the kill onto Good Boy.
So how do they just let this happen?
Vigil. This is a huge win in the round for CAG.
Dude, this is crazy.
Now they can play vert angles as well. Close door. Yeah, there's nothing Coded can do. FearX are scrambling. They have no clue how to solve this puzzle that CAG has laid out for them.
Oh, okay.
Mephi goes huge, but still time for Blackray,
and he's still fucking. This is wild, FearX. Like, oh my god.
CAG deserved that round, and Blackray made.
How did you guys let them just walk over and plant? There's no way, right?
In favor of Tag Osaka.
You're this clunky ass Blackbeard.
Map number 1.
And you hear the defusing going on, but no one's trying to stop it.
Last round was just another
Wow.
clinical showing from them. Able to get that plant down uncontested.
That's
It's a big
crazy.
mistake from Fearex to allow that to take place.
That's
Lack of information,
crazy.
Potential miscomm. Gasbabe's late from Coded. Cyclops, in the meanwhile, immediately after the post, found that Roma of the Vigil on Good Boy. That was Black Ray right here.
I mean, dare I say, this is the worst siege we've seen from Fearex at the tournament.
Yeah, I know, I would agree. He's got dominated on the third. I mean, sure, hit some crazy shots to make it winnable.
Crazy
but
plays, yeah. But Black Ray was always in a really good position.
Ooh, she's
Woogie
back.
Was very low, so one bullet, swift death. Then you can just quickly transfer over to the next guy. And I say that maybe for Fearex, but this might be the best siege we've seen from CAG at the tournament. So again, that's the beauty of this game, though. You can be playing so well, but you've got to stay on your A game the whole way through.
Gotta stay on it. Gotta stay on it.
Regardless of what you think of formats, regardless of how you think of the events, you have to, like, as a team, anyone that's lifted a hammer, any kind of major trophy, to be so perfect, so good throughout such a long event. And for Fearex, I think they're just starting to feel the effects of it. You know, they've been here for over a week. They've been playing some great Siege, but today they've woken up and it's not their best.
then it comes back to the
Fortunately, it's not a best of one.
mental fortitude. If they can completely reset after
They
this,
have to reset.
and they're ready for Cafe, this map might not matter. But it is it's concerning. It's also dominant on their map selection against them, right?
Yeah, and CAG, well, they've woken up and chosen violence. They look switched on, ready. Gotta remember for CAG, they did technically get one extra day off over Fearex. Add to that as you will. I mean, it's not exactly the most physically demanding sport, being an esport, so it's not like you get the rest.
Got to chill down at the beach.
I mean, there's always that argument, which is better, right? Having the day off or getting to play, get some more reps. You can kind of make arguments either side. It's a non-factor. I think the one thing that CAG have done well, though, is their pacing and their timing. Oh, good aggression from Arcali. Rin just trying something, trying to be aggressive. And I think for Rin now, it starts to feel a little bit personal because he's the only one really fragging early on in these rounds.
Done a good job to survive here.
Those track stingers are going to keep him well and truly below those stairs.
Yeah, he's pinned. He really should have died off the back of the rappel angle. It was cut off from CAG, but they let that opportunity slide.
Fearex have just got to find a way to stall out CAG, keep them low on time when they do hit the site, because CAG's pacing's been good. They're getting to dictate a lot of these rounds when they want to aggress, what positions they want to take, and Fearex are having to react. They're not proactive. They're sitting back.
Well, Rin caught another good timing to get down here, and I don't know if Cyclops are aware. Potentially, they saw it. Meanwhile, Verd up above. Arcali finds the first. The entry continues to go the way of Cyclops, but Coded at least responds, and Sharif will fall.
4 of the last 5 rounds now in favor of CAG for entry kills.
Crazy.
The team that is the worst entry team at the tournament, including those that have been eliminated. 20th, dead last, 30 seconds left though, 4v4. Fearex must win this round.
Oh, they have a lot of Valk info. I'm looking at Mephi. He's flicking a ton of information at the moment for Fearex. They should know where this push is coming from right now.
Got to play off of that information, and so far so good. Through Coded, trade comes through rather swiftly though, as Coded will then lose his life. Down to the final 15 seconds though of this match point round, and in towards briefing. The plan can go down from Anderton.
Nitro!
Nitrocell, it is available with the hands of Wookieman, but elects not to throw it straight away. Misses, but the plan is now off. Anderton has to stick it. 1 second left, now needs to hold it. Woogie, technically 1v1 against Chipitsu, takes the battle, but he cannot close it out. Anderton sticks the plant. And so now a 1v2 for Wookieman in the post plant. And with that, Chipitsu gets to go upstairs and he can play the vert angle. Makes it so much more difficult for Woogie.
Anderton can just sit outside. It's round over.
There should be no world in which Wookieman can clutch this. Needs to stick it, hopes that then CAG make a mistake. There's one, that's a kill. 20 seconds left, down to Anderton to time this perfectly. Do not overswing. Gets off.
Get it. Yes, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Oh. So, how far away is you? 20 minutes. Damn, girl. Your steps in today or what? Is that what's going on? Getting those steps in. I see you. I see you.
I thought pros didn't fake, Jake.
Oh, he faked it.
Honestly, he probably could have even stuck it. It was really, really tight, the timing there. But either way, makes the play and makes it work. Cyclops did a lot of good groundwork early to mid-round. Perhaps should have punished Rin a little earlier on into the piece, but the push was decent. We saw Woogie with a incredibly late nitro that makes up for it here. 1 versus 2, catches Anaton.
Well, that's where you've
12 seconds.
As a duo at that point, you not communicate to say, if I'm going to peek vert, you need to peek close. So if I die, you get the kill. If you die, I get the kill.
Yeah.
But instead, it's a solo push. It's a solo from above. And really, really well played from Woogie in terms of the game sense. He knows that Akali's above. He knows that he's watching that vert.
You know, as a player going into that, your chances of winning that round are so minute, especially with the scoreline as well. I think it would have been pretty easy for him to not go completely hands off keyboard, but mentally just check out.
Okay,
the
that's good. I was like
I'll
expecting that.
kind
You're
of
like walking down around blocks and stuff,
committed,
just doing the most.
lands the
Okay.
shots. Really, really, really.
Yeah, I
well
forget how
played,
big you're in
yeah.
Texas. Those shopping centers, those shopping like
High pressure
centers are like
situation.
gigantic. Everything's bigger than
Round
Texas.
deficit, though, still for FearX. And keep in mind, during all of this as well, I don't think we've talked about it, they use their tactical timeout after round 2. They have not had a serious opportunity really to properly just reset and calm down with Cyclops building all of this momentum.
That might be their opportunity, right? Like impromptu, because now you're still alive. At
You know, like I'm talking shit like that, and you guys some like really enormous areas of like shopping centers with like multiple stores that are just huge parking lots.
3 more rounds required.
A couple little strip malls here and there that are kind of small, but there's a lot of massive shopping like areas, at least in the, like in the city in Salt Lake.
Yeah, FearX have got to flip that a little bit. They're going to find a way to be more aggressive earlier in these rounds. They've got to stop these plants from going down as well. That's 2 rounds in a row.
And like some are across streets or intersections, and it's just one big massive like shopping area.
But again, that's the strength of CAG.
Not even like center.
Tournament when it comes to getting the plants down. So right now, CAG.
Like over by me, there's like this. Actually, there's a couple malls around my area, but like one's like the mall's this massive parking lot with all these different stores. But then all around it are different little shopping centers as well on the other side of the street, all around it.
The sheer ability of FearX inside the server is clearly there on display. It just feels like they're a little disjointed at the moment on their defense. They get a reprieve, a huge one at that, and an opportunity to just keep Lair going a little longer.
Back to top floor, pretty different comps for both teams. Most notably, we see the sense drop from Cyclops and the Tachanka dropped by FearX amongst a couple of other changes, but those are probably the key ones. And so we'll see what kind of an impact that has in terms of the kind of ground and space that Cyclops are able to take. Keep in mind, both of those aforementioned operators critical.
I've been a shotgun guy. Okay.
Anaton, though, just going to sneak in over towards Skybridge. Could be impactful from down below on the vert. Facilitates a bit of a push here from Black Rain. So immediate pressure in towards the R6 room. Compounded by Sharif from down below. So they are projecting, they are telling this story to FearX that they are going to go for this particular push. But as we have seen a couple of times, there is always the opportunity late round to pivot. And that might be exactly what's taking place right now.
Pivot.
As long as they don't pivot too late into the round, they've got to make sure they time this nicely.
Well, Woogie has 3 gas babes. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah. So it was like
breach.
drink making was the longest time period. I got you.
Please tell me they can
Being a smart ass.
this breach. Otherwise, that pivot's going to be a huge thorn in their side.
It's just the unit on the wall, so Sharif can deal with that.
Got your yummy, your nummy coffee and
Time will be
donuts.
a
I
factor,
see you.
though, when you're heading into R6 and Master, there's a
All
lot
the
of
good
angles that do
shit.
need
All
to
the
be
good
cleared.
shit.
Not going for breach. It'll just be Akali lurking over towards Ops. The rest of the team will stack R6 side.
Puts a lot of
For
pressure
whammy.
on
They're going for whammy.
Also onto Anaton with the Deimos. Deathmark goes out onto the Wamai. Good boy down. That's the Mew. Trade. Black Raid. No more ace. At the very least for CAG, there's still 25 seconds, so they've got
There ain't no
some time
walls
here.
getting
They
open.
have to rush this. At least not
They just let them
that's
run
a
into this,
cross that has been made.
ooh,
Catches going
and they
around.
let him get the
Swing is
fucking kill.
successful.
Wow.
And
Okay.
an injury
Here we go. Good play,
and
boys.
CAG's rushing to
Good
save
play. Let's go, boys.
still at best, and FearX were ready. And maybe ready to formulate a
Let's push this
comeback
OT
here.
now. Let's go.
And the reason I let out that ooh was that deep cross all the way through R6 had the potential to backstab the defense and really.
Yeah, like, that could have been crazy, and then they just, like,
the plant
stopped.
Likely would have been in a position to at least, you know, tempt out utility, if not actually go down. So that was a key
Actually,
engagement
they
between
looked
the
around. They
backline
looked like
there
looked down the hall and said
for
like where they
FearX.
would have been in the fucking site. So
And immediately
that was on the
after
back
round
end, 'cause that
is
should have
now
been
back to back for Fear X.
I feel like a pretty
Cyclops
easy-
will call their one and only tack timeout on left.
Yeah, I mean, the perfect time to do so here for CAG. They've lost now the last 2 rounds in a row. Shouldn't have really lost the earlier one at that in the post plan. So you got to make sure as a coach, hey, calm down. We're still 6-4 up. We've still got 2 opportunities. We only need 1. So 1 from 2 here. Don't panic. You guys have been playing really well. Just kind of chill out, get the job done. Here's what you got to do. And a great opportunity as well for Dark to get involved with Fear X and say, boys, proud of you. Keep fighting. 2 more. So, I mean, it kind of sets up for a very tense finish here on Lair, the opening map of this all 8-pack quarterfinal.
I really like the decision for the tack here, especially for this side. If we cast our minds back, it feels like almost a decade ago now, but that basement side was very dominant, very, very dominant for Cyclops. Most notably, we saw Fear X and Good Boy on Vigil go for that roam, and it had 0 impact. The vert play was really clean from Cyclops last time out, right? So I'm sure both teams would have been discussing that during the tactical timeout, how they're going to look to address it. Are Fear X going to play even more aggressively off site? I see that they're bringing the Pulse as well. We'll see that in a moment's time. So trying to bring another tool to maybe disrupt the vert play potential here from Cyclops. So a bit of cat and mouse on offer here. A couple of attacker repicks as well were teased. But it looks like they will commit with that vert-centric setup and the Nomad for flank watch. So, I mean, both teams working overtime at the moment, trying to play cat and mouse with one another.
Yeah, and it's beautiful to watch as well. And both teams know the opportunity is there as we get a rehost called, so I think we're going to have a little bit more delay, a little bit more time here.
They can't go through the wall.
Yeah, we'll see what the result of that is. I mean, we'll progress forward at least for now until we hear word.
Wait, no way. They're not going to let them rehost?
As mentioned, Pulse is in play, so that will be a good
That's a
counter tool.
blatant fucking
Cyclops
bug
trying
in the
to head
game right
back
now.
up above. They did drop
Like,
the buff
what?
late,
They're going to
though,
make
so
them
maybe
play
they
it.
give that
So they can't go
horizontal
through that wall.
the approach.
There's no way they're not going to rehost that, right?
And I am assuming we are getting that tech pause.
Yeah, like what the fuck? There's no way you're not going to rehost that round.
Yeah, absolutely confirmed now.
Yeah,
You can
thank
see on
God.
my,
Like, dude, there's no way. He
other
can't get. They
the
can't get through the
exit of
fucking
server. Yeah, so
rotate.
you can see it even there through
Like
the
what? That's
players.
a whole
And it gives us
ass.
the time to kind of debrief a little bit. 6-4,
Thank God.
2 match points.
I was about to say, they make them play that. That's wild.
It feels like we really shouldn't even be here at this point, considering the clutch from Woogieman back in the 9th round. And make it 6-3.
I'm still anticipating from what we've seen so far, Cyclops to probably win this next site, but I mean, just imagine for at least
So
one
far,
moment.
everything you've anticipated, that hasn't really come to fruition. So, I mean, I don't know if I can believe you anymore.
Don't listen to me. I just can't help but feel it would be the most Cyclops thing in the history of Cyclops to cag around like that and then to cag the map in the end. It would just be...
It would be very Cyclops.
It would be very
on
Cyclops.
brand. No, but I think so far, you've got to remember, for these two teams, this is not a normal environment. They're not used to this. This is
far from it.
This is, you know, they're not used to deep runs at tournaments, making main stage, playing either with a hostile or even friendly kind of crowd atmosphere. But more importantly, even just kind of with eyeballs on them in these kind of matches and what it means to progress. Can they confirm a top 4 position at a major event? I mean, that's the thing, right? So there's that added pressure. And considering the siege that we're seeing from Cyclops in comparison to what we got from them in the group stage, which is kind of funny to say that considering how early they did actually qualify for the playoffs. It's been a huge turnaround there, and they've found improvement. On the flip side for Fear X, you know, have they kind of run dry a little bit? Have we seen the best of Fear X prior to this? I'm not too sure. By no means am I off them. I think that they're the kind of team, they've got a really, really good coach. I rate Dark very, very highly. I think he's the kind of coach that, you know, after this map, if they did lose it, he could find a way to rally them, take the next map, even though the next map is the map pick of CAG.
I think he deserves a lot of respect, right? He's been trying to grind away in this region for a long time, and it finally feels like he actually has the squad that can get it done.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, notoriously, Korea doesn't have the most depth when it comes to Siege talent. That's just the nature of a smaller region.
It was like an open qualifier for something. There was like 3 teams that signed up or whatever
Yeah,
it was.
so
you know, it's really, really bleak.
He's been trying to work as best he can with what he's got, and finally he's got a really good...
But the top-end talent that is there is really good.
yeah.
But they haven't always been on the same teams. And so you've got 2 players that have come over from the, you know, from D+. I think that they've been able to do a really, really good job. And ultimately, we're seeing the fruits of that. You know, 4-1 coming into this playoff position. And so we're going to get Laxing to come on in as well, by the way. I don't know if this is going to be a super long technical host, but Laxing, you got any word for us?
Yeah, I do. How are you guys doing? I mean, for me, watching how FearX is playing right now, they're playing a little scared versus what we saw during phase 1. They were on the fly. They were being able to adapt. Right now, we're seeing a lot of struggles, especially in the area of being able to adapt. They're just rushing bodies, forcing bodies into unwinnable situations. They need to slow down. They know how KEG plays. They just need to play into their fundamentals. And if they're going to use the utility, open these hatches, they need to be bringing that. I mean, they need to be playing that defense a lot stronger than what they were doing on their attacks, just forcing bodies after bodies into KEG.
Lax, I kind of want your thought. Oh, I thought we were going to have a conversation. There we go. There, Lax, come on in. Have a chat, because I think we've got a little bit of time here. It is obviously the map pick for CAG. They're performing very, very well, even in comparison to the group stage. The question is, though, we were just kind of talking about Dark, the coach for FearX, and their ability to maybe rebound. Do you have the same kind of belief that if they don't end up taking Lair with Dark and what they've been able to do, they've got the ability to bounce back, take then the CAG map pick of Cafe?
I think for the simple fact that this is now a best of 3, they are going to be limit tested. They are going to be pushed to the brink where they are going to have to be forced to adapt, as I was talking about. So I do think if they can bring it back, even if they end up losing this, I think they can go into Cafe still with a good mindset of having a strong defense. It's just a matter of fact is that being able to adapt, where we do know Apex struggles the absolute most, is being able to adapt on the fly. But that's where I'm saying they need to look at what they were doing in phase 1. That was beating teams of G2, beating teams of SSG, because they were being so good at playing on the fly.
What about that clutch? Woogie Man, 1v2, post plant, very difficult. You got one above, one outside. He played it pretty much perfectly. What did CAG need to do?
I mean, you said it best there. Is they needed to communicate. If you're going to peak that vertical pressure, then someone needs to be swinging from that door. I mean, also with our Cully in that situation, in that 1v3, that should have been their round. Our Cully just has to hide. Instead, he plays that 1v1. So it's situations like these, as great of moments as these can create, you need to be on that same level of communicating with one another to close out these rounds. And it goes back to our Cully. It goes back to that 2v1. If they just played together, they played into their strengths, they win it, and they're moving to a map 2.
Thank you so much, Lax, for getting back into the game. Thank you for your comments there and your time as we are heading back into Lair. 6-4 lead for CAG. A little break in the action, unfortunately, which was not ideal because we were cooking here on Lair. Things are looking great. A big match formulating after that clutch from Woogie. Then the follow-up round as well for FearX. They've been able to get themselves back into a position to contest 6-4. 2 more rounds required for FearX to send us to OT.
I mean, a chat with Lax, it could be worse. Could have been worse.
Oh, that was really good to get his insights.
That was great. Better than hearing us two yap,
So here we go. Obviously, everything reset. We'll give a little bit of an update regarding some of the numbers here, but Sharip 10-6, Arkali 10-6. Intriguingly enough, a player that's 7-4 has a better EPS ranking in Black Gray because he's 2-1 on entry and he's got a 90% cost.
10 seconds left before insertion.
FearX hiding the Kaid in this round. Thank you, observers, for highlighting that. It'll be quite the powerful tool in looking to deny hatch control from the attack. And you look at the lineup from said attack.
I mean, who does...
No Thatcher, but you do at least have impact aims on block.
Who benefits from that little break in the action?
No one.
No one?
No. Yeah.
Because you got one team that wants that momentum in FearX, and the other team that's very happy with, you know, but you also want them to finish things off, right? So yeah, it's probably a stalemate. If anything, for CAG, they could stew on their thoughts. It really depends on how they're thinking. If they're thinking positively, could be good. So calm before the storm here. Match point round. To the 11th we go. FearX need 2 more rounds. They were 6-2 down. We found a huge clutch. And since then, it's been able to turn the tide for them. The previous round, pretty dominant. The one concern for FearX has certainly been, as we've been talking about, the entry battle. 5 of the last 6 rounds in favor of CAG. That's a concern. You've got to fix that. Find an opening kill. Get the defense onto the right footing here in this round. Start well. Woogie looking for information on the Yokai through the drone hole.
Detected a bomb!
One thing as well here in this round, FearX have given up full first and second floor control. They are all playing basement.
Some fun counterplay on offer between the IQ and the Echo. Rin, meanwhile, finds
There it
the
is.
first.
Onto the Dockerby. No logic bombs available for CAG, but more importantly for FearX, it is an opening kill. Something they have lacked so far.
Finally. Last 3 against them. And they just need to lock it down, maintain control on their pacing. Still an opportunity, though, for Cyclops. Don't count them out from this particular position. They still have the firepower. They still have some pieces of utility on display as well. Chibisu double frag grenade.
Well, Memphi's blocking off blue stairs, so that's at least one entry point denied for CHE. Consistently throwing out these gas babes. Lose coded elsewhere to Chibitsu.
Frag grenade up.
One thing that FearX, of course, don't want to allow is that plant to go down, hence why they're all pretty much playing sight. But with that, you've got full top floor control for CAG. They can establish the verts, find their entries, then down into sight, formulate the plan of attack. Deathmark activated onto the Kaid, of which throws out a Nitrocell to no effect. There's only one left now in the hands of Rin. 30 seconds left in this round. Huge kill from Akali, and CAG are now swiftly slicing their way through this defense of FearX. Mephi and Rin must stand tall.
Certainly possible. 15 seconds that they need to hold out for Rin going for the flank.
Rin certainly capable. Mephi as well. Two of the top fraggers for FearX, and time is now into red time. Arkali knows where he is. Up close, left side with the Vendetta. Should get this kill. They trade it. Doesn't matter. CAG have got the numbers, and they have the map of Lair as well. A slight delay to get into this result, but a result that felt very much likely to happen after a 6-2 lead. They finally close it out, 7-4.
They can breathe a sigh of relief. Cyclops making it a little bit more challenging than it probably should have been, but they reset off the back of attack on the rehost, recompose, refocus, and they close it out in a very convincing fashion.
One map done. It is a best of 3 though, and as we head to the break, FearX head to the locker rooms and think, how do we get back into this series?
Okay, beautiful. Have a good day. Work that booty off. Bye.
FearX, I'll tell you what, they might be fan favourites, but they did not show up in the server the way that we had hoped. We had such high hopes for them coming into this series. We thought that they were looking the best out of all the APAC teams, and probably maybe even all the APAC teams for 5 years. It just doesn't convert.
Yeah, I said in the call-ins, you know, FearX as a whole right now isn't looking like what we saw them in phase 1, where they were looking dominant. They were looking confident. They looked like they came ready to play, where, you know, we say fear. It looked like the fear was being instilled into them from Keg, because the multiple situations they were finding themselves in, especially on the attacks, they were just, instead of problem solving, where we would see in phase 1, they were just forcing body after body after body, and they weren't finding any success on their attacks.
I mean, the strength of FearX comes from the way that they're able to float around the map as a team, specifically on defense. When it came to their attacks, it wasn't there, and I believe that them starting off rough on attack is what shook them going into the defense, because they didn't really have any operators to crutch on. They didn't really have any good shield plays to be able to get them information, and KAG did such a good job at shutting them out at the door, constantly being able to fight on those opening picks. And that was what we were talking about. KAG's highlight was they finally figured out how to maintain those opening picks. They didn't in that first series of the start of the tournament against FearX, but they did today. They did against Liquid, and it looks like a brand new KAG, and they were able to start it off hot, and I think that's what carried them, because they did get shooken up a little bit once they got onto the defense, but they locked in and closed it out.
Now, we did get to miss just a small graphic at the start of our pre-show. Lax, how true does it ring now that we're kind of in the middle of the series?
It's not true currently, because literally in every single category, FearX looks better statistically across the board versus KAG. But if you were to watch this matchup, if you just missed it, this doesn't even show what FearX has been displaying throughout. Whereas on the exact opposite end, KAG is the one actually putting up the better numbers across the board. Whereas here, like I said, FearX statistically is significantly higher in every category.
And the improvement from KAG can't go unnoticed. Obviously, coming into the main stage, they were the worst ranked attacking win percentage team out of all the teams, even the teams that have been eliminated. So that is a really terrible stat. But to be able to slowly progress it through the tournament, come to the main stage, be not the favorites, they were getting booed as they were walking out, and to have the crowd against them and to still be able to play so flawlessly, Lair is a map that FearX should have won. I don't see it going any other way on map 2.
That's a little tough, but you know what? It is time for us to go and have a very quick chat with some of the players. This is something I'm super excited for. It's the mid-series interviews with Maria.
Yeah, KAG is winning for now, and the first map is over. Now we have Cafe, but let's talk to you first. How's the feeling of playing in front of a crowd for the first time?
I'm very happy to play on the Steel stage. I'm trying to very hard for Brazilian fans, so we're gonna win next map.
Okay, let's see, Mafi. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, KAG just won, so you have many reasons to be happy as hell right now, and you guys just were having a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was, I think I got like 12 kills, I think, yeah.
What?
Yeah, I was destroying them, like, and yeah, but it's not yet over.
Yeah, you don't seem nervous at all.
Oh, not at all, not at all.
That's great. Also, congratulations on your first map, and good luck for the Cafe.
Thank you.
available in game.
Rivalry that goes back well before probably even 2020 at this point. Unfortunately, will fizzle out if Fear X do not get back on that horse. They've got to dust themselves off because whatever we just saw on Lair, that was not it. We move to Cafe now, Fox. Do you have a little more hope for this roster?
Not really, not for Fear X, because there's two takeaways, right? When it comes to Cafe, small linear map. Remember that. What is CAG good at? The shields. So Fear X has to go out the gate, take the shields off the board, or else that's going to be something that you don't want to deal with Aniton on the shield. Second thing, Fear X had a very difficult time entering on Lair, which is a huge map. We expected them to be a lot more fluid, being able to get in, cause a lot of chaos. Cafe, you can't really do that. That's a big issue with a lot of aggressive entry teams, is getting your foot in the door is the first step. Fear X needs to be able to figure that step out, or else Cafe will just not go in their way.
I mean, not only is it a linear map like you're talking about, but it's a lot of top-down or up-top. You have to be able to figure out how you want to approach the map, and that's where Fear X, when we saw it on their attacks, they did not know how they wanted to approach either site. I don't think they abused any of the vertical pressure. You want to talk about map ban, well, op bans. We need to see something from Fear X that's going to instill more success from them. And again, the biggest thing for me is being able to adapt, being able to problem solve, and that's just not what we were seeing. Again, it was just body after body, and you're talking about a very condensed map like Cafe. One body's only going to make it through that doorway, and if you can't find success off that entry, you're going to keep struggling.
Well, Fear X,
it'll be a rough one.
They're under a little bit of pressure right now, unfortunately. This is not looking great for the Korean roster. However, Maria got a chance to speak to Dark on their way back.
I think you got a little bit of a sunburn today, or this trip this week sometime.
Now, I want to know about Cafe, because Fear X is the team who plans the Fuser the most in the tournament, but you couldn't do that in the first map. How do you plan changing that?
Yeah, second map now, I think we want to play more fast because we start very slow in first map. So it's not time to miss data again. We're gonna win this game. Can trust.
Are you sure?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, let's see. Thank you.
Well, I believe in Dark, and I believe that Fear X can certainly bring this back, but it's not going to be easy. Also, here at the desk, I think you've got to ban out those shields coming into a map like Cafe against TAG, because obviously for Fear X, they haven't really been in this position so far at this event where they've been having to now play from behind. I mean, to be fair, it's the first best of 3 of the event, but they've been so good, 4-1 record. Now they lose the opening map in a quarterfinal matchup that many believe that they would take. Can they bounce back?
Yeah, and they're going to the perfect map for Cyclops. Considering how this series has played out so far, I share the same doubts as Fox. Fear X at least get to start on defense so they can find, you know, some relief, but it's going to be a very, very
It'll be a rough one.
map for them to try and respond, try and fight back.
Well, 50-50 on the social prediction, so there's still hope for Fear X from the fans, but now CAG are starting to just bring them over to their side. They are one map away from a top 4 finish minimum. For CAG, that would be a tremendous finish for this event to qualify, make top 4. We are heading into Cafe, the second map. As CAG are looking to take down Fear X here on their own map pick now. So to Cafe we go, second map of this quarterfinal. CAG out of the blocks on Lair. They had a significant 6-2 lead until Woogie decided to extend things a little longer, but in the end CAG got the job done 7-4 in a pretty convincing fashion, and they were able to win in a lot of areas that they've struggled with at this event so far, entries being the most notable one at that, but also even from an individual level, seeing Akali, seeing Sharif perform, 2 players that haven't been able to perform to the level of the likes of Aniton or Blackray at Reload, that has added firepower to the CAG roster. And for Fear X, a roster that has seen really most of their players performing at a very high level. Outside of Rin, you're looking at names like Coded, like Mephi, like Good Boy, all very much highly inside the top 40 players at the event, all in the red on that opening map. So there is certainly still a good opportunity for Fear X to play more to their level and keep this series alive.
Well, we went into this one with the expectation that we'd probably see Trip Shield ban once more from Fear X, but instead electing to take the Ram off the board, vertical nature of the map, but it does mean that the Blitz and the Blackbeard both open and available for Aniton to kick off this half, and we know just how deadly he can be, often regarded as one of, if not potentially the best Shield player in the world. Rehost confirmed? And so we will marinate a little bit longer.
They're just trying to edge us out here a little longer, aren't they, for this series? It's been that way. We've had now 3. It's not ideal, obviously, for the players as well. They want to just get into the server. So, they have to sit, stew on their thoughts, think about how they want to formulate things coming into Cafe now. For CAG, they can sit a little bit more comfortable, right? Like, they've dealt with that opening map. Any kind of pressure that was on FearX, though, has now probably doubled, right? Like, there's always that expectation on a particular team. In this case, it's FearX. A lot of people had them beating CAG. And then you go and drop the first map, and you don't just drop it. You got pretty much annihilated. It was 6-2 at one point, and outside of some individual heroics, by and large, it's a roster that has certainly not been able to shine the way that they would have liked. Now you add to that pressure, because now you're facing elimination if you're FearX.
Do they rise to the pressure or do they crumble? They'll be asking that question and posing it to themselves, and I'm sure one that everybody from around the world is also wondering as well. Cyclops just came out of the gates and played a really good brand of Siege this morning.
I do like the Monty Ram ban as well, by the way, because I know that was...
I don't.
Well, the reason why I kind of mention it is you've got to remember when it comes to someone like Anderson, he can also play Ying very, very well. What's good on Cafe, Ying can be very influential. So you get to kind of see the first 3 rounds and say, okay, what's affecting us more? Is it something like the Ying? Or is it that shield play? And if so, then is it the Blitz or is it the Blackbeard? In which case, then you have the option. If you go double shield already straight off the rip, the Ram can certainly be useful with the Boogie Auto breaches and tearing up a lot of the floorboards. So
the boogies.
I don't mind it. I mean, I kind of understand the thinking from Dark and FearX in terms of not wanting to overcommit.
Well, Cafe has been the second most defender-sided map of the pool so far, so you're playing with fire. If you screw up the ban phase, or if they potentially, with hindsight, screw up this ban phase and cost themselves defensive rounds,
well, that's
they are not winning this map.
Well, you're taking a gamble, aren't you? You're taking a gamble, because you're essentially saying we're going to see what the first 3 rounds bring us, and then we'll go in with our 3rd ban and take away what's working for them. But at that point, you've already gone through half the half.
If Anderton bulldozes them in these first 3 rounds with the Blitz or the Blackbeard, I'm not going to be too happy.
They have to have a plan, though. Like, I would assume if they're leaving those open, they have a plan, or at least something they think they can stop them with, right? Like, they got to be playing to those.
Your best Siege map so far at the event.
At least that's what you'd hope, but I guess.
Like the closer they get to the finish line, the further.
Guess we'll find out.
From that final point, and we see it time and time again. It seems to be just a massive mental block for a lot of APAC teams.
There's a bit of DZ about CAG, isn't there?
Yeah, kind of.
So we're getting back underway here for Cafe. I think we do have to go back through the ban phase before we can get into the opening round, but some fist bumps, some smiles.
I believe we'll be doing the same bans unless I hear otherwise, so it's just a formality at this point to get them back into the server. And yeah, that's going to be the case, so. Very intrigued to see how this half plays out. Can FearX rebound, or can Cyclops keep the good times going?
I mean, I believe in FearX. I think also beginning on the defense is going to aid them quite a lot here, just to kind of get, a couple of...
Go hard in the paint. Let's go, boys.
Lair first half, CAG were able to get to that 4-2 lead and then kind of continue on in the second half. It's a lot easier to kind of continue on once you've built that momentum. And I think
make sure you got your accounts enabled, boys, and connected so you can get your drops.
This event, 66% defensive win rate. And while that didn't show necessarily on Lair in itself is not as defender-sided as a map such as Cafe.
No, 50-50 heading into that game, so at the event.
All right, we can finally get underway. Second map. It's been a long series so far. Do we get a 3rd map for the sake of making it even a little bit longer? I know for the Koreans, they would certainly hope for that to happen, even for the locals here to hope for that to happen. Choosing FearX as their mascots for this opening match.
Brazilian coach, Cyclops knocked out Liquid, you can kind of understand why. Interesting site choice, though, to kick things off. We go to mining. Round 1, Cafe.
10 seconds left.
And I'm looking to Good Boy. Good Boy is my target in this match. So he was 1-9 on Lair. He had a 41 EPS ranking, and coming into this match today, he was ranked 19th overall with a 111 EPS, +9 on the KD, 6-6 on the entry. And unfortunately, he pretty much failed in all departments on Lair. So they really need more from Good Boy. They need more from Mephi and more from Coded. They're fraggers. They're top players for FearX. They got more than enough out of Rin. And Woogie actually overperformed in lane.
Well, this objective is going to perfectly highlight the impact of those attacking bans. Ram most commonly used on Kitchen, but also a very effective tool on this objective as well. If Cyclops were to get control up above, instead though, that vert not on offer, they don't replace it. The likes of a Buck. But they do have breaching charges available. So we'll see how they look to break it down. Shock drones as well in play, IQ as well. So the double down onto the utility presented by defense, the Kaid and the Valk.
And don't forget as well, this is mining too. So not a site that's typically as common, especially in the APAC region. Sometimes you kind of just bring it out as a little pocket strat. So FearX kind of just straight off the board here into their strategy as to how they want to really dictate things on this map. It is the map pick of CAG, just to remind everyone, Lair was the pick for FearX. So this is what CAG wanted. Woogie trying to get that Nitrocell back. Good boy, though, is going to be the opening death. Well, I had my eyes on him to perform a little bit better than Lair. Coded does eventually, through the Nitrocell, get rid of Anaton, deals with the Capitao, and all evened up once again.
I saw as well, Woogie had a Valcam late in pocket, so he's gotten that out later on into the piece. Perhaps Cyclops may not now be able to find that.
Full top floor control for CAG has been established. And you see the footholds as well. Red stairs, something that Rin's going to want to control. But he can make his way up a little bit later. This is a lurk position to eventually make his way up red stairs, then play off of those footholds. Will he get droned out though? Jibitsu deals with the Vulcan canister and eventually does spot Rin over towards said red stairs. So now CAG are very much understanding of that is being watched.
Cut off being held. Rin holds position, tucked in the corner. What's the game plan then from Cyclops? 35 seconds, 4 versus 4, late intel. They have smokes and a flash, 1 frag grenade, and Black Ray steps up.
Big kill onto Coded. Black Ray putting pressure in towards site, tries to find one more, and a huge swing down the corridors from Mephi. Suddenly now for CAG running out of members and looking a little bit disorientated on their attack, trying to just see where they want to go from. Sharit needs to drop and drop quickly. Needed a bit of help from Jibitsu, but he fell too comfortably inside the train.
Go boys. Let's go boys.
That round from CAG, who got top floor, held it for a long time, but never really looked comfortable when executing towards the site.
Well, it's not every day of the week you see mining, especially not for the opening round. Add on top of the fact that they are trailing in this series. So a ballsy pick there from FearX, but rewarded. Cyclops, I think, to me, screamed like they didn't really understand the win cons at the very end of the round. They looked a little bit disorientated, lacked a little bit of confidence. They had a decent read and good intel. But in terms of positioning and timing, it was, yeah, pretty off the mark there. FearX, to their credit, I like the setup. They got really good information off the Valk. Again, Woogie pocketed one late as well, and that may have had impact. So looking rock solid to kick off this second map. Down to Kitchen for the following round. Do we continue to see the impact of that Ram ban and the limited vert potential? I must say, I'm quite surprised at the selection of Maniton. Yes, Osu technically a shield, but I really thought they were going to maybe look to lean a little bit more heavily into the Blitz / Blackbeard being available, but
5 seconds remaining.
we'll wait and see.
Leaves that top floor a little bit longer as well for FearX, and a good start to win the opening round, especially when you choose a site like mining. You've got to be very much confident in your ability to win that site. Not the best of starts for Good Boy, who again struggled on Lair, so 1 and 10 technically now between the two maps. For a top 20 rated player at the tournament so far, that's still something that FearX can maybe look to see if he can improve as the map goes on. But we kind of mentioned it time and time again on Lair regarding like the entry battle for CAG throughout this event. It's been poor, the worst rated entry team. Lair's a little different, but hey, on Cafe, how about that one from Black Ray? The timing is perfect. The skeleton key to open up a good line of sight over to Rin. Finds the opening kill, and as I was talking about entries, CAG find one.
Yeah, that's really nasty. Rin was lurking over towards that stairs position in an attempt to try and cut down drone utility. Ultimately would have wanted to get back towards side. I highly doubt he was looking to lurk or flank up that particular position. So he gets caught on a good timing from Black Ray, lands his shot. And that's a big win early on into the round for CAG. Top floor, second floor control. They can get to work on that vert with the bucket play. They have flank watch available as well, so Mephi needs to be very careful. The track still is red pinged. It's not really a play that he can go for.
It doesn't have a deployable shield either, so it's a dangerous area over towards VIP now for Mephi. Wants to stay alive, play the Warden, can look through smokes and flashes. No smokes available this round though from CAG.
Well, that's one failed grenade.
Trying to clear out that castle barricade, which the second one does the job from Anaton. They also are available a form of a shield, but not quite the same as others. CAG cannot just hold these angles though for too long. Eventually going to have to make their way down. Eventually you're going to need to deal with Mephi towards VIP if you're looking for this freezer side hit in towards site. Which I imagine will be the case, considering the drop will come through from Anaton into freezer.
Well, it worked. Shield provided coverage and is able to go deeper towards Cocky.
And they get the plant down behind said shield, avoid any Nitrocell. There is only one, it's VIP, it's Mephi, and he's not in a position to deny it with a Nitrocell. Yokai drone is effective, does deny the plant from going down, but CAG find a kill. Finally coded, activates down the corridor, kill onto Chibitsu. The Yokai still in a position to deny once again. They need to deal with that one, 23 seconds left. Black Ray still holding from above inside a fireplace, and they've got Akali towards Pillar. Anaton though starting to panic, starting to worry. There's no time remaining. Finally the drop down into freezer from Black Ray. Deals at least with one of the Yokais. One more still up, now dealt with. No more Yokais available. So now you got to stop this plant manually. And the push up from Coda does get stopped as Black Ray made his way down. It's only Woogie. Well, he won a 1v2 post plant back on Lair, but a 1v3 surely should be too much even for this monster of a man. Into bar he goes, needs to clear above, but he hasn't really got the time. There's no world in which CAG are going to allow this to happen again. A little scrappy, a little bit hectic.
A little. I mean, the win con from Cyclops initially, or at least the plant condition for them, dropping down with the Osa, going deep over towards Coffee, it was perfect. It baited the smoke util into the wrong position, but then we see the 2-1 split, 2 players above, and the Yokai continuing to pester the plant. They had no ability to actually deal with that plant denial. Eventually the late rotation, and they were able to flood, overwhelm, and make it work, but a little bit dicey. Fearex, though, not in optimal positions ultimately to do a whole lot about it. And so Cyclops ultimately on top.
A more conventional round for CAG to think their way through it in comparison to a site like Mining. And now we go over reading for the third round, so Fearex not wanting to go top floor. And again, the bans will come through after this round as well. Each team will get one extra, and we kind of posed the question in regards to shield play. And so far, it hasn't been ultra prevalent by CAG, but in this round, they did hover over the Blackbeard, electing to not bring it.
Yeah.
So do you ban shield then for the second half?
Maybe not.
Maybe get rid of something like a Capitao, even potentially a Grim.
Oh, okay, so this is interesting. Rin, triple Jaeger, near that wood stack position. That will help aid for...
Woogie on the Pulse as well.
Denying the cocktail clear, in combination with the Pulse and the Nitro threat from below. It's a big investment above here from Fearex, understandably so. Mephi might even just tuck into the corner here. This could be very, very intriguing to watch out. For those unaware, Jaeger ADS devices now catching that cap util.
Well, it's not a really big hold up above for Fearex. The way that they're kind of holding this now is quite unconventional. Typically, you'll see that kind of cocktail stack, maybe a bit of washrooms pressure, you know, kind of get forced back by the attack if they go for that shot lounge kind of sweep across top floor. But at the moment, it's only Mephi that's kind of hanging around top white stairs. That's it. So it's a very much open top floor set here by Fearex. Clearly on purpose.
Setting a trap, perhaps. Trying to spring it on Cyclops.
This gas babe's getting used really early from Mephi, but maybe just playing for his life at this point. That's the final one. Elsewhere, Sharif will go down, so his struggles continue from group stage now onto this map. course, did perform quite well on Lair. Anaton just holding the upside down rappel. They know that they've got Mephi trapped. He's out of gas babes.
There's nothing they can do about it.
Well, the help is coming, and Mephi surely doesn't get out of this. He finds the kill onto Anaton. The help was a little too late to arrive, and with that, he can reposition as well. He finds a second. Should have got cleared for nothing, but instead he finds 2 kills. Eventually, he did lose his life, but job done at that point. Needed that from Blackray, pushing down white stairs just to keep the round alive for CAG.
Because there's no barb on that stair. Like, they just let them walk down that free. Even Blackray is getting these free kills.
7-1. Farming here on Cafe to begin. He's going to need more.
And still the one BPC up in reading as well. So Fearex will have a good read defense, man advantage.
Can't be throwing these rounds though if you Fearex. You're already 1 map down in this series. These are the ones you've got to capitalize. As you mentioned, the bulletproof camera still in a good position. Up close. How does he keep doing it? Finally shut down by Woogie. And Woogie goes for more. Well, Blackray is on a heater, but he cannot win that round single-handedly. And Fearex will find a second, and we head into the mid-half ban phase.
Yeah, big moment from Woogie. Lowest rated player for the team at the event, and off to a bit of a slow start here in the series, but help shut down site. Grim Valk off the board, so not an additional shield ban. Fearex clearly confident, and I think understandably so, perhaps in contrast to my doubts that they can deal with Anaton, who hasn't posed all that much of a threat yet to find a pick in this game. Cyclops, tactical timeout.
That's an early one, but I don't mind it. Although if you think about it, we had the early one in the previous match of Lair for Fearex, and maybe in the end was that a little too early. That was after 2 rounds, this one after 3. For CAG, I think the 2 attacking rounds is probably the pass mark for this half. And take into consideration their numbers, their stats, the map itself. So they don't really need a whole lot more. 3 rounds to probably find 1. Good spirits right now for CAG. Of course, 1 map up in the series. But it comes down to Woogie again. I mean, Blackray was just absolutely terrorizing towards the end of that round.
I mean, this whole...
But this Mephi should never be capable of finding that many kills up above. He was absolutely pinched, had no util left, but a double kill from Woogie secures the round.
I feel like as the weeks and the months progress, we're going to see more of those positions become defendable with the Jaeger. That previously may have been a little more sketchy. So good innovation from Fearex, doing their homework, doing their preparation heading into this game.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Unfortunately, Good Boy, though, still 0 and 3. Everyone else, though, starting to lift a little bit here on Cafe in comparison to Lair. Blackray 8 and 2, but they only have 1 round to show for it. Blackray, the 2nd highest rated player on CAG coming into the playoffs. And I was just having a quick look at the overview. So that's looking at the entire series. So Lair plus the first couple of rounds of Cafe. 1 and 12 now for Good Boy. 39 EPS. The next lowest rated player is actually on CAG, which is Anaton at 73 EPS.
So Mephi, again, power position, a bit of pressure, utility perhaps inevitable. And the Kali in play to block off that line of sight, at least initially, but Sharif has now rotated off, back over towards the Skylight position. Mephi now to aggress forward underneath the Skylight. Falls all the way back. Okay.
Well, Mephi has shown he's definitely willing to be aggressive, even if he is playing the smoke.
Well, wants to stay alive, keep the gas babes up, so have the mirror to instead use that.
First time seeing top floor as well for Fearex.
Shibisu will be desperate to get value from that shock drone to try and clear these mirror windows. It is critically important. Early gas babe. No one's there. Nobody's there. Good Boy's first point of contact, washroom. unless it's perhaps to dissuade the swing in, that's potentially the play.
Yeah, Akali is on the window, white corridor. Woogie finds the opening kill onto Akali with a Nitrous Assault. That was indeed the man on the window, rappelling over. And we're ready for him. Good boy again, losing his life. Now 1 in 13. And they lose Rin as well, and CAG is starting to make their charge towards the site. They've got full lounge control. Anaton drone in towards backstore. That one gets shot out, but they've still got 5 more, so decent drone economy for CAG. They can look to make the drop rather securely. No one in the vicinity for FearX. And does Sharif activate here on the Kali?
Anaton with a flame and a smoke here. So there's a couple of different options that they could go for in terms of playing position. FearX, despite being at the land advantage, their power positions still rather strong.
Yeah, very much deep. 2 over towards Cocktail and then 1 top white stairs. But if you can get away into block lines of sight, you could probably go for a plant. Anaton has the kit, and right now Blackray continues to have the kills. He's got 10 inside 4 rounds. There's not a lot that really Mephi can do. Blackray make it 11. Talk about performing on the biggest of stages for Blackray for this CAG roster. And they tie things up 2-2.
Blackray just continues to open up win cons late round. Is a threat that FearX are struggling to deal with. Good swing in. Rest of the team follows up and just breaks down that defense.
Coming into this match, you had the 19th EPS in Good Boy and the 21st EPS in Blackray. Well, there's an absolute gulf between the two of them in this series right now. Blackray 152, Good Boy like 37. That is staggering.
In that replay package as well, Rin going for the run out. That was an idea for sure, and did not pay off.
And that's a second attacking round now for CAG. I mean, that puts them in a really strong position mentally going into the remainder of this half with 2 rounds to follow. They've already got kind of job done on their attack in Cafe for a team that has struggled attacking-wise at this event so far. Ranked 14th, only a 38% attacker win rate. If they get even 1 more round here, I'm starting to then worry for FearX. So this becomes a pivotal round in the 5th. FearX have to get one on the board here. Slow down any kind of momentum for CAG. Got to remember, they are now 1 map down. FearX are on the verge of elimination if they cannot start to get control on Cafe. And for all the talk coming into the playoffs, it's all been about FearX.
Well, we're back to mining. CAG looked rusty on the execute last time out. It was the opening round of this half. FearX with that pocket pick on the objective were able to make it work. This time out though, slightly different line up. The Blackbeard in play and the Ying as well. And that combination could be really deadly, and especially once Blackray has gotten to work on his hard breach and he has the license to run around, we have seen him be a massive threat in the kill department as well.
There's a lot of firepower for CAG in terms of this lineup. They are a very good Ying team. Typically, Anaton can play that, but Akali this time around, early logic bomb from Sharif over towards Brown Stairs, and Mephi losing his life to Blackray. 12-2, and Sharif now gets involved, and the party feels like it's starting for CAG. Time to get Kagan. For FearX,
how do we just let him in sight?
In this 5th round, overwhelmed so early on. And while last time this site proved to be a huge differentiating factor,
they have nothing ever stopping that upstairs. That's crazy.
This time, they just walk in. And FearX were not ready for it. And for Good Boy, he's certainly got no opportunity. It's flawless from CAG.
How do they just let them walk down that staircase every time? They haven't figured out anything on that top stairs. Like, what the fuck? It's like 3-4 rounds now. They just walk down on top of them.
Can you see me, guys?
Yeah. Like, my God.
A little bit because we are not fighting, right? They haunt the bar. They domain, of course, well, not to be bar, but no problem. That's happened. They domain, they kill, and they wait fucking safe. Star safe, Cocktail safe, right? Don't do that. Let's repeat again here. The try again. Same strat, but boy, let's change the Wamai. Put some Mozzie, bro. If you need to run change, you can do that. Organize with the boys. Put Mozzie in every stat, take the initial drones we don't see. They don't like to repeat attack, so high chance for they go to domain second floor. Anyway, they're bad in execution, right? Remember the first round we play in train? They domain, they're fucking bad execution. But do the first step a little bit more aggressive, right? A little bit more. We're not fighting the first step, right? So let's do that with more power.
Well, I mean, to be honest, from Dark there, I actually kind of like the fact that he's not getting overly heated. He's not getting overly invested. He goes straight to the strategy and says, this is what we can do. This is what we can do better. Let's back ourselves in. We're going to repeat. We're going to go back to mining, which that in itself is a brazy and bold and call. But to be fair, they had won this site previously back in the opening round. CAG struggled to unlock mining. This time they kind of just waltzed in, sheer firepower. FearX weren't ready for it. I think they were maybe too much in their heads about the strategy behind defending mining that they kind of just allowed CAG to just walk around the map. And to be honest right now, you've got to find a way to shut down BlackRay. He is a difference maker in this match. Siege is a team game, but when you have a player playing this good on this much of a heater, that is scary.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, the double down to Brazen Claw. Cyclops with the perfect counterplay on attack there in the prior round of completely ignoring the map clear and instead just oversimplifying it. White stays hit horizontal across, extract value from the Blackbeard, allow BlackRay to do his thing. He's clearly being enabled well by the team.
Same lineup, essentially, or close to it. They bring the Mozzie. We heard Dark say that in the tactical timeout communication. And they bring the Legion. So what this offers for FearX is a bit more roam power. So if CAG do kind of try to play the same way as previously last round, they'll be met a little bit more by-coded by Good Boy. But unfortunately, Good Boy has only found 1 kill through 2 maps. So CAG might not mind seeing a Mozzie early on in this round and say, hey, that could be an entry position for CAG. And they bring pretty much the same looking lineup.
Loading new mag.
Basically, just make space for BlackRay and let him do his thing right now. That's honestly the #1 game plan for CAG. 3 attacking rounds found on Cafe, winning the opening map. Best position possible for this roster to get into a top 4 finish at an event. They are not that far away. But that's where you've got to, as players, just put that out of your mind. Focus on this match round by round. Entry from Anaton in towards Cocktail. Anaton swiftly up close. Mephi traded though. A little battle towards top white stairs, and it's going the way of FearX. They're actually able to meet them head on this time, rather than allowing them to get map control. And they dealt with BlackRay. Huge piece off the board, and with Akali falling, finally, this is the FearX roster that we saw a lot of back in the group stage. And while Jibitsu does find that kill, certainly with a 3 versus 1 opportunity, FearX should be able to tie the half.
Yeah, has to collect that kit as well. FearX mating them. Withstanding the pressure, good trade game. There is info though. He could isolate it to a 100 versus 2. That's a bad timing, however.
Missed his opportunity, I feel like. Good yellow ping information. He has a minute to think through this, and as you said, a minute to also isolate some of these players.
Rin one shot.
Yep. Well, so far, we've seen some crazy things in this series. This would be one of the crazier ones. If CHU win this round, you may as well throw in the white towel if you're FearX. They have to just play smart. Don't play scared, but play smart. You've got the numbers. Play the site. Yes, he's got kit. That's okay. Over towards Pillar. Now it's about trying to reacquire information. With that shot, they now know where he is. Play off of that. Little time remaining. Smoke is out. Woogie can play contact. Don't want Rin playing contact. And there he is. There's the boogeyman through the smoke. 3-3 half on the second map.
And that pocket of Brazilian fans back on their feet. They've been quiet for a while now, but something to cheer about as we enter the halftime switch. So a new ban phase 2 play out. FearX have done enough to remain competitive in this match, but I can't help but feel and echo the same concerns, especially from Fox on the desk before we came into this map. The structure, the linear nature, the compact size of Cafe could prove to be too much of a challenge for them, considering how they've played up until this point. But there's an opportunity to buck that expectation. Azami Grim, the initial bans. We'll see what the follow-up ends up being.
We see a shield ban here from CAG to somewhat match opening half. No. So Valkyrie and IQ. So kind of just trading 1 for 1 there in terms of what those operators can do.
Yep. Does mean the full suite of shields will be up. Typically a little bit more prevalent for Cyclops, but
FearX can play shield. They can absolutely play the shields here. And with the way that they've kind of been playing from behind in a lot of rounds, I feel like they may look to the shields. You think back to Lair, they were losing a lot of entry battles. So the shields may actually enable them to get better position, therefore better entry fights to go their way.
Yeah, use Woogie to play that front line, get info, a bit of space, less risk.
It's on the Fuse. Of course, Fuse can have a shield as well. So second half, CAG, Defense Cafe, 4 more rounds to see them book their place into a semi-final. So up to FearX to find these attacking rounds. They've been a really good attacking team at this event, 4th overall, but their entries have left a little bit to be desired. In saying that, they are 5th for plants. They're actually 1 better than CAG. But I think at this point you can just throw a lot of the statistics out because when you're at a 3-3 half second map facing elimination, it just comes down to instincts. Game sense here for FearX. And for Good Boy, it has to probably be confidence. If he can find a kill or 2, get that confidence flowing, he's more than strong enough as a player to get himself back into this game and offer more firepower to this FearX roster, who are essentially, dare I say, playing a man down at the moment.
Oh, he was second best.
1 and 15.
Yeah, he was second best on the team coming in, 73% cost.
Rin, opening kill, huge, on to Anaton. Not a lot of lost utility, and I think Anaton actually went for a run out. The FearX need these opening kills. It's been quite 50-50 so far here on Cafe. With that, though, they now established a little trend. 4 of the last 5 rounds have gone the way of FearX, and no surprise to see that scoreboard starting to go more in their fashion, dealing with some of this utility over towards default. This is actually really good pacing for FearX. I feel like they're getting a lot done early in this round.
Oh,
Walkie straight towards Black Stairs. He's 8 and 3.
Well, Good Boy might not be getting kills, but he flushed him out with that utility.
Good utility usage, and now in for the site, looking to get the plant down. Really well orchestrated attacking round from FearX, and just believes in themselves enough that maybe they can bring this series back. Black
what?
I mean, I'm not too surprised that he finds that headshot through the soft wall. But with Sharif down, that's the Robin Dawn for that Batman, and Rin the double kill, and FearX make a statement to begin this second half. That was a swift attack, well orchestrated attack, and shows how good this team can be when they are all firing.
Yeah, not showing a lot of fear there through the mid-round, which was, you know, really nice to see. Did a good job dismissing the initial run-out attempt, gave themselves that advantage, that breathing room. They leaned then into the utility of the Ying to flush out the stairs, and then from there, able to crunch site, overwhelm, trade out. Good opening round for the attack to find a bit of comfort and some confidence. Now we look at Cyclops to respond. We go downstairs, over towards kitchen. A site, especially with the compositions that I'm kind of seeing off screen, is going to lean itself into being very much focused on the late round, which has been scrappy on this side in rounds gone by. So,
well, they just looked like they had confidence in their attack.
Yeah, they're just taking. They weren't afraid to take on these fights, and for the most part, they had either supporting utility or someone close by to trade.
And I think the onus actually came at the end of the first half. It was that final 6th round. What did they do? They kind of changed up their mindset. Let's go head on. Let's kind of bring the fight to CAG. And they kind of then embody that, started then off in the second half as well, where they say, hey, let's play pretty fast without it looking rushed, because it wasn't. You can find kills and get good map space early in rounds without it being sort of rushed. It was well orchestrated. Bodes well for FearX if they can continue to play such as that. And like you said, even though Good Boy didn't find a kill, his utility usage certainly helped enable them to win that round. 4-3 lead for FearX. First time they've led in this match since round 3. It's been
it's round 3.
Rayora back in the fold. What do you think the win rate, the win rate has been with her at this event?
30%.
33.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I'll take that. I mean, a good margin there. Sharif over towards Brown Stairs. There is actually one towards bot white. Mephi, is he ready for it? Knows there's one inside of VIP, but he's also conscious of that long angle. Woogie though. Ooh. And Rin open things up for FearX. That front door has just been beaten down. They've made their way in, and FearX is starting to put the fear into CAG.
Go boys.
I'm hearing the crowd, Jake.
I'm hearing FearX.
Yeah.
And this is the FearX we expected coming into this quarterfinal. And the FearX we're starting to get. And Coda just said in chat, Good Boy has logged in. GG.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they've been playing a man down. I cannot put it any other way. At one point, you're 1-15 in a best-of-3 series. You're losing a lot of firepower there over the course of many, many rounds, but flawless there from FearX. And again, I think it's really startling if you're CAG. The 2 rounds that have played out in this half have just been so utterly dominant.
Yeah.
New drone, good day.
Cafe is a very difficult map. I mean, difficult in online, but especially Cafe, to get that ground without trades. And so to do it in such a dominant fashion, especially in that prior round, flawless in the end.
10 seconds left.
Very impressive effort. I love the mentality that FearX have brought in that final round of the half, the double down decision there, I think, to then confirm it and transition that into attack.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
It's worked out really nicely for them. Cyclops now, much like their counterparts, they go to mining. Will FearX have the same teething issues on their first attempt attacking into this site? Now, in contrast, they do have the RAM available, so Vert is going to be the win con for them. They want to get that control above, cover planks with Gridlock, and Woogie on the shield. So they have the ability to play forward info, play it safe.
On the map of Cafe right now, Blackray is a 189 EPS. The next player on CAG is an 81. That is a gulf. That is a chasm. I mean, like, it is not even comparable. Blackray needs help. Otherwise, this map could very much get away from CAG.
He's on the pulse for this round, so arguably his role on paper is to actually gather info and aid others.
And aid others.
Honestly, he might just be doing it for self-sufficient info.
Well, to be fair, the pacing this round for FearX not as quick as the previous one. They have certainly been slowed down. They've got the Monty though, that can obviously aid in that more slower pace. And as you said, mining might be a little bit trickier here for FearX. It was certainly for CAG back in the opening round of this map. Shareep contact Red Stairs. You certainly don't want to give up another opening kill. It's been, oh, never mind. As I've just said it, Shareep has been cleared. Red Stairs. That's 4 opening kills now in a row to FearX.
Blackray.
6 of the last 7. And with Blackray being shut down by Good Boy, the tide has well and truly turned into the favor of FearX. He indeed has locked in. And FearX are about to log off CAG here on Cafe. It's an onslaught in this second half. But hey, a free one for Akali.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter though. They are just swarming. That third map is very much waiting.
I'm loving the energy from this team on the stage. First time Korea has played in front
Who does it go back to? If you want to pinpoint the moment that things turn dark, timeout. Boys, let's do this again. I believe. He believed in his roster. He believed in his team. And since then, they've believed in him.
Yeah. He's been a massive difference maker, and Good Boy switching on as well. I mean, he gets the key kill there onto Blackray, who had info. The pulse scanner was just out. Put it back in the pocket, tried to find a pick back to help his team fight back into the round. But they cannot just be relying on that one individual. Everybody around the map just breaking down, losing their ones, losing that control. 3 map points FearX. I cannot believe I'm saying that sentence after what we have seen so far.
It was a 3-2 lead in favor of CAG. Since then, bang, 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 and bang from FearX as they've brought this back to a resounding lead. Bank calling our names. The deciding map of this quarterfinal between these APAC teams. And for FearX, that's the fear for CAG. They have woken up. And unequivocally, the best that we've had from FearX at this tournament far outweighs the best from CAG, and that's a scary thought if you're a CAG fan.
Rin has chipped away to 12-3, mind you.
That's Rin, just quietly in the dark, poking away.
Okay.
And Blackray has quietly just been halted.
Yeah. Spawn pick attempt, so desperation setting in here.
I mean, at this point, Blackray just says, I'm Batman, and I've got to go and get them all, because no one else is doing it. But the Montang is not the man you want to see. Oh, there was one spotted. A little delayed, but the shots come through. Some onto Mephi. Blackray sensing that he has to turn the tide, but this is if he's missed them all. Black Gray's been deactivated here on Cafe after a huge start. That was a huge opportunity, and that was the Capitao. So much utility.
That's massive. That is a massive moment for this round. FearX, Mephi specifically, getting away with it. And that utility will come into play later. The flames, the smokes, depending on what kind of play they want to go for, if it's like a washrooms clear, a drop, skylight, etc. A couple of different options available, but that will be a very important tool in about a minute and a half time.
And it allows FearX to just slowly make their way into the site now, knowing that the first shots from CAG has grazed them. Jibitsu towards Cocktail, knows there's one on the rappel.
Well, I mean, Washrooms is good here. It's really just over.
Jibitsu, by the way, does have a drone. Keep that in mind on the Mozzie. He has captured one.
Here we go. They've got a player isolated.
Woogie on the Monty. He's just making his way back. Drop down coded in front of them. There was a one-for-one trade between Akali and Rin. The timing is everything.
Timing.
The Mozzie. Slight advantage now for FearX. Still plenty of time. Mephi to double down. Gets rid of Sharif. And indeed, with Blackberry still on the board, this round's not over, but it is looking done. Needs help from Anaton. Needs help from his warden. But Blackberry says, I don't need the help. I'll do it myself. And he does indeed have yellow ping information.
There's a BPC. I don't know if I got cleared.
And there's a drone as well from the fallen Mozzie. 60 seconds. Blackray already having a tremendous map. Needs to go a little bit more. It's up close. And he sends the message from the Blackray. Anaton is the last man standing for Cyclops. 50 seconds for FearX to send us to a third decisive map.
Cyclops are done here. Anaton, 1-6, 1 versus 3. FearX firing on all cylinders.
Monty as well, taking the shield man into account, needs to deal with Wookie quickly. Now, there's one above. He's wary of that. The shots ring out, and the shots hit the mark.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys.
In this all APAC showdown, of course that third map was required.
Unbelievable from FearX. We all but counted them out. We thought Cafe was going to be a write-off. We thought they would struggle on attack.
Blackray was 12-2 and CAG was singing. But FearX are the ones now in control of the orchestra. We are heading to bank. A third map is needed here.
FearX, they come back. They outshine CAG on Cafe, and now this series has legs. Now it gets more interesting for this APAC North rivalry. Honestly, a much more put together FearX in this. Of course, the highlights we're checking out right now presented to you by Games Pass. If you guys want to redeem and win some rewards, just make sure you're playing once it launches. It's pretty simple. But Lax, as we start to deep dive into this one, it just looked like a different FearX.
This is the beauty of a best three, baby, is the fact that you cannot show the best showing the first map, but immediately come out the gates in the second map to show pure dominance. And this is exactly the FearX that we were seeing in phase one that was putting up such a good performance. They were confident, you could tell. And realistically, I don't think Keg played very well into the bans. We're on that exact opposite end. FearX absolutely abused it, especially on that Monty. And even in that last round specifically, Wuggy Man was doing such a good job on that Monty. And in that round, Coded gets a kill, making it a 1v3 and starts BMing for a good 20 seconds. And then he also closes out the round, making it a 7-3. FearX is back.
Yeah, FearX played really well. The biggest issue we talked about was getting inside the map, getting your foot in the door. They didn't have an issue with that. They were easily accessing the building, and once they were in, their attacks were phenomenal, always focusing on getting that execute down. CAG looked like they were playing a more individualized Siege, which was the biggest issue. Yep. And it's very interesting to see both teams kind of flip-flopping each other's maps, just because on a bigger map, you'd expect FearX to be better. On a smaller map, you'd expect CAG to be better. But it was the opposite. CAG had a very difficult time of being able to shut them out, getting into the building. And then once the sides swapped, CAG's attack, they just looked really bad. They looked like that worst attacking Ray team today in that map too.
I mean, talking about CAG, Black Ray needs help. Yeah. He dropped 16 kills, and I think the highest kill underneath him was maybe 5. So if we're going into the third map, which we are going to, everybody needs to step it up. It's do or die.
Gents, as much as I love hearing from you, there's one thing I like more, and that's to hear from the players. Maria's courtside to have a little bit of a conversation.
What a game from FearX, and now you have all the love from Brazil, from the Brazilian crowd. Can you feel it?
Eu te amo, Brazilian!
Thank you so much, also. You're doing so great.
Thank you so much.
You spoke about the aggressiveness in the second map from CAG. What happened?
I don't know, it just didn't work out. I think someone stole my mouse. I don't know what happened. My aim was just all over the place. I don't know what happened.
Okay, now for this third map, you have to have aim.
Yeah. I don't know what happened, but yeah, Bank next one's map. Bank is gonna be easy.
Ooh, let's see.
Isn't that Wi-Fi like struggling?
FearX re-entered the room to a standing ovation. Not really, but almost. It was a round of applause, very loud, very vocal. I guess the Brazilians are happy that they've pushed it one map further. We head to Bank now, gentlemen. This map might be a little bit more open. It might be a little bit bigger, but what can we expect, Lax?
I mean, realistically, you got to put the clamps on FearX right now if you're KEG, because they are looking confident compared to what you were seeing the first map. And again, that is what has pushed them through all of phase one and finding themselves here. And again, it's a best of three. So you can come back from this. KEG can easily understand where they went wrong. And me personally, where they went wrong is they weren't abusing the shields. They were not playing into the bans that they set up in those operators. So especially coming into Bank, a far bigger map, you can use these bans against your opponent, but you really have to stay on top of it.
And I'm glad you brought up the bans, because KEG obviously did not respect FearX on Cafe running that Monty. They didn't ban it. And so obviously KEG has to be able to now anticipate that, but also on the flip side, we know the shields aren't going to be available for Anderson. We know the shields aren't going to be available for KEG. And that looked like it really struggled. The Blackbeard wasn't working for KEG. They need to be able to find a new avenue to get those attack wins. That'll be the most important thing for KEG going into Bank. Because if they can't get the attacks down, their defenses looked very sloppy. And if FearX has that confidence,
let's go.
They are going to be able to run away with it.
The game's a little bit up in the air at the moment. Momentum might be back in FearX's favor here, but we've seen individuals pop off on CAG as well. Do you have a favorite here, Lax? Do you have someone you're leaning toward?
I mean, like we said, Black Ray had a huge performance on Cafe. I'm not looking at one individual player. I'm looking at everyone from KEG, because this is it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Black Ray, if he can keep that level of play, he just needs a little bit of help.
Yes.
Arcolian first map had 12 kills. In the second map, you dwindle down a little bit. If he can pop it back up in third map, they'll be set.
All right, gents, thank you very much for joining us here for the pre-map. It is time for us to get underway with Bank, but before we do, Maria had a chat with Diddy, man, the coach of CAG.
Right now, you need to win this map to stay alive in the tournament. So what was the conversation during the pause?
生き残るためにこのマップを勝たないといけないんですけれども、このマップの前のチームとの話はどうしましたか？
そうですね、あんまり喋れてはないんですけど、トイレで、チーム全体ちょっとふわふわした状態になってたんで、チーム一丸となって最後のマップは取りに行きたいと思います。
So yeah, we didn't talk yet because we were in the toilet all, but the conversation is going to be basically, we were like a bit shaky in this previous map, so just keep it together and go for the map and win it.
Thank you.
So both of our APAC Titans have traded blows now, 1-for-1, both stealing each other's map picks as well. Sets us up perfectly going into Bank, and honestly, I don't know who to really root for or expect to win this map, but for FearX, they've got the momentum going into it.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like all of the expectation setting that we have done in this entire series thus far has been meh at best. I mean, I thought FearX were going to take this in a two-way fashion. Map 1, bit of a disaster. The desk thought, especially Cafe Attack, FearX, going to be a struggle. Anything but. So Bank is a blank slate. We get to jump in, let the better team win.
Blackray was immense on Cafe, but it wasn't enough. He needed others to stand up. I was looking at some of his numbers and also the numbers of his teammates on that map. 166 EPS, went 16 and 7. Everyone else was 69 and below in terms of EPS. That's not nice.
No. Yeah, Cyclops really found it rough there on that prior map. Social prediction now leaning back towards FearX.
Ultimately, though, it's 50-50 as we head into Bank. The deciding map here of this quarterfinal between our two APAC juggernauts. Will it be FearX? Will it be CAG to make a semi-final? We're about to find out. So it comes down to this, the final dance between these two partners, FearX, CAG. Korea versus Japan, APAC v APAC. Only one, though, can now move forward to that semi-final. Only one can continue to progress, to impress. Who's it going to be?
I was going to ask you, who do you think it's going to be?
Well, the respect is certainly there for both of these two teams. I'm going to say that first and foremost. I think, though, FearX have the momentum. I also like Bank for them as well. A little bit more of an open kind of map. They're a really good attacking team. The entries not really supposed to be a strength of CAG, although they've found a little bit of success so far in this series. CAG also do begin on the defense, right? That's probably where you want to be if you are CAG right now. They ban out the Monte, they ban out the Dokkaebi, Inverse, the Mirror, and the Kaid off the board.
CAG respecting the Monty on this occasion. They take it out. We have seen Woogie thus far be quite impactful on these shields. Not necessarily in terms of getting kills, but that's never really his role. Instead, to gain information, gain space, and do so in a fashion that is a little bit safer. So that's a big change up heading into this map. All the other bands across the board are pretty...
All right, how's it going to go? Who's winning this one?
Bank, Kaid, a classic. Mirror, very good on multiple sites. And Dokkaebi as well will aid on such a large map. Clear. To basement, we go though round 1. A site that has played out, you know, rather similarly to what it was pre-Siege X. Some teams elected to go for open holds, hatch drops, etc. Others a little bit more contained, turtling down. We'll see what CAG look to bring this time around. But there's initially a Rainbow was open, Chibisu in elevator, and so FearX will look to break that down.
Cyclops need to start well here because all the momentum's with FearX. Ever since that tactical timeout midway through Cafe from Dark, it's been a FearX onslaught. And you're on defense Bank, and especially with basement as well being the opening site, this is where you want to begin well. If you're Cyclops, get some momentum and energy back into the team as well. I know you've had the break between the maps. And curious to see how they're going to actually play this out, because it's not entirely the most conventional looking lineup. You've got the Ala, for instance, over towards Blue Stairs. I mean, the rest of it's pretty much on brand. Tuberow can, of course, delay with his auto canisters. You got the Fenrir as well to deny the ability to kind of just pushing freely.
I'll be honest, with no catch and no warden, if you're not clearing Blue Stairs here, FearX, you're not setting the tone very well for the half.
It's an aggressive lineup as well from FearX. They bring the Sens, which can be utilized in a couple of different fashions. Depends if they want to go for a vault here or rather default. Block off a lot of the long lines of sight that you can typically see towards lockers and CCTV. And it is a full 5-stack down below basement for CAG. No contest whatsoever here on that first floor. Now, to be fair, Anata playing the Ala at some point if he wants to activate from Blue Stairs. If FearX are electing to not go in that direction, he could go on a flank.
Shotgun, though?
Probably not.
Mephi as well, not having to use any death mark.
Oh, Akali is deep garage as well, by the way.
For the late round sweep. Calculated play.
I think Anatid's just going to want to hold this position for as long as possible. Probably won't look to push out. Drone over towards Vault. We have seen a couple of teams so far at this event really go for those Vault-centric attacks for Basement Bank.
Yeah, with the Sens to cover the drop.
And you've got the Blackbeard as well to facilitate the drop far more successfully. With the shield up, very difficult to die straight away. Nitro Souls, of course, do go out really, really early. Although it hasn't exploded, his pre-plays that should get shot out or at least be noticed. 50 seconds, by the way, in terms of time here for FearX, and CAG are very much bodied over towards Vault.
Whoa. Aggressive over towards main. Blackray
No
Very good on
surprise.
the last map.
And there's one stuck in towards Elevator now. That's Good Boy. Caught out by that Gas Babe. Can't push forward. No pressure over towards the server side. It will be the drop. Woogie will fall. Trade does come through. 30 seconds. Still some time. Don't have to panic here if you're FearX. The kid's still in a bad spot. Only just now picked up by Rin. Got to make your way towards the site. While you do have this vault control, you haven't really cleared out the site itself.
20 seconds on the clock. A 1v4. Cyclops resilient in this opening round.
I mean, that's just not the
was
attack to open up
terrible.
here. Third map, decisive map of a quarterfinal for FearX. The whole way through, it was clear to be Elevator, clear to be Vault-centric. Nothing towards server side. Nothing aiming towards CCTV. There was no red herring. There was no deceptiveness. And that made it very, very comfortable and easy for CAG to read.
It was easy to read, and I'd go as far as to say it just isn't the right play into that comp anyway, right? And no Warden, no catch. Blue clear should have been the play at minimum to isolate one and then go from there.
The ROUs either, too, were not effective.
They were to some degree, but I mean, it was more so like the backline gold, etc. and others over towards Elevator that just didn't have impact. Good regress as well, main, right? Blackray massive with the shotgun main. He was very, very pivotal back on Cafe. Cyclops, though, need to be mindful that they aren't fully reliant on him on this map. Despite popping off, it was nowhere near enough for them to win that last map.
So CAG on the board. Third and final map of this quarterfinal, the All APAC Showdown. And again, as I said, I think for their own sake of momentum building, that's really the way you want to start a very convincing round. Everyone was well positioned. Everyone understood what they needed to do. And for Blackray to go and find another 2 kills as well to add to his overall tally. Do you want to know how much he's got now in terms of kills overall?
25 plus.
He's up to 26 kills.
I was close. I'll take that.
You did say 25 plus.
Yeah.
It's a little bit cheating, but that's okay.
So top floor. One of the sites, especially in Siege X, that's probably impacted the most with bans. We've talked a lot about the range double hard breach, but it won't play a role here in this particular round. I suppose one thing for Banana won't be a win con. One thing as well to keep in mind, with that diffuser going down on this site, typically and traditionally very difficult retake. And again, Siege X, when you vault out, the inability to ADS immediately can prove to be a problem. But oddly enough, it was actually Rin. I think that hit an insane hit fire jump out on this site.
Speaking of Rin as well, he has 25 kills so far, so it's going blow for blow between Rin and Blackray for their respective teams. Rin on the Blackbeard for this round as we go top floor. Mephi needs to have impact on that Glaz. Imagine eventually could go top square, could go airlock if they want to be super aggressive. Arkali towards Talas, and Good Boy is going to lose his life again. A nightmare series continues for Good Boy. Opening kill for CAG for the second round running to begin on Bank is a great way to begin for the defensive team. And another one. How does Arkali find a second? This time onto Woogie Man, and you lose the Capitao. This round is falling apart for
Where are you going?
Horror start on Bank. Although Coded, with an entry in towards CEO, finds the double kill.
No diffuser.
Diffuser is a long way away, but Mephi is there to collect. He will be able to acquire the diffuser. And Blackray is very low.
Where are you going?
Still over a minute remaining. Still very much a winnable round here for FearX.
Coded on camera though. Cyclops may look to crunch that position.
Mephi has to stay alive. He has to stay alive here.
Chasing one. Arkali though, able to escape. Can now play the cross, the triangle with the rest of the team top floor.
Coded has not moved an inch. And he finds another one. 3 in the round from Coded. The sloppy start for FearX now in the back of their minds and firmly feeling like they could take this second round. Blackray so low on health, but he only needs a sliver to stay alive. And without Anaton now, it's a quad from Coded, looking for the ace. But you just know Blackray will not go down without a fight in Janitor, but so low on health. 20 seconds left here for FearX. They must stick to plan, and Coded will be shut down. Blackray with a monster kill, and Mephi.
How did you not think he was still in Janitor, bro?
Do you go for the plant or you go for the kill? He will go for the plant.
Mephi will stick, and Blackray needs to clutch up.
So close through the softball. Blackray, so instrumental on Cafe, but couldn't get the chocolates, and now a chance to steal a crucial round here for CAG. Mephi pinged out, position now known towards airlock, and he can play the castle barricade. 28 seconds for Blackray to think this through, but he's low.
Oh boy.
Mephi gets it done.
Ah, boy.
All so close. FearX bite back in round 2. The start, the initial push was poor, but they were able to recover nicely. Coded 4 massive kills, and Cyclops, they elected not to crunch that position. I believe they had some info off the Echo. Instead, fortified, they went for the triangle. Coded able to go chip away to break it down, and despite dying, the Glaz able to clutch up.
I mean, a crucial round. Considering it started so strongly for CAG, it felt like it was going to be that foregone conclusion that there maybe wasn't a way back into the round for FearX. Akali's so dominant towards towers. He found 2 kills early in the round, dealt with Woogie and the Kappa Tower. So lost a lot of that utility, and it's this moment here. At 5v2 at that point in time, and Coded was able to go and find 4 kills up top in sight. But Blackray, well, he never wilted, never panicked. And in the end, yes, Mephi was able to stop him, but it was because he was so low on health, and you just almost felt like it was meant to be for Blackray with the way he's been playing so far in this series. But 1-1. Hard to say if that should have been a CAG round, considering how big Coded actually went.
Double shield, FearX, Blitz, Blackbeard. What sort of impact may that have on the roam clear here from the attack? Looking to head it from stock across. Akali, though, close by, has supportive utility, keep barriers. Oh, it's aggressive. Akali.
Up close, the Blitz in your face is a nightmare to deal with. Has been able to get away, though. Up close, Rin can't win the battle with the Blackbeard. Shield up, it doesn't matter. Chibitsu finds the angle with the shotgun. Opening kill goes the way of CAG for the 3rd round straight to begin on bank.
No follow-up with Rin. He had the pressure, he had the jump, but he just didn't have the means to actually kill the player up close. And again, Cyclops, early round advantage.
It is wild how bad they are on entry.
FearX are never out of these rounds.
Well, I would pencil that as an anomaly, even with Coded still up.
And to be fair, it is only 1 player down at the moment. Plenty of time still remaining for FearX. CAG well positioned, defending Staff and open. Mephi down below. Still 2 Adrenal Surges available for Coded, by the way, so that can get Woogie back up to full health. I'm surprised he hasn't elected to actually just kind of use this now, just to get that Blitz back to full strength. 1 in towards Elevator, you've got to get this kill. Cannot allow him to get away, surely not. And indeed, Sharif cannot find an exit.
Yeah, that's better. So 4 versus 4.
Please use this Adrenal Surge to get Woogie back to full health. Got 2 available. If Coded goes down here, that'll keep Woogie at half health.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, suppose potentially saving it for.
Well, I know you want to probably save it, but it's 45 seconds. I mean, how much longer do you need to kind of save this for? You're going to want Woogie to drop. There is that first Adrenal Surge. And Coded does find the kill onto Akali. Standing up, looking for the response is Anaton. Tucked in deep back of the corner and eventually overwhelmed. And now up close is that Blitz. A little higher in health, courtesy of that Adrenal Surge. And yeah, FearX sweep through the sight. Second round found, running for
Let's
FearX.
go, boys. Let's go.
Well, we saw them test a couple of different points of that defense very early on. We had the stock extension with the Azami, and then up close and personal inside of the kitchen tuck over towards quad wall. One worked out, one kind of didn't. Rin fell early, but then they used the other pieces still available on attack to break down and isolate other picks. Chibisu, great job there. Instaff. Woogie, though, responds immediately with this clear. Critical over towards Elevator, so 4 versus 4. They recompose. Eventually the hatch shot works out. The print to jump in was massive as well in helping to break the cross and dislodge a lot of that defensive structure. FearX, where they found themselves in the positions to sort of pounce mid to late round, they have actually been taking them really well for the most part. I mean, Cafe, a very, very good example of that, so.
Well, Blitz is banned out now.
Yeah.
Good response. Of course, with the new ban system, you can kind of adjust mid-half of these rounds.
Well, we go to basement again, right? And we're not seeing the Warden, we're not seeing Catch. So Anaton's going to post up blue, and I think FearX need to test that. They need to be going for the util dump, clearing it, cutting it off, open the hatch, force pressure in towards that position. For me, at the very least, try to isolate him and get the pick, and then maybe, if you want to consider the gold rotate or you want to consider some kind of other execute, go for it.
You need pressure on both sides.
The immediate gold hit, and I think they might go for it. I'm really not a massive fan of, at least the way in which they played it last time, and what's making me think.
On lobby, figure it out.
I think they're going to go for it again is the Saints.
I mean, the same lineup, right? That's the thing. So you can obviously play this certainly on a default server here in towards CCTV. But naturally, you're going to expect them to look to, as I said, replicate what they did in the opening round and go for that vault-centric drop. But what you do need to do, as you said, put pressure towards Blue Stairs, force them away from that position, get them out of server, force them back into sight, then go for the hit, because now they're going to worry about both sides. Even a bit more main stairs pressure rather than a hatch drop, which is what we saw later in that opening round. fearax also have the momentum now. They're winning 2 rounds running. Pretty much a full stack below, except for Chibitsu, who was first floor elevator, has now dropped. We'll give that position up. If not, Mine's in place for any kind of elevator pressure. Anderton once again posted up towards Blue Stairs. Does actually pocket his Grismont Mines for now. Especially if fearax are going to go for this full focus vault drop again. You may as well just kind of keep them and then use them later in the round.
Ice cold metal. I don't think it's going to take CAG too long to clue in as to what this push is going to be. They know that fearax are leaning into the back push from their experience last time.
Woogie has droned out Blue Stairs.
Yeah, I mean, Anderton now might perhaps find himself under a little bit of pressure, but the clear util from fearax is not great.
They are putting way more pressure, though, towards the server side of basement. 90 seconds. Woogie postures top blue. Up close is Anderton.
They have potential flash dump from Coded.
Do they look to clear this position? It would severely weaken the defense of CAG. And talk about a big win for Woogie. Clears out Blue Stairs. And now puts that CAG defense under an immense amount of pressure. They have to factor in both sides. Shreep is posted up in Vault. They're still expecting pressure from fearax on that drop. But now that they've cleared Blue Stairs, they can certainly go for the more direct avenue of a server side hit.
Yeah, it's looking a lot better. I was pessimistic on the blue clear, but the path forward now towards the wing con for a default plan, or perhaps going deep for the ball plant.
3 gas babes still up, though, for Black Wraith to deny any kind of default hit. There is a Vulcan canister that does need to be dealt with.
Mephi's been sitting and waiting a long time in open to activate, and I think Rin's utility might be the trigger.
This is definitely going to be a default hit. No one postured on the elevator or a vault side of the map. You got players playing hatches with the ROUs, the Candelas, for example, to try and help deny the ability for the defense.
They're going to go hatch drop. Going to go hatch drop. Woogie has the diffuser here.
Going to look to go deep. 1 gas babe available for Black Wraith. Time will be a factor as well to consider. If Woogie does die at some point here while going for this plant, it could be a disruptive moment for fearax. Inside of CCTV, really deep. Certainly an off-angle position, but the Nitro does hit its mark from Sharif.
10 seconds on the clock. The gold hold from Sharif needs to be strong. Now just 5, and Rin re-attempting the plant. Will it be stuck? The answer is yes, and it's round over. Sharif isolated, and
wow, that was wild.
Made it work.
Even despite that Nitro cell,
great round.
It does not matter. fearax find a hole in the CAG defense of Bank Basement, and they take a 3-1 lead. Do you go the early tactical timeout here? You do.
Yeah, I think you do.
It has been taken, of course, by CAG. We should reference that. The Coded has been immense so far. 8-2 here for fearax.
I mean, how much better was that attack, though?
Much better.
Instead of the one-dimensional, let's tell the entire world we're going for this push, they dabbled around, they tested the waters, they made sure main was held with the Ying. The clear towards blue, I think they probably got a little bit fortunate.
I mean, Anderton has been really struggling in this series now. 6 and 18, 61 EPS, and 0-4 entry. So if you're playing that Blue Stairs position, you may not necessarily be like an entry bragger kind of player, but you're going to have to know that you're going to be one of the early targets in these rounds.
Didn't waste much time and took no one with him, so... The plant denial, the Nitro was absolutely huge, but then snappy response, Rin able to execute plant attempts, number 2. And yeah, Woogie gets the pick before being disrupted by the Alamine, which is critical. Not much time left on the clock, and Mephi actually didn't elect to go for the drop in the end there, and that worked out. and the crowd, who clearly are big FearX fans at this event.
At least in this matchup.
At least in this matchup, until they potentially take on a Brazilian team. Are very much on their feet.
And no blitz, no worries as well, because you can just kind of cycle over to a different operator with a shield, in this case the Blackbeard.
Yeah, it worked really well.
CAG have got to get the next 2 rounds here. Although I say that, it is bank. And if it does end up being a kind of more open style sort of bank where the attackers can kind of roam, get a lot of map control, certainly CAG could find success on their own attacking half to come. But they just don't really want to allow their scoreboard to get out, blow out. You think about the first map that they won, they had that 6-2 lead, so they were able to kind of close that out 7-4. Second map, they had a 3-2 lead, but then FearX were able to just run away with it and eventually win 7-3 on Cafe. And that previous round as well was the first round that FearX actually got an opening kill. The other 3 rounds went the way of CAG.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Well, Wookie goes down really early on the Ossa, and that's not ideal. No shield available. Big kill from Blackray. Having a monstrous series so far. Maybe more is required of him as well if CAG had to get themselves out of this hole. But certainly a good start for this 5th round, but you've got to convert. So far, 2 opening kill rounds for CAG were not converted into round wins. One of those being a 5v2.
I think questions to be asked of Good Boy as well in this round as we switch to his POV. On the Nook, lurk potentially the up through main or blue. Nobody currently in basement at the moment from CAG. Mozzie intel is absolutely massive at the moment though. And
oh no, you guys aren't seeing these drones and like pinging them to see if they're used or not.
Nitro.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Something to consider. Certainly the firepower available for CAG in this round. They've fully given up that top floor as well, so don't be too surprised if you hear a couple of those nitros ring out over the next 20, 30
Come on,
seconds.
boys. There's no you guys don't see these drones.
They need to flush somebody down towards Good Boy, or Good Boy needs to make a play up. It's the only way they break open the defense. I mean, there is a player in elevator to flush.
It has been a rough series for Good Boy. Could this be the time that he activates on the Nook? Indeed, he will.
Okay.
Akali caught napping inside of elevator from below. Good Boy activates.
They didn't have to work hard for
So
that.
nobody's seeing the drones.
Still got those 4 nitrosols available for CAG. You've got to start throwing some of these out. Put some pressure up above, but right now no one positioned inside of stock for FearX, although Mephi back in. He is postured for that hatch drop with the diffuser.
Oh, they're on drone.
Coded, eliminated at the hands of Blackray. Over towards Archives. I think Rin is
yellow ping.
Thinking about a drop as well from Janitor. Good Boy. Oh, it's another one for Good Boy. Needs a little bit of help though. Started to run out of space, and Rin in a 1v2 with no time remaining. Cannot make it happen. Shut down by Chibitsu.
It's weird, like it feels like there's so much
CAG
unawareness
finds
of
their
like
response after that
that their
tactical
drones have been
timeout.
hacked.
3-2.
The Mozzie in that last round, massive impact. We saw the drone above feeding the vert info, and whilst it may not have necessarily translated to massive direct amount of kills, it fed a lot of info. The one in towards stock late as well, so the reposition for the inevitable execute, again, well played. Those on site doing their job on the anchor roll. And Good Boy was a threat there. He was able to get a nice 2 kills, but unfortunately for him, kind of put in a challenging position where he at minimum had to find the 3rd then to open up the late round trade potential. So.
He had to do a little too much, didn't he?
Yeah.
So final round of the half. It was a 3-3 half on the second map. It was a 4-2 lead for CAG back on the opening map of Lair, which feels like a lifetime ago now. It's been a long series, but a good one. It certainly has lived up to the billing for the APAC showdown.
Need that Twitch, boys? Oh,
Continues to
okay.
struggle, Guz. He is such a star player. Top 15 player at the tournament coming into this quarterfinal with a 112 EPS, plus 10 KD. Well, that plus 10 KD has evaporated into thin air because he's minus 13 in this series and 0-5 entry. Sharif is also 1-4 on entry, but to bring the positive, 6-1 entry for Blackray and 4-1 for Akali. Blackray has been the clear standout, and Sharif again falling, another negative on the entry.
Yeah. Good initial aggression in the round from FearX to help unlock this first floor control.
Why don't you just blow through that as
now up above. GBC also second floor. FearX should have a read.
Can Arcali get anything from this position in Janitor, where he's now quite low on health? Tricky position, doesn't really have a lot of help.
Someone needs a drone. Someone needs a drone.
Yeah, I mean, does he just kind of try and get something before he eventually goes down? I don't think he's getting out of this position. Not with a player in stock. That's a great swing from Jibitsu. Gets rid of the Habana. Helps out Arcali. Stuck over towards Janitor. May think about a rotate now, and he does do so through the hatch. He's out of there. Well timed. The fact that he's alive out of that position is courtesy of Jibitsu.
Secondary hard breach available still for the attack. Losing the Habana, not necessarily the biggest of losses. Certainly could have been worse.
Yeah, but it's coded.
Yeah, that was more so what I was going to follow up with, right? Not necessarily the operator on this occasion, but the player behind it.
More droning from FearX to find out if there's any lurkers on this first floor, of which we know there are none. 4-man stack inside a basement now for CAG.
I know blue stairs hold this time around, so do FearX look to actually lean into that? Is that maybe a little bit too predictable? Into the Echo now on the board. Does the back hit the play? There's a lot of decisions to be made in the next 60 seconds for FearX.
Good information there as well off the Yokai from Anderton through the hatch to just see if they're postured up in that position. Right now, this very much could still be either side in terms of the site for FearX as to where they want to kind of hit this. Because those secondary hard breaches helping them be able to unlock these hard breaches. They've now opened up all of them.
Anderton with good info.
No one's hearing? Oh my god.
Well. The ROU out. Still got Vulcan canisters as well. He's actually able to ping that. Drop. Good boy. Doesn't even make it down. Trade does come through swiftly. And it's time for FearX to get going.
20 seconds then. Woogie needs to find value. Mephi deep shotgun in hand, but traded.
Yeah, but traded from a player in Garage. How much more can Arcali have in terms of a say in this round? Feels like this is the time that Anaton needs to activate to the level that we know he is capable of. Deep inside of CC, Rin moving through the hallway. That kid on the floor, there's no time left. There is Anaton.
Hey, let him have that one. Crazy.
They had the Blackbeard watching that player. There was an opportunity to trade that out, potentially then flick back for the plan and cut off the remaining defender, but the chaos getting the better of FearX in that round. Cyclops, to their credit, withstand the pressure.
We go 3-3 at the half. We are all tied up here in this deciding map. And this is the beginning of the round for me, because you lose Sharit, you lose the pulse, you lose a lot of information, you lose the body. Chipitsu knows as well that Arcali is stuck towards Janitor. That swing kind of helps get him out.
They knew Anaton was there. The Blackbeard staring at him for 10 seconds before that.
I mean, for Anaton to still get those kills with so little time remaining on the clock and knowing how chaotic that end of round was for a player that's been struggling in this series, could that waken him up?
Wasn't even the shots. We saw just how much info he was relaying off the Yokai as well before that. So massive round for him in a series that hasn't quite gone his way. Fans have come through then for round 7 onwards. Monty, Ace, Tubarao, and Echo. Does set the stage for potentially the double range hard breach. The Ace and the Habana could be taken off the board. It makes top floor much more difficult to attack. We'll certainly wait and see how that dynamic plays out. We go to top floor to kick things off though. Cyclops wanting to take this opportunity, perhaps their best opportunity of the half, to win this site.
Well, it couldn't be closer, could it? 1-1, 3-3. Making it even more difficult to predict who will move forward into the semi-final. Continuing to represent APAC at this tournament.
10 seconds to go.
And it's going to come down to moments. It always does in these kind of tight matches. You can have your systems, you can have your fundamentals, but it's going to come down to moments like Coded on a 4K, Anaton with the Yokais, end of round, previous round. Who's going to be able to get some clutch kills, some clutch moments?
I mean, Mephi Glaz 1v1, right? Been a few of them.
And you've got to be ready for that as a player individually when it's your time to be in that situation where it may be a 1v1, or you may have to delay, or you may have to just trade for your life. Pre-prep on the castle barricade.
Anderton on Blitz though. This could be very, very exciting. I feel like he's been a bit constricted in this match so far in terms of shield impact. and how individually skilled he is mechanically.
Let's go.
He can create openings and jewels and apply pressure in a way that not many others can.
All right, how's their defense gonna do? Because 3-3, it's not terrible. We would have liked them to have the 4-2, but
level impact, which is really good to see.
we'll see.
Certainly
Maybe it'll be like watching like with like watching G2 where they like where G2 like just dominates on defense on this map. So if they can just turn it around and rock this sucker 4 straight rounds.
Get to work as well and dealing with a lot of the utility towards stock.
So we'll see.
And who can handle the nerves a little bit better here?
Oh, wow. I mean, that's a really good shock drone. A lot of info. Utility dealt with. Groundwork at the moment from Cyclops has been very, very good.
The setup is good, but the execution and the finish has to be better.
Yeah.
Claymore's placed as well for any potential jump outs from FearX. More work.
How the hell do we have all these drones, guys? People, let's shoot drones out, please.
And in the end, Coded will lose his life. Wow, it's a trade. It's a 1-for-1 trade between Arcali and Coded.
And Mephi has had this mirror window in pocket the entire time, yet to mention it.
That does fortify this janitor position and makes it more annoying unless it gets immediately dealt with. Oh, almost found more than just the mirror. Almost got the mirror. Mephi's so low.
Shock drone to follow up.
It's got the only Nitrocell remaining for FearX on the defense, and the shock drone does deal with that second mirror in pocket, and the mirror herself will go down at the hands of Sharif, and Additon makes his way in through Janitor.
Things are getting dangerous here for FearX. 45 seconds, a lot of time, and Sharif finds another.
All eyes on Woogie. No, even his eyes are now sealed shut for the remainder of this round as Good Boy in a 1v4 has struggled so much in this series. Can he make this his moment? There's one down the end of the corridor is another. One on the upside down rappel, but with that plan successfully put down by Anaton, virtually impossible, surely, for Good Boy to save this round for FearX. You got one outside on the rappel, Sharif towards top square, Anaton airlock on the blitz, and Sharif
We've got that one.
the final nail in that coffin for the round, and CAG take the lead on Bank for the first time since the opening round.
That was a really chaotic top 4 hit. So much counterplay centered around that mirror inside of Jan. The initial vert below from the Buck could have potentially been a kill either way. In the meantime, Shock Drone got to work, info util clearance. Then we saw the second mirror come out of the pocket to again place on that Jan ball, face towards the default plan, which has been very much favored at this event over towards the CEO windows. And again, we saw the butt contest, we see the Twitch contest. That time successfully, Mephi put on an island, rest of the team under a ton of pressure with so many lines of sight then available to Cyclops. And ultimately, a team that did the groundwork, did it in a good fashion, were rewarded in the end. And with that, a 1-round lead.
And with that, 3 rounds away now from booking themselves a spot in tomorrow's semi-final, a top 4 finish minimum here at this event.
10 seconds left.
And a really good way to kind of kickstart the year. And heading into APL later on for stage 1. Job's not done though. It's only 1 round.
Job's not done.
For FearX, they've got the ability to win multiple rounds consecutively, to kind of just switch it on at a moment's notice.
And FearX still with their tack, I believe, right?
FearX do still have their tactical timeout, and I tell you what, they lose this round. You can bank on the fact that Dark will call it.
Well, it was a massive impact in the last time. I think it really just helped settle them and give them the confidence. They doubled down on that defensive objective, changed, positioned it over towards attack, and that was the end of it.
Dark is backing in his boys to overcome this 8th round without his intervention. If they do lose it, you imagine their head coach will have a word. And the good thing with Dark as well, he doesn't come at it from a negative aspect. He doesn't berate his players. He's a confidence builder. He's a team lifter. We saw that as well back on the previous map of Cafe. Rin just takes it a little bit of a shoulder shot. 5-man stack down basement for FearX gives up all semblance of top floor control, middle floor control here for CAG. They bring the blitz once again with Anaton.
Swapping max.
So where do they go for in terms of a hit for CAG? Will it be more default? Will it be for that server side hit into CCTV?
The Goyo out for Tachanka on this occasion. typically regarded as weaker overall, but given the meta on this site currently with teams constantly switching back and forth and trying to bait out either side of the push, it could actually allow Coded to be a little bit more adaptable in the round.
If you pre-place those Vulcan canisters towards a default hit, you've got nothing on that vault side from the Goyo, so essentially useless. But as you said, with the Tachanka, you can kind of change things up with the Shamika launcher. Minute left here for CAG. All hatches have been opened up. Blackray finds the opening kill. But deals with the Tachanka. That's a big piece off the board now for FearX.
One Nitro now for Denial. That's a massive loss for FearX.
Who can stand up now? Coded's presence has certainly been dealt with in the last few rounds. Drop down from Anaton into CCTV. Cannot get close though. Oh no! Nitro Cell, well that almost worked out if he blowed us away. Woogie does get Anaton, but Sharif gets the kid onto the floor. And this becomes a post-plant scenario, which is still in favor of CAG, but a big kill. Woogie's going nuts. But they've still got to deal with this kit. They've got to clear above.
Easier said than done. Rin and Woogie now to try and fight their way back into
Guys, got to move. Guys, you've got to move. Do something. Something has to be done. You can't just both double stack on the kit. Where's the clear above? They're both above. They're both going to be watching this hatch, hoping that Woogie can win the battle. He can, but who can win this war? Down to Chipitsu versus Rin. And Rin.
He got it. No shot. Oh, the timing. Wow, that was crazy. Wow.
He is a beast.
And that's the second time in this series FearX have won a post that they should never win.
They're cagging.
Wild.
But a huge play from Woogie and Rin.
That was wild.
They didn't need to clear above.
Well, they didn't have time, and then the Lionsgate stalled it out. They just had to commit to the Hail Mary, and
the Hail Mary landed deep into the end zone. Woogie winning that battle through the hatch. If he had not have been able to win this one here, if Arcali wins that fight, Rav is done. You put a line through it. There's no world in which Rin can clutch it. 4-4. We are all tied up on bank. And so far, the difference has very much been that those moments such as that I mentioned before will be the difference are all going the way of FearX. I think the larger body of work, CAG have maybe looked a little bit better, but they're not able to close out some of these rounds. That's been the difference, guys. That's really the difference right now. And you just know FearX can play better. And if they do, this could get oh so dangerous now for CAG.
Yeah, the clutch factor differential has just been insane. Scopos in play round 9. Good boy given the license to roam around. Try and build a little bit more confidence in a series that hasn't quite gone his way thus far. But others stepping up. On the side of the attack.
IQ, so they're gonna have a hard time finding these fucking cams.
So
that's gonna be interesting.
Option for the CEO hit across, flush out those archives back into side, force them into corners, and then clear them late. And Anaton doubling down on the blitz. Looking to try and see him activate. Got caught by a very awkward Nitro in the last round.
So far on this map, only 2 opening kills on the way. FearX make that 3. It's an
that was a hell of a shot. And why are you like just
gain ascendancy? And Good Boy says goodbye.
Yeah, he's out of there.
Job done on the Scopos.
Can't trade that.
No Lion. And a rare opportunity to convert this opening kill that FearX, again, prior to this round, only had 2 go their way. CAG have been dominating the early portion of these rounds, but it's been their late round execution that has given FearX a way back in. Well, this time, FearX are on the front foot. They got the extra player.
Which is, again, Cyclops, the worst team on entry. Number 20 going into this game. It's number bizarre. 20. I can't believe it.
But it's been a big area of strength for them in this series. And probably why this has been so close.
So Falcon play this round, and I'm watching Rin very, very closely. He's been flicking them. There's one square, and there's also another one in lobby as well. Looks like the third is open, if I saw that correctly.
Chibitsu can hit drones. CAG feel a little bit stalled out now. Their attack has slowed down. It's been hindered until Blackray, of course, stands up and gets rid of Good Boy.
I mean, he might be playing a lot of hard breach, but he's getting in there and doing.
He's the fragger in this series, absolutely. Sharif has also really stood up in this final map. Keeper barriers go out for Woogie Man. Deep sight.
Oh, Rin.
Over towards Staff.
Rin flank, bot blue.
What can Rin do from here? Now top blue stairs. There was one below.
Timing.
Natterton stays alive. Just barely, never mind. Eventually taken off the board by Coded. Rin does get traded. Keeps things rather equal with 30 seconds left. Mephi. There is Sharif towards blue stairs. Will he be aware of that? Or will Sharif even be aware of the fact there's one bot square?
Has Coded's position been relayed? No, no.
Oh, Coded swings! No, can't win the second. Keeps this round alive with 20 seconds left. Mephi, Woogie, both sides. 15 seconds left here. Blackray and Arkali, the dynamic duo, to make their way in, but with the Batman off the board, it's all down to Robin. As Arkali pushes forward, he knows he's got no chance to stick this plant. Has to go for the kills. And the Boogeyman is ready for him. Up close.
They're looking good.
FearX have taken the lead deep in this map, and they've still got their tactical timeout in the back pocket. Bands coming our way, entering the 10th round.
I think that tactical timeout is going to be a massive difference maker here for FearX, if it is even necessary. Very well played in the prior round. Good side aggression. They responded to the quad hit really, really nicely. The Azami provided protection, Coded with the aggression, tucked in the corner, good for one.
Goddamn. We're going hard in the paint, bro.
Blackray did his best for Cyclops to get them back into the round after losing that opening pick, and Good Boy escaping on the Scopos. But not enough. The repositioning at the end there from FearX, superior. And a one-round lead. We go to top floor, and it is the ranged hard breach. So this site for FearX is primed and ready for them to take match point.
It's set up perfectly for FearX.
Yeah, these bands are crazy.
They've been winning all of the close 50-50s. Can they look to now close this out? It was said they were favored, that they would take this series against TAG, against their APAC rivals. Reload. It hasn't quite been that easy, not that simple. TAG have put up an amazing fight, but it feels like they're just maybe one or two punches away from landing that knockout blow. Feels like a must-win round for CAG. That added pressure of 2 series points to FearX would be immense.
Probably the most notable difference in attacking lineup as well is dropping the buck. We saw how powerful that was in contesting the mirror, which will persist here for Mephi. So that does compound a little bit of pressure potentially in Chibisu. Sharif as well at range with the Ash can deal with them. And so we'll see that now. Simplifying a little bit of that hold, look at that push, look at that clear.
Look at the 2 players that are performing the best right now for FearX. It's the 2 new boys. So you've added in that extra firepower to this roster. It's why they're a Korean juggernaut now.
Well, what's old is new again. These 2 were on that team at Sweden.
Yep. CAG praying that they can find an early pick. Anderton on the repel. The boy will hold close. Oh, he does eventually get pushed into a bad position, and Arkali will punish. The Azami off the board weakens that airlock control.
Difficult to be critical of Good Boy there. Displaced by the frag grenade, caught on the cross.
Good clear from CAG.
Very difficult position to play. There really wasn't much you could do. Especially if you haven't got catch on the board, you're screwed.
Oh, and the dust just settles a little bit here in the 10th round. But again, this is where you've got to feel like, as a player, you could be called upon at any moment. Look at that yellow ping information here from Chibitsu.
Guys,
will be eliminated off the back of that ping intel. And so far, CAG has swiftly dealt with this defensive hold from FearX without response. It's a 5 versus 2.
Like, there's no way, bro. Like, look for drones. What is this with this Korean team and not looking for drones?
And still been able to win out the round, but so much more difficult now in the defense when Woogie's so low.
Why? Like, why does nobody look for drones on this team?
5-5 as they start to swarm in towards the side. Anderton deep.
That's wild. You lose the top floor and they have no hard breach.
Still has more rounds.
No Kanto
and it's window repel ship. Like, dude, there's no way you guys are not looking for drones.
Directly on site.
Like, how does FearX get away with, like, I don't know how they've gotten this deep with not ever shooting drones.
2 rounds here before we close this map here. This one,
Like, that's
we play basement, right?
crazy.
Instead of Panera again, let's use Solis, let's use Tachanka Smoke, you can choose that, no problem. Lin, let's use some Valkyria. But boy, I want to just fake the hold of Panera, you know? Just fake that. You can choose maybe Maestro to bomb side to know something more to be more strong, or just a Goyo if you want to play like a Goyo in PC hatch for they think we're gonna hold very strong with Panera, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And I want to win Valkyria for we have Intel for main stair, right? Because if it's possible, we go up in main stair, we take some kill, but that's not the focus, right? We have a Solus, we have a Tachanka, we have Intel, they cannot blend, right? So do that to fake your Panera, don't need to die on Panera.
Well, I'll tell you what, next time I'm in a ranked match, I want Dark in my corner. That man is a very calming presence. I feel relaxed.
Straight to the strategy.
Yeah.
He keeps it really calm, relaxed. He believes in his team, and they obviously back in his calls. I'd love to see like their win rate at this tournament so far coming out of a tactical timeout, because it feels like whenever we get to hear from Dark, whenever we get to see that tactical timeout for FearX, they really come out the other side looking really, really solid. And we saw that as well back on Cafe. What did they end up winning? Like 4-something rounds straight.
Yep.
5-5, round 11. You win this round, you are one more away from then a semi-final appearance. And here, we can't see it on the replay, but there's a massive yellow ping on Coda's position. Some really good drone work from CAG in that previous round. Netted them a whole array of kills.
Come on, boys.
FearX fans in the stands, willing them on towards a semi-final.
From these 2 rounds,
here
boys.
in Rio. Both teams, though, 2 rounds away in regulation. Basement we go. Plenty of tools available here for a couple of different options to play out. FearX will extend somewhat above. They have the castle in tow once more. Probably will play fall off, although looking at their positions, rather basement-centric currently, so they may look to actually lean towards the turtle.
I've put my stats away at this point because they shoot as well in game. At this point now, there's 2 rounds. It's just going to come down to game sense. It's just going to come down to good feel. Who's more ready for their moment? Basement's a very difficult site here for CAG. At least it should be. If we get back to overtime, that's when you can kind of dig deeper into the numbers. But for right now, it's just a matter of who can find the opening kills, who can get into good positions, who can stand strong defensively. Both teams moments away, but only one can progress. And certainly has lived up to the billing for this bout. So far, CAG, they will be very comfortable. There's no aggression whatsoever from FearX. It is a 5-man stack down in basement. No contest whatsoever.
Yeah, they dropped the Chanka for this round. They have the smoke to be a little bit more adaptable if needed for the gold hit or the rear hit, and they have Good Boy's utility on default, but it is being cleared pretty nicely in combination with those castle barricades. Those Rotero drones have been effective.
And while there are positives to the Tachanka, if you lose the Tachanka, then you don't have anything, whereas at least with the Goyo, those are pre-placed Vulcan canisters. It means Good Boy can be a little bit more aggressive.
Hey, Woogie Gold.
Good info.
There's 0 C4s.
Situate the pulse in that position.
So that's, I'm pretty certain, all of the Vulcan canisters dealt with a minute left over towards default. And gas pipes have gone out. Good Boy does lose his life. Chipitsu has really risen on this map. Candela's to go and followed by Arcali, who still has 1 more remaining. The Quan
Well, smokes, I guess.
still has some B canisters too available for Black Race.
Those don't last that long.
To CAG.
Well, they've invested quite a bit there, not got a ton of value. Last gas babe out though.
Yep, that's the final one, so they can actually time this now. You only got to think about things like Nitro cells potentially denying plant, but they're not available.
All Candela's used, by the way, and only 1 Grim Bee launcher left.
Does Ren think about a flank here on the castle? 30 seconds left in this decisive 5v5 moment. Cherie, big kill, and the kills continue to follow for CAG. Rin, Mephi need to go big. Must deny this plant. Anatim will get it down.
Bro, what are you looking at?
And it becomes virtually impossible for Rin. As good as he is, and as good as he's been, surely this is a task insurmountable even for Rin. And CAG will secure match and series points.
Yep.
They are 1 round
Wow,
away
that's insane.
from booking their place in a semi-final. And after a dark tactical timeout, FearX cannot find a round win. And that could be what breaks their back here. They must now go alone into that night of that 12th round without Dark's guidance. and do it their own on defense to try and send this to overtime.
And it puts them in quite a difficult position regarding site choice as well, but we'll look at that in a moment's time. The highlights from round number 11. Good boy giving away an absolute freebie main. Cyclops did a good job absorbing a large portion of that utility. Some of the timing and the overall economy management may not have been the absolute best. The lack of Candela at the very end could have potentially proven to be costly, but they had good positions elsewhere. The hatches were being watched very, very cautiously. And overall just made the plant denial essentially impossible, and definitely no retake attempt on the cards as well ever in that particular scenario. So solid from Cyclops.
The largest lead of this particular map was the 3-1 lead to FearX back at the conclusion of round 4. Since then, no lead has been larger. Back and forth in its very nature. And as CAG went forth, can FearX now bring it back in this round? 5-6 on defense, and it's a chant that we've heard before back in Sao Paulo, ringing around the stadium, which essentially means never give up. And that's what FearX now need to think. We cannot give up. It's not a big comeback, it's one round to force OT. Very doable.
Yeah, open area, they've successfully defended it back in round 9. But questions posed going into this one. Do you go top floor with double range hard breach? It should, in theory, you know, bolster the defensive win rate on that side. Do you maybe reattempt basement? You have won it once before. Instead, though, they go back to comfort. Meanwhile, Akali in a lurk position bot main. Aniton pressure square drops down. Could look to contest close here, but needs to be mindful that he's low on HP.
Yeah, very low now. Very gettable. And Coded gets the opening kill, but they do lose Woogie. The Boogie in the night has been dealt with. A big thorn in the side of CAG, but Good Boy activates at an oh so important time. Can the stars now align for FearX to force overtime? Aniton low, they've got numbers. Blackroy sputtered over towards Electrical. It's starting to shape the way that it's necessary for FearX. 90 seconds left. And a little moment here for CAG to think their way through this round.
No, you can't get quad. That makes it so challenging now to crack open this objective.
And they can bunker down in that quad position as well, courtesy of those mute jammers. Aniton, as low health as he is, will need to be the one to facilitate, and we watched it perfectly there. Good teamwork with Akali. They get rid of Rin. And suddenly it's all equal once again, 3 versus 3, but as we just saw, the site is rather secure for FearX. They must play to that strength. Big kill from Good Boy and deals with the blitz.
That is a massive move to make. That's pretty risky, but it works out. 3-2.
All through beepers.
Why are we running, bro? I just don't understand the game plan there.
Akali and Blackray.
No diffuser.
It couldn't be very much any closer than this with 35 seconds left. As you mentioned, no diffuser available. Well and truly towards Talers. And doesn't seem to be on the minds of CAG. They want to clear the site and clear out FearX, and they will do that.
CAG won it.
The Titans have been slayed as CAG book their place into a semi-final, a top 4 appearance for this Japanese Titan slaying team.
Cyclops have been waiting for what feels like an age to find some semblance of success overseas. They're now through to a semi-final, and they do so on that final map in quite the fashion.
It was an amazing run this tournament for FearX. And an amazing series as well, so close to heartbreak, you can almost just see it. They felt like this was their time to recapture former glory, but no, it is the time of CAG and Japanese Siege as they make top 4 here at Reload.
Makes Reload super exciting this half of the bracket, and I tell you what, APL 2025, these two going back at it, I cannot wait.
And there's another APL team as well still to play later today in Elevate as well. The time of APAC is here, the time of CAG is here, and I feel like in years gone by, this might have been the match that CAG will have cagged.
All right, time to head to my haircut. I'll be back in hopefully about an hour.
And had an amazing tournament.
I'm gonna do.
All they've done at this tournament is garner new fans, garner new respect, not just for them, but for APAC, and you can see what it means to these players. players playing on this stage. APAC teams don't get this opportunity on a regular basis, but they showed both of them what they're capable of.
Yeah, both teams absolutely giving their all, and you can see the emotion from these players at the conclusion of the match. FearX will be sensing that they let this one slip away, but they gave it their all. It only takes a couple of mistakes here or there, a couple of misplays, you know, in this particular round or that one, and it can prove costly. Those are the kinds of stakes in these kinds of matches.
It feels as if for CAG now this could be one of the tournaments for them to finally break through those CAG curses that we've seen previously. They qualify for events, but then don't really go on deep runs. They look so great, and then it all falls apart. Well, now they've finally put together the best performance for CAG that we have seen for a long, long time, as we go to Ian for an interview.
Yeah, commiserations to FearX. For CAG, you're right, it was just a fantastic performance, and it was a long one. Tough opponents, but you were confident coming in, and you proved why.
Oh my god, I'm speechless. Like best of like what? We're top 4 now? But it's not yet over. We're here to win it.
Ele falou que ele tá sem palavras agora, eles são top 4, ele tá muito feliz com esse momento. E people in Brazil are not cheering for you because you eliminated Liquid. Do you think that adds more pressure?
No pressure at all because, you know, they're booing right now, but I'm just ignoring.
Ele tá ignorando, ele não se importa muito com a torcida do Brasil.
Hey. I got a feeling. I got a feeling that you will win this crowd over. You've got a brilliant team, great energy, and you're making history for Japan. Look, take a look behind you. I know that we had a brief chat a little bit earlier on that you want to do this, the whole thing. You've already done a lot. You're proud of where you've come, but the job's not finished yet. What would it mean to go even further here?
We're just gonna play like we always play, you know, and just do the best as we can. Looks nice. That shoe looks nice.
Bom, ele falou que ele vai fazer o que eles estão fazendo aí, vai continuar o bom trabalho deles. And we have 3 APAC teams. Now we have only 2, but we had here 3 APAC teams at Reload. That means a lot for the region, right?
Well, technically 1 APAC team. You know, the other one is a fake APAC team, you know? I mean, no disrespect to Elevate, but yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow as well.
Perfeito, não, faz sentido. Né? Querendo ou não, a Elevate é um time brasileiro, apesar de jogar na APAC, mas deixo aí meus agradecimentos e meu parabéns para a equipe, para as regiões da APAC. Bom, muito obrigada e let's go to another match.
Go on.
CAG, they stand as the Titans in the APAC North clash. Unfortunately, FearX could not get it done when it mattered most. However, I have two gentlemen that are going to help me break down all of that action. And there was a lot of it. That nearly went even into overtime, Lax.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good back and forth. It was practically a good ping pong match, as some people would say. What I really liked about what Xenox said in this matchup, it's moments that creates players. It's moments that create history and create rounds one that you're always going to remember. And there were so many key moments and elements that played into this match from both sides, and specifically a player in mind was Woogieman and Rin, two players that had very big moments, actually coded as well. A lot coming out of that FearX.
Yeah, the back and forth was really nice to see. I love that CAG going into it respected the Monty play from FearX, took it off the board, took it out of the equation. I really did like the innovation from CAG too, because we talked about it on Cafe. They weren't really able to find too much success using the Blackbeard, but obviously on Bank, using the Blackbeard, using the Blitz, as opposed to the Monty, they were really able to adapt to what teams are banning against them, which is the Monty.
And not only being able to adapt, we talked specifically about Cafe, how that just looked like a Black Ray show. Black Ray versus FearX, and we said we needed every single individual to step it up, and that's exactly what we saw. Everyone across the board from CAG was performing at their best, and because of it, we now see them in the semifinal.
Yeah, and the opening kills, it comes back down to it. CAG, start of the tournament, looked very weak when it came to opening kills. They were the worst ranked team when it came to opening kills, and they made the main stage. They fixed it in their game against Liquid.
Yep.
They rewrite the wrongs in today against FearX. The opening kills, they obviously just were constantly getting it against FearX.
They were 20 of 20 coming into this matchup. I think that goes to display a little bit of the struggles that they had. However, they keep it clean. Like the detail presented to you by Blacklight. Lax, what moment have you chosen?
Round 8, you have to talk about this round. In those moments, the key plays that make history, essentially. And this was a moment here in round 8 where Woogieman and Rin, in an unwinnable situation, in my opinion, when you're watching the top-down point of view, it was just a cluster. It was tons of chaos going on this round. You see Good Boy right there, not even realizing the bomb is going down. But this was such a good play from Woogieman, and then a good heads-up play from Rin. You see Rin debating whether or not to go up top, but they pull back, and instead Woogieman gets the coverage that takes that pressure off of Rin to be able to go into this 1v1. 9 seconds left, jumps back onto this bomb, and this is why this was the detail, because it's heads-up plays like that. It's key moments like this that keep players alive. Sure, FearX didn't make it here. They couldn't get past CAG, but in the end, it's plays like this that everyone's going to talk about and going to remember.
It was a really hectic round, but it goes to show that consistency and being teammates for a while, you make plays in the moment when you have to. You're not always going to have a perfect strat, and obviously, they made it work for that round.
They certainly did. Unfortunately, FearX couldn't make it work for the rest of the game, but it is CAG that pushed through to the semi-finals. It's time for us to turn our attention to the second best of 3 of the night. The second quarterfinal here at the Reload in Rio de Janeiro. Elevate come into this as an APAC team. We keep putting it in quotation marks, but Lax, it doesn't make a difference where they're from. Are they going to perform when it matters most?
If I'm going to be completely honest with you, I don't want to be too mean here, but I can't say I'm too impressed with this Elevate roster, given their matchups, given how they ended up qualifying, being the 8th place team to make it through. The thing for me is when you compare them to Wildcard in terms of their performance as a whole, they've had much easier opponents that you could statistically say they should have won outright. They should have had the better record over Wildcard, but Elevate coming in today against Wildcard, they have a lot to prove.
Yeah, they sit in this position where you don't want to say they walked their way into the main stage, but obviously you hope that they're not overconfident coming up against Wildcard.
It comes into the format, again, of that phase 1. They played the bullet game correctly, which is really what got them here and took that risk going against PSG Talon, putting up all those bullets, and that's practically what secured them their spot. But by all means, the games that they went up against, versing Furia, versing KEG, versing PSG, versus Scars, they struggled against everybody.
That's a little bit of a concern. Coming into a match, look, they are coming into a match against Wildcard, so you never know. They might find their footing here. What are your thoughts on, I guess, just the IGL perspective overall?
Yeah, Psycho, this is a name that historically me and you are always going to remember. This is going to be a comparison that I specifically want to focus on here. You look at Psycho going against Spiker, 9 years in competitive, over 1.5 years for Spiker, but then you look at the stats across the board, and not only that, Psycho is a former SI MSI World Championship winner. The year even prior that he won, they got second, so he could have been a two-time. I'm expecting a lot more out of Psycho coming into this game specifically, especially when you compare everything that Spiker doesn't have in comparison to Psycho.
Experience is something that can't be matched in no way or shape or form. So obviously the IGL is going to be the biggest proponent, especially when you're playing against Wildcard, which has no real footage on them. It's really going to come down to both teams if they're able to adapt, because both teams are completely untested.
Well, we've talked about Elevate. How about we give Wildcard their props? Let's start talking about the roster that is NA's last hope. I can't believe I'm saying that, considering the rosters we had at this event. Fox, you look at this roster, I mean, are you surprised to see them make main stage?
I think everybody's surprised to see them out of NA coming out. You wouldn't expect Wildcard to be the remaining NA life. And obviously, if you watch the way they play, there's a really good reason why. They're able to identify the issue and focus on the objective. They're just playing really smart Siege. It's almost giving me ideas of the Unwanted roster, the Beast Coast roster. Never making wasteful plays. They're always looking forward, and they've earned their respect in this main stage.
Max, what are your thoughts on the roster?
I think the biggest thing for me now, we see what they can do in a best of one. It's important to see if they can keep that tenacity and resilience going into a best of three. But again, what we've seen so far, like you were saying, they've almost been picture perfect. So if they can continue that, I can see them finding a very good head start going into Elevate.
Facts, facts. It was going to happen eventually. Fox.
Facts.
It's facts. It's straight facts from you. We talked about Psycho and his history in the game. You said how you'll never forget it. Where have Wildcard come from?
I mean, we can tell everybody where they've come from. Obviously, we know that Kansan and Spiker have been around a little bit longer. Kansan specifically coming out from Sonics, but both those players coming from Mirage. But the most important thing is Baby Shark. Baby Shark's only had T2 EUL experience, essentially, and Dash previously on W7M. So they've earned the ability to have us say their names. They want to get the attention from the viewers. They've earned it. Essentially, all of these players have been playing for a month together, so to be able to make it to a main stage after a month of work, when most of these players have no real competitive experience besides Dash and Kansan, that is really impressive.
But that's the thing, you know, you pick up Baby Shark that is brand new, doesn't have that experience, but then you have to look at the Dash pickup that we've talked about time and time again. That is a very significant pickup, not only for the rest of the roster, but even for someone like Kansan that also is a very popular player on this roster, has tons of experience, and when you can add two players that bring that experience and especially bring that exposure to someone like Baby Shark, that is only going to boost their confidence and boost their overall experience.
It's a short time together, however, Fox, they still have made it to main stage. They've got to have something about them that separates them from the rest.
Well, what separates them from the rest is being able to identify the win condition. You can watch it in clips to be able to see exactly what they're doing constantly. They focus, no matter what the round count is or man advantage, man down, they are able to focus exactly where everything needs to be won. And I have these clips. They show you this is round 4 on console against, I believe it was W7M. And so essentially they make an amazing play to run into admin, and this C4 double play from Bay and Baby Shark to be able to get the guy who's tucked behind the desks. Once they get him down, they're able to lock it down. Baby Shark fully flanks up the stairs, and now this was just a beautiful 2v3 situation where the plant's going down. They know, hey, we need to be able to stop the defuse. Dash has the C4, he walks up, and he has his teammate able to hold yellow so that nobody else can walk through and get Dash down when he goes for an aggressive play. So they identify exactly where they need to go to be able to win the round, and they do it flawlessly.
Looking at these two rosters, I mean, both of them in their own right are relatively new as an entire roster. How do you feel about this matchup in particular, so early on in Relay?
If I'm a former player, if I'm in a situation of wildcard and going against a team like Elevate and comparing my matchup versus their matchup, I'm going to feel extremely confident that I can take on this team, because wildcard has played against far better opponents and put up a far better performance, where again, Elevate, there are two games that they struggled so hard against were APAC teams, and the two teams to first go out, which was PSG and Scars. So for me, if I'm Elevate, you really have to reel it in here, because this is wildcard, and they have been playing teams like Scars, like Falcons, like G2, like SSG, and Secret, and finding success off those games. Wildcard by no means had an easy route to get here, where Elevate, again, had the far easier shot of getting here.
I mean, Wildcard deserves to be here. Every single game that they played was so close. The only loss went to Falcons. And obviously, in that game, it looked like it could have gone either way. And you can't even say, oh, maybe it comes down to the map, because they've played one of the wider ranges of maps compared to everybody else in the tournament so far. And they have a very deep bag, because it doesn't come down just to the maps. It comes down to the fundamentals of understanding how to win and making disciplined plays. So every time they get an advantage, they don't give it away. They're able to focus on what's next. And the innovation that they bring in operators is always keeping the enemy team on their toes, because you're never going to be able to really band them down because they don't crutch on anything. I mean, we talked about it on console. They bring the Pulse. I haven't seen Pulse since like 2018, so that's a beautiful sight to see that they're even bringing old operators. They're making very creative plays.
Well, there are many different factors that ultimately give a team an edge. However, we just saw in that best of 3, CAG and FearX, that went to 3 maps. Let's go ahead and start to break down what this will look like. Lax, I'll give it to you first. We start out on Chalet, then to Consulate if we do.
You know, these are 2 regions. Well, I mean, I don't really want to consider Elevate an APAC region. It's full of Brazilians, but Brazilians and NA do like Chalet. Now, given how Elevate has currently been playing, granted they did pick this because Scars did recently play against Wildcard, which Wildcard won that 7-1. I do think that they want to go for a counterplay, but that's the thing that Fox was talking about. Wildcard is so good at being on the fly, being able to switch things up. And what I'm going to look for a lot is the bans that go into this, because with how Wildcard is playing, they're pulling everything out. It's their wild card, you could essentially say. So realistically, I think this first map follows in Wildcard's favor, and even going into that second map, it's not a strong one for me with Elevate.
So here's the ideology with Elevate. They're banning out maps that are unknown, maps that they don't really want to play. So they're going to comfortable maps, and they have footage on both Chalet and Consulate, which are 2 of Wildcard's best maps. Wildcard, obviously you're in a situation on the main stage. Why are you not going to play your best maps? Yes, there's footage, but at the end of the day, confidence is key. So it's a little bit riskier of a play for Elevate, because they're not going to their most confident maps. They're going to things that they have an understanding that we can maybe counter Wildcard. And so far, Wildcard has only gotten better and better, because the second time that they played Consulate, Secret had the same exact ideology, and they got smoked 7-1.
Looking at I guess looking at it from a perspective of the fact that, look, Wildcard, yes, they are coming into this, and both of you kind of seem to be leaning toward Wildcard.
It's hard not to.
I get, look, at the end of the day, it's the performances that we see week in, week out, and so far they have performed every single day that they've had. They've been given multiple challenges, and they're in a good place. Elevate, though, are in front of a home crowd. Does that increase their odds at all here, Fox? Do you give them a leg in that might be missing if we were off stage?
Of course, but there's also an element of pressure, and most of these players, besides Psycho, it's their first time being in front of a stage, so the nerves are going to get to them. Yes, it can amplify if things go well, but if it doesn't, then it could do the complete opposite. You have the pressure of letting the crowd down.
But even as we saw, I mean, if you look at FearX, their coach was Brazilian, and everyone was in FearX's favor. Dash is Brazilian. He was on that W7M roster that won, so by all means, this crowd could go either way. But again, if we're talking about sheer performance, as we should be in this format, you have to go with Wildcard in this matchup.
Yes, and I'm not a fan of Elevate's playstyle right now of not going to at least one of their most comfortable
I think it's
maps.
Untapped.
Yeah, they're just letting Chalet and Consulate go through with our 2 of Wildcard's best maps, just because, we can counter them out. But that's the issue, is Wildcard has not looked like a team, if you look at the footage, that you can counter. Time and time again, they're swapping things up. Every single round, they have a whole different set of operators, and they're winning based on the fundamentals. It's not just based on the strategy.
It is opening up the conversation a little bit at the very least. Elevate, they come into this, maybe the lesser of the 2, maybe less favorites in the respect of what Wildcard have accomplished in Phase 1. But guess what? It's Phase 2, and it's time for us to get this underway.
No mountain is too high to climb when you're Elevate. Today, they will give everything to reach new heights.
This is the time for APAC to shine.
In Phase 1, they eliminated team after team. And now, they take their seat at the big boys table.
Elevate were able to quickly adapt.
This might be the match that delivers an all-APAC semifinal. If only Elevate can make the region proud. It only took 1 month for a new wildcard roster, before they showed everyone that they have an ace up their sleeve.
Nothing's gonna stop us. We're gonna win with whatever it takes.
With 4 wins in 5 matches, they silence the haters with the perfect mix of talent and international influence.
This is why you pick up a Brazilian! Wildcard are getting hard carried as this man dashes around the server.
It's time for quarterfinal number 2 at Reload. It's time for Elevate versus Wildcard.
We are 1 quarterfinal down. We are now reloaded and ready for another. We are live in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. My name's Ian. This is Nivi. Nivi is a Brazilian resident. She loves it here. We all love it here. I've got to say, you see the pictures at home of Brazil. I think we should do an event here every year. I'm putting it out there. I just love it so much.
I agree, but I have to ask you, what do you prefer, São Paulo or Rio?
São Paulo or Rio? I like them both the same.
Okay. We love both.
How's the audience doing? We've got people are starting to filter into the building right now. Brazil, are we good?
Vocês estão felizes da gente ter esse evento maravilhoso aqui no Rio de Janeiro? Cara, a gente tá muito contente, a gente já teve uma quarta de final aqui, daqui a pouquinho a gente vai começar a nossa segunda quarta de final e descobrir mais um semifinalista aqui nesse nosso primeiro dia de Reload. Tem muita coisa pra acontecer.
I've got a feeling these guys are going to really like the next team that are about to come out here. It is an APAC org with an all-Brazilian roster looking to take them to the next level. It's Elevate!
Eles que jogam na PAC, mas escalaram uma seleção 100% brasileira, com alguns nomes super experientes e outros que são revelações do Academy. E a galera grita o nome do Psycho. Com exceção do nosso brasileiro Dash, que é campeão de Major, essa é uma line praticamente estreante nos palcos e campeonatos Tier S. Pode vir pra cá, Wildcard!
It's a roster that feels like a shuffled deck from all over the world, looking to become the ace of the pack. Wildcard, cool, calm, and composed here in Rio de Janeiro. All right, myself and Nivi are going to have a quick conversation. Spiker, come and join me, Semper, as well. Let's start with you, Spiker. I need to just get a check on how you're feeling right now. You look pretty dialed in, pretty locked in, ready for this opportunity in front of you.
Yeah, you know, we're focused on the game in front of us, and that's all we're focused on.
Wait, sorry. Are you focused on that noise that's going to be coming your way as well?
No, we have Dash, so we'll get some support eventually.
Muito bom. Eles têm o suporte, inclusive, do Dash. Estão confiantes. Vamos ver como que vai se desenrolar esse jogo aqui. And it is your first time in a stage like this, right?
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
I'm calm. I just gotta play and win them.
Falou que vai vencer aqui. O pessoal pediu pra você falar um pouquinho de português. Fala um pouquinho de português pra galera também.
Vamos ganhar desses gringos, porra!
Wait, what did he say?
Let's gonna win.
Now, I've got to ask, do you feel like a wild card out here at all? Do you feel like underdogs or do you feel like big hitters?
We've been underdogs this whole tournament, and we made it further than we thought we would, so we're just happy to be here.
I think you've impressed a lot of people out here, and I'm sure that you don't believe that this is where your journey ends.
No, not today.
Okay, so are you prepared?
Yes.
Are you prepared?
Yes.
So let's start the game.
Shake hands. And best of luck, let's do it.
Welcome on in. Second game here of the main stage. And Pengu, look, these are the two unlikely heroes of Reload so far. On the one hand, this team that everyone is saying an APAC team. Let's be honest. We heard what Semper was saying. He is Brazilian through and through, and the crowd will be on his side.
Yeah, they will. That's the thing. Wildcard also said Spiker. They made it further than they thought so far. So, like, less expectations perhaps, and I think pressure right now is the big enemy potentially here. Big stage, gonna be a big crowd later on as well. And if you win today, it's only gonna get crazier and crazier.
That's it. And of course, both of these teams were likely predicted, placed to be going out during that Reload to Survive stage. And now we're guaranteed to have at least one of them into the semi-finals. Both of them with actually a surprisingly lack of experience. Elevate and Wildcard both have 3 players on their teams making their debut at this event. For Elevate, it's Romeo, Naka, and Semper. For Wildcard, Spiker, Bay, and Baby Shark. That's 6 out of the 10 players in the server who have never played an international event before, let alone in front of a crowd.
That's fair enough, but then we say Psycho, right? You said 8-year anniversary yesterday for his career. Kansen, who was a god back on Sonics. Dash, who won a major. Yes, you have inexperienced players, but you also have veterancy and experienced people at a big stage.
That's right. It's a real contrast. We've got these leadership figures. You've also got Hoaxord as well, formerly of Team Liquid, coaching this Elevate team. We've seen his tactical timeouts in the past. Both of these rosters have those leadership figures, those veterans, as you said. And I do want to bring some attention to Psycho. He was one of the most infamous Ashe mains in the game.
Yeah, he was.
Back in the day, back in your heyday as well, you played against him numerous times. And of course, he is a world champion back in the day on Ninjas in Pajamas. And now he's playing with what is an unlikely roster of, in a way, misfits, up-and-coming Tier 2 players, a mix of some experience in Tier 1. But do Elevate really have what it takes to make it to the semi-finals? I think that if they looked at the bracket, they saw they were coming up against Wildcard, they probably would have been punching their fists in the air straight away.
Yeah, but with that being said, the two teams here, they had a very different road to make it main stage. Elevate played, I would say, the easier bunch. Yes, they started up against Furia, they had a 3-7 loss. Then they're playing CAG into PSG into Scars. Elevate played the system, whereas Wildcard, then a much tougher one, more experience. Like Scars to start off with, sure. Then Falcons, G2, SSG, Secret. I feel like looking at how the event has been played out so far, Wildcard will have a small advantage by playing better teams and more variety as well.
That's all right, yeah. Wildcard have actually won twice as many matches so far.
Also true.
As Elevate, they lost 2 and won 2, and those 2 that they won, as you said, PSG and Scars, the 2 worst teams at the tournament by far.
Technically, yeah.
Elevate beat the 2 worst teams in the tournament and made main stage. So even though they've got a lot of hype behind them, and they'll no doubt the crowd will be on their side, Wildcard have actually kind of proved their place here a little bit more than that by beating teams like G2, SSG, and Secret, all of which are really formidable scalps to take.
Elevate also only played 4 matches, whereas Wildcard played 5 because Elevate qualified earlier in the tournament. They've had a long time off, and I want to say here, when you are a less experienced team, I think it's easier to stay in it day by day, playing today, tomorrow, the 3rd day, than to have like 2-3 day break, then hitting the stage kind of cold. So once again, I do think Wildcard, given the circumstances, has a slight leg up. So I'm looking to Psycho now. Can he lead this team into the right mentality, into the right match prep with his experience? Because Psycho has also been the worst performing player statistically for Elevate, but on a stage like this, that's where he can stay cool, calm, and collected, and perhaps get a significantly better performance out of him.
That's it. This is Psycho's domain. He's played on the stage a million times before. But of course, the other side of what we were saying about Elevate Wildcard, the contrast in terms of their performances in the group stage, Elevate actually have the tied worst round difference of all the teams that qualified to main stage. Wildcard has the best round difference of all the teams that qualified to main stage. But Elevate have proven that when it comes down to these big clutch moments, they can pull through. And that really, my mind is cast back to Irons, 1 versus 1, to knock out PSG Talon, defeating Ryder. It was very tight, but Elevate got very hyped up on that result. I think that would have put a lot of confidence between them. But also on the Wildcard side, I mean, Dash has been...
Have you seen Dash?
Utterly unbelievable. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that Dash is the best player in the server right now.
No, 100%. There are so many rounds where you watch Wildcard on defense specifically where they are in an unwinnable position. They're playing like 3 versus 5. There's like no gaps to be found. Dash will break through a wall, create a path of his own, and just see these opportunities with no hesitation and find a way back in for his team. I mean, I don't recall the matchup, but it's unconsulate. probably against, it was against Secret actually, the final matchup. There were 2 or 3 individual rounds where Dash would like 1v4, practically 1v5, and bring it back for his squad.
That's all right, and Consulate is actually Wildcard's best map. It's their favorite map. They've picked it here. We will go to Chalet first. That's Elevate's map pick, but we're guaranteed to see Consulate. Should it be a decider, we'll go to Nighthaven Labs, which Elevate haven't really shown anything of so far. In fact, Elevate have not played any of the 3 maps that we'll be playing today. One of the benefits of only playing 4 matches and only having to win 2 matches is they actually haven't shown a lot of their strat book.
No, and whether that's deliberate or not, it's hard to say, but they played Clubhouse back-to-back for Elevate into Bank Border. So they've shown maps where, again, it's like Clubhouse, most teams do the same kind of similar executes, and Border is more of what we call like a TDM map. They've only really shown a lot of strats against PSG on Bank. So I will say, Elevate have not been challenged fully.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Now, Chalet is where we go. And Elevate, no, Wildcard actually have the advantage from you guys back home. Wildcard have proven a point with their victories over G2, Space Station, and Secret. But Elevate, well, they have the crowd behind them. There's no doubt about it. So let's dig into Chalet.
And Chalet begins. Now, Elevate, they picked this map. This is where they want to be. But I think Wildcard, they like when the enemy chooses the map because then they get to choose the starting side. Wildcard so far on defense have been unstoppable. The big question mark for this best of 3, they're going to have to go and also start eventually on the attack. They've only played 16 attacker rounds in 5 games, only won 6 of those. So whenever I'm making notes for this team, I'm going, oh, they got great mini plays, they can punish their opponent, they're good at getting opening kills. All those things that they're good at is on the defensive side. They're gonna start there, but in 7 rounds time, I really wanna have to figure out their problems and weaknesses from the group stage.
Yeah, we know Wildcard are so good on this defensive side, and perhaps they can get a little bit of comfort by starting there.
Definitely.
It was pretty clear from the pre-match interview that Elevate are more energized. I think Wildcard more likely to feel rattled. And as we dig into the bans, speaking of how challenging it can be to attack, the Grim taken out alongside the Blackbeard, the Blackbeard being quite a staple ban. The Grim is a really powerful operator that actually rarely gets banned. Perhaps we'll see a little bit of reprisal of that with the new format of bans. But yeah, a wild card for sure. They've got their work cut out for them. They start on the favored side, and I think they need to kick this off with a strong statement against Elevate.
It has been a very similar story for Wildcard so far. They like betting up the shields and also heart-breaching operators and maps where that's more relevant. I wouldn't say Chalet is a map where you do like double heart-breacher bans necessarily, so again, it makes a lot more sense to see stuff like the Wall Denier in the Kaid, Asami of course, the Holding Library, extending out the map. Chalet is like what we can call almost like a mini border. Very aggressive, long lines of sight. It's about fighting for map space, and it's really hard to get inside the map if the enemy's extending, so that's why the Asami ban comes through. Wildcard will have to figure out a different way to, you know, leverage the map, maybe play something like the Mirror, the Castle, or just simply deployable shields perhaps, and play some Jaeger Wamai.
Yeah.
Play some util. Make Elevate work for it.
Yeah, I think that's a good move, and I also wouldn't mind seeing a few kind of nifty little solo roams from the Wildcard.
Oh, that's gonna happen. You know that.
It's very dangerous on Chalet. That's the thing, right? Usually you do a kind of a fallback roam on a lot of these strats and a lot of these sites, but every now and then you will have like a hard hole position. I don't recall which game it was, Pengu, that we casted already in the tournament, but there was a roamer that was just playing around bar and around gaming and stock, and they just wasted so much time. And what I want to do is I want to see Dash let off the leash.
Yes.
We saw it on Consulate. If he can replicate that kind of success here on Chalet, it's really going to disrupt the momentum that Elevate have going into this match.
Now, the thing is, we talk a lot about Dash. Elevate, you know, yes, they're representing APAC, so to speak, regionally, but they are from Brazil. They know his playstyle. They know him as a player. They've been in the same region for a long time. I do feel like we have to hover a little bit of attention towards Kansen as well. He's been phenomenal so far on this roster, individually, with his team, always setting up plays together, and it feels like for me, Wildcard, they have good communication. So while I do want to see an unleashed Dash to start things off, if that doesn't work, I want to see that clear communication with Wildcard players, getting mini plays to go 2 versus 1, 2 versus 2. Don't rely on individual, you know, gun fragging capability, because yes, you have that, but don't rely on it solely. You don't have to clutch, but it's great when it happens.
Yeah, Yeah, we can rely on Dash. You know, obviously you don't want to expect that. It's not part of the plan, but I mean, the guy's actually got a nearly 2.0 KD in the tournament
nasty.
so far. Yeah, 50 kills and 28 deaths. That's one of the highest number of kills of anybody in the tournament. He's made a massive statement with his performances so far. And it's quite funny because in contrast, despite Elevate being very highly ranked and qualifying very early on for the main stage, their top-rated player, Naka, is actually only 28th ranked in terms of how strong the players are at this tournament. So Elevate don't have the kind of star power potential that we see out of Wildcard. And in my view, they rely more so on their prep work. Like you already said, they had two very challenging opponents out of the get-go. They played Clubhouse, which in my view was likely a throwaway map. They're like, we're not planning on playing Club, so let's just play it against the good teams, get really low on bullets, and then they played two maps that they really liked against the two weakest teams in the tournament, bet all their points, and then made that huge rocket up into qualifying.
Exactly.
So Elevate haven't actually really been tested when it comes to the mid-game adaptation. It's all in the preparation. Now, to their advantage, Wildcard have already played all the maps that we're going to be playing today at the tournament so far. So Elevate, Hugsword in particular, and the rest of the support staff can really knuckle down and prepare for this one.
It's a lot of prep work, and I'm happy to say that I believe we are back in the server.
Hell yeah, we are.
Hell yeah. And the thing about prep work is that if the enemy is doing what you prepared for, everything's great. It's easy going. You see the vision. You know the solutions. The second that Wildcard start doing something different than last time, or throws you a bit of a curveball, you need to now rely on adaptation. And that's something that for even the best teams in the world, it can be really hard to combat at the highest level because not only are you problem solving strategically, mind to mind, but while doing so, you're holding those angles, waiting for a gun swing, and you have to be super sharp on the reaction time. And some players, when they think about the game a lot, they will start slowing down a little bit because you can't think and act at the same time.
Yeah, no, it's one of the most challenging parts of playing this game. Trying to talk while do, while think. It's like, dude, pick one maximum. That's all I can do.
Yeah, that's why we have roles, right? IGLs, injury fraggers, roamers, anchor players. Can't do it all.
My brain is really telling me Wildcard should be favored in this matchup, but that's why I'm looking at Elevate right now. They've got quite an aggressive opening lineup. They've got this Blitz, this Ying, and the Dokkaebi.
Oh, yeah.
Not to mention I mean, literally, a
Keep going.
operator on this lineup.
It's all fast, baby.
Exactly.
And it's going to be a direct take, right? In fireplace window, the Blitz, into bar, distraction, Ying de la spam, library, and of course the bar bomb side. Lion scan, Dokkaebi call. They're waiting for Dokkaebi right now. Call, Lion, go, hit the side.
A sneak in from the backside from Iron. He's on that thinker. His adrenaline surge will assist when he decides to use it, but a big C4 from Kansan. Straight to the side from Naka. He needs to find this kill, though. Devilishly dancing around. Spiker taken out. But meanwhile, Wildcard have recomposed. This heavy execute from Elevate, unsuccessful so far. However, it has netted them control of the bomb site. But guess what? Information for Wildcard. Baby Shark with his drone on the site. Might not matter if Elevate's able to get away with a few more of those. Another drone goes out. I like this change of pace from Elevate.
Very genius switch up. Go fast and go slow. Get the drone. Bomb going down. C4 prep can't find it. They have no info. Baby Shark!
What are you doing? It's all up to Dash. It's a 1v1 against a low HP Blitz. All he's got to do is land one bullet into the feet, and this round is his. We've seen big clutches from him before. Elevate have started this game with a statement. They want to play it pacey. They want to get up in Wildcard's face. And Dash now has to pay the price for his teammates' mistakes. Go for those feet, young one. You got to land it, Naka. He does not have the Yaka for it. And Dash will quad kill and clutch up for Wildcard.
Oh my god. Speaking of him, it happens. Baby Shark, the C4, I mean, that's just unfortunate. But I want to praise both teams there. The attack, it looked like a very fast rush, but it's very slow, methodical, expecting W7 to, Wildcard rather, to lash out first, hold the angles, get the kills, and Wildcard goes slow. Drones are coming out. The backstep. There was one moment where Wildcard kind of messed up. We saw Baby Shark upstairs on the monster drones getting information. While that happened, Lesion just walks into side through a smoke grenade, 2v1 and dies. And that's when the numbers had even back down. Blitz tried to play distance, forcing, Dash close for a flashbang. I think he got a bit nervous at the end. He was walking forward away from cover, and Blitz was dying.
Sprinted, which means that his legs would be exposed.
He was going fast.
When he's low HP, you just really cannot afford to do that. Need to try and set down the timer. So this was what happened. Dash, I think he had an idea. Wow, he came down for 2 kills from Fireplace. unbelievable round from this guy. I gotta say, like, W7M obviously getting rid of this player in favor of Palu. You kind of can't blame them. When a player like Palu becomes available, you really have to go for it. But man, Dash is... He's still hitting his strides. He's not slowed down whatsoever after moving to a far inferior roster. And he's taking that championship winning potential with him to wildcard.
I would love to see Naka on the bid, so just like playing by that half one. Again, make Dash come to you because you got coverage, but again, those split-second decisions are so hard to make correct, and we all know he was down to 1 bullet of HP, so any mishap, any toe sticking out, you're gonna get injured, then the round is over. Time was about 20 seconds left. But Elevate will pick up the pressure. This time again, Glass, Sense, Deimos, pick out the pocket strats. The great thing about this lineup to me is that they can go for a normal like roam clear, take top floor control, hit the bomb site later, or if they see an opening or get the Glass and the Sense to our positions, they can go for a direct bomb site attack as well. So very flexible, dynamic attacking lineup that can do it all.
Hostile tag.
Oh, careful peeking that. Baby Shark. After the mistake you made last round, let's not do it again. And Dash is trying to see if he can catch the bait here, but Semper sneaking up from behind. I don't think it's been heard. Aggressive play though from the defense, and well, they are caught out. Baby Shark at least finds 1 refrag onto Iron, and the Deimos is dealt with, but he's been droned out, he's been cornered, he has been trapped. He'll try and escape, but he's gonna be vulnerable to Romeo, lying in wait outside the main door of lobby, leaving it all up to Kansan.
Well, again, with that lineup, Sense, Glash, you wouldn't think that's going to be a roam clear and bar, right? But they still play aggressive in positions. Semper on his Sense walks up from basement to cut off the crosses. They recognize Wildcard. Oh, and Kevin's gonna challenge it! But Kansan, good for 2, with 2 more to go.
And now the round is in his control. Still, it's going to be a challenging clutch from here on out.
Diffuser in library.
He just has to wait. Oh no, he doesn't look in the right way! These 2 players completely oblivious, but Semper finally finishes the round, and Elevate not going to become victims to yet another of Kansan's clutches.
So close. If Kansan sees that person at the edge of his screen, that might just be enough. And when a 1v1 has a good position, can totally make that work.
Anyone that watched Six Invitational in 2022 in Sweden will remember Kansan's infamous clutch. I think most people named that corner of Bank open area after Kansan now.
Kansan corner.
I think that was against the at the time Damwon Kia, now FearX roster.
Yep, that it was. I was casting it actually, and it's one of those moments where the round is over, it doesn't matter, right? And then a hero play out of nowhere. And I think that was one of the moments where Kansan kind of solidified himself as the guy.
Yeah.
Nice attempt, but doesn't find the round victory. But again, Elevate expect an aggressive roam game. You said it, unleash Dash inside of bar, right? Getting down there, he was, and he wasn't even alone. There were 2 people assisting him, but Elevate were in all the right positions. Fireplace door, library double window, 1 guy base in blue staircase, and then Deimos baiting inside a bar as well. So they're everywhere. And Wildcard chose where to fight them, but Elevate had more guns.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic because Wildcard, as you said, want to play aggressively. They want to use their firepower to their advantage, but Elevate have read that and they're playing in a way to kind of counter roam, and then Wildcard are aware of that and they're doubling, tripling down on it. We had 3 players in engagements in the first tiny like exchange of bullets in the round. It was about a minute in.
Yeah, it was very early. And it comes down to Wildcard to make the right adaptation, because I think Elevate will just simply counter. They go for a heavy roam, either you match that roam counter or you hit the bomb site. You have 2 options really. If Wildcard start playing more utility or oriented operators, like you see here, we see the bot was shield from the Frost, but now we're spawn peeking with Vigil, so they're getting utility and the spawn peeking, but that's a multi. That's not gonna take any damage. Well done from Cycle. Figuring out, okay, are they gonna go for something cheesy? Yes, they are. Everybody else kind of stays back in the beginning.
I feel like we don't see a lot of Monty these days in CJX with how often it gets banned out with the new ban format.
That's true.
But Wildcard decided just to get rid of that black bid in terms of the shield capability, and Psycho will bring the immovable object.
It's also about, like, after this round, we'll get a 3rd operator ban on both sides. But Elevate playing a lot of different variety operators, what will Wildcard ban out? They're always gonna have options. Fire pipe shot's gonna explode momentarily. Nobody taking a lot of damage downstairs. Spiker did elsewhere, but got Doxton back to full HP. So yes, they fought each other, but that dog is keeping Wildcard alive.
Still trying to hold on to control downstairs. There's a player in West Main and a player outside the window. Oh no, this is dirty. So unfortunate for Dash. I guess it's the only way you can kill the bloody guy. You find a nice angle. Bay gets a wall bang, making it 2 for the round. Holding deftly onto this position on the solar stairs, looking for another one. Forced down! Threads the needle for Bay! And now Elevate have their work cut out for them. They need to get desperate. 2 versus 4. Bay completely untouchable on this staircase. Iron the last one, and Bay will make it a 4K. Huge rounds. And Wildcard looking solid here on Chalet defense.
Now, the Frost Trap actually injured Semper on piano window jump in as well. So the one kill that Bay didn't find, Puckmat, just like that, shuts him down. Beautiful play there from a very simple position. Also playing Doc on the Solarium stairs means if that Capital Fire were to be in his area and he goes, gonna get shot from behind, just doxed him, tank the fire. Again, Wildcard showing they can play a roam, but they can also anchor down that bomb site. Deimos Fenrir? Okay.
Yeah, I was wondering, based on that round, how proficient the Monty ended up being, how influential, would they end up banning it? The Monty must have been the one that died from the frost mat, ironically. The only one that Bay couldn't headshot with the shield in front of his face. But yeah, the Deimos I think is a good move because Wildcard want to keep playing these aggressive roams. They don't want to be hunted down. Especially when you've got hero player potentially, you don't want to have one instrumental roamer or one instrumental key player like Bay in the case of that round be really targeted by that Deimos.
It frees you up. Vigil, Mute no longer needed to be played every single round to avoid Deimos, for example. But does for example, Dokkaebi, shields up as well, like the Monty, like the Blitz. We saw Glass earlier, we saw Sense earlier, so now that Elevate knows the full playing field, they can really handpick the right operators, not having to fear, oh, if you show like Monty 3 rounds in a row, they will ban the Monty, then we gotta do something else. Whereas for Elevate's attacking side, Fenrir's gone, so whenever you're entering or pushing the bomb side, looking for an aggressive gunfight somewhere, you don't have to fear getting nearsighted and missing out on an easy kill.
Where is Dash gonna put his bandit batteries? Oh, office. I'm curious.
Oh, they're doing the office hole?
Because I was wondering, look, we just saw the Fenrir ban. We've seen Dash really good at that. Operator and Elevate, if they want to play more aggressively, Fenrir is definitely an operator you want to ban.
Yeah.
And at first I was like, is Dash literally just picking bandit for the MP7? I sure hope not. But no, he does have a clear idea of where he wants to put down those batteries to try and fortify this office position.
Yeah. Slow down Elevate on their entry points, make them fight for those simple things that normally comes to you for free. Very few teams hold office. You hold top blue, you hold mezzanine, maybe you hold a little bit of piano and they fall back. They're playing to fight, playing to stay. Dash is not going to have any real way back once Elevate gets enough guns in this particular position. Blitz droning out, looking, how bad is this setup? I see one guy right now with, of course, a body system. Deployable shield as well to help him. Dash has to now play to live. Not to swing crazy aggressive, but live as long as possible to enable Baby Shark to play around him.
It's a very good setup here from Wildcard, but Elevate have the tools to deal with it. Notably, that sends from Psycho. Because this setup from Wildcard is all about crossfires, Sens can cut those crosses in two.
Yeah.
And that'll allow the blitz of Naka to try and move on inside. I believe that deployable shield's now been taken on out. Baby Shark now feeling a lot more pressure at his position. He no longer has as much capability to support Dash inside of office.
Yeah, I think now if you can get Blitz on the exterior door to office and just take that 1v1 inside, that could be a free pick. And like I said, the Sense Wall cut off his supply force of his teammates. Look at that, he's stuck in the corner. And they can now alleviate that. The further left we go, he has to be in that corner. He has to be there. No nades left for IQ, though.
Oh, he's not checking the right side. He didn't know. Oh, but this Dokkaebi call is going to give him away. Romeo's still not aggressing. He might get caught in an awkward position. The timing is not there for Elevate. The Ducks lined up. But they missed their shots. Now Wildcard have control. Psycho desperately. Bullets waylaid into the top floor. He can't even find Baby Shark. Wildcard looking dominant as ever on their defensive side. There is a reason why they are the best defensive team at this tournament. And Iron 1v4 is a far cry from the 1v1 he won against PSG Talon. And now they know exactly where he is. This round is in the bank for Wildcard.
Get that crossfire. We see Spike approaching blue staircase, just waiting to exit this door. Then they can shoot him together. I mean, you can try, Iron, you really can, but What's gonna happen here? That's one. Okay. Baby Shark low on HP. That's 15 seconds left. You gotta go right now.
I mean, these are just exit frags. There's also an angle all the way up from the hatch upstairs. That's a really gnarly one. Nothing to be done here for Iron. Elevate have tried their best, but Wildcard continue to be untouchable on their defensive side. Keep in mind, though, like we said earlier, they're yet to be really tested on their attacks, even throughout the entire of the 5 matches they've played so far. For Elevate now, a tactical timeout is called.
Tô ouvindo? Fala mesmo. Ó, pra todas as nossas caçadas blocadas, vamos fazer com nomes na comp. Eles estão ganhando por causa de reação, entendeu? Vamos travar a reação nossa do mid-round quando a gente fizer a caçada blockada. E se a gente for fazer solário, vamos pôr sempre.
Yo, let's run the 2.1 bunker. Evan, I'm gonna play Mutant, so I can nitro over the wall. If they're bucking below you, I want you to play Bandit and put bandits on the wall, okay? Shark, instead of playing the fish, actually Shark, instead of playing the fish, you play Bandit. Evan, you play Tube, okay?
Yeah.
And then put all 4 of your bandits on the 4 office wall, Shark, okay? Dash, do not get that closet wall, you son of a bitch.
Ok. Cara limpa, porra. Bora. Pô, os caras atacam mal hoje.
That's cheeky.
Precisa deles ter chatinho.
I love that cheeky smile.
Oh my god. Okay. So, can't speak much to Elevate, sadly, because I don't speak the language, nor do you, but...
I'm trying.
You're trying, okay?
Oh, did the bang?
I don't speak.
Hey, how you going?
Oh, okay. What did they talk about, James?
I have no clue.
Oh, okay, that's...
Hey guys, you had such a good idea last round. Why did you screw it up?
Why did you lose the round?
We had sends. We had 2 Dokkaebi calls. We only ever used one of them. Why didn't we use any of our sends walls?
They did cut corners on office, right? They spent 2 grenades, a lot of drones, Salt Bandits stuck in there.
Why did
then they rotated array?
Why didn't they just ignore it?
I was like, get the blitz over there, get the 5v1, right? Get the freebie, take IQ off avert, anything, then do your original plan. Don't do plan A, and then do half plan B, half plan A, and have bad timing, because Dash slashed out IQ with the way, got the free kill. Spike are calling the Stratton at their tactical timeout portion. Get the 4 office walls right now. We see Baby Shark in this position. They're going to Bandit trick this. Then I'm guessing that downstairs in Fireplace, this might be a soft wall, and then you can basically hold it vertically, and all they're taking 2 brow. So basically what they're doing right now is, again, locking Elevate out of achieving the hot breach destruction needed to go for bombs that execute, and forcing Elevate into just pure gunfights.
And don't forget Pengu. Shark, don't you get that closet wall, you son of a bitch.
And he didn't.
No, he didn't.
As far as I know. Important to play the right strat with the right people together as one. Despite playing the Bandit, we did see Baby Shark going for a very aggressive spawn because perhaps pre-placed batteries is enough. It's not like a loose free element on the roam. Again, a wildcard having this big focus on trying to deny Elevate on the entry points. There's nobody in library. There's nobody mezzanine, so it could just be CF4 downstairs, perhaps.
Good clear. I like this from Elevate. Point of least resistance, just get in the building. It's a good step 1. But as you said, it's going to be really challenging to clear the batteries off this wall and prevent the Bandit juggle.
Oh, yeah.
Like Nomad gives you fewer things to think about. Oh, bro.
That's not soft 4.
That's, yeah, just a mistake, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
sometimes that
gonna
can
get
happen.
caught.
Okay.
Well played from Semper.
Yeah, it is. Again, a good no.
We've seen so much about this tournament. Elevate rolling up the crowd.
You know what? You can spend 5 seconds doing that. I think it's worth it at this point.
Especially if they can hear or at least feel a little bit of that crowd reaction.
Yeah.
Surely that would fire them up.
But here comes problem-solving time. The Vert from office. The Bandit batteries get cleared out. No active tricking. They got the 2 bros to stall for time, though. Exothermic charge going out. Will they contest this wall or the one downstairs? Yes, they will contest. You can stall for 12 seconds at 3 separate occasions, so the wall will get opened up eventually. There's a jammer on this one. Gonna need to rotate the nades from Semper, likely to toss it up over, get the jammer to pop the wall. Office wall almost open, just 1 more second and it'll be there. This nade should clear the jammer. Yes. Elevate, they've done the hardest part of this round because once these walls open up, they're gonna have both the glass and the sense available.
Wait, is it still? Is the exothermic charge still there? I thought I heard it get zapped.
Yeah,
It did.
same.
How did that get shot? How did that get destroyed? Because that could be the round in the bag.
Maybe the C4 that wasn't entirely sure, honestly, to tell you. But yeah, this could be the round differentiator. Now we gotta see Psycho go crazy on the glass and all pick up his. 40 seconds left. They got man advantage again. They got the right tools. It comes down to a brawl downstairs.
Without an avenue onto the site, Elevate will need to get desperate. Semper has a flank opportunity lurking up from the west main stairs. Naka has found his opening. Elevate are looking to push everywhere at once, and they've got the 2-player advantage to do so. They need to isolate some 2 versus 1 fights, some 3 versus 2 fights. If they keep trading 1 for 1, it won't matter. There'll be no one left from Wildcard to hold their sights. Elevate have found a second round on their attacking side. Wildcard need to be careful or this game will slip through their fingers.
An impressive one at that. Still not sure what happened to the exothermic charge, but I also heard the sap. I looked impact grenades, not in pocket. C4 maybe could have done it. Mercy? Nah, no mercy for Wildcard.
Still, Elevate are really being pushed pretty hard here.
They're both being pushed in different ways, right? I like that Wildcard are trying to set these like mini traps for Elevate to play into, but they've been able to problem solve very effectively. Psycho now is still attacker in phase. He's hovering the Twitch. Yes, right now Psycho is 0-4, but his role right now is to be the problem solver for the team. Whether it's the Glass or the Munty, a Heartbreach, or a Twitch for any side of utility deny, that's very big to have for problem solving itself. Semper is playing Sense 2 rounds now in the basement, going for those cutoff rotations. If he dies, that could be monstrous for the team, right? But he gets to kill both of those rounds.
Chalet has actually been quite a defensive favored match at the tournament so far. 61 rounds played, 59% won by the defensive side, which means that you would actually be hoping, and not even hoping, expecting for a 4-2 split here. Anything less than that is actually below par. We've been saying Wildcard with their 80+% defensive win rate should be gunning for well above the average when it comes to their defensive sides. They can no longer do that. All they can do is hit par for the course, and that's only if they win this next round, putting all the more pressure into this next 2.5 minutes.
They've gone master bedroom. Don't want to go downstairs. Psycho from Twitch into IQ. Aggressive entry here.
Don't mind that.
No, taking the risk and the gamble. Tons of info. Can't quite vault through. He gets caught in the vault out instead. Dash with an aggressive play once more. Gets the opening pick for his team.
Yeah, that's the downside of Naka being on the Monty. He saw all of that unfold, but was not actually in a position to get that kill. He brought out the pistol afterwards, but he obviously isn't going to make that work.
Some lucky early death there. I think Elevate was trying to like go really off pace, go for an opening kill, get back out safe. When Psycho saw nobody was home, he said, okay, let me get back outside. But now you lost your foot in the map. You're stuck outside on the balcony. All of a sudden, Semper dies elsewhere as well. Munty's solo library hasn't accomplished anything in this round, and no one's there to help him do it either. So, not sure what this attack is trying to accomplish right now.
Don't do it. Dangerous.
Okay, never mind.
Credit to him. Not easy at all to find that kill. Good map control. A final piece back for Elevate. Wildcard still have the numbers advantage. Elevate have had the numbers advantage every single round. The last 4 rounds in a row, they've found that opening pick, and yet they've only won 2 of them. Now from a numbers disadvantage, I still find it hard to imagine that Elevate will be able to pull this off. If they do, it'll come down to some spectacular Monty play.
There is one benefit though, with Babe dying on the smoke, there's no real plant deny, no C4, no toxic babes, there is an echo sure to deny the timer of it, but can't get a kill. The flank is wide open, however the timing is bad.
Oh, but apparently nobody's ears are on here. For Ion, he loses his life, and Romeo is completely caught off guard, now out on the balcony. He's the last one left, low HP. Elevate were never in a great position, but they certainly had more to it than what we just saw.
Important to know when the flank happened from Baby Shark, the rest of his team aggressed on Master Bedroom Office as well. They don't make these solo plays. If there's something happening one portion of the map, something will happen elsewhere at the same time. Romeo, we gotta sharpen up the bullets right there because they are not going in a straight line. I mean, 20 seconds left, James. I think this one is done. Yeah. Unless?
I think, no. There's no unless.
No, unless.
There's no unless here. Wildcard hitting par for the course. I mean, it's going to be an exit frag. He's going to get 1 exit frag. There, Shark goes down, and now Spiker and Cans are going to be like, guys, come on, chill.
No more trolling, guys. Come on.
We've done enough of that so far in the tournament. Oh, there we go. Kansan finds his kill by the end of it. Wildcard lock in the 4-2 split at the half. I don't think there's anything to be smug about, though.
No.
They're about to move on to their attack, and that ain't going to be easy.
No, that's my biggest question mark, because we haven't seen them attack almost at all this tournament. They only had some rounds up against Falcons. They had, let me see, they had 4 attack rounds against Falcons. They lost all 4. They had 4 attack rounds against SSG. They won 2 of the 4, so half, and the same thing for T2. So at the very best, they have like a 50% win rate in a given match, but overall, it's more like a third of the rounds. They need the 5-1, 6-0 halves to have the kind of performance that we've seen from them so far. They got 4-2. It's like the second best realistic option. They have to show us, though, that they're not just gonna fall over and fail in either injury fragging and or problem solving. Elevate showed us they could do both. Wildcard will have to match.
That was a big move from Baby Shark. I really like what you highlighted, Pengu, how the guys on site all aggress at the exact same time. That's really what separates good teams from great teams.
Yeah.
Often teams at the lower levels will win rounds by that kind of out of accident.
Yeah.
Teams happen, players on the same team happen to push at the same time, and it catches your opponent off guard. But once you finally unlock that level of synergy where you can actually coordinate it, Shark says, guys, I'm about to flank, be ready to push out. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah.
And then they do it all at the same time. That's what separates the good teams from the truly great ones.
But is Wildcard the team where you would expect them to have it that early? That's my thing, because they're a younger roster, like together, so to speak. I would expect all other teams to have that skill set, not necessarily these guys.
No.
But they got it.
Yeah, good fundamentals from Wildcard. I think that's what's impressed us the most about a lot of these underdog teams that have borne success at Reload. Teams like CHE, who have had semis, teams like FearX, Wildcard. These teams have actually impressed us with their fundamentals. You know, it's one thing to say, oh, they had a good fragger, or they had one good round, or we're scared of this player, but they're not smart. The team's not smart. No, that's not at all the case. These guys are playing good Siege through and through. And keep in mind, I mean, this roster has had a lot of roster changes in recent history. Of course, Dash coming in, Shark coming in, both very recent roster changes. Have only been on the team for about a month. Elevate on the other team have only been a team for about a month. So I guess we even give them some credit.
Good EMP, but Ion aggresses forward, gets the kill. Instead of running away, why not just take the fight, take down Bay, get out alive as well.
I really like that move from Ion.
Semper, though, finds himself injured upstairs in the piano hallway from the window, I believe.
Is Romeo going to go for that? I think Psycho is playing aggressively, contesting this angle to enable Romeo to get into position, goes for the revive here. I think that's the right call. He couldn't leave it much later than that. Romeo can now go retake his position. On account of Ion dropping down the hatch and falling back, it does mean Elevate have effectively lost Library, but they can still contest it from outside in safer positions.
And they're holding Mezzanine, they're holding top blue as well. Another person falls, cancelled this time. The attack so far looking a little bit lackluster for Wildcard in their first opening round. Again, Elevate are not giving them any free kills right now. They're gonna keep that man advantage and build it bigger.
Exactly what we've come to expect from Wildcard attacks. There's just no substance here. Elevate, at the turn of the tide, they step up, and now they can just sit back and relax. Information for Dash, as he knows the player's on the mezzanine, but it's a 2v5. I mean, there's a player everywhere, more or less.
Yeah.
Needs to find some kind of a bait. He's going fishing at the moment, just looking for one of these delicious little trouts to pop their head up. He can just snag it.
Timing is crazy.
Yeah, not great though. There's really no way he wins against Iron here. On the default cam the whole time, worried about being pushed from above. 50 seconds to play with. And he's really not getting given anything here. A two-way crossfire. Psycho, he's dialed back the clock here. 3 big kills. And now Shark, there's absolutely no chance he makes this work. He needs to just sit back, bait a few kills, maybe give his team a chance to recompose for next round.
You said good fundamentals, but how good are your attacks? Wildcard Baby Shark 1v5?
Come on.
Another one of those exit frag rounds.
Finish him off. The Brazilian crowd are just waiting for their team to get one step closer to tying this up, and Baby Shark is certainly not capable of doing anything about it. Romeo teased out. Come on, put him out of his misery already. Elevate. You can't let him be continuing to stay alive. That's finally it. A flawless round for Wildcard. And they have a reminder from the crowd that they have the audience here on their side.
There is Dash, of course, on the other line of players, but would you rather have 1 Brazilian if you're the crowd, or 5 and the support staff as well? It's not entirely fair, is it?
So if Dash got a 1 versus 5 clutch against 5 Brazilians, who would they cheer for?
Surely Dash at that point, that's just spectacular.
You got to. Dude's a major champ. Good round from Psycho. Maybe he just needs a DMR. Maybe he's just lost a lot of comfort on the SMGs. We've talked about him a little bit. He's been not the greatest this tournament.
Quiet on the scoreboard, but again, playing those roles that are so necessary and very thankless, you know? When you play, I don't know, a shield like Monty, even if you're just walking about, you're usually getting pretty good value, intel, etc. Whereas you can play an Ashe, and some rounds you get no kills, you might not have any value at all. Psycho is playing valuable operators regardless of how many kills he gets on the attack. Now he's playing Oryx, he's playing Aruni. He kind of has to frag it out now on the defensive side to make it up for it.
Yeah, good. I want to see that energy out of Psycho. What from Wildcard? Because if that round has anything to go by, then they'll be silenced very quickly here by Elevate. Now, this is the Brazilian/APAC team's map pick. Can I just say,
you're never gonna let that go.
These guys aren't APAC, at least not yet. If they're a full Brazilian roster, but they play in APAC, then we can start calling them APAC.
So by stage 1, they're APAC.
Yeah, but they're not yet. They haven't played a single scrim in APAC yet.
I think that's fair.
I do think it's important to credit where these Elevate guys have come from. I mean, this is a primarily tier 2 roster. Obviously, Psycho, formerly of NIP back in the day. Semper had a stint on MIBR. But Ion from W7M Academy, Naka and Romeo from Elevate Academy, even one of the coaches, Freezow from W7M Academy. So this is essentially like a tier 2 team that's now been rocketed to the big stage. And they're actually proving that, man, Brazilian tier 2, they've got legs.
In tier 1, they got the whole thing. I mean, no one can really topple the Brazilian region right now. The last couple of years, maybe succeeds. Maybe some individual teams, but no other regions. Flashbang going out. I thought for a second they're gonna push it, but right now they're just holding on. Maybe trying to bait Elevate to make a move, overstep, go for a swing, being a little bit panicky, but they got their corners. They're comfortable. Again, Wildcard on the attack, they have to problem solve them. Without the Capital, those corners are that much harder to clear. Nate comes out, misses the mark, Blackbeard up the staircase, gets good information, but what can they do with this?
Yeah, that's the problem here. Blackbeard's now walks into a crossfire, Pay goes down to Semper, and there's nothing from Wildcard. One consolation frag is not near enough for the cost that they have paid. Kansan can slowly bring it back, but Wildcard cannot afford one little kill here, one little kill there. Baby Sharks had a bit of a rough slog these last couple of rounds.
Kansan's in Solarium, but they got the yellow ping information with those Valcams most likely. I mean, Wildcard not in a bad position, but as I say that, another player falls. Baby Shark now down to a 2v3, backs against the wall, Wildcard. You gotta go for kills once again.
Yeah, Psycho's in good position too. I don't think Kansan's gonna be able to keep on fishing for kills here. From inside Solarium, as you said, they know exactly where he is. Valkyrie cameras from Ion, sat by Romeo at the moment in Solarium. There's so much info here for the Brazilians as Kansan continues looking for something. How good are Psycho's ears? Does he know where this player is dashing back and forth around? Kansan still just waiting for someone to peek him. You can't wait forever, son. A bit of distraction as Dash looks to try and repel on in, but it's too late. A lot of damage dealt. No diffuser to speak of. A small magazine to play with, and Psycho silences his fellow Brazilian on the opposition for Elevate to tie the scoreline.
And it seems like the same story for attack here in Chalet. If you don't get those quote-unquote free or easy kills with the opponent making mistakes, they don't have the right tools to problem solve or the right decision making. There, you have the Grim Beast, you have the Blackbeard, you have grenades. You could have gone below. You can, you know, of course, toss out the grenades themselves, but they missed the nades. So Blackbeard walks up, he dies, and the round is kind of over from the push itself. Psycho was stuck in the closet corner for more than half the round. They can't kill him. They can't clear out that position, and because of that, they cannot go for a plant attempt. If Psycho wasn't here, get a player big window repel, stop planting. The only cover is C4 downstairs when there was a flank drone from Wildcard. So again, Wildcard, we said these teams are good fundamentals, and it is true. But it seems like it's mostly a defender-sided fundamental that really is working for them, and the attacking one, lack of experience perhaps.
Yeah, I feel like Wildcard need to go and play some scrims where they just play like 50 attack rounds.
Honestly, that's not a bad shout.
And it's not like, okay guys, we need to sit there and have some strats. No, they just need to experience what to do in those mid-rounds, especially when things don't go to plan. Because when they didn't have a proper Ingress, as you said, after they missed all those nades and didn't have a Capital, what was their plan? Their plan was to sit there and wait for people to peek them, but guess what? They're on camera the whole time. Elevate, even if maybe in another day without that info, they wouldn't get baited into peeking. They definitely aren't going to get baited when they just see on that camera, this guy is literally just watching for us.
Yeah.
We're not going to give him a damn thing.
Also, mind you, in the first 2 defensive rounds, and the only 2 pretty much, Psycho has been the centerpiece of the strat. He was playing Library, got a 3-play, playing to live. Last round, playing that Master Bedroom Closet, holding the crossover bathroom, playing to live. And the rest of Elevate and defense are playing around him. So Psycho finds himself very much in a leadership position from the defensive side, and everyone can just say, hey Psycho, what's the plan? What do you need? And he just knows when to stand still and when to go for a swing.
Well, very different situation now that we're going all the way down to the basement, Pengu.
First time.
Yeah. It's crazy that we can play 8 rounds of Chalet in 2025 and not see the basement once. But that's where the cookies crumble. This time around, the meta has really shifted away from this bomb site. But guess what? All hard breaches are in. All hard breach denial is in.
But so is the Kaid. On the flip side, when Wildcard was on the defensive side, they didn't have Kaid at their disposal. I think that's the difference maker. But then I'm just thinking, just play EMPs, play Thatcher. That's the counter, right? This is a roam clear, Ram Brigadron goes out, ton of verticality, and you're right, there's all those hard breaches available as well. I don't know exactly how Elevate envisioned this to go from a strategical point of view, because all these walls will get opened up, but they have a roamer in office.
Since when is Semper in office on Kaid?
He's just floating, dude.
Dude has somehow snuck behind enemy lines. I'm not sure if Wildcard actually like cleared this and just missed him.
Yeah,
or
whether they did a half clear.
Yeah, perhaps it was a half clear. If that's the case, they need to make sure they don't get baited into tunnel visioning on the side.
They're not watching any flying drones right now, so they have no clue about piano and office, etc. I think they've made the call that the map is clear, likely misjoining him because he's hiding inside office the entire time. Then C4, of course, will be like, hey guys, I'm here. No one hears it. He's got control of the verticality now.
He has to make sure he finds it. Double kill for Semper. Finally put to rest, but the damage has been done to Wildcard. 40 seconds still to play. Maybe it was a little bit too early to make that because there's still legs to this push from Wildcard. Spiker wants to try and force the plant down. Now Bay has found his opening kill, and it's forced here from Psycho. He doesn't have info where the plant's going down. Naka for a flank. It's not gonna mean a damn thing when Bay is there to cover it. Few heroic moments from Semper mean absolutely nothing when Wildcard can play it like that.
That was absolutely disgusting. So in Siege X, when you're vaulting off a ledge that's, you know, taller than vault angle itself, you're falling midair, you're forced into the hipfire action. You cannot ADS as you're midair. That's why he drops hipfire, one taps that you smokes him on the staircase. 180-degree flick behind him, boom, gets the second player. Pistol comes out, does damage to a third. Despite that, they still lose the round.
Have a look at this Game Pass highlight right here.
First bullet.
First bullet. Second guy's on a drone. Third guy, like you said, did a hunk of damage to as well. Yeah, a lot of worthwhile play there from Semper. But if I am to be critical, it was with 40 seconds still to play. He could have waited a little bit later, potentially.
Fully agree. You can literally saw it kind of when they go in from the breach on the right-hand side where the first planet attempt was going down, you can see that all the way from off his balcony because all that vert was done for him. I do think he flanked a little bit too early. Of course, he got 2 kills. He technically got his job done, but there was no real pressure from Wildcard elsewhere on the attacking side. They were comfortably waiting for the execute. They were droning like we saw. Maybe could have waited, maybe should have waited, didn't. Got a nice highlight clip though.
Sure, I think the key problem there is like if he can get 2 kills, 40 seconds left in the round, and Elevate still lose quite convincingly, then what the hell's going on with the rest of
Did you see the Bay one-tap afterwards as well? He was just jiggling 5 stairs. Boop.
Is that what he did?
Yeah, and he one-tapped the guy with a C4. That could have been the plant denier. So like, maybe...
Even then, like, Psycho's not going to die that plant. He was trying to toss it towards the bottom of the
wrong
stairs.
side. Yeah, you're right.
Didn't know it was bins.
But you're right, small things going the wrong side. A Wildcard off a huge play ends up gathering back the confidence that round to just keep fighting on. They didn't slow it down despite getting flanked there. They all turned around, hey, there's a guy flanking, let's kill him first. Ash is just in there, immediately gets a kill to Romeo, caught in the bad timing, I assume here.
How do you use all 33 bullets from the SMG-12 in that one engagement? I'd love to know. Maybe just spray down the window and jump straight in.
Yeah, that could just be it.
Wildcard, though, very early, very aggressive. What, 25 seconds into the round, they find the first kill. They've got multiple players in the building 10 seconds later.
Yeah. The big thing to note here is when you get an opening kill on an entry area like that, yeah, they're in fast, but the biggest thing is they've saved themselves with 30 seconds on top because now you got drone it, find him, drone him again, jump in. there's no time waste now for Elevate, which means there's going to be so much time to deal with this top mezzanine push if they want to go for that, or they can just push the side dash, getting a little bit aggressive again here.
Dash could hack that cam too.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should go do that right now, right? Let's get the first step done now, hack the cams, set up the flying drones, let's relax for a little bit. We got Bravo we gotta utilize, hack the Banshees. They very well could, oh, he doesn't get it. I was gonna say, if he hacks that Banshee, you can like make pressure top floor and have Dash sneak in that hallway later on.
Yeah, the thing that's gonna be hard here for Wildcard is to deal with that position at top of Library Stairs. That's where you've got the shield.
4 nades?
Yeah, I mean, you've got the ingredients to deal with it. But in theory, I mean, Semper is in a strong power position. He's got ADSs to protect him as well. Ooh, there's an aggressive peek from somewhere. I think Psycho, that was him. And he's just died at Mezzanine, peeking out again. Another player looks for something. It's Iron. You can feel it from Elevate, the palpable stress that they need to make some kind of a move. And, well, it's not going to go down well for them. Wildcard are ready for every single point of aggression. Iron might retake Mezzanine, but it doesn't matter when the rest of Wildcard are in elsewhere positions. Semper's also hunted down the Blackbeard now, forcing Iron further back, a 1 versus 5. And I don't think there's much of a chance here for Elevate. Wildcard, they started slow on their attacking side, but 2 rounds now in a row, they have looked untouchable. And one by one, they hunt him down, they put him into a corner, and they put him down. It's map point here for Wildcard.
If you replay the end of that round, I'm thinking to myself, was that necessary from Elevate? Semper, the Warden, still had the shield. ADSs were still alive. And they regen every 10 or so seconds to soak it up utility. I understand going for what I call an off-pace play. Wildcard likely wouldn't expect an aggression, but they did. Yeah. We saw Psycho flank from the inside the office double window on top fireplace, swing in office, dies. Knock it downstairs in smoke, dining hallway, dies. They were ready on all 3 fronts for that aggression, and beam down the window, jumps in, gets the kill. I mean, this is cheeky.
Yeah, but the thing is, here from Elevate, like you said, they lost 1 player early, and every other player on the team died over-aggressing, trying to make an off-pace play.
Yeah.
There's no point to that.
But this is where I want to praise Wildcard, because when they made the off-pace plays, for example, the flank blue stairs, when they were defending, it was together.
Aww. Aww. Things you love to see.
Things you do like to see, indeed.
I guess that's because Elevate's losing, right?
Oh, snooze.
Snooze fest for the
Elevate losing, I sleep. Elevate winning, oh, I'm awake.
Oh yeah, someone's gonna have to make that meme later. If we get another shot of her and she's awake and celebrating, definitely gonna have to create that meme format. Wildcard here though, man, what a glow up for this roster, hey? After all of last year, it was pretty pitiful with their entry into the North America League, Stage 1, 7th place, Stage 2, 5th place. Still like a mid-bottom level team at their best. Obviously, huge pickup with Dash. Baby Shark also an import over from France.
And big question mark for that roster in the beginning, right? Like communication, language barrier, cultural differences. Yeah, it didn't make any sense until you see them play.
You import, like there's so much talent in A as well. I think it's mostly taken, but you know, you import a player like Dash from Brazil, that's huge. Baby Shark, you know, making the leap across the pond as well. Baby Shark's English is phenomenal though. I'm not sure about Dash. I can only assume it's good. Probably doesn't need good English. He's gonna say a fragging machine.
Dash go kill. Yeah, okay, where? This window. Okay, I jump in now. Gets the kill, and that's just it. That was what happened last round in the comms, I believe. Chigilo Sophia stun 1. Last one in the chamber goes down, but distraction play of the big window goes on in. Hold up, Dash. Very aggressive. 2 injures.
Howard 2 players down. Dash sneaking on through. Another one. Elevate just down to 2 players. Psycho and Romeo. Oh, Psycho misses his opportunity. Elevate going to be praying to God that Wildcard fall into those frost mats now.
You got the Fuser and the Blackbeard just trying to play it nice and slow right now, not take any of that risk. Just again, reset it. 1 minute, 20 seconds. Get the drone side, get the flanks established. You gotta figure out, can we go for a safe plan because of the vert, or do we have to send a player upstairs to deny it? For example, Vico the Repel sees it on the floor. But we see Romeo pushed out of the bomb side. Now Wildcard they own both dining and kitchen.
The C4 could be big. That's massive. Kansan goes down. Does Bay still have adequate protection? He's inside the smoke. In the post plan, it's going to be nigh impossible to kill him. Baby Shark's got the cover above.
boy.
All up to Romeo to save Elevate's map pick, but Wildcard silence the crowd and make a statement here in Rio. Wildcard is certainly the real deal, and they are one map away from a semi-final.
That's crazy to say, right? But that is the truth. One map away, and with that, they showed us also some strength on the attacking side. It was a slow start for them, not getting those opening kills, not getting foothold inside the map, but then they figured it out, and they solved it, and they got the dub.
The two unlikely heroes of Rio will still duke it out. It's not over yet, but Wildcard have the upper hand. We'll be back after this.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Wildcard continued to impress. Map one of the series, that looked dominant and it looked scary for other teams that have been counting them out. we looked at this game, Lax, and we said that, yes, coming into it, Elevate probably looked like the lesser of the two. But did we expect Wildcard to still have such prominence in a best of three?
Well, first off, Elevate need to elevate their gameplay. That's for sure. But in terms of Wildcard, I think this is kind of everything that we were expecting. Now, the casters were talking about, which is true. Wildcard really haven't played a lot of attacks given that first format during phase one. They were doing everything based off their defenses. But as we saw with their attacks, which personally I think both me and Fox are extremely impressed, and even for me, being a former teammate with Spiker, seeing him grow and be the IGL that he's becoming, and having all of these players on the same page, you even heard in that breakdown, in that timeout, what he wanted to set up and have everyone do. I am really impressed with how well Spiker has matured as an IGL.
Absolutely, and for the whole team to be able to accomplish this within a month or so of practice is insane that we're actually talking about it. And obviously, you can say, oh, the Chalet is one of Wildcard's better maps. Yes, Elevate's not doing themselves any favor going to Chalet, but at the end of the day, it has absolutely nothing to do with the map. We see this on every single map from Wildcard, and I'm glad they got to showcase it on their attacks to get a couple more rounds out, obviously for the stat sheet, because the way that they're winning is they are so good at taking the positions that they need. They don't take anything extra. They don't go for overzealous plays. And on defense, they fight for what they need. Every round, they're constantly maintaining on how are we going to win the round worst case scenario. We need to hold this. They do it.
I mean, what I really appreciated on attack is they controlled the tempo so well that you would have multiple instances where Dash would get that first kill, maybe try to go find a second, put a little pressure on site, but immediately follow back, just like we saw in that last round, and they just slowly collapsed and constricted all of Elevate on their site and on their defense, and they just made that last round flawless.
Absolutely. Sometimes, honestly, it comes down to individual players that can impact an entire game. Bay is one of those players today, especially on Chalet, that stood out as, I guess, an individual that could turn the tide. He's not the only one. Of course, Kansan had a fantastic game as well. Dash was unreal. But if we stick to Bay for a moment here, Lax, I mean, this is the kind of performance that can elevate you well into what would be a live stage performance, potentially a grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you surround yourself, like I said, like players like Dash, like Kansan, and then also the three of Spiker, Bay, and Baby Shark that don't have any LAN experience, you don't need the crowd behind you. Sure, it's great, but what's important is that you have your teammates next to you. You have your teammates behind you. You have your teammates hyping you up. And when you're putting up a performance like this, for someone that has no LAN experience, you have to feel good. Bay is hitting one taps like he's playing ranked. You are at an international level versus international players, a former SI champion, and you're playing like you're just playing ranked. It's gotta feel good, and we have to highlight him for it.
Yeah, to have the confidence to have such a young player to be able to hold some of those death positions. Right, young players can sometimes go crazy in the stat sheet, but he's playing arguably the most difficult positions, especially on that Solar Stairs 4K that we saw, locking it down, and he knows exactly where to look, when to look. And when you're surrounded by a group of players that have the experience that they have, I mean, obviously it makes things that much easier because you have the confidence instilled in you from your team. But everybody on the team as a whole has been evolving and learning. But specifically Bay, the reason we highlighted him is because to be such a young player, a lot of people were criticizing Wildcard when they picked him up because a lot of rookies in the game recently, they always talk about, you know, Newers, Ashen. Bay was never really in that conversation. Everyone knew his potential, but no one has been able to see it. And so now to be on his first main stage, to still keep that level of performance, goes without saying. I mean, he is a top player so far.
Certainly does. Look, Wildcard, they're currently 1-0 up in the piece. They could close it out on Consulate, but before we get there, Maria spoke to the players just as they headed off stage for the break.
Psycho once again is playing in the main stage now for APAC region in an NA organization with a full Brazilian roster. How crazy?
Super good sensation to be back on the stage. And that's it. Super happy. Just happy.
Just happy. Okay, thank you. You always played Dash in South America League, and now you are facing the Brazilian crowd going against you. How does it feel?
I feel good. I mean, it's a dream playing here. I'd like to have the option to play like in the stage in São Paulo, but I'm realizing this. I'm like having this opportunity now to play in front of the crowd. So I mean, I know I'm playing against Brazilians. I know the crowds for cheering for them, but tomorrow maybe they're gonna cheer for me.
Okay.
to Brazil. We are in Rio de Janeiro live. We couldn't come to the country that has arguably the best players in the world without coming to talk to the best fans in the world. Brazil, how we doing?
Yeah, that's a great crowd, Ian.
So good. Maria, how are you?
I'm fine. Having a good time.
Me too. Quickly, just one quick thing. Haza Careca. Yeah, if you live here, if you're part of the scene, you know what I'm talking about. But right now,
You know the meme,
yeah,
right,
you know the
Ian?
meme. I've got a surprise for everybody here in Rio. A giveaway. All right. Game Pass.
Ooh.
3 months of it. And when CJX drops, you get exclusive content. I know, can you believe it?
Can I like have one for me?
Yeah, no. You have to earn it by answering a question.
Okay.
So listen up, everybody. And if Maria needs to translate it all into
Maybe.
wonderful Brazilian Portuguese, we can do that.
Let's
But the
go.
question is, if you want one of these codes, São Paulo, 6 Invitational last year, the
Oh.
grand final.
Okay.
2 twin brothers played against each other. Who? I just want one of their names. One of the 2 players that played against each other.
Hello. Okay, so they might know the answer.
Range.
He's correct! All right, you get one. You get one. I don't know if I'm allowed to do this. You know, I'm pretty sure that I'm not. But the loudest one of you in the crowd right now, I will give another one of these Game Pass codes to. The loudest person
Okay.
behind us right now. Should we do this?
Yeah. Galera, quem gritar mais alto agora aqui na arena vai ganhar também. Então bora começar a fazer barulho? Ok. 3, 2, 1. Pode gritar! Okay.
Wait. Vamos fazer barulho! Now it's a party. You get a code as well. Oh, no, I've already given you one. Sorry, you get a code as well. Maria, thank you so much. We
Thank
will
you
see
so
plenty
much,
more
Ian.
of this wonderful woman, and we'll get right back into the action here in Brazil. It's Reload.
See ya.
G'day guys, welcome back. Oh my god, I
I'm
gotta say,
sad.
we were just pissing ourselves laughing there.
Ian's a troublemaker.
Those guys are hilarious, and yeah, I can't get enough of the Brazilian attitude towards Siege. This region is so passionate about the game, and yet their team here is actually on the verge of elimination.
They are, but I mean, we gotta say, Dash, he's Brazilian, he's on Wildcard, and he said in his interview, hey, maybe today I'm the villain, maybe tomorrow you'll root for me instead. Make
Very
a
much
statement
the
there.
case. Wildcard heavily favored in this matchup, but Elevate with the Brazilian crowd behind them. Can they keep this game alive on Consulate?
Oh boy, second map after a great first one on Chalet. Was it simply a map beater mistake going to that map? I don't know, because Wildcard and Consulate are also pretty damn good. The benefit for Elevate is that Wildcard have played this map not just once, but twice so far, meaning there is stuff to research and stuff to figure out. But that didn't really help them all that much on Chalet, James.
Absolutely. Yeah, Wildcard.
Stopped it. Yeah.
They've shown us what they can do on Consulate against G2 and against Team Secret. It's how they qualified for this tournament. But Elevate, what have they been cooking up? Can they bounce back now as they start on the attacking side? Once again, Wildcard love their defense, and that's once again where they get to sit, Pengu. A little bit of a surprise to me. I would have thought that Elevate would choose to start on the
And we
defensive
back.
side.
Let's
I was
go.
thinking,
We
I
in
was
this
gonna ask
one.
you, Are you sure that the map
Thank you, Ubisoft, for partnering with me so I can post-stream and give all you guys some drops, baby. We got some drops in the house. We got the drops. We got the drops. Oh, the haircut's clean. We looking good now. Yeah, look at the clean.
Maybe one day Elevate will be an APAC team in stage one, but they haven't even played in the region as of yet. And by the sounds of the Brazilian crowd, I think you know what nationality this team is.
I was gonna say, maybe it comes down to very specific counter-strategy from Elevate, where they want to start off on the attack with their prep work, break apart those defensive rounds, then swap into the comfortable side. That's the only way where I feel like this makes sense to start on the less favorable position.
Perhaps they've done some solid counter-strategy to these setups. I don't recall very specific wildcard setups on this top floor. I just remember that they were bloody good at that.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes, right? Well, let's see right now, early start. I want to again give praise to Wildcard because they are playing Tashanka on top floor, and I'm going to keep saying this.
You love Tashanka.
Phenomenal operator. Not many good bomb sets for him. Top floor here in Consulate is one of them because it denies the plant on CEO Repellion, which of course our teams will play the Amuro, go for a quick cheeky plant. Yes, you can smoke it. Yes, you can see forward, but you have so few goes at that, they can jump back out and duke it. Tashanka, fire, 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 doesn't stop, forcing Elevate into a different plant attempt or simply just to go for kills.
Yeah, and Tachanka is not the only fire-based operator here on the lineup. We've also got the Goyo, both of which, as well as the Smoke, that's like the three, the holy trinity of area denial on Rainbow Six defense. We also have a little bit of fire on the attacking side. That Capitao, who I believe Elevate actually banned out on the first map, they're looking to utilize it here. They're keen to clear these power positions that Elevate set up, but as of yet, it's not actually clearly indicated where Elevate will start their attack.
We also know Wildcard, they're playing a very dynamic defensive setup right now. Aggression here with the Vigil, playing inside our copy room. C4 going out, almost takes down Romeo. That's the first step. Kill a couple of drones, do some damage, fall back. Now they keep, you know, Elevate guessing, are we gonna go for a run on the main door? No, you're wasting your time right now, Romeo. Hold that angle because we are in fact not gonna overly aggress. We're gonna make you waste as much time as possible. We got the Goyo fire, like you mentioned. They can simply play for time.
Again, a well-coordinated, well-synergized move from Wildcard. That C4 was tossed on out onto that window to push Romeo off. If he stays there, he dies. If he gets pushed off, then Bay can rotate back to side because Bay was getting trucked there with the buck down below and the player on his window. Really well played from Wildcard. Even though they didn't get a kill, huge value out of that team synergy.
Meeting well opened up, drone shot shortly after. Elevate looking for a meeting-oriented attack so far. Two people in admin, Bok downstairs in Visa, and of course, the recruiter Striker on the balcony. The question is, again, how do you find the opening kill? How do you force to attack the bomb site when you're up against, again, all the deny, the smokes, the Goyo fire, etc.? Well, Flores can help you. BossG says goodnight on Tanaka. That's Capitao remove from action. That's a huge pick.
Yeah, Elevate have been really slow so far. There's been some good setup. I like the way that Semper on the Flores has been clearing a lot of util, but he's been taken down. I'm not sure where that peek came through from. Perhaps the Goyo down below. It's just an absolute bloodbath.
Wait, how did I get that kill?
Kills with his SMG-12. Romeo, the first one in the round to take any damage from that waylaid C4, is now the last one left. Kansan can wall bang him into extinction. And Wildcard, well, that was not even a contest. A great start for the North American roster here on the second map.
This is the hard thing about Consulate. It can be so hard to get A, in the building in good time, and B, with every single attacker alive.
A little bit of a rocky road, are they?
It feels a little bit like Cafe sometimes, where there's just more bad gunfights to take. There's so many things to worry about. The verticality, the utility, and the crossfires the defense can establish. When you're Wildcard on these 5 upcoming defensive rounds, as long as you have a crossfire at 2 versus 1, you will always be able to punish Elevate whenever they go for a play. In that previous round, we saw that. Yes, Naka died early first to BossG, but afterwards, it was always Bay and someone else taking a fight at the same time, always applying all that pressure. Elevate, they, again, they gotta just problem solve, but you're on the weaker side. Going down 2-4 half is pretty much expected here.
It is. But to me, I'm not just looking at whether the rounds are won, I'm looking at how they're won and lost. For Elevate, I want to see a little bit of an argument that they should be here, because at the moment they haven't put up a strong enough contest. 7-4 on the first map. Okay, that seems like a good contest on paper until you consider that This is Elevate's map pick, and now here on Consulate,
right.
where Wildcard expects to dominate. Elevate, another way to think about this. Ooh. Hold that thought for a second. Baby Shark wants to go for something here. K1A switched out instead of that Boss G.
The jig is up. Cam was shot. They're waiting for it again. Expecting the aggression once more, but he's now hiding below the desk. Pose, very OG operator on this map. I think it was Laxing on the desk saying that Wildcard, one of the few teams out there that actually still plays Pose on Consulate. We can see why. Good amount of information. Hey, nobody's outside yellow. Nobody's going for CEO. They're going to go for admin spiral most likely instead. That info can be shared very early on, giving Wildcard an idea of where the roamers should be focusing their energy at.
I like the double special drone squad here from Elevate with the Brava and the Twitch. How are they going to deal with those bandit batteries on the main wall?
Not with Twitch drones, because that's a lobby.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say grenade over, but the thing is they don't have grenades.
Yeah.
The downside of Twitch Dokkaebi's, or Twitch Brava, is that you don't have a lot of utility yourself, but you can deny a lot of utility from the enemy. We're looking at the cam, looking at us. Okay, there we go.
Waiting for his...
Like, is it hacked or is it not hacked? What's happening here?
I think he was waiting for his shock to regen. That's the only... No, actually, he wasn't. So, oh well.
Sometimes you gotta do double take, right?
Yeah.
We still see Shark upstairs as well. I mean, uncontested.
Yeah, the concern here from Elevate is they don't have Vert. Like, they don't know Vert operators except for breaching charges from Nako, which is he's starting to get use of right now. They haven't hard cleared the map. They haven't even really breached the main wall. Like, what have they achieved? At this point, they're looking to sneak downstairs. This is a very risky play to be making for Elevate.
To barricade all the doors, so let's shut them open. Now the defenders know they turn their attention. Had they not barricaded that, it might have been caught off guard. 1 minute to go, yellow door as well. Elevate trying to go for a pincer maneuver, but Bay is so sharp on these gunfights.
And now Elevate's still looking to try and funnel through a few very narrow hallways. A good kill from Naka. Bay needs to be careful overextending like that. This smoke grenade may enable a push. That mirror window is going to restrict Naka's options, but he is going to destroy it.
Okay,
C4 might actually be able to counter that. Meanwhile, back from his roam, there's been success at holding down the fort for Wildcard. Big flanks from Kansan. And there's nothing for Semper to do except lay down and die. Elevate,
that's a tough one.
Again, no inspiration on their attacking side.
They don't go for roam clear. They don't take map control. When they get down to that backside attack, it's just very one-dimensional and predictable because all defenders did was hold F on a barricade and then had to get destroyed, had to get shot. When that happened, they got the guys, they're behind us. There's no backside, there's no surprising factor to this whatsoever. And Wildcard are just kind of getting away with these rounds without much effort.
Yeah, Wildcard didn't have to do anything special that round. They didn't have to have
this was
any
good.
incredible setups. Oh God, Bay is so gnarly at those quick peeks.
Yes.
But even Kansan, he spent the entire round in piano using his pulse scanner, only to flank and find 2 1v1s at the end of the round.
All 3
1v1s make that.
But that's again 1v1v1v1v1. If that's Wildcard and we flip it, it's like that would probably be a 2v1 most likely. They'll go to those kills together. And also, I will say, Bay might have overswung. He got the first kill, great. Wide swings the guy bottom spiral. I'm thinking, Bay, let's relax here for a second. But then everyone else, they see that first kind of troll play and go, guys, let's play close together. Let's not throw.
When the only kills in the round that Elevate are getting are when Wildcard is feeding, that's not a great sign for Elevate. But for me, I'm thinking holistically about the tournament so far here. You look at Elevate's run, right? Losing to Furia, losing to CAG, that's one like world-class team and then one on the rise team.
Yeah.
And then the wins were only over PSG and Scars, both of which were close, and both the weakest teams in the tournament. Elevate actually haven't really had a lot of experience practicing against really solid teams who are playing the way that Wildcard are playing right now. Whereas Wildcard, in contrast, like they've had a chance to play against Falcons, G2, SSG, and Secret.
Oh yeah.
All of which are better than almost all the opponents that Elevate have played. The Wildcard has had far better practice. It's the double-edged sword of Elevate.
Yeah.
But getting that early advantage, getting qualified to main stage a day early, it means they actually have less experience, and we're seeing them suffer for it.
Yeah. It's all about getting limit tested. And right now, that hasn't been the case for Elevate. They're seeing these things not work, maybe for the first time this event, because, again, yeah, they're going to run over PST and Scars, you'd think. They weren't, though. It was close games, like you said. Dash, C-Force, Naka. Is that 3 for 3 in opening deaths right now? He keeps dying first, and very important operators. Capital, Grim. That's not good. Not good at all. And again, now, they're holding Vert. So Wildcard, they're playing the map and saying, hey, this is the bomb side, we're gonna play in these positions, Elevate are not problem solving or getting rid of those power spots whatsoever. They're trying to go, hey guys, let's go side. Hey, let's go take this gunfight. But it's always in a disadvantageous position. I mean, how are they gonna clear this? Like the grenade? No, Dash gets a second kill.
Well, finally we do find a kill for Elevate, and it's not gonna convert to much, it seems. I like the idea somewhat from Elevate. It felt like it was very one-dimensional. You've got Ion below, grenading, using that Deimos pistol. Eventually it finds one kill, but Wildcard have so much more depth to this defense. And Elevate now have to decide, do they try and clear out that top floor fully and remove those vert players, or do they try and hit the site and then have to worry about those vert players while doing so?
It's like you're having a one-layer peeler versus like a ton of layers like an onion. Like Wildcard, they have levels to this. Elevate, they choose one layer, gone with that one. But then there's another one beneath it, and beneath that, and beneath that. It's too simplistic.
Oh, Psycho sneaking in upstairs. A player just around the corner. His Spidey sense is tingling, but they are playing in a crossfire. He peeks the angle, but he loses the fight. Psycho goes down, another one for Wildcard. They continue to dominate on Consulate. Could this be 3 for 3 at the tournament so far?
Who thought giving Wildcard defense was a good idea?
Apparently
Elevate. Person. But it's not a good idea. It's like, I mean, of course you're gonna have your reasons, your prep work, your counters, whatever, but the numbers don't lie all that often. They are so dominant on defense, especially Consulate, and on the flip side, they're not that good on attack in the past at least. Yeah. I want to get comfortable. They're gonna call it the time of Elevate. We can listen in.
Fazer mais blocada, entendeu? Se for pra DM, faz Capitão e Nomad jogando pra lá e a gente tem a plant da Root CO, tá ligado? Vamos jogar full mais blocada.
Warning with the Nitro, I'm gonna try to Nitro the floors early on the S2 skylight, or on the yellow skylight.
Okay, perfect, okay.
And then that way if they want to push, I can still like use my goggles. If they flash, because last time he tried to flash me yellow and then jump in S2, so if he flashes I can just kill him with the warn.
Go post in the basement, this guy repels copy, bro. I feel like you kill him. Os 3 rounds já era, mano. Confia, mano. Vai se matar.
Mano, tamo no pior side, só que você tem que jogar o jogo. Faz blocado, mas faz entrando, mano. Bota o bico, porra. Joga sem medo, não fica demorando pra fazer os bagulho. É só jogar, porra.
Concerningly low energy in the Elevate camp.
Yeah, but I get it. And the thing I really want to praise here, Wildcard, despite the lack of experience as a full roster, as a team, they have very clear, precise strategies in their tactical timeouts, and it's a lot of small mini games, I call them. Like,
small mini games.
Scout in C4 range, go for that. Kansas said this guy repels in this spot, go for a run out. It's about how they can find one kill with ease in a round and play the round out 5 versus 4. That's a great C4. Now it's 5v4 again. Grim is dead. And then this play, the nade comes out, he gets the vert kill.
Is he trying to just contest it 1v1? Oh, I know where he is, so I'll contest it, even though it's an unfavored fight. It's just not enough respect.
I don't know if the nade rolled down to the floor and killed the Legion downstairs. Oh, no. It was from basement going all the way up and bounced down.
Yeah,
okay.
right.
I was saying, that was a crazy nade. But no, it's, yeah, I just love this. It's such a simple way to play the game for Wildcard, but as long as it keeps working, there's no reason to make it more complicated than that. Because it is just, in their mind, small mini games. Get the kill
that
here,
easy.
5v4, they crumble.
And even notice there, I mean, obviously I don't speak Portuguese, I don't know what Elevate's talked about in their tactical timeout, but by the vibe of it, my analysis is like Wildcard, in their tactical timeout, they're talking about, oh guys, remember that strat, do this, but oh, don't forget about this little minutia. Yeah. Remember that time this happened in Scrim, don't do that. Whereas Elevate, it was just like real monotonous, there was, you know, slunked shoulders, not a lot of hype, not a lot of energy, and I think if I'm in the Elevate camp right now, I'm not worrying about strategy. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying, guys, we can do better than this. Yeah. Just chill out. Like, don't take 1v1s. We've seen both of these maps so far. Elevate on the attacking side, fishing for kills, going for 1v1.
We got a yoo-hoo.
Just pick a strat and go to it. I'd rather have 5 players doing the same bad strat than 5 different people trying to fish for 1v1s.
I so agree. I was going to say the same thing. Choose what you want this round. Is it to kill the Scopos? Is it to take map control? Is it to rush the bomb site? Do you want to clear top floor? Pick one thing. Focus all your energy. Look at this. Romeo downstairs fast. In piano. Gets a bit of vertical control. Now really good drone from Psycho. He droned basement. He droned first floor. They get in the entries. This seems like there is one plan in motion. My question is, right now, Wildcard not fighting back on the map of the space. They're playing top floor mostly. There's a shell. Hello. What happens when the rubber meets the road. When Wildcard starts striking back, like here in top yellow, can they problem solve the actual difficulty? Because what they've done so far was free. The second a gunfight is there, guess what? Bay shuts Romeo down.
Yeah, well read there by Wildcard to go hunting for that lurker who was all alone. And as usual, Elevate are not within touching distance of their teammates. Now Iron is looking for a 1v1. This is always their solution. They have the same solution for every single problem. It's always, oh, well, we know there's someone there. Let's just send someone to go kill them. It's not that easy. Wildcard are playing it smart, and guess what? There's another crossfire here for the North Americans. Kansan catches Iron, and now desperation sets in. Elevate aiming down sights on shields. Needless mistakes, needless death for Elevate. 2 versus 5. They have absolutely nothing to show in the last 4 rounds.
They're trying to plant without piano control against the smoke toxic babes. Monty alone top yellow. The guy in lobby gets, flanked 1v1. Here's a crossfire.
He's dead.
Guess what? They just double swing him. 0 respect left for Elevate in the server. Wildcard, they want this round.
This is not a match. This is a massacre for Wildcard. And Elevate have nothing at all to say. No response, no energy from the crowd, and nothing from the Brazilians. You know, it's funny, last year in Sao Paulo, for the first time in however many years, we had an event in Brazil, and the crowd buff was real. We did not see a Brazilian team lose on the stage, except to another Brazilian team. And Rio, unfortunately, cannot boast that same stat that we say for Sao Paulo. Elevate completely deflated. The win from their sails gone, evaporated. Wildcard are here to stay, and with a 4-0 lead, I don't see any outcome other than Elevate going out with a whimper.
Dash did say during the play interviews, yes, today I am the villain because I know there are 5 Brazilians on the other side, but tomorrow you might just root for me. With how Wildcard they're playing, with how Dash individual is performing, I can totally see that happening right now. And I also want to give so much praise to Bay. During the intro segment, we're talking Kansan, we're talking Dash, and the experience, and the veterancy. Bay has been absolutely phenomenal. Individually, in his roaming, when he's playing aggressive individual, or playing anchoring on the bomb side, just getting kills. His only death right now, 6-1, was him getting really aggressive with ego swinging on that basement defense. They still won the round because Kansan got a 3K.
It's nice to see Bay finding his confidence here. This is a debut event for him. He's never played an international event before, let alone on the stage with the crowd rooting against him. And we saw him a little bit shaky throughout the reload to survive phase. Of course, he lost his 1v1 duel to Loira on G2 with only winning a single round. I think that the jitters are gone for Bay. I think he's starting to come into his own.
Yeah, Spiker did say, we have beaten our own expectations. We have nothing to lose. I'll tell you this, they are playing like that kind of team where it doesn't matter anymore. We've already beaten the bar.
Exactly where they need to be. Finally, the first opening kill of the game for Elevate. Romeo on the top floor on the back of that logic bomb. Shark goes down, and now some vertical potential opened up by Elevate to dissuade these players from Wildcard, holding on to their roam.
Need to expect the aggression now. Wildcard's lineup is very aggressive. Do not go for kills or C4s most likely. So if Elevate they read into this, get right is. Lock down the flanks, cut the rotations off, isolate Bay here and get that kill. They got Jackal, they got Dokkaebi, they have drones. Find him and kill him.
But guess what? Kansan's there to support. It's just him and Bay, but Naka does take down Bay. Kansan now devilishly worried about this Montaigne. Doesn't have any goo mines to bring out. And now the pressure is coming on. In comes Romeo.
Let's go. There we go, boys. Now we're doing it.
With Iron on the floor. And Spiker starts to feel a bit of ants in his pants. He looks to make a move, dash as well. But guess what? When it's the Monty, you can't go looking for kills.
Iron got injured by Captain Trap upstairs on top yellow. Finally now getting help from his teammate of Psycho. This is for a lot of time though in space in the server, and there might be more Captain Traps to go. Not just that, 2 C4s in pocket. If they find 1 apiece, we're back to even numbers. And when you have a Monty, yes, it's great for information for planting, but it's not great in terms of gunplay as you only have a pistol.
2v4 is the most dangerous scoreline to find yourself in on the advantageous side, as we know. Could it become a 1v3, it seems? A 3K for Romeo, big round, but Spiker will not survive. Romeo puts the team on his back. A huge 4K. Elevate found their way under Consulate.
They did, but it's a risky way to win. You said Romeo put the team on his back. He had 3 separate 1v1 50-50 gunfights that could have gone either way. If he doesn't win all 3 of those, I don't know if they have that round victory. Yes, it's great. Yes, they got the 4-1. They really, really, really need their second one, however. They gotta get that 2-4 half to have enough parachute to, you know, make a mistake on defense without everything being done and dusted. If you get a 5-1 half, 1 round, the best you can do is go to overtime with 5 rounds straight. You do not want to put yourself there.
And Wildcard already demonstrated on Chalet.
Yeah, don't put yourself in that situation, you know.
Today on the main stage than they did during the first phase of the tournament. They actually have a positive attacking win rate.
That's crazy.
Winning 3 out of 5 compared to what was it, a third or
about a third
15 or something like that. Really poor win rate during
What
the rest of the
drink do we
tournament
want?
so far. And that means that as we move into the second half, Elevate need to be
Go for a
extra
balloon,
careful.
right?
They can't just count on flipping the defense and expecting this to be a walk in the park.
Those next.
I want to see respect and discipline from Wildcard. Not to
Need
get
respect,
Elevate
boys.
anything, but
Gotta
I
respect
do see a
us.
world we can get a little bit cocky, a little bit overzealous, and say, you know, this is easy. Let's just keep doing this. Wildcard, they need to show us they have 2 switches. The fast, aggressive, cocky style when there's space for it, and the one saying, guys, Elevate, they can't
Space
help us
for it,
over
you
shot.
know?
Let's just sit back. Right now, again, we're back to playing utility on the sloppy defense. Bulletproof cameras, Goyo canisters, Melusi Banshees. They want to give Elevate space to walk into an area and then fight them with the terrain of the map itself. Squeeze them out. Last time Elevate attacked lobby, they couldn't figure out how to get inside the building. They have to this time.
Pressure top floor. Romeo now onto the Capitao. Capitao, Gridlock, and Montaigne. That's the tip of the spear for this round. Those
Go,
little
boys. Let's
cheap
go.
Side operators. They're not hard breaches. They're not your soft breaches. They're your more... Wait, let's throw an extra ingredient into the round. It looks like Semper actually is using those Gridlocks for flank watch rather than for an execute. 2 different interpretations of how you can play that Gridlock. He himself is actually going for a little bit of a roam right now, suppressing aggression now in the downstairs hallway. Meanwhile, here comes that hard breach on the side. You can't plan unless you clear the top floor.
This is the thing, with the Monty, maybe you can. If you have basement control and you can't get C4, Monty Shield can block the angle from top floor, especially with those smoke grenades. Baby Shark and the Warden could be, of course, the round-defining factor here for the defense, because I think they're gonna smoke it, walk it with Monty, and go direct. We've seen direct attacks before, James. It doesn't usually end well for the attackers. So much can go wrong. If one person dies, the guy covering, the guy planting, or the guy holding the flank, it can all be for nothing. Naka is ready. Capitao is getting there. When the captain says go, you go.
When the E1D brings out, that's the cue for Naka to head on inside. Gumain goes out. Here comes that Capitao fire. Is he going to have enough time? Here comes Naka. That 7-second plant time. Down goes the fire, and it's out, but there's no chance to deny it. Never mind. Bay has somehow denied the plant. It might not matter for Elevate. The diffuser has actually gone down. The Monty only died after that plant was confirmed. And now it's a post. Romeo's got the cutoff. Looking long through the bomb site. It's just Baby Shark now. And he's going to have to drop down unsafe to set his feet on that bomb site. Down the hatch he goes. Has been heard, it seems, by Elevate. Oh, God! Unbelievable shot from Baby Shark. A second kill, but no time to get on that diffuser. Doesn't matter what else can happen. Elevate
That was
have found
crazy.
the 2 attacks they need.
A clean card execute with a very precise plan in motion. It wasn't the smoke grenades, but it was going to be the fire with the Monty, and it buys just the right amount of time. But as I said, if one thing went wrong, that could have been it. Monty just got the plant down, then he died. The fire, a little bit early. I think the Gumain that Monty hit there kind of mistimed things for them, but they got the top in the end. They got the expected 2-4 half. Now Elevate go on defense. They have to be solid, or they have to rely on Wildcard having some blunders on their attack, which again, in the first stage of this event, they did have those struggles. That could come back to haunt them once more. Nice try from Baby Shark, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, gnarly shots. We expect that from Baby Shark. But finally, we're seeing Elevate actually have a clear plan, a clear conviction.
One thing together.
Guys, we're just going to breach this wall and plant with Monty.
Never hit it yet. You're like,
What
yeah,
else do
there
we
you
need
go.
to do to achieve that? What are the steps at the start of the round? What do we need to do to support that Monty when it happens? Sad that it took them 5 or 6 rounds to finally get that on the attacking side. Now let's see if they can find a little bit more success on their defense. Wildcard surprisingly looked good on their defense on Chalet. Good on attack on Chalet. But the real thing that kind of swung that game in favor of Wildcard was the fact that Elevate just kept on pushing for kills when they didn't need to.
Yeah.
There was so much needless aggression on the Elevate defense.
Also, the nature of Chalet, probably a lot easier to attack than Consulate. I'm sure, like we said, Chalet has been a defender-sided map so far, but so is Consulate. Now, I'll still say Chalet is easier to attack than Consulate.
A big map like Consulate, claustrophobic map like Chalet. It just happens that Chalet's ended up defensive-sided, but it's still like it's a kind of map on defense where you're very uncomfortable, even if you are winning.
And that's where we got to talk about comfortable pick operators, right? Double shield ban from Elevate, that's a very comfy thing for a lot of attackers. Of course, Blanket left open, picked here by Dash in the very first round. Wildcard, they want to open up their operator lineup. So you ban out the Valkyrie, don't gotta deal with those yellow pings you see force below, don't gotta bring IQ every single round, of course. And then Fenrir, which further enforces that they want to entry frag, go for those kills, not get nearsighted in the process, but it does leave open, just like before, something like the Goyo, the Smoke, which can always be problematic with time. If Wildcard are too slow,
Leave them open all those. Maybe
round,
leaving those open, dog.
getting their foothold, they might just not have enough time to work with, calm the plant situation. Maybe Shark almost just died, not sure to what, downstairs, a gunfight perhaps?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, he's worried
A
about
lot of
lateral
angles
here.
here.
I like the way that Elevate have set this up.
It's like a trap, right? Come in here, Baby Shark. Come on, come on.
Try and play vert.
Make some vert, please. I dare you.
You don't know which way we're going to peek you from.
But that's the thing, they have to peek it, right?
Yeah.
I want to see them. We see a flanker potentially from the lobby side. We
Where
see
is
Baby Shark. No info for him to work with.
That's Psycho over near Tellers. He was tempted to make a play. I don't think he's getting aggressive as of yet.
We're gonna wait for the box gash to start, you know, tearing up that floor.
Downstairs. What the hell?
Oh, okay, all the way down. Fair enough.
He's going for a jog.
Hatch is close to the basement. He does have a spare impact in pocket though, and right now he's just waiting. Because again, Wildcard are struggling, right? Psycho continues to show where he is.
Oh!
Okay, good height.
This is the problem. You ban out the Montaigne and the Blitz. Dash's 2 top operators at the tournament. Guess what? He'll go to his 3rd favorite. That's the Blackbeard, and it's one of the more deadly ones. Semper finally gets enough strike speed. Big run out from Psycho. Takes down the CEO player, but Elevate, they cannot hold the numbers.
He's below.
One by one they fall, and they know exactly where Psycho is.
Wow.
Shark has cut him off. Wildcard, their opening attack is successful.
Not just successful, it is clutch.
They just can't win
They
gunfights.
lost all the win conditions. They lost the guy on the rappel, they lost diffuser, the flank was opened up. And it comes down to somehow Baby Shark to get the final kill. The Baku was downstairs all alone, half HP, pressure from everywhere. Psycho's done, of course, you saw it, run out the yellow door with the impact grenade and take down the CEO rappel. Dash, however, had he not gotten the first pick with the Blackbeard and then grenaded the smoke away from that position CEO, I don't think that round plays out that way. So despite Dash dying, massive impact in the round. Elevate, they're going to be upset about that one because they had the round in the bag. All of a sudden, it was just gone.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't see a lot of those kills that came out from Wildcard. Well composed. And I like that they don't get too obsessed with things. Even though we had Shark going downstairs, he was really aware. Could get flanked from here, could get flanked from there.
Yeah.
He's not going to just be like, oh, I'm going to take the risk and I'm going to go for the vert. Nor is he going to be like, I'm going to hard watch these holes and not do my job. He's just going to, okay, open a little bit of vert, watch.
Yeah.
He's going to open a little bit more vert, watch. And then nothing he's committing to, he's never going to commit to a risk unless his teammate is going to make that risk a little bit more in his favor. It's not a 50-50, it's going to be a 60-40 or a 70-30.
Because mind you, if Baby Shark ever died, if Fnatic could just drop down that hatch, playing piano, hold the CO window from below. You cannot play anymore. I think it was just like Dash plus someone else. They dropped the yellow Skylight and they got like 3 kills in that round. Baby Shark got the final one. I didn't see the 4th where it happened, but regardless, again, Wildcard working very much together on the same plan. Blackbeard blocking the ankle here for the similar charges. At least
there they go.
The wall is open now. Maverick can solo open the main breach despite any issues like a Kaid or a Tuberao, which both are in play in this one. Likely going to be safe for the hatch's backside or a different wall because you see nothing is present on that exterior one. Ash Touch goes out, wall is open. That's the first step. After you open up that wall, run away, play safe, come back later with a single player. And while that happens, guess what? Dash with another entry on BD.
Yeah, so what's incredible about Wildcard compared to Elevate on their attacks, right, is Wildcard, despite our criticisms of their attacking half, they can achieve two things at once.
And it's the same plan in the end.
Exactly, the same eventual plan, but the step one, they're already winning. They've already got 2 players up, and now because there's so much time left on the clock, they can say, guys, let's actually not tunnel vision on the next step. Let's just sit back and relax, wait for someone to walk into our open arms. Guess what Iron is doing right now?
It's looking for that flank. We see silhouettes outside the lobby. There's a castle barricade though to start out, but they have good drone work. They got Dogby Call going out right in a moment, I believe. Maybe not. Cyclone dies elsewhere. Just like that, he's forced to sprint down, but they're waiting for him in a 4v1.
Red to perfection. Romeo with it all to do. 1 kill. An ace required. A second one. The Blackbeard still hunting him. C4 needed. The Dash doesn't need to move as of yet. Can's in there to support.
That's
Hunted,
tough.
cornered, and finished off.
They're struggling.
Wildcard, another attacking rounds, and they are seemingly untouchable here in the series. That point and series point in their hands.
Ridiculous. It was a 4v1 on the bomb side with Dash and holding the flank as a 5th player. And again, there's no gaps to be exploited. And this is Wildcard paying respect to Elevate. They're not just gonna brute force, run down towards the bomb site saying, hey, where's the bomb site? Where's that final player here?
Our picks are going to shit.
Waiting for the flank.
Elevate, you gotta win this.
Despite having the flank drones, despite having Blackbeard, it was a Blackbeard.
Pretty sure I picked FearX too and they lost, so.
Covering all the bases of like fundamentals.
Just all over the damn place.
They're working 2 angles to the same plan. Maverick, Ash getting the breach. Other 3 guys roam clearing from Visa backside. When the Maverick breach is done, they're gonna rotate over and help the backside who's not right, you know, they're behind essentially the plan, and play man advantage. Bathing gets a cutoff kill on top of it.
That's the thing, all that it takes is the tiniest little step number 1 from Wildcard to go successful, and then Elevate. It's like when you pour boiling water on an ant's nest, they just run apart. It's easy for Wildcard to pick off players who are looking sideways, unsure of what angles they're exposed to, desperately looking for some aggressive play. And now,
who was
Elevate,
that up?
I need 4 defenses in a row. They haven't even won a single bloody round yet on this half.
Yeah, you said it so well. It's Elevate on their attacking side. They're like 5 people pushing from one side of the map, and Wildcard though, there's no dangerous windows and doors and flanks really happening. Wildcard are everywhere. They had Ash, Maverick, main breach, 2-3 guys backside. All of a sudden, Ash is now yellow door, Blackbeard's and Tellers. So Elevate without the Valkyrie up and open, how do you get this information to work with? Well, right now, Baby Shark no information once more. Flash goes out. Awkward, yeah, get out of there. Stay alive, Baby Shark. Got the call coming up soon, momentarily here. But now already,
I just
Elevate,
like turn on. I hear that. I didn't hear any of that.
On the danger, let's help the bomb side.
Yeah.
So that play
Always talk nice to you. I got you, baby girl.
All that much easier.
And the logic bomb to come out. Now Baby Shark is safe to activate his gadget. Would have liked him to smash that mirror window while he was at it, but it's okay. What matters more is staying alive.
Ooh.
Just
why are we swinging that, guys?
It's like, for someone to cross his
it's weird some of these pro teams that swing stuff for no reason.
Elevate haven't
They have no reason to be swinging like any of this.
They're playing it a little bit more passively for now, but it wouldn't change much. Wildcard are just waiting again. Still just sitting back and hoping that someone from Elevate picks them. Dash wants to move up from the hallway, but doesn't need to over-aggress as of yet. Out goes the Bees. He can't move forward though because of that smoke.
Good info though. Now BB knows that nobody's at that door, so it has to be middle of meeting or by the spiral double door. Call goes out, the second one, nade 2. What can you do, Simba? Run away, he stays alive, that's massive. Now they got that mirror window, no real counterplay, no Ash charge. They gotta smoke it, fire it, or flashbang it.
Speaking of flashbangs, that's a miss from Baby Shark. Good usage of the Azami's keeper barrier there. But guess what? Dash is marching on forward, vulnerable to that vert below. Now remember, the bomb site is downstairs in lobby and press. It is not up here, but Wildcard need to clear this top 4 to prevent any vertical game from the defensive side. Semper is tucked away, hidden in the corner. Amidst the chaos, he may go unnoticed.
And there is no backstab for Wildcard right now. It's 5 guys on the same side of the map. They're missing, you know, a yellow stair skylight or a CEO rappel. They're all right here. Kansen downstairs looking for the site, but we know Elevate, they're waiting for it. There's no pressure anyway, so Elevate can just wait down right now. They got the mirror window, they got the intel to work with. Wildcard, they have to make the first move.
But they do, unfortunately. Semper is the one to fall into the
why are we?
Kansen. Romeo on such low.
They're just swinging stuff for no reason. No reason to swing. You can wait for them to walk into your crosshair and you get the kill. No, you swing and die.
Romeo up above with no
Wow. 2-0. I should have definitely chose wild card.
They're through to the semi-finals, and Dash once again leading his team through forward on the main stage.
The worst wildcard can do is top 4 at this.
That was wild.
And they're standing
Not in a good way.
Disputed we won, guys. Is that it? Is that all they have to offer? For Elevate, I mean, a dream come true for most of those players just to play here for one single matchup. But with that being said, they cannot be happy with how they came out of this tournament because that was a very one-sided match, especially Consulate.
Brazilian teams, beware. You are not invincible here in Rio like you were in Sao Paulo. Wildcard have won their quarterfinal. Elevate or a shadow of themselves today.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to, again, who did they play to get here? They played weaker teams, they played the system pretty well, but when you then make it this far, your opponent is so much more prepared, well-versed, and of course, they had a smaller break to wildcard. They stayed hot, while Elevate had 2 days break. You go cold, and I think that is a slow start for this one.
You can talk the talk, but you've got to walk the walk, and Wildcard are the real deal. For the longest time, mediocre at best in North America, never within earshot of making it to a major or a 6th invitational, and here they are. They, you know, some people have criticized, oh, they're just a partner team. They would never normally qualify for an event. I think that conversation is starting to change. Wildcard have shown that they can contend on the world stage.
Yeah, and it's not just Dash, it's not just Kansen, it's the full-time roster. The tag timeout, Spiker, all those mini strats, the plays, the communication, base, individual performance in decision-making, positioning, and those incredible amount of one-tips that we saw. It really is a full effort from the team, not just the star players.
That's right. It was a huge move for Wildcard to make those 2 imports with Shark and Dash, but of course, it's a 5 full roster of players that have shown up here on the main stage. And let's go and have a chat with Nivi and Ian on the stage.
Congratulations! Oh my god! You're playing out of your minds. It seems like you guys completely changed your mindset for this championship. Is that right?
Yeah, about 2 weeks ago or so, we weren't happy with how we were playing, so we completely changed our play style about 2 weeks ago. And I mean, you can see the results. We're playing very well since then, so.
Muito bom. Eu tava falando pra ele aqui que ele parece que eles mudaram completamente o mindset da equipe aqui pra esse campeonato e ele falou que eles mudaram e deu bons resultados até aqui. Yeah.
Spiker, you've got such a eclectic mix of talent from all over the world. What is it that makes you guys tick? Why is it working so well right now?
Honestly, it's just time together. Time with Shark and Dash. You know, having time with English just makes everything better. Comms flow much better mid-round. Everything just flows better the more time we have together.
Muito bom, eles têm
God,
aqui
so
jogadores do mundo todo,
Child.
mas eles mudaram aqui todo o mindset deles, inclusive pro inglês, com o Dash, né, o nosso jogador brasileiro, e tá indo muito bem até aqui.
Do you still feel like underdogs, even though you've now locked in that semi-final spot tomorrow?
I think we're going to kind of have that mentality the whole tournament, and after, you know, it'll probably change a little bit, but our whole thing with the tournament was just come in and play and see what happens.
He's so nasally.
Acho que eles não se sentem mais os underdogs nesse momento. Eles vão vir com esse bom mindset aqui para semifinalistas.
That's how they're gonna be the whole rest of the way.
Falando em serem semifinalistas, now you're gonna play against Kage Osaka. How you prepare for this fight?
We're gonna prepare just like we have every other team. You know, we're gonna respect them the same way. They've played really well this whole event, so we're gonna respect them just like any other team and play our game.
Ok, ele disse que ele vai se preparar como ele tem se preparado aqui durante todo o torneio para jogar amanhã contra a Kage Osaka,
I think he like just barely turned like 19 or some shit. Maybe on his way to 19.
Stay right there. Just briefly, just come with me just for a second. We haven't talked about this thing enough. This has got to be one of the coolest trophies that ASICS Esports has ever produced. This shield could be yours. Have a good look at it. And then I want you to spin round and I want you to tell me how much you want it.
We want it more than anything.
Well, thank you very much. Go and prepare. Cheers, brother. That was good stuff.
Yeah, ele falou que ele quer mais do que tudo esse troféu. Let's see.
The fucking laughs in this audience. I'm like, nobody's there today. What the hell? I guess all the teams everyone thought were gonna go through didn't go through, so no one's there to watch. Or they're waiting for these next couple of matches to come up. I think it's kind of funny.
Available now.
Available now. Bum bum bum. Cool place to visit though. Look at that view in Rio de Janeiro. Awesome looking city for sure. Okay, Falcons have to win this next match, right? Like, come on. At least one of my picks needs to go through. Yeah. Maybe I'll go 2-2 today. That's what I'm betting. Falcons probably win this, and then here is gonna win theirs. So I'll go 2-2. Not bad. I just want to get the Ashkin. I don't care about anything else. I just want to get the Ashkin. I just need 2 more picks to go through, and I get it. My top 8 was horrendous apparently for what this is. I got 3 out of 8. Oops. I wonder if anyone has 100% picks right now. Wonder if anyone does. Woo woo.
Wildcard continue to impress here in Rio de Janeiro, and they have, unfortunately for the Brazilian fans, knocked out one of the only 4 teams that we've got left in the quarterfinals here. You're not happy with that, Lax?
No, I'm happy with the way that Wildcard is playing and knocking out Elevate. I mean, it's about competition at this point, and Elevate is just not bringing it. Where Wildcard, me and Fox have talked about this over and over again. They are playing the absolute perfect siege that you possibly can get, or damn near close to.
Yeah, a lot of teams were already kind of writing off Elevate as making it through to the next phase because they were really well thought out when it came to their bullet system.
Sure.
But obviously Wildcard, in my opinion, out of all the teams, earned their way to the main stage. And I'm excited to see them keep progressing throughout the tournament, hopefully make it to a final, play against an opponent that you would see, you know, at any other major, just because Wildcard, the way they're playing fundamentally, they just
hit fire, got the headshot. That's crazy.
I really want to see it tested.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is, you know, I was listening to the casters obviously talk about the game, listening to you guys talk about the game prior. Seems like Wildcard taking in from play-ins from phase 1, the prep that they had coming into phase 2 versus Elevate, it just set them up so much better.
I mean, look at the entry kills alone, and then you look at the scoreline 7-2. But if you're watching that game specifically, one thing that I'm more impressed than anything on their attacks is, again, that tempo. They know when to just stop moving. They know when to aggress. They know when to rotate. They know when to collapse. And not only that, they do it together.
No, it's something that you don't see too often, especially from young players like Spiker and Bay. You know, most rookies within the North American scene, they have a trouble not moving. Like, they get a first pick, they constantly keep overextending. It's something that everybody always tries to focus on when you develop a new player. But already off the bat, Wildcard, they're just so disciplined. They constantly know exactly where they need to make the execute, where the opening is. So to be able to identify it means they have to have great droning and great communication. And for a team that's only been together for a month, that's insane. I've never seen a team be able to play that good. It doesn't feel necessarily like a Beast Coast roster where they're playing very good all together. It feels like this team is already a super high-level experienced team strategically, that they're playing as close to perfect as possible.
Lax?
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, me and Fox, we've gone through trial and errors with rosters, and it does take time to get that synergy, to get that communication. The fact that they're doing this within a month, bringing Dash on, bringing Baby Shark, when their native tongues aren't English, and they're all trying to get that into one, and then making it work here, and now pushing themselves into a semifinals, you got to give yourself a pat on the back.
Who knows what they could achieve at this point? It could continue to get better.
The sky is the limit.
We do have the detail, and this, for me, sponsored by Blacklight, is important because there were so many moments, Fox, that we could have chosen from. What have you gone for?
I mean, Bay was the standout MVP performer today, and obviously he had an amazing play, and so we'll take a look at it because it was just phenomenal from him. And wait a minute. Wait. No, don't blow that. Baby Shark. Baby Shark. No! Just run away. Baby Shark. No!
Oh no, the real detail here is the 4K from Bay. We did see this in the quick matchup at the end of that first map, but we have to talk about it because, again, Bay is brand new to the scene as a whole. He's only played 1 season, if I'm not mistaken, and to come here, first time on LAN, first time playing international, you're putting up a performance like this, you're playing with this level of confidence, that should be something that he should be 100% proud of. And if he can continue this, already going into a semifinal, we can see them easily going into a grand final.
No, because if you watch his discipline, every single peak that he does do, first of all, he doesn't overextend, but then when he gets the first 2 kills, he overcooks a little bit, goes for the peek on the window, but his decision-making and movement is so precise. He's not wide swinging. He takes a shoulder peek, and he knows immediately where the next person is going to be. And in a position like that, where you're in a death spot, essentially, your job is to just stall time. So not only is he stalling time, but he's getting 4 kills. They can't even get through him when he has so many things to focus on, and he's able to individually isolate each incident. That's impressive.
They'll talk about his one-ups for quite some time here in Rio de Janeiro. Unfortunately, with Elevate gone, that now leaves the bracket wide open. CAG will verse
They were having a rough time with that C4.
In the grand final, an underdog has the opportunity to book their ticket, but tomorrow,
rough time.
Gents, you guys are leaving me, so I'm going to leave you with this bracket here and let you have a little bit of a discussion. What are your thoughts on what we've seen so far?
I mean, I think it's been great so far. I've been having a great time watching the bottom of the bracket progress just because it's very unpredictable. These new teams deserve a spotlight, and they have a lot of new, interesting things to show. I'm really excited. Hopefully, as a North American fan, I'd love to see Wildcard get tested in that grand final against one of the upper echelon teams in the upper bracket and see what they have to offer.
Yeah, and speaking of upper echelon teams. I mean, that Loud Fury game that you said was going to be the game of the day to watch that you're looking forward to, that's also a game that I'm really looking forward to, because what we've been talking about with Fury, this is looking like the Fury that won Sao Paulo last year at SI. So if we can continue to see that and possibly push that into a grand final scenario, that's going to be one hell of a game.
Gents, thank you very much for joining me. You may exit stage left.
All right.
Goodbye. Goodbye. It was lovely working with you again, Fox. I'll see you again soon. But for everyone at home, we will be joined by Jack and Leo on just the other side of this short break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles.
I think that was the point. They were trying to make it seem a little.
And you know what?
They're right.
There's a view. Oh shit. A little high. Goodness gracious. Reload. Let's go. Come on, Falcons. Let's get a match going.
Well, we threw out the North American analysts and brought in some real guns. I'm kidding, Fox. Like, please don't hurt me. I love you. But I love these boys as well. Jack and Leo join me on the desk for the first time on stage here in Rio de Janeiro. Leo, how are you feeling, mate? This is unreal.
What a view, you know, Brazil 360 stage in Brazil. It reminds me of Sao Paulo. It's always the best ones, and a Brazilian crowd as well. So it's always amazing.
Yeah, and we've had some terrific games to warm us up as well today. That CAG FearX game right at the very start, genuinely phenomenal.
It actually was. It went the distance and nearly went into overtime as well. But unfortunately, that was at the start of the day, and now we're in the middle of the day. If you'd believe that or not, we're already into the third quarterfinal. I mean, that kind of makes sense because you guys are here. Let's go ahead and have a look at our third matchup of the day. I'm losing count here in Rio de Janeiro. There's just so much action today. Falcons take on WSET a rivalry that definitely has a bit of history.
For sure. I mean, these guys, they've been facing each other for a long time. Falcons, obviously, for us, the most consistent team of the last year, qualifying to every single event, making it to grand finals every single event.
Yep.
And you know, when they came in this tournament, we were thinking like they were a little bit so-so. You know, they dropped the first match, they lost to Loud, they lost to M80, and then throughout the tournaments, they've progressed, they've gotten better, and they've warmed up all the way to this quarterfinals.
They have so much talent on this roster. You know, the guy on your screen here, Shaiko, but alongside him, Zolotov, Users, Leaky Fact Breeder. It's such an incredible team full of talent.
We're in
However,
season
I think
3,
in this
okay,
tournament
so I gotta
so
wait.
far, a little bit of an
Like
Achilles heel has been exposed.
4 months
I
still.
think where Falcons are forced to full clear, where they're forced to breach, where they're forced to play the utility game and not get into a brawl with the other team and actually execute, that's where they've found themselves undone. That's what some teams have been, you know, going at to beat them. Loud particularly, but also M80 as well.
So opening the discussion up a little bit here for Falcons, I mean, this is not the first time that they've played WSET. You know, we only have to look back 6 months, not even, it doesn't even feel like that long ago, where they got bested in a BO5.
Exactly, yeah. The head-to-head history between these two teams, particularly with W7M, it started at Esports World Cup all the way last year, where Falcons destroyed them. It then went through to the Montreal Major, where W7M, they got their revenge, as you can see. Here are the pictures, and I think, Leo, it's probably fair to say, this is where BDS at the time was starting to worry, hey, there's a pattern emerging.
For me, that was the biggest moment where we realized, oh wow, a second grand final that BDS is losing, a second moment of victory for their opponents. And if you look at what this meant for W7M, for all of these guys, a first major victory. You look at Volps, which team was he representing before? Team Liquid. He joins W7M, major victory. Now, if you look at W7M right now, Palu is now coming from Liquid and joining W7M. Is there a pattern there? Could they win this event? That's what we're going to answer right now.
There's a bit of spiciness to it. I'm actually really looking forward to this matchup. There's lots to dive into, especially for W7M, that, yes, they are major winners. They are world champions in their own right. Are they going to be able to back up that kind of success here in Rio?
Well, they are the only undefeated team at this tournament. Obviously going undefeated through phase 1, through the reload stage, and they managed to get that bye. That brought them all the way through to playoffs. So it's worth saying that they've not actually played for a while, but what a team. And just a very quick one on the W7M organization. Everybody who has represented them in the last 18 months has played on the main stage, because Dash just played and just qualified to the semi-finals, and of course their former team Infuria are also here as well. I don't know what they're breeding over there, but they've got some phenomenal talent selection.
The scouting at W7M
Scouting
has been
crew is
really crazy.
unreal,
And I will
bro.
tell you this, these guys, they've been looking the most dominant out of any team this tournament. Now, one thing that I will say that may be a weakness here, they haven't played since Wednesday, actually. Oh, sorry, they haven't played since round 4, right? They had the bye, and that, for me, they're coming in cold in this quarterfinal compared to a Falcons that has steadily increased their level.
Do you think that'll play a massive impact here, Jack? Do you think that extra day? I mean, we were just talking about Elevate having that extra day off, and they looked a little bit sluggish.
There's two sides to the coin, and I think it very much comes down to what the team prefers, because obviously W7M have had a lot of time to watch their opponents, to build into their counter strat, to really know who they're going to play, and have watched everything. However, you do lose that element of being warm and momentum through the tournament, especially a tournament where teams are getting sent home straight away. There aren't many teams to practice against, so it's not like you can go and scrim 5 different teams. There's not that many here, so you've just got to come into this cold, basically.
And you don't have a second opportunity here. Once you lose your best of 3, you are done and dusted for the tournament, which of course will come back to bite you inevitably. But let's go ahead and have a look at Palu, a player that has had such an unbelievable career, yet hasn't really achieved a whole bunch.
And that for me is the biggest story with Palu. You know, this guy has been with Liquid for 6 years before joining W7M. He was always hunting for that title. He was always looking for it. And you look at his STR results here. Every single year, he qualifies to the major. He qualifies to the 6th Invitational. And the best placement he ever gets, 2nd. He never won a title with them. Now, if I tell you this story, if you look at Vopes, leaves Team Liquid, joins W7M, major victory. Palu leaves Team Liquid, joins W7M, incredible statistics throughout the tournament. Jack, can he win that major?
You'd have to say, with the way W7M are playing, with the way that he's playing, he definitely can. It's worth noting there's another hurdle that he's got to get over. He's never beaten this BDS Falcons core in his lifetime. He's beaten an old BDS roster a long time ago, but against this roster specifically, his opponents, he struggles as well. But I think that speaks to why he wanted to move away from Team Liquid. He was chasing it. It never happened. He's moved over to W7M, and he's one of the best rated players on W7M right now.
How much does he bring to W7M here? Because look, they in their own rights are a phenomenal team. We've already seen them do incredible things. What does bringing a star power like Palu, what does it bring to the roster?
I think the story begins with Dash being kicked, right? Dash is an amazing player. We've just seen him right now.
Just seen it, yeah.
Amazing on Wildcard. But when he was with W7M, he was maybe a little bit in the shadows of his teammates. He dropped a little bit in confidence, and they were lacking that firepower. As soon as the Boston 6 Invitational went wrong for them, they went and picked the most consistent fragger in the history of Brazil. That, for me, is Palu. And that's what he's bringing to them. That extra firepower and that game vision he had from Liquid. Now, I will say this. Talking to Palu about this move, he did tell us it was a huge jump out of his comfort zone because Liquid was his house.
It's his home.
He needs to make it worth it.
Certainly does, and we need to make it worth it. We need to have a look at the map picks, see where we're going for this best of 3, one that is sure to be something you do not want to miss.
Chalet,
Jack, I'll
okay.
let you kick off proceedings.
Yeah, so Bank is the very first ban. Is not surprising. It is a map that BDS/Falcons absolutely love. They've never lost it as a core.
17 win streak on Bank.
They don't stop. It's going to get banned. Conversely, Falcons, they hate border. They're going to get rid of it. What's interesting, kind of curiously, is if we move through to the first pick of Chalet, W7M, very, very high preference map for them. They beat, I think it was M80 on it. They've definitely won at this event. However, Falcons also like this map traditionally as well, Leo.
Yeah, it used to be an amazing map for Falcons. They had a 12 win streak on that map before SI, and then lost it twice to PSG Talent and Furia. So recently, not the best one, and so that's maybe why W7M
That's why you've picked into it.
is picking it. Now, if we look at Falcons picking Skyscraper, historically, really all-time high for them, but they lost it in this event against Loud. But when you look closer at the results, it's not as bad as it seems.
No, absolutely not. They played it against Loud, very first play day of Reload. They did end up losing it, but they got a free attack split. Now, Skyscraper is one of the most defender-sided maps in the pool, so that's something that they can build on. Fix those defenses, and then they should be good. That's why they
The Sky pick's kind of crazy. That's kind of a crazy pick.
And then, if we move all the way through to the deciding map of Clubhouse, it's the only map, or one of 2 maps that Falcons have actually even won at this event. It's been a big favorite of theirs, but W7M also like it as well.
They're good at club.
Like a perfect battleground to decide it all out.
Right now, that map Vito
Be a
doesn't
good
tell us
3-map.
any advantage from any team. I think it's very well balanced. It's very
I think it's very.
high quality from every team on
I think
the
it's very
map, and
Falcon
we're
sided. It
settled-
leans
we're setting
Falcons
ourselves
because
right now for
Falcons
an
is
amazing match.
great on Chalet.
I always like it in best of threes. You always see
And they're
whether
good
you
on
get your
Sky.
opponent's weak picks
W7M
or your
is
own
stronger
picks.
across these
Both of
3.
teams, all maps
But
are
going to
strong
club as well,
strong
I
picks
think
all
this
the
is
way.
leaning in
Given
Falcons'
the
favor.
time that they've had off as well, I mean, does
think
that
Falcons wins
would
this.
you lean into counter-stratting a little more, or do you think that that's kind of out the window here?
No, I think it's absolutely important. Right now, there's no loser bracket. If you lose, you're out.
Yeah.
So you've had one extra day to analyze everything. Make sure you have counter strats. Make sure you come in and with this BO3 against Falcons. As a reminder, you're starting in quarterfinals against a team that was consistently in the grand finals every single STR event the past year. you know, you don't leave it to chance. You go all the way to try and beat them.
Jack, that's got to be, I mean, that has to be looming large for them. They're only 2 games away from making another grand final and potentially being in the same position they've been in multiple times before. How much pressure does that put on a team like that?
I think Falcons, they probably don't feel too much pressure until it hits the grand final. We see them usually run through the tournaments. It hits the grand final, that's a whole different gravy roll.
Yeah, 100%. And at this point in time, I guess the pressure now disperses amongst both teams. W7M, they're the hometown heroes. You've got Falcons, who have made every grand final for the last how many events. They've looked so damn sharp. They've looked so damn dangerous. Now they're going to have to do it on home turf. It's time for W7M and Falcons.
Real, man.
What happens if you take one of the most dominating lineups in recent Siege history and give them wings?
We'll fight until last bullets.
Team Falcons seem to be flying high with 5 players who are used to the big stage.
Absolute Falcons domination.
But today, they need to show the whole world that they are truly birds of prey as they hunt against a familiar foe. A wise man once said, if you mess with the bulls, you get the horns. And the bulls of W7M are even scarier in front of their home fans.
No one can stop us.
A team that was so scary in Phase 1 that no one dared pick them after 3 playdays. Now, their opponents are left with no choice.
They are a team of energy and emotion.
The third quarterfinal of the day is a rematch of the Montreal Major Final. It's Falcons against W7M.
Falcons, we're gonna take you down. You got lucky last time, but today we'll have no chance.
It's a big one. It is a big one incoming here live in Rio. You are watching R6 Reload, and we are 2 quarterfinals down.
There's some
in what is
Polynesian
set
food.
to be an epic weekend.
Você está no Reload, galera. A gente já teve 2 quartas de final. Teremos mais 2 e vamos definir mais 2 semifinalistas. E teremos brasileiros a partir de agora aqui nesse palco, muitos brasileiros.
Nivi, I'm really enjoying working with you. Can I just try something really quickly?
Okay, what?
Vambora, Brasil!
Vambora, Brasil!
Hey, what?
I like it.
Okay, I'm gonna try that a lot as we roll on, but let's see if they keep that volume up for our next 2 teams coming out here onto the main stage. Different badge, same dangerous roster, looking for prey. It's Falcons!
Equipe fortíssima, antiga line da BBS e vencedores da eSports World Cup. Vale lembrar que um dos coaches é o Júlio, ex-jogador brasileiro e estrela do Siege.
Okay, don't hurt me, damn girl.
E agora
That's aggressive.
com muitas palmas, eles que foram
Better
campeões
like,
do
you better make
Major
sure
de
like
Montreal,
you
os nossos touros
warming it up.
brasileiros,
Shit.
W7M.
Get a little bit of lube.
The name W7M still echoes through the concrete jungle of Sao Paulo, but this roster is looking to fill those boots here on home soil. Palu, the legendary
Yeah,
Palu,
look at you, yeah, you baddie. You a
enjoying his
baddie.
fans
Okay.
right now. Come and join me, the rest of you guys.
You
Go
baddie.
and take your seat.
Okay.
Vicky Fack as well. 2 men who I know are never strangers to a main stage. Palu, we've been here many, many, many times before, albeit with a different badge on your chest. Are you excited to be up here once again, but this time with W7M?
Of course I am. Like, being in my hometown country is amazing. I'm just so excited to play here. Rapaziada aí é incrível, então eu tô muito ansioso. Pô, vai ser muito da hora.
For you, it's the same.
I don't know
You
what
used
I
to
eat.
be
I'm
on
so
stage
hungry,
like
though.
this, but now you are representing a new jersey, a new story. Is the story beginning right now?
Of course, the story begins now. We are really happy to do our first playoff, and I want to thank all the people here who cheers for us, and especially people there. Even here in Brazil, they come to support us, and we'll give everything for them.
Ele falou que está começando uma nova história aqui no Brasil. Ele está agradecendo ao pessoal que está torcendo para ele, especialmente a galera do lado de lá. Que ali tá cheio de touro.
You've been wanting a trophy for a very, very long time, Palu.
Okay.
Is this a case of
Damn.
proving a point since leaving Liquid, but also proving
Trying to
a
say
point to
something,
yourself
Arya?
that you can do it when it counts?
I guess so. I have, man, how can I say, I reached it so many times, but always so close. So right now I just want to live it.
Muito bom, ele falou que com a Liquid eles quase chegaram lá várias
Hey, mommy.
vezes, mas aqui ele tá nesses playoffs. É isso, né? Eu não ia falar nada que vai soar
Make me.
uma farpa aqui. Do you have something to say to your opponent?
Have fun.
Okay.
What do you want to say to him?
Just good game. It's going to be a great match.
Muito bom.
Two
vai
great
ser
guys.
ótimo match.
Thank you. Go and take your seats. Two wonderful players and two great men.
I dare you.
There was a nice bit of showmanship there. Friendly, but once we get into the server, that all ends.
O Palu é um ursinho carinhoso, gente. Fala a verdade. Vamos começar esse jogo. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Well, Tim, the players might have been friendly between each other, but I tell you what, these fans in this arena want nothing but blood. You can feel it boiling over at this point. And I get the feeling this is not going to be a simple affair between these two teams. I'm Des. This is Tim, and we've got one hell of a quarterfinal coming up for you.
Yeah.
Tim, how you feeling today?
Good,
Exactly.
good. I mean, I've watched the first two games, some great entertainment so far, some good siege, and I think it's just going to ramp up as the day goes on. Palu and Leak are back, but being really polite to each other.
Have
there.
fun. Don't work too hard.
I think that's about to
That
end
booty
in
together.
around
Work it
20 or
off.
30 seconds. Once they get inside of the server, that politeness is going to drop.
They're so nice, like cuddly teddy bears outside of the game, but you get in
They
the
are.
server and it is all business is the crucial one.
100%.
You heard the dev speaking about it. It's one of those we look at it. For me, seeing Palu coming up against Shaiko, knowing again that nemesis rivalry has existed for so long, and today one of them has to break that. This is what it's all about.
It really is. We'll see what the fans think here. It's a straight 50-50 split. This really is going to be one of the closest games of the day. You've got two different stories at the tournament, really. W7M have come through unbeaten, only had to play 3 days, got that bye on the 4th, were able to qualify. Falcons, it's been 50-50. There's been wins, there's been losses, there's been tough games, there's been easy games, they've had a bit of everything. But you just know, if these two can both turn up and deliver their best siege today in front of the Brazilian fans, we are in for one hell of a matchup that could Des go all the way.
Fingers crossed, Tim, because it's what we want. You can hear the crowd, they rise up behind W7M as well. Make no mistakes, we know which way this crowd is aligned, and it is most definitely behind W7M. We spoke about Chalet, Tim. You saw the little preview of it a second ago. Gorgeous camera shot, by the way. I've got to give the production guys for that. It's fantastic. But Chalet, a map that both teams love. It's a similar story about Sky, Club, even though it's not really one of W7M's.
One more
It's got
thing.
a brilliant win
One
record on it.
more thing. I don't
It's
know
just- it's
what's that
destined
supposed to
be a
mean.
Fantastic series because there's no bad maps for either team in this pool.
No, absolutely not. And, you know, it just, I don't know, I look at a game like this and I just think how lucky we are.
I'll
to
give
be
you a
here in
minute.
Brazil. It's wonderful to come back. You know, we've had a fantastic time, Des. It's always a beautiful country to get the opportunity to come and see. And then we get to see some beautiful siege alongside it. I'm not sure it gets better than this for a Friday evening back at home, but kind of an afternoon, late afternoon, early evening for us here in Brazil.
It's the one thing we've clocked is how quick it goes dark here so far as well.
It's literally
so strange.
20 past
Winter.
5.
Pitch black.
Pitch black, done. Within about 2 minutes.
That's why we've got the lights up in the house as well. As you can see, everyone getting settled down and ready for this one. Just waiting for a few to get into lobby before we get ourselves going, but it shouldn't be too long now.
What about that trophy as well? It's our first time, obviously, on the broadcast here from the venue, and we've had the trophy revealed. We've seen that.
I did wonder, at what point can you stop defining something as a trophy?
At what point does it become an object versus a trophy?
When is it just a shield or a hammer?
That is a trophy. Absolutely beautiful. I genuinely think we have some of the best design, most beautiful trophies in Siege. We have some absolute crackers across the years that I can think back to, and that certainly takes its pride of place up there at the top of them. It's absolutely beautiful stuff.
I remember when you speak to people outside of CG Sports who are just like, wait, you guys lift a hammer for your world champion? It's like, yeah.
Why would you lift it?
Why not?
If hammer,
is that weird?
Yeah, if you can lift a hammer, then lift a hammer.
There you go. What did you do? What did you do?
As well, the head, the shoulders, the chest. It's really cool as well. Just to get, like you say, some real cool stuff going into the design of these. And I think taking that home, it's definitely in every single player's minds. W7M, I think have gone a little bit, I wouldn't say unnoticed. They've been undefeated. They're a fabulous team, but haven't played since Wednesday.
I think the fact that they didn't play those last 2 days has kind of taken them off the radar a little bit.
Exactly. And then for Falcons, again, not ignoring that last year they finished second at everything there was to finish second at. It was ridiculous how close they came, but could never quite get it done. They were knocked out, of course, by FaZe in the grand final, so FaZe could lift that hammer just a few months ago. Is this their year? Because if so, it's got to start here at Reload, in front of a tough crowd, in front of the home favourites to win this game as well. This is when you've really got to show what you can do.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure's on, and this is one of the big questions for me with Falcons. I've talked about it. I've said, you know, they were a team of energy and emotion, and what I mean by that is they're very reliant on it. When things aren't going their way, when the tough games, sometimes you see the team, the energy drops, and they lose round after round, and they struggle to get themselves back into it. We've seen that across the last year. I just feel like they need that breakthrough moment, but is it going to come here in Brazil? Liquefact doing an interview, you've got booze and the crowd are getting involved. This is a tough atmosphere for them to come and play in and to just shut that out. And for me, if they can do that and they can get wins here and they can win the tournament, that's a real big marker for Falcons going forward.
Norris is so locked in. He's so ready.
Super focused. He's ready to go.
I've loved him on the draw shows this week. It's
very funny.
It's been extremely
the draw shows
funny.
As a whole have been brilliant.
Yeah, Norris has been the staple for me. When we had the FaZe Furia draw out, he was like, what? Why? I couldn't believe it. It was great. As a quick update for you, we are just waiting for Falcons to get into the lobby so we can get things underway. W7M have just finished joining in themselves, and then Falcons can get in, and then we'll get this best of 3 underway. And a reminder, of course, there is still one more mega quarterfinal to come up after this as well. Loud versus Furia in this arena. Woohoo! It's going to be special.
Yeah, I mean, we've just seen the W7M supporters band there. This is, you know, they go all out for it here in Brazil. You get the drums in. Everybody's so loud, backing the team that they want, and like you say, that Furia versus Loud lineup later on this evening, I'm sure is going to absolutely deliver both in and out. They've got a mascot down the front though as well. It's great. They've got everything going on. I'm here for it.
Mascot, drums, fans. What else could you ask for as a team there that wants a bit of backing?
Absolutely nothing. Absolutely. This is what I say. You know, this is what I say. It's going to be a test. It's going to be a real test for Falcons to show that they can shut this kind of environment out, focus on the siege, and just do their job. I think sometimes the teams, I think it's probably a little bit of motivation. You know, if you turn up and you're getting a few boos and you're the big underdog, you want to play a spoiler. You're like, yeah, bring it on.
I've had a sudden epiphany, Tim. I don't think we've yet hit the peak of CG Sports. Oh, bear with me. I know SI24 was special.
I mean, we've done pretty well.
I don't think we've hit the pinnacle until we've seen that mascot beaten down on a Falcons mascot at some point to settle a decider. Forget about round 15 of map 3. That doesn't count anymore. It's a fight to the death between 2 mascots, Tim.
I mean, you know, it's a classic in British sports, really, is the old like mascot wrestling. You know, part way through a game, we do get it occasionally.
It would make for something pretty spectacular. I think we're almost done now. We've got the rest of Falcons jumping into the lobby, just waiting on our last one, and then we are good to go. So thank you for sticking with us for a couple of minutes here while we get the lobby sorted out. Again, it's for me, the 2 real ones. I know we had Liquefact up there speaking to Palu, but for me, it was more about that Shaiko and Palu storyline, because looking back at OGA Pit 2019, when Palu did last beat a roster with Shaiko on it, it was a very different affair back then. We had Lems, we had Panic from Mauer and Shiro. Very different team. And to now come here and be on a different team themselves, literally 8 different players beside those two, this for me is where this rivalry can now be established, what it looks like for the rest of the year. Do Falcons carry on with that dominance they've shown for the last 6 years? Or does Palu finally get one up on his opponents?
Well, that's it. There's so much history between the two. The Des picked up on it as well. Obviously, in Montreal, it was W7M who came out on top, winning their major title against what was then BDS, now Falcons. And then, if you look a little further back, the Esports World Cup, it was reversed. So they've both had those big moments against each other as rosters. We've got individual stories. Absolutely fantastic stuff coming up.
Well, you've been patient. You will have to wait no more. The game is now ready. Let's get underway with map 1 of this best of 3 between Falcons and W7M. A very brief moment of silence, Tim, and this is where things get real. Once you press start in the lobby, of course. Once we get underway with it, we're in for it, Tim. And for me, again, if I'm sat here with Falcons, I'm wondering about how this week has gone. It has not been their strongest showing, I think it's pretty fair to say. Many have looked at their performance and thought, this isn't the team that we know and love. This isn't one we used to see dominate and finish in Grand Final second place after Grand Final second place. Are they going to be able to do it here in front of the live audience? Will that lift them up, or will they be further crushed?
Yeah, you know, we'll get into this one as soon.
I think Solitos had to run to the bathroom.
I think we've had a last-minute technical situation.
A bladder technical situation, Tim, unfortunately. I'll link it back up.
We're just taking the chance now, you know what?
I'll tell you what, he looks like a man that's running for the bathroom as well.
If it's happening, it's happening. So...
They're all off. This is the strangest start to a game I think I've ever seen, guys.
We will get on in there just as soon as we can do. Just a reminder for everybody, of course, we are playing, of course, on CJX, so we've got those new features on the updated maps, so that's something to keep your eyes out for throughout this. Chalet is one of those updated maps, so we've got those new destructive environmental ingredients that you might see. Things like fire extinguishers on the wall can now be shot out and will create sort of a couple of seconds smoke. We've got the gas pipes that run down through certain levels in areas. You shoot them out, you get a couple of seconds of fire, much like a Goyo canister, but just a lot shorter than that. So those are some things to watch out for. A couple of changes with the operators as well. And hopefully you'll get to see the beauty of the new lighting and everything else that comes with it. It's looking great.
I think the op bands has definitely been the most
interesting. The op bands I was going to come on to as well, of course. You know, we've got that new system in place.
Yeah, the op bands I think are a really fascinating one, and I really enjoy seeing how teams approach playing against Falcons. Yeah, I've long spoken about this on nearly every cast I've done with them. They have a few operators they tend to lean very heavily into, one of them being the Dokkaebi. And I think when they've had it taken away from them, Tim, you see them struggle in some rounds to make as much fort or take as much ground, move forward as quickly as they'd like to, and that's when they start to sweat against the clock. And historically, I've been used to seeing this team, I think about to a couple of years ago now, it was a little bit of a different roster, but they'd be able to execute often in many rounds. There's 60 seconds still left on the clock, and it's like, wow, they move quick. And I feel that's a good way of slowing them down, is take things like the Dokkaebi away from them. Of course, targeting Shaiko as well, banning away the Deimos is another massive one. If he gets given Deimos, he's going to pick it, Tim. I was looking at his operator pick rates. Despite how much Deimos has been banned away, it's still his joint most picked operator here at the tournament so far.
I'm going to assume that you can hear the band sort of firing up on stream.
You know what I loved earlier, bless him?
And I love how constant it is. Believe me, from Sao Paulo, from my experience, that will just be throughout the game. Like, the support is constant.
You know what I want to think this is, Tim? Top tier shithousery right now from Falcons.
Do you think?
It's like watching a football game in the UK.
Do you think?
I think it is. Just a way to get in their heads a little bit, just to make them sweat.
You can see it both ways, though. You know, does it disrupt their own flow, you know?
No, because they've emptied their flow out, Tim. They've gone to the bathroom, Tim. They're fine. I was going to say a second ago, you mentioned the drum and the band a second ago. Yeah. You love that one. Fett came over to us earlier because he's here co-streaming as well. Big shout out to all of our co-streamers for this event. But Fett came over and he was like, I've been really loud, like, I'm just very aware that it might get picked up on the cast, and if it does, I'm sorry. And then you were just like, you know who's standing here, right? Tim's right here for one, but that band is going to drone, it's going to deafen both of you and just override it all. They are so loud. I'm struggling to hear myself think through the headset.
Yeah, it's like I said, it was exactly the same in Sao Paulo. They come out and it's just from absolute minute one of the game, they will fire up and just try to rev their team up as much as they can. They sat right in front of W7M as well. The whole crowd in front of them is just like bouncing. They've got the inflatables out, the band's going. If those players need any motivation, if those players at any point need a reason to win a round, all they've got to do, Des, is just glance up.
Well, we are straight into our operator bands. Thank you very much for your patience. Hope you had a nice toilet break as well. If you ran away, just like Falcons did. Here we go, though, with things being taken off the board. To begin with, first operators to disappear and be magicked away are that Dokkaebi team. This is coming away from Falcons because W7M are also big Dokkaebi players.
Azame will get taken out. We know the value of her on the defence. Blackbeard and Kaid will be our final two. So no major surprises there, Des. We are seeing sort of a similar trend throughout the tournament. Obviously,
and we are
being the ones taken away, but
let's
Azame
go.
particularly able to reshape a lot of defensive sites, able to create new lines of sight. I'm particularly thinking about that top floor. If you're defending up there, you've got the piano area that can be defended really well by Azame. Extremely useful down in basement as well, around pillar and wine, to try and sort of prevent that backsided push. So lots of use there. No surprise to see W7M taking that away.
Interestingly, a band that you see quite a lot against Falcons, or at least we have throughout this week, has been the Mirror. Targeted against Brede, who has played it a good few times. I thought we'd see it down here in the basement of Chalet, but instead, he's gone towards playing on the Maestro, Tim. And what do you normally see when you see a Maestro? Well, you see a Brava come in on the other side. And we saw a team earlier this week, I forget who it was, made a really smart call to ban away the Brava and then play things like a Maestro and other operators that could really benefit from that operator being off the table. It felt like such a niche ban, but they used it to great effect. And so here with Falcons, their view has been to not try and ban that Brava away. We're still going to play the Maestro here as well, but you've got things like Mute and Mozzie on side, all about denying those drones away and making heavy use of information to beat out W7M.
Let's get things underway then. Round one action phase will begin. Falcons on the defense to kick us off, and they are choosing to go down to the basement first of all. But as you just saw there, we've got Liquefact Users both up on that top floor, Des. They're going to be trying to just stretch W7M as much as possible. They're there to waste time. They're there to maybe pick up a life if they can along the way, but it's not the end of the world if they don't. What is more important is that they make W7M worry. So the first question we need to see W7M answer is, what are you doing about those roamers?
It works both ways, right? In the sense you've now saw one player drop away from that second floor because Parley was straight up to the garage wall, has got it opened up in 30 seconds or so. And the thing you instantly think that as Falcons is, are they rushing us? Are we getting hit here when there's too many of us off site? So I think it has pulled a couple of players back in towards site itself. I say that, Shoko and Liquefact are now both back up on that top floor, realise there isn't a rush coming in, so have re-spread their wings and gone out into the map.
Yeah, I think they've definitely made that call. We can just see a bit of damage being taken either way.
How did Solotov win that gunfight?
Users manages to find Dodez with a Nitro, and that is a great first assault, really, from Falcons there. Onto this attack.
He missed!
Dots on the Monty, just showing his rear side to those defenders that are left inside his sight, and they will do a good bit of damage to the shield player there. Palu does manage to pick up Users, and W7M start fighting back.
Yeah, Users a little bit in the open here, Tim, but the key thing is they're looking for control of key parts of the map, looking for that dining control to have the hatch, and then also looking to get trench here so you can plant inside the barrels, break the barrel and plant where they currently stand and look to have cover behind it. But I'm concerned, with only 3 players on side, Tim, they can't hold this.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a struggle. The one sort of criticism I'd make of Falcons here is they've all got themselves back to site. They've got that man advantage. I feel like there's an opportunity for one of them to possibly play onto the west main stairs. What have they done with the hatch? You know, give yourself these opportunities. Solotov and Brede making sure that it just doesn't matter. Dots finds one, taken down.
Good shit, good shit, good shit.
And where I might have liked to have seen that flank, Des, it just wasn't important in the end. Couple of kills come in. W7M were limited. They were restricted to that rear side push, and Falcons managed to grab their primary site choice, lock it down. It's 1-0.
A little bit pedestrian from W7M in round one, to be honest with you, Tim.
Yeah, they didn't really do any damage to the Roamers. They didn't manage to chase them down. Falcons did the damage and just opted to go back to site. It was good stuff from them.
It started out pretty well, but this is again where I think the bans that we spoke about earlier, especially that Dokkaebi for me, are going to be really impactful because they're trying to find a way to clear Falcons from around the map. And in that round, then they led towards playing on a Jackal. I don't think I saw Lobin really get out and do any real tracking to try and close down those two top floor players. Shoko and Leakyfat largely unchallenged, able to do whatever they pleased, and the round wasn't really a massive challenge for Falcons. So W7M going to brush themselves off here and go again. Probably going to be, though, appreciating the damage that those bans are going to do, and finding a way to adapt to that is going to be crucial here in this attacking half.
Up to the top floor we go then. Or is it Kitchen? No, it's Kitchen, sorry.
It is.
Just mixing up my
are
silhouette.
on the top floor,
the players are up on the top floor. Going to be Kitchen and Dining then that Falcons look to hold on to now. As we can see, we're going to have a large top floor presence from Falcons here. They particularly want to hold on to that top floor site, as it would be Master and Office. That's the area because there's so much verticality down onto site. So what do W7M do about that? Well, you breach the office wall, get into library, get control of mezzanine, breach that office wall, and then you breach the main lobby wall into site, and it should force Falcons back a lot deeper and create that bit of space that they need.
Imagine there's a few at home that feel the same way I do now. Brava in round 2 after what we saw in round 1. Like, they're not checking out what's going on. In this round, it makes sense because there's those 2 bulletproof cameras in the back pocket of users for Shiko, both now deployed, that can be stolen away. There's things that are going to impede them, like the mute jammers that they also want to see taken away. And that's where you've got things like Twitch on side. A lot of drone work to go on. No Mozzie in this round to impede you. Playing a bit of cat and mouse here with the operator picks Tim.
I'm interested to keep an eye on what they do about the hard breaching now. They've used 2 of those Selma chargers in and around library, so it means that office wall, whilst it's half soft, Falcons have chosen to leave it half soft and put some feet holes in it. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for W7M to use that to force them out of office. We've got a beautiful Nitro. Users managed to get one in the last round, doesn't find one there. Palu
not any damage.
Step and get away from that one, but as I say, going to be maybe a little tricky for W7M here. I'm just
not gonna watch.
They're not going to have as much hard breach as they might like.
I love how we don't watch the gunfight. That we watch him ping. We watched him ping him. Then they don't show us the gunfight.
Came up and pre-fired onto him. You can see his health dropping low.
Dude,
but
the observers, be fucking more intelligent, dude.
Shiko, who swung out at the
Like
same
you
time.
watch him ping him, then you go, we're gonna go somewhere
Palu
else.
didn't take any shots in the end. Keeps himself going. Just slightly steps away from that window.
We watched. We didn't get to see the kill now.
That damage from earlier on has been taken down. Doda's picking him up.
Yeah, W7M have pretty much given up on the library side, Des. They're going all towards Solar, trying to get themselves into trophy. They've got Palu on double window, and they're just making it directly difficult on that top floor. We see a trade come in, which now sees Falcons sit with the advantage, 3 versus 2. 45 seconds left to go, but Dots has managed to get himself down trophy stairs and can start pressuring from the bottom, while Palu continues to mop them up from that double window up on the top floor.
Oh, here we go then. Dots going low, and Shiko now facing off against it, but Uses gets Palu, who's done so much work from that double window, seemingly all game. I think getting shot there from above. You can see the player above in your outline. Dots is on site, but the problem is, Tim, they've got no vertical control. He is all alone. We'll try and make a plan happen here, but Uses and Shiko know how to play out these scenarios, Tim. Like, surely they have an inkling that he's planting. They must know, because that's exactly what he's done. Drop comes on through, but Uses don't lose them. It's a second in the round. They'll get the disable in, and Falcons go up 2-0.
Yeah, well played from Falcons there. I feel like W7M just didn't really do enough to disrupt them. We were talking about Master and Office and how important it is to control those areas. You could see there at the end, you know, the kind of vertical superiority that you hold from those positions. And Falcons were able to play there the entire round as they were never really disrupted. They were never really moved away. And this is why at the beginning I spoke about opening up that office wall, make them feel a little bit of pressure. As it was, W7M kind of played towards Library, but then just said, nah, they dipped away. They went into Solar, looked to get down trophy stairs, but they just never had enough control. Dots could never really apply any pressure from down there because he was just getting hammered from those top floor players as soon as he came back up into Solar. So W7M need to, I think, be getting more control of those critical areas.
What I just love is they're down 0-2, and yet the fans are still going absolutely bonkers in the crowd.
It's crazy.
They don't stop.
That band is not going to stop the whole way through.
Nope.
Guaranteed.
Even if they lose, they'll be carrying on until the cows come home. All right then, round 3. Falcons so far looking in great control. Not really been too rattled by anything W7 throwing at them. Yes, that last round, a couple of close moments, but overwhelmingly Feels like Falcons are the ones on top, and that reminder that once this round is over, Tim, we get another operator ban for either side. Falcons taking away another attacker, W7M taking away another defender.
This time from W7M, what's going to make the difference? That's how I try to think about these rounds when a team has lost a couple in a row. So W7M, how do they get that first attack on the board? For me, I think map control does. Both of the last two rounds, first and second, the first round came down to 3 of them, all pushing from wine door, and then that round was all about just Solar. Very small areas of the map, working from double window and Solar. They're not disrupting Falcons, and they're not taking anything away from them. They're not stopping them playing in those positions that they want to begin. So here, I want to see them clear library, mezzanine, blue stairs, get that vertical control, give themselves something to work with to create some space inside of sight.
It's another operator in this round for me, Tim, that leans into that intel provision, but also intel denial. The soul is coming in here for Falcons. Yeah, of course, will help you with things like the Blitz Shield, but more than anything else, I think it's again about sniffing out more of those drones and denying it away from W7M. They've only got 2 out on the field, and you're looking at one of them right now, Tim, up inside a library. It's just a spot where they're playing very starved from information when you pair things like the Mute with the Mozzie, or as we're seeing here, the Mute with the Solus. Everything is about keeping W7M constantly second-guessing where these players of Falcons are and being bitten by it. I really like it because it's such an aggressive defense across these first 3 rounds from Falcons. They're looking great.
W7M have to get moving here. They've not got themselves inside of the building. That's a really big kill from Leakerfact. So Volt was out on off his balcony. He was the one that was going to come across and pressure. But how is Solotov completely unaware of Dots walking into library? That gets the kill that Volts would have been looking for. So it kind of removes that advantage that Falcons had. But Leakerfact users, they managed to chain a kill together each, and it's 4 versus 2. Falcons again denying W7M any real map control.
This is it, Tim. They've got control of library and they've lost 4 players to try and get it. Falcons again. This team for the longest time I very rarely regard as being an aggressive team. 2 years ago, the joke I'd often say is, how do you know the Roman? They're playing a Valkyrie, because everything else was Goyo, Warden, Mute. It was all about being dug inside and playing hyper defensively. This, I think, is matching W7M's pace, and they're actually outpacing them, Tim. There is very little they can do. 4 players still standing for Falcons. And W7M just are not in the game right now.
Triple kill from Leakerfact just to close things out. And as I said, it was that first kill onto Volts for me. So it was off screen, but Volts was moving onto off his balcony. He was going to be the one on the Grim to pressure Solotov, because she just had Solotov, Mezzanine, and Shaiko blue stairs. So Volts goes in, challenges Solotov. Dots comes in through the window on the Blitz and tries to get the kill.
I'd love a mute ban here, by the way.
As it was, the Blitz got it done anyway, but I think just getting that opening kill from Leakerfact then allowed Shaiko to drop downstairs and Falcons to just retreat under their own terms.
Well, shock horror, Tim, straight after our bans, we're into a W7M timeout because it has not been pretty so far.
Na outra, a gente, mano, eu olhei, não tinha arame, não tinha porra nenhuma. No máximo era Fenrir, mas também que é 2 trap ativas, tá ligado? Eles estão cheios de espaço pra jogar. Então a gente só precisa estar dentro do mapa mais rápido pra poder jogar em cima das kills que a gente escolher, tá ligado? E a gente ditar o ritmo de jogo. A gente tá deixando eles escolherem as trocas mais ou menos igual aconteceu naquele lab. Então lembre daquela correção do Odd Hill? É a gente pegar e entrar. Tá dentro do mapa, vamos jogar pra Forte Bíblio? Bate na massa, vamos? Só que o primeiro step, rápido. Drone no pé, entrou garagem, subiu o animal, tenta uma kill rápida, tenta uma kill, para o round, aí domina. E aí a gente escolhe o que a gente quer, tá ligado? A gente dita esse ritmo. Vocês entenderam perfeitamente o que se vamos. Bora, caralho.
Not going to pretend I understood a word there that Norris was saying.
I mean, the fans seemed to like it.
They did. It was out in the arena as well, so they got to hear what was being said, and of course, they appreciate what they've heard. I've got question marks about the Fenrir ban, though, Tim. Like, I know it's an operator we've seen Falcons play a few times across the tournament. They only played it here in the second round, and that was really the closest one that we've seen W7M come to winning a round itself. I think what's really hurting them here is the Valkyrie, and I mentioned I'd like to see a mute ban coming through, because that has been the linchpin of their very heavy anti-drone gaming they're playing out. Top of your screen there, you could have seen there was 1 drone left alive there, and with about 60 seconds on the clock, they've been excellent at denying everything away from W7M, and that, if nothing else, screams to me, Tim, they have counter-prepped the living hell out of this and are not letting W7M play their game.
And you can see it playing out. Like I said, you know, W7M aren't getting inside of the map. They're not really going in and getting kills and taking out, and it's because they don't know what's in front of them. So give it another 20 seconds, try and get another drone in there, see if we can... You know, it's all about scratching for information, because in Siege, you're only really going into into a gunfight blind as a last resort. You want that information in front of you. You want an idea of what you're going into. You don't want to have to face check a room not knowing if there's anybody in there. W7M right now, they need to just get themselves going. I think for me, I'd be looking at, do we even just get into an area of the map that's not really heavily defended? Let's just get ourselves in there. Let's get ourselves established and give us, something to work from.
This is the problem, Tim. As we've seen before, they've got control of Library and lost every single player trying to do it. It's been an absolute war to even get inside the map at the best of times. However, maybe now we're trying to see a bit more pressure coming in. Lobin from one side with the Blitz pushing in from the other. The Monty at least is going to force Falcons back. So for the first time, not able to hold into ground that otherwise they would have liked.
You can see as well Falcons growing in confidence as round by round goes on. We were talking about drones, and that's one that has at least not been found. Can W7M do anything with that intel? But for Falcons, you can see it. They're having a look out of the door. They're up at the boundaries. They're looking for those challenges. Palu does manage to take down Solotov, though. That's the Valkyrie gone. But straight away, you can see Solotov straight on those cams, feeding intel into his team. Meanwhile, W7M are down to 2 drones, Des, and there's more than half of the round left to go. Maybe a couple of extras for the Twitch. That's it.
This is what I keep speaking about, Tim. They've been so good at getting rid of probably what a lot of pre-placed drones, to be fair to you. Shaiko here, I was going to say, was pincered as well inside of Bar, and Gaming was a bit nervous about him hanging on there. They've tried to ignore him. Fair enough, they're still getting kills. They're into a 5 versus 3. Even Usus is being forced back here. So really, it's on Shaiko wherever he may be. I think now he's back on site. Actually, he's managed to get himself down those lobby stairs. He's managed to rejoin his team. W7 have got full map control to him. It may have cost them all the info in the round, but that doesn't matter because guns up, they can win this.
Not only have they got full map control, Des, but like I've been asking, they are using all of it. You've got Palu out towards main stairs. You've got Dots on blue stairs. You've got Lobin out towards west main stairs. They're looking to pressure every single angle, and they're looking to work together as a team. Users overextends at this point. Falcons, they had to take a risk, Des. They had to try and get themselves back into the round, but Users pays the price. 2v5 now, and it's all but over.
It's looking like a flawless round might be on the way, but of course Shaiko's the party stealer, but Tim, he's in a 1 versus 4 and there's a Monty still on the field. Yeah, Gimon might be in his foot, but this one looks cooked. Bolts gets the kill and W7M are finally on the boards.
Yeah, managed to find their beat, and it comes on the back of that tactical timeout. So obviously, whatever Norris has said there has just injected a little bit of urgency into the team, giving them what they needed to get that first round on the board for themselves. A better attack. As I say, they played into areas where they were invited in. There was a little bit of space. They took it. They then won their gunfights, and then they pressured sight from everywhere. Good stuff from W7M.
The key thing they changed in that round for me, and I can only imagine this is the sort of stuff Norris raised to them, was we're trying to play fast, guys, and they're playing faster. We're getting crushed here, so let's slow things down. You saw that in the lineup they brought, right? The fact that they had drones to deal with, of course, is the Twitch. The fact they got Monty shields, that they've got the Nomad on side to lock down areas they've taken. The only time they really went quick was their initial entry into the top floor, when you had Lobin coming in from off his balcony, and you had the Monty coming into Library. After that, they slowed everything down. Palu's entry was from outside the map, for example. So they didn't feel the need to rush. Like, it was almost like a let Falcons beat themselves. They'll go so fast and eventually they'll trip over, and we just catch them as they fall. It's the same with Users trying to get really aggressive onto the Monty. They've paid the price there, so now all the onus goes over to Falcons. Are you going to slow things down here to match W7M, or are you going to try and go even faster and break your neck in the process?
I think Falcons need a 4-2 half here, so the job certainly isn't done for them on the defense. It's not going to be easy when they get onto the attack. W7M are a team that will play a little bit aggressively on defense. They'll go out into the map and look for those fights.
All right, faster is the answer.
About aggressive. Des, they tried to slow him down. Falcons said, well, you know what? Let's go even quicker than we were. Shaiko taking down Dots, and it's the Monty that's gone as well.
Such a crucial operator to pick off. Outside of that, again, I thought W7M were coming real smart here with things like the Deimos on side. Pick out players that you find out on the roam all by themselves with these drones, track them down and try to punish them as best you can, making use of that Monty to split the team up and be the safe spearhead for you. Without him on side now, everything is a risk. You're stepping in with the Deimos track. Oh, what if there's a second player nearby looking to bait that player and get a kill off the back of it? I just feel that takes a lot of the wind out of the sails of W7M here, and wouldn't be surprised to see Falcons just draw this round to a close without that key operator still on side.
droning has been much better from W7M here. A minute into the round, still got 6 left alive. That's something that we're going to be monitoring because Falcons have done such a good job of taking those drones away. But this time, W7M just playing with a little bit more intel.
It's because Falcons changed around their game plan as well. They're not really focusing on Intel Denial anymore. They're going for these 3 trap operators, right? In the Ela, in the Legion, in the Frost. Everything is to slow W7M down, probably even further, and try and catch them out as best they can. Step into the wrong room without droning it, and knowing again they've lost so many drones, well, guess what? There's an Ela mine to the face. You probably bring out that gunfight that follows, and they're in a good spot. It just shows that Falcons are always trying to stay one step ahead, and a very early spawn peek from Shaiko is exactly what's going to reward them in this round.
Last time around when W7M were attacking Kitchen Dining, I spoke about this office wall and the fact they hadn't breached it, and it allowed Falcons to play in their original positions that they wanted to play in. But this time the Hibana gets there, Volks is going to open that wall, and it does just force Falcons a little bit deeper. They now back into Bathroom, back into Solar. W7M are able to take a little bit of ground, a little bit of distance off them here. The problem is the damage might already be done in terms of man count.
Falcons have got 3 trap operators, don't remind, so what they're doing is playing behind those and just taking a step back each time. They had 3 players in Solar until about 5 seconds ago. They've all dropped back down to the site now because they know we're in a 5 versus 3. They've got less than a minute to play. We can sit on site and play for trades here, and they're screwed. They've still got a C4 to play behind at the same time, so it's really good game management by Falcons.
Loba's just looking for that peek around the corner. He's fairly confident that there's not going to be anybody in Bathroom after the explosion ahead of him, but can't find where they are located. Falcons coming down those trophy stairs, but I'm not sure they're aware of the player underneath. Yes, they are, but not the one hiding underneath the stairs. Solotov manages to get Loba involved with one onto Shaiko, but 8 seconds left to go. This is not going to happen. It's one of those trap stairs that finishes them off. Gumine gets a kill, and like you said, there was just so much time burnt away from W7M. They took a lot of ground, but they took what they were given only.
Same as you said in the round, right? After that initial spawn peak came out, everything was about playing behind the traps to the side of Falcons, and one after another, they've had to clear out the frost mats to go through Gumines, deal with the Elas popping off in your face as well. Just, it didn't matter what they seemed to do. They were always getting stung at every single turn. And again, I'll give it to Falcons. They've gone from playing at breakneck speed to slowing things right down in that round. Once they got the Monty, completely not a change in mindset. Leakyfat makes the call to slow it all down, and they punish W7M. I said it in the round, but game management by Falcons so far has been sublime.
Yeah, they are looking really, really good for a team that, you know, we don't always like Chalet that much, does.
They love Chalet, Tim. Absolutely adore it.
Yeah, they really do, and they're showing exactly why at the minute. But they're going to be moving on to a map that they also adore, Des. It's not looking good for W7M right now, because for W7M like Sky, don't get me wrong, but Falcons are moving on there, and they're going to be more than comfortable to play, I would say, any team in the world on Sky. So
I think W7M will get into the rhythm starting out on the defense of that map, because I think outside of OT on this map, every team has chosen to start on defense when it comes around to their side selection. And looking at how the series went between, say, FearX and CAG earlier, they won each other's map picks in that best of 3, and that final third map was a real close one. I wouldn't be surprised to see W7M come out, have a really strong defensive half when we get to Sky, and then just roll forward with momentum from there. But as we always say, Tim, 2 hours to a game of Siege. Chalet isn't even over yet. W7M could still bounce back in the second half.
yeah, of course they could have. Falcons gone in again with those traps. Frost, Ela, Legion, all there to delay and disrupt the W7M attack, who right now are still working on getting themselves into the building. Dores is the only one inside at the minute. He's been able to get himself into the basement on the Deimos. He's not playing any of those tracks yet, but he has at least taken that little bit of ground and can start making sure nobody is playing down there. But ultimately, it's going to be the top floor that W7M are coveting.
I'll always draw back to the bans, by the way, as well. Just so heavily denying away information with the Dokkaebi and the Grim being taken away that now we're leaning in towards Deimos and the Lion. I like it as a pairing. I kind of wish we'd seen it back earlier in this half, Tim, when we knew that Dokkaebi was taken away as a way of clearing out more of this map, because that's what they're trying to do. It's all about getting towards sites, making use of Candelas to force players back from key areas, and of course, hopefully having a couple left when you come around to actually hitting the site itself.
At the minute, W7M haven't touched the top floor, really. Dores has got himself up there now. He's the only one, and he's going to come up against challenges. We can see we've got the outline there ahead of him, so he needs to be careful, really needs to be winning this fight against Solotov, who's currently playing on Mez. He's supported by Shaiko on blue stairs, and W7M haven't done anything to disrupt it. They've been working through kitchen dining, trying to pressure from that area, but they're now looking to move upstairs. Lobin has gone up in support as well. And what a beautiful kill Dordes picks up as he just peeks around the corner on the vertical.
So the problem is here, everything that W7 are doing is being spotted out by Falcons. They've got 3 Valkyrie cameras down, 1 in Fireplace, 1 inside Library Hall, and 1 inside a kitchen. They've seen all these movements coming, and so far are stemming the tide.
We've seen some IQ played previously from W7M, but I think just not enough, because we're starting to see this damage mount up and mount up. 3 kills back-to-back for Falcons, 5-1 half, almost perfect performance from them so far. They have read W7M perfectly.
In multiple ways as well, because we spoke about that change in pace throughout the half. We've gone from playing extremely fast and aggressive to try and topple W7M. Then you've gone to playing behind trap operators when they've fallen back to playing on a shield. And I hate speaking about it so often. I don't, Tim, that's a lie. Dockerby being the ban for me was the big influence in that round, because W7M had no ability to go fast. They were being punished constantly by that ban coming out. Now we get to switch over to the other side. I really hope W7M have a defensive game plan here. Otherwise, this one is cooked and Chalet is over. Our bans have come on through though. Deimos and Grim being taken away. That Shaiko target ban, no surprise at all. And of course, seeing the Kaid and the Azami exactly the same as what we saw at W7M in the first half.
Yeah, Grim, of course, you know, a really important operator in the current meta. We see a decent pick rate for Grim because he's just so powerful in terms of moving defenders. And I often talk about this, disruption and moving defenders. Think about it yourself. You load into a game, you're going to play in your primary position. That is your strongest spot. You use the Grim to get in there, use those bees, force players to move around. See if you can pick them up when they are moving. Create space, take them out of that primary spot, disrupt what the defenders want to do. So W7M just giving themselves a bit of an opportunity to hold those power positions.
Look at the difference here in the lineups already though, Tim. Like W7M just screams defensive to me. Seeing the Echo, the Warden, the Mira, the Fenry, it's all about the Smoke as well, of course. Sitting back and being defensive. And for Falcons for a second, they were like, all right, we'll go hard here, we'll run on the Dockerby, we'll run the Lion, we're going hard on our own clear. And then now realise, actually, there's not really a need, to be fair. They're sitting quite far back. We can play this with double shield, Tim, and just run them down. So, very different dynamic in how the game is being played out. Dots might be in a world of hurt if he's not careful. If Falcons get eyes onto him, my God, is he getting punished and forced back.
Going straight up to the top floor W7M, which is a sight that we haven't seen from Falcons at all. They chose not to. It's another one of those top floor sites that maybe limits, I'd say less so. I talk about this often on sites like Nighthaven top floor and Cafe top floor. I think Chalet does allow you a little bit more flexibility to play around the map still. You can have a presence over in Library. There's a lot of verticality you can do from kitchen and dining should you choose to do so.
Lion, that's a new one.
It doesn't quite limit you in the same way as something like Cafe maybe, where you tend to see everybody playing really tight up on that top floor. W7M have embraced that. They've got themselves out around the map. They have got a presence almost everywhere, but Falcons could bypass it, Des.
Straight into a Fenrir there, so we can see nothing, but it's got to run past it here and straight in towards sight. And at the same time, Tim, they're pressuring with shields around the map. There's very little the W7M can do except get absolutely bowled over. Brede right in the thick of things here as well. A third player falls. They've sat back, Tim, and what have Falcons done? Ran them over like a train.
Absolutely beautiful from Falcons. I've just commented at the beginning of the round how W7M had set themselves up all over the map. We had Lobin out by Library. We had Palu down in the basement. And it just made it so easy for Falcons to take advantage. They are short-handed on site. In we go, get aggressive, get the kills. Palu gets picked up at the bottom of main stairs as he's trying to get back. Lobin gets picked up as he's trying to get back. And it was just, again, shock and awe coming in from Falcons.
That's exactly it, right? And this is the thing, on this map, if you speak to any team and ask them, how do you play Chalet, they'll say,
it was shock and awe that was coming in on that one, you know.
If you sit on site and wait to get beat, that's exactly what's going to happen. You can't give up ground. You need to be able to contest everything. Falcons got the memo. W7M half got it. They played very slow operators out on the roam and being hard punished by it. But for Falcons, hitting from 3 or 4 directions at the same time, dropping that Dokkaebi away to have 2 shields, and just overwhelming W7M. The comms must have been absolute chaos during that execute for the Brazilian side. They're down 6-1. This could be map 1 done and dusted, Tim. Like, it just feels like W7M have really met their maker right here on map 1.
I mean, they've got 5 rounds that they need to win now, back to back without mistakes.
And no timeout.
And no timeout against a Falcons side that are just running roughshod over them right now. Users 9-2. He has only died in 2 of 7 rounds. Just goes to show
for most of the team is 2 or 3 deaths.
Yeah, you know, just going to show how limited the impact of W7M on this matchup has been so far, and that's uncharacteristic of the Brazilian side, Des.
It's crazy because Dodes especially, I mean, Dodes and Palu equally have had a fantastic tournament. Both sat around about 115 EPS between them, and it's just been scary. Like, their entry rate has been brilliant. They're the best entry team in the tournament by some margin. I think about 73% entry rate success is what they found. On this map, it's been very, very 50-50. They've stayed in contention, admittedly, but here in this round at least, Solotov is gone. It's a start, Tim. The thing about that Dokkaebi I spoke about on the Lion, it's in the hands of Falcons here, and they can use this to punish.
Yeah, I feel like W7M sort of starting to get the message of we need to get aggressive here, we need to be going out of windows, we need to take a risk, but it may just be too little too late. We see Liquefact working underneath with the knock, trying to get a cheap kill if he can, moving around up onto Destiny, but he misses his shots. The opportunity was there for him. Dodes punishes Liquefact, takes him down, and W7M, on a rare occasion so far here on Chalet, have got a man advantage. 5 versus 3, and they can now is the time where they can start to sit back a little bit. We saw it from Falcons. Just move yourself back, give up a little bit of ground, let them come on to you.
This is the thing, right? You needed Solotov to be able to force this mirror away, and sure enough, he'll keep himself alive here, dodging around those nades as they come on through, but it's done the work to him. The fact that Liquefact didn't bring him down when he was still recovering from the C4 animation tells you a lot. He's in a spot here where he really shouldn't be, and so far has held firm. Volks on for 3K in the round, just Yuzus and Bride to go. Why not make it a 4th? It is denied away with Palu getting the 5th kill of the round, but W7M get a second on the board.
Yeah, much better from them, and it all started from that early round aggression from Volks, out of the window, picks up a kill, and all of a sudden Falcons looked a little bit rattled. They couldn't get themselves established, and it was a tough round for them. W7M controlled the map well, didn't give up any space, and just really won every single gunfight that they went into. Great round from Volks, exactly what W7M needed.
Now, what more can we do, Tim? Because as you rightly said after the start of last round, 5 rounds they need to win. They've got 4 more still to go. And in this scenario, Falcons have only got to be right
4 more to go.
They've only got to catch someone
Interesting.
for a spawn peak.
You know, they have 4
Blindside you and
more
rush you.
to
W7M
go.
can't afford to make a single mistake. They're relying on Falcons to be the one making the errors throughout the rest of
Falcons
the
only has 1 though.
Hoping they can do it, but it just feels like it's a bit too unlikely that Falcons don't find a way through this defense at some point.
No, absolutely that. I mean, you know, we can't avoid the fact that before coming into that round, nobody on W7M had more than 3 kills. In 7 rounds, that's wild. They need to be stepping that up. Volks has done so with his 4K. Palu managed to get one as well. They now need other people to be joining Volks. They now need that to be an example, a motivator, the spark in the powder keg that fires them up. The supporters are in front of them going absolutely crazy. Even still, the volume is up. They just need to harness that energy to W7M.
Let's take a look at Falcons' lineup in this round. Very big focus on the vertical play, right? The interesting part being you can also use the vertical from below when you've got the block on side, but naturally you see him lined up alongside a sledge, and you think there's no floor that is safe inside of this map. Really what they want to try and do here is get control of that top floor with the line and the Dokkaebi, and then look to work vertical angles before trying to look to go in for a plant. On the other side, W7M playing a little bit what we saw out of Falcons, leaning very heavily into those 2 trap operators of the Legion and the Frost. Of course, looking to lock things away and keep Falcons at bay, slow things down with the Castle and the Tubarão. Of course, how far away they get with that is a different conversation, but still lots for both teams to work through.
Solotov just taking out that default cam. Falcons making sure that they're doing the basics as well as the more complicated stuff. Dokkaebi, the users, has managed to just get inside of main lobby as well. But still, W7M are largely in their original positions at the minute. Dordez is playing inside of office on the Tuberai, looking to deny out any hard breaching that might go on. Dots picks up Leaker fight, but there is a trade there for Solotov, 4 versus 4.
There's a great reverse shot as well. Keating Square, of course, really tend to see the attackers being the ones that lose out here because you're the ones that have still got utility in pocket. Defenders have often played.
I appreciate
theirs
the follow.
around. Deployable shield, for example, in Dots' back pocket is out on the field. Of course, the C4 is
Appreciate
lost,
the follow.
You're not going to moan that one too
Glad
much.
those notifications are finally working. That scared the piss out of me, though.
One call left, 2 more Lion scans to come on through. This stall game that I mentioned now can begin from Dodez on that Tuberau. Just waste as much time as
Not
possible
going
here.
too bad.
You can see this top floor over to
Full of
Falcons.
siege today, so I can't complain.
Yeah, just
How about
making
you?
it really difficult, and I've spoken about that position already.
Oh, good shots.
To keep
Okay.
themselves there. Brede manages
Blew his
to find
ass
the
up.
kill with the exothermic charge. It's a rare one.
Oh, that's
but
tough.
We'll let Dordez off for that one. He was actually fighting somebody else. He just couldn't really move from that position.
The fuse was very short, and I think the fact that Solotov was downstairs, he went to go and shoot it off the wall. Dodez had no choice but to challenge him or abandon that wall. And they didn't want to let go so soon. Problem now, Tim, is they're down a man. Falcons can afford to play this for trades if they want and come out on top. There's still players upstairs that they can deal with, and they've got a phone call in back pocket still.
Time is possibly going to become the factor here for Falcons. They need to make sure they're not stalling out, that they're getting moving. The Dorkaby call really needs to be that go signal to start moving in and thinking about getting the diffuser down. But you can see the man up above, the Legion, Volps, he's in a critical position here. Palu manages to get users, and Volps makes a big play. And all of a sudden, W7M turn the round on its head. They managed to get the win, and you just feel that the winds might be switching here, Des.
There you go.
Volts, the angel of
Love good
death in the
deadlines.
ground, Tim.
Makes it tough.
Playing that vertical, got that final kill trade. Loban did go down, so it was technically a 1 versus 1, but Volts came out on top. That's 2 of the 5 that they had to win, and now we get more operator bans to come on through. Keen to see what both teams try and take away from each other. We know that Dockerby has been a bit of a nuisance. I'd look to see W7M take it away, because I think that takes some wind out of the sails of Falcons.
These W7M supporters need absolutely no excuse to be noisy, but W7M are starting to give them a few anyway. Fenrir and Dorkaby will be our next 2 bans. Fenrir is more than reasonable operator that we've seen used on both sides of the table here.
Not too bad. I'm horrendous apparently on picking who's going to win matches right now, but hopefully this one turns it around for me. Need Falcons to win.
We've just seen it used there by Falcons.
Elevate got 2-0'd. I thought Elevate at least give them a run for their money for a wild card. And of course, CAG beat FearX. And FearX was just that team to deal with.
I mean, this team are fantastic at using the pairing of Deimos and Dockerby together, so I'm kind of glad that we've seen them both taken away here. May have taken 3 rounds to endure, but I actually think with this in place now, W7M,
a good day.
this is as good as it's going to get. You've taken away, again, 2 of those 3 big power operators. Grim, actually the most played operator by Falcons overall here, so not surprised to see that being a priority ahead of the Dockerby. But it now being offline, I think we'll let W7M get away with some real shenanigans out on their own, and you see that in the lineup, Tim. Triple operator coming out in terms of traps. You've got the Ella, you've got the Legion, you've got the Capcan, you've also, of course, got the Valkyrie on side. We saw this coming out of Falcons a lot back in the first half. Shoiko was originally going to play the IQ in this round.
I usually try to stream, usually not quite every day. At least a couple hours, Monday through Friday, from like 3 or 4, probably about 4 o'clock Mountain Time to like 7 o'clock. And then I try to do Friday nights and Saturday majority of the time. So a few times a week, at least a few times a week, if not 5 to 6 days a week.
The ability to give that global health boost to his team and just get anybody back on their feet if they're down but not out and nobody can reach them. So plenty of value to be found there. 5 versus 5 still, 40 seconds into the round, and we've got Falcons at the moment just kind of spreading themselves around the map. There's a presence out towards library side, there's a presence out towards main lobby as well. Just looking to squeeze from both sides.
The frustration here is always going to be these trap operators. They're going to slow things down so much and make life hell to get inside the building in the first place, but then also move through it safely. And really what Falcons are looking at here with the double shield setup with that Finker on side in the sense is a big focus on the execute. Of course, not forgetting the Capital. Everything is about getting a lot of space quickly with those shields and executing in behind things like the Send and the Capital. So it's about keeping as many of these operators alive as possible. It sounds like a really obvious thing to say, but this lineup more than any needs these operators to stay healthy.
Circle is just going to call in the nanobots just to give a little bit of support. Just holding that hatch. It's a tough one. Only gets the glance of the back of a leg.
That was tough.
Can't quite land his shot. We continue on at 5 versus 5 as W7M, they're moving themselves around quite a lot now, and that's because of that top floor presence that Falcons are starting to build up, and they might just be able to get themselves into a planting position soon with the shield going in and doing some work. Dots will be down but not out. 1 minute left to go, but Lorben manages to pick up Leakifight. That's the shield on the Monty out. We're going to have users taken out if he's not careful. 3v2 though, Des.
That was a bit of a mistake. Users is down to less than half HP, and he's in a bit of a mystery spot here. Breede's got the cross though. Palu 1v3.
There we go, baby. I almost only played Rainbow Six Siege, then on Saturday days I'll play Fortnite. Sometimes Fortnite if I'm just not feeling Siege, it's usually just Rainbow Six Siege. That's my game.
They just couldn't find enough. The damage had already been.
Or if my homie really can talk me to, I'll play some Rocket League, I guess. That's about all I do is Rainbow Six Siege and then Fortnite on the weekends. Not a whole lot of Fortnite reason. That Star Wars season just isn't. I don't know. Not a huge fan of the Star Wars season so far. Good thing it's only a month long. Not too shabby for sure. I just like the competitive side of what Siege is, and there's really no game like it, honestly. A lot of FPS games, but nothing really quite like Siege or that hits like Siege for sure. It's kind of wild.
Available now.
We got an ace video. I love it. Let's go. And Dez's look. Oh, I wonder if they knew they were getting recorded for this. That's hilarious. That's kind of dirty. I don't think they were prepared for this. Boxing them in the back. I work in, I guess, technically technical support. Otherwise, my 9 to 5. Technically, anyway. I guess that's what we could call it. Or field training, kind of a combination of both.
LA, it's a bloodbath. The Falcons absolutely
nice.
sweep clear any thought of a Brazilian team having any dominance on that map. A 5-1 first half lead.
That was a fun and rough industry
And
for
on
sure.
W7M speak, nonetheless, I will say this. We said before, Falcons before SI Boston had a 12-win streak on that map, and there is a reason for it. It's the kind of map that requires you to have huge confidence in your plays, huge aggression. And if you look at Falcons there, they played the gunplay perfectly. They won every single one that mattered. Look at that aggression here. Outside main from Liquefac, consistently having the intel, consistently going aggressive, and consistently winning the gunfights.
The big thing that will determine this fixture, in my opinion, is the way that W7M play, how they will play the macro. Now, we said Falcons have really struggled against teams that sit back behind utility, play as a team, force executes. Conversely, when you get drawn into a brawl with Falcons, you usually end up getting knocked out. And that's exactly what W7M had here. You saw Falcons, they came with a game plan of aggression, and W7M, they had nothing for it. The one round actually that they took a small piece of the map with a Monty, sat behind it and held flanks, they almost flawless Falcons. That was their one attacking round that they won, nothing else.
One thing that you should check right now, looking at this, look at the entries. Almost every single player on the side of Falcons is positive in entry, and almost every single one, 4 to 5.
I'm also on the stream on Twitch. Sometimes I'll have it going on YouTube as well now, since finally can let a multi-stream work on OBS. TikTok sometimes doesn't like me, so I've been fighting to try and get that one back, but
now, we do have
not the end of the world, I guess.
Information for the viewers at home. Sometimes, you know, our words, they help paint a picture, but a clip kind of does a little bit better than that, Leo. It helps show what you're trying to say.
Let's visualize just exactly how that intel game was working. You're looking here at the Valkyrie, placing a cam here in main, and you're gonna see that this utility, this intel game, is also being placed here with Shaiko on Legion, with that bulletproof that will be super important onto Piano. Now look at this. All of this information is being held by Liquefac on Ella, on Legion. They have Frost, they have 3 trap operators that can give them sound
on and off since probably
later in the round,
2020, around the time of the pandemic, pretty much.
If you look at this,
on shutdown hit.
6, all the way at the end, that bulletproof is still on. They had an IQ against them. They had so many other operators, and they never got rid of
I think we counted in that round about 3 attackers had walked past that bulletproof, did not even know it was there.
About 5 years, actually, probably in, I'd say,
didn't know existed. There's one to take into your ranked game.
September-ish.
So starting to get loud in here, but
Yeah, it's been a minute. Just on and off though. Had ups and downs. Streaks of not doing anything, just busy with other shit.
So how do you deal with your confidence right now?
It's fine. We got some rounds in the last parts of
How
the
it
map,
goes.
so it's fine. And Skyscraper was a map that was our top pick above Chalet. That's why we picked it. So it's fine. Going to the next map.
Just move on.
Yeah.
In the beginning of the match, you just ran out of the stage like crazy. What were you doing?
We don't have time here. We are just here to destroy everyone. That's why.
Okay. Thank you.
Not a whole lot. No, it's kind of what I've got right now. Not planning on doing much else anytime. For the minor things I got with the little outlines for the cameras and stuff. Not trying to do anything too outside of the box until if I ever get to the point where it's larger, bigger audience.
You're in for a real shock.
Well, that's a performance that I guess you will be reeling if you're one of the Brazilian fans behind us. You can hear it now. It's starting to get really damn loud in here. W7M are going to need to pull something out of the hat as we move to Skyscraper. A map that we were just talking about, gentlemen. If there's one kind of position you want to be in to bring back a little bit of performance, a little bit more smoothness to your overall performance, Jack, this is where you want to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, W7M, they'll be starting out on the defense of Skyscraper. Now, when Falcons played Skyscraper against Loud, they got a 3-3 attack split. And the reason for that is that Falcons were very, very good at getting the, not the cross clears, the full clears were not going well, breaching walls were not going well, but when they were doing the direct site takes, W7M will have seen that VOD, and they should be ready for it, Leo.
And they also should be ready whenever they switch to attack to deny that Intel game. For me, that's the big story. They've been getting abused by the Valkyrie, by the trap operators. This new operator ban system should allow them to now fix that issue.
Feels like it has to be a big change of playstyle onto Skyscraper. Play as a team, play behind that utility, and they'll stand a fighting chance.
Well, WSETGME, the team, the home crowd, oh my God, it's getting so loud in here. The home crowd team is slowly and surely losing faith. They've got to bring it back here on Skyscraper before we get underway with the action. Maria had a lovely chat with Norris.
W7M didn't play in Skyscraper in this tournament, so were you keeping like a secret for right now, this moment?
Cara, a gente não é que, pra ser bem sério, não teve oportunidades bem claras pra gente jogar. Até com a FaZe, que a gente poderia gostar de jogar, a gente deixou aberto, só que eles decidiram por banco. Então só não rolou a oportunidade necessária mesmo. A gente gosta bastante do mapa, já jogou em outros campeonatos, então só mais um.
Okay, thank you. They didn't have the opportunity to play. They really wanted to play against FaZe, but FaZe didn't pick neither of them. So now that's the moment to play Skyscraper. It's a best of 3, so you have to surprise your opponents every map. So how are you planning to adapt and surprise them in the second map?
I think we don't need to adapt. Our game plan on Chalet was good, so we will just follow our game plan and that's it.
Yeah, you're doing right, so just keep doing the same stuff.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Well, welcome back to the casting desk, ready for
I
Skyscraper.
appreciate the offer.
Now, the
No worries.
beauty in this,
I'll keep you on the
grace with W7M if you are a fan.
speed dial if I ever get into the market of
Falcons
needing
played this map, they lost
any
it.
sort of
Very attack-inside map at that
peripherals
time.
or
I
anything
imagine
like
there's a
that,
few things
though.
they can look at that game and say, here's the key to winning.
I think
But no
that's
worries.
exactly
Appreciate it,
the
though.
key there is that it feels like it was winnable for Falcons. They weren't completely overrun on it. It was maybe a little bit uncharacteristic of them from a couple of rounds. If they'd fixed those errors, then W7M are really backs to the wall at the minute. This is going to be a tough one for them to get back into. They've got the crowd support, they've got everything they need, they've got the talent in the server. They didn't really deliver that in the first map. It's now or never.
You're hoping at least to a degree that because it's a bigger map, it is a little bit more bottlenecky, that you haven't got to worry about playing it so aggressively. We'll see W7M have a comfortable defensive half. We were suggesting that when we were at a scoreline of about 5-1 previously, just saying, okay, look, get to that second map, things are a bit different there. W7M can breathe a little bit more. I wouldn't be shocked to see them have a strong performance here. For me, again, a lot of this will come down to what operators do we see banned away? The Falcons get hamstrung, or do W7M go for relatively default bans that don't really change how Falcons approach the game?
We're going to be getting into this one any second.
No. Bathroom break.
Of course, I've forgotten about
It's
the
W7M's turn this time, Tim.
staple requirement for a bathroom break.
I'm pretty sure this time around we will not be having that happen again. It was a bit of a slower start last time, so I can understand why. Okay, you sat there for 10 minutes, you want to run to the bathroom, fine. Now we're in a spot where everyone is in the lobby and pretty much ready to go. Coaches having their last few words with their teams. Of course, the crowd are very loudly, in case you can't tell already, behind W7M. Can they do it though, Tim, or is it 2-0 a bound?
This is the thing, it's what we're going to find out in the next couple of minutes. Socials have definitely skewed in the favour of Team Falcons now. That was a straight 50-50 before we started this one.
Wow. Now 68%.
The game is ready. Skyscraper awaits. Let's see if W7M can fight their way back in, or if Falcons will storm through with a 2-0.
Oh yes, was Sky one that was getting? No, I don't think Sky was getting any updated graphics, was it? It might have. I got some changes under the map. It got some changes. I don't remember which ones all have the
Skyscraper awaits.
Siege X logo on them though.
They'll have a good first half.
I guess we'll find out Sunday. They're gonna give us the rundown of all of them.
That last game against Lao, where Falcons won 3 attacks. W7M. Sorry, Lao went on to win, I think, 4 or 5. So it was definitely an attacker leading Sky. Not the sort of thing I think I'd ever say. But will we see a repeat, or will we see W7M stonewall Falcons out? First couple of bans come on through, Kaid and Monty. Not at all surprised, Tim. Is that Monty? Bit of a nuisance from Falcons back on Chalet.
Yeah, see if we get the double electrification, maybe useful when you're thinking about places like Office Wall. We will indeed, so the Bandit as well. That's going to just free up, like I said, the Office Wall, but Geisha Wall as well. Make it a little bit quicker for Falcons on the attack to be able to get those breaches and start taking a little bit of map control. I feel like Skyscraper might actually suit W7M a little bit better today with the way that we saw them play on Chalet. It's a very, very small...
I want one of those jerseys though for Falcons. I want one of the Falcons jerseys. I don't want one of the BDS jerseys. They have like the collars, so I could wear them to work because they're collared.
To really get a hold of those areas,
But they look like they're fucking just comfy as hell. They're dope as shit.
Trying to get library and mezzanine
They look
lockdown. They never
worthwhile.
really had confident control of it when they were pushing onto basement. Tended to just be a very small push from the wine side, whereas on this, on Skyscraper, I feel like they can get away with that to a degree. They don't need to take
Trying to jump in the stream
pieces
and
of
start
the map.
offering services like off the rip. Like, don't care.
Work across through
Don't help me out.
That's all that they really, really need. Maybe just take top of Black Stairs, get a presence in Shrine. It will be enough to get the job done. So it might just help W7M a little bit when they get onto the attack.
I think the big one to look at, of course, is the Grim is available. So Yuzu's shock horror is going to dive straight across onto the operator. Very often banned away against them. Admittedly, we see a lot of the team playing this operator. I think Leakifak, Breeday, not Breeday, sorry, I'm on about here. Yuzus and I believe Solitov all play it quite a lot. So again, a very hot operator for this team. That's why you saw it banned away in the previous map. But here that's been, at least that's open for them. But he said
oh, the lasers are different too. I like the laser updates. I like the laser updates. Okay.
They played a lot of Blackbeard. They've got other shields they can jump
Those
onto
are
if
like
they want
super
here.
easy to fucking see. That's kind of crazy.
Number of bans that you can make against this team, Tim.
Wait, so can you change the color? Can you change the color of, like all the shit if you want as well? Or is that the color of his crosshair?
Or a Thatcher along with them.
Getting straight towards Stack Geisha Wall. Gonna just need the impact EMP to go out, as it will do.
I think it's the crosshair color that's doing that, since it's...
Bring that extra bit of utility and enable them to...
maybe you can change it. That'd be cool if you can change the color of that. That'll be cool. It does look like they've added so you can customize more colors though from what we've seen on other players' screens, so...
At least to start, it is the entry.
He likes this guy likes the white crosshair.
Best in the tournament coming into this series, 73% entry success rate. Haven't had the same success here. Falcons have definitely put them to the task time and time again. It's stayed competitive, but not quite seen the highs that we've seen throughout their first 3 games here at Reload to date. But now at the very least, W7M are trying to challenge somewhat aggressively. Tim, you've got a player hanging around Geisha here. You've got one out towards Drum. Not wanting to give up too much ground to Falcons too early on. However, look at
Oh,
this.
Shaco got fucking smoked.
Has been punished. A good read there that he'd be alone and getting a freebie. Oh! And the attempted trade from Leakify gets shut down. Dots finding his second, bumps another. Suddenly, W7M have completely flipped this round on its head, up into a 4 versus 2.
User's just looking to have a little peek onto the stairs, see if he can get anything going up there. He's going to
have a look, Tim.
He might not want to be honest with you. He's going to try to take that barbed wire out. Just signals his position to W7M. They look to make the challenge. A little bit of a swing.
Oh, okay.
Of a beauty of a headshot there. Just pre-firing as he made the guess that Lobin was going to move his way across and challenge. He did. And all of a sudden, once again in this round, the momentum maybe shifts a little bit, and you look and think it could be winnable for Falcons. W7M need to be careful.
No utility to play behind, no C4s, no smokes, no nothing. It's all about the guns here, but they're not going to stop. Both Dots and Volts are 2K each so far. Who's taking the third? It's going to be Volts. Easy first round. W7M on the board far earlier this time round than the last.
W7M close out that first round. I think that's exactly what they needed coming into Skyscraper. Obviously a rough start for them on Chalet. Get around lockdown, 1-0, just puts a bit of confidence, calms the team down a little bit. And also, they were pretty dominant throughout it. They lost that entry kill, but other than that, they were the ones that were definitely in charge there, making things very, very difficult for Falcons in terms of pushing in towards that side. So W7M will move us across the top floor. They will go this time to office. And it's going to be much the reverse of what we saw last time. Falcons, will they attack direct to site? They've taken out the electrification, they've taken away the denial for the wall. They could go and hard breach straight away onto office and apply some direct pressure, or do they look to go from Karaoke T and move their way across?
It's a great example there of what happens when a team is just a couple of seconds out of sync as well. I mean, admittedly, Liquipat did not know that Dots was going to go and push Shaiko out on balcony, but the fact that he was a couple of seconds away at the bottom of Black Stairs gave Dots that time to get back to safety. Liquipat missed some crucial shots. It would have been a freebie if he was a little bit closer, a bit sooner, but again, you're not going to have that read that someone is going to swing out onto balcony so freely. But it was great aggressive play and has got them off to a good start. Now really what we start talking about, Tim, is how the Falcons figure this one out. It was a really good solid defense. W7M wasted a lot of time around the map, didn't find themselves falling back to site until there was about 45 seconds to go. They've played it well, so it's a very different ball game to what we saw back on Chalet. Falcons are now the ones that are going to be under fire.
Drone going out, just gather that intel, and it is likely going to be a push from Karaoke T side. A number of Falcons stacking up over that side at the minute. Liquipat just getting himself onto Black Balcony while the pressure is applied here towards Geisha as well from Meeting Window. We're going to see the impact trick just taking that Selma charge off the wall. Also going to be blocked up with Akiba barricade, but Falcons are inside the map now. They're going to get the Claymore down just to try and protect that flank, clear out the mirror utility, and start working their way across.
They'll keep playing this merry dance, but they'll have more settlements to chew through, and sure enough, another one has just gone off and opened up. That wall into Geisha box, which means Usis now sat on that window, can at least challenge onto the player sat inside of it. I believe it's Palu who sat nearby. That's why he's out of impact. He's tried to deny them away for as long as he can. The Falcons getting themselves set up, Tim, but half the round has played by, and don't forget, this is not the site. There is a lot of focus right now out towards this side of things, and surely a freebie for Palu, who finds Shaiko. Should have known that he was there because Usis has been playing this dance with him for the last minute or so, but it's a bit of a freebie. Two back the other way, so suddenly it starts looking pretty good until Palu does it again. A second player down for free, but somehow Falcons keep on finding these kills around the map that equalizes everything Palu is doing.
Liquipat just holding his angles there. I think he thought he was going to push, but he wasn't. Usis manages to find Palu. 3 versus 1 now, and as you say, every round that W7M aren't going to win is going to be a point of fear for them, because it puts them 1 round closer to being out of Reload and out of the Rio tournament. Try to get something going here. Lobin just using that Toxic Babe canister to at least cut off 1 lane. It means that he can just worry about the Dragon side for 15 seconds or so, but with 45 left on the clock, 2 smoke canisters, I don't think is really going to cut it in this 1v3.
We've all been a set like this, Tim, where your mates have all run off and died around the map and you're left alone against 4 or 5 players just like, really? Really? So Lobin knows now that this is an almost impossible situation to deal with, and as long as Falcons are going to say, don't go take him 1v1 after 1v1, this round is a surefire win, but Solotov had the confidence in himself to get the kill, and Lobin's off the board, 1 apiece.
A good response from Falcons, exactly what they needed. They're going to be looking to get this one done as quickly as possible. They've had a good record over the last year or so of getting to finals, so it's certainly not a problem for them to be playing in venues, on stages, with crowds. You know, they know what that's all about. Their particular personal challenge has been getting that final one, getting that last hurdle taken, and I think that's probably something for W7M to make sure they remember here, is in the forefront of the mind that Falcon will not, in the early stages at least, give away any unnecessary chances.
I've just seen what site we're going to, Tim, and no one's going to believe me when I say this until you see it yourself on screen. We're going down to bedroom and bathroom. You never get to see this on this map, but that's exactly where we're stepping. I'm pretty sure looking at like freshest bingo cards of old, it's always been the one site that was never picked, that maybe couldn't tick off that box. Well, if you're playing bingo, there's been various of them out there. At least now you know you're going to see this site getting played. I don't know what sites we haven't actually seen at the tournament overall, Tim, but there's definitely one I'd expect to see there. So, an interesting selection, not a common one, I said. This means W7M have been cooking, Tim. They've been in the kitchen, they've got something prepared here, and Falcons are going to be the first one to get a taste.
Fox is just looking for that early opener. Have a little peek out of the window. I don't think he's going to get any joy. Falcons are looking very sharp today. I'm not sure they're going to be giving away too many freebies like that. Immediate attention coming over to the top floor, over to the office side, as we would expect. They're going to want some verticality. It's not a site that we see attacked too often, but you want to get control of VIP, get control of office, exhibition, start ripping up that floor a little bit, and again, just force those players out of sight. You can then maybe work through closet window, give yourself a little bit of space to maneuver on in. They're still working on those top floor walls at the minute. VIP has been impact tricked 3 times now. No more Selmas remaining, so there will be no access. There is a line of sight, but no access in through VIP wall.
They get rid of the cam. Yes, they do. That's taken away too. I like it, by the way. We saw it in the last round. This very big focus from Palu on playing the impact trick and got away with it again this round. Only this time round, there are no Selmas left. So as you say, they can't get it open. The other problem being, Tim, if they try and exothermic it now, there's still another impact waiting in the back pocket of Palu. They don't get VIP open at this point. They can get a little sightline through it if they want, but at least we're seeing on our other screen, everyone has dropped away from trying to play that angle, acknowledging they can't get through.
Blackbeard is going to get
can't get through.
Dots taking down Shaco just removes more and more room from Falcons here. Brede is just trying to dance about, see if he can get this diffuser down. Users is there on the cover. Brede will stick it. I'm not sure if W7M were aware of that or whether there was just nothing they could do, but they're playing in beautifully for the retake. They managed to get one. Can they find more? Falcons are just sat on top of each other at the minute. Brede with an important kill. 1v2. Uses with the shield. It could be doable, Des.
Mate, he's using the environment so well here as well. Now he's truly invulnerable until he drops down the shield. Finds one, the second step through, but he's got to bait this out. Half dips the shield as well. Has to win this out against the Valkyrie, though. In comes Volt, tries to go for it. They miss each other. Finally to the left, and Fox wins it out. Gets a headshot at the back of the parry, and they'll just about hold on to. How much time on the clock left? Just under 3 seconds. Woo-hoo-hoo!
What a duel we saw there at the end. Users doing everything he could to just keep himself alive in the situation on the Blackbeard, but very, very tough for him. Of course, the shield break just coming in clutch for W7M, able to find those shots, and Volks closes it out. There was no panic in him, and you feel that Users just maybe had to take the chance of that gunfight a little bit sooner than he did. Obviously, it's a big risk, but you leave W7M having to hit the head if nothing else. But ultimately, Users was fighting a losing battle. It was a good effort from Falcons to get that diffuser down, gave themselves every chance, but W7M, cool, calm and collected in the retake, 2-1.
Became a classic question of who's stuck in there with who, right? The 2 players are stuck in. No way out, no windows. They knew what they got themselves involved into. Unfortunately for them, Volts is just that little bit better in the moment. Him and Dots having a great map so far. 3 rounds have gone by, though, as you can see. And we're in a position that we are. Interesting ban from W7M, Tim, that Thermite being taken away. Sure, you're not too best pleased about that as a
We don't like a Thermite ban.
Main.
No, we don't like a Thermite ban, Des. I just don't know who to pick if Thermite goes.
Who do you pick in that case? You go to Ace?
Nobody, I just quit. What else is there to do?
Dodge. Yeah, it being taken away.
No, I play a bit of Ace.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Not too. You got to live up to the namesake, right? It's kind
exactly
of
that. If I have to, I'll play another halfback.
Well, they've seen it on 2 sites there. Exhibition, it got picked up, and then of course downstairs it got picked up as well. Brede playing it in both of those. Imagine now you're going to see exactly what you spoke to, is he'll step across and instead playing on the Ace like you're seeing in this round. He played that back in round 1. It's not the end of the world. However, I think W7M with that are only going to double down on what we spoke about so far, which is playing so heavily behind, denying away breaches. More looking in towards those Selmas to keep things locked up. You might not see it on this site, but with future sites, keep a very close eye on that, because I think, Tim, they'll try and keep things like site walls or the VIP wall locked up tight.
Straight away, Brede is heading towards that Geisha wall. We saw Falcons open it up last time. Just going to get the Claymore down for the possibility of a jump out. I think they're aware that Lobin's roaming in and around that area. He is sort of close to Terrace, dipping in and out between office and Terrace. The Geisha wall opened very, very quickly. Palu, you can see, just dips to play a little bit deeper there. Going to play more on that meeting wall. The Grim Bees will force him to just stay out of there as well. Falcon's not actually been able to take any ground in Geisha yet, so at a little bit of a stalemate at that point. But Brede Brede has moved across and he's going to support the effort to push in through off this side now. So Geisha, something that they can use later in the round, but for now, they need to clear those roamers.
It's going to be so oppressive when they've got that done, though, Tim. Of course, the Dokkaebi helps out with it if required, but we've got the Grim, you've got the users, you've got the users. The Ying on side being played by users. Why not rename the operator in the process, Tim? I remember that one time I said Bunny on the Ying talking about Kendrew.
Bunny on the Ying.
But I don't know where that ever came from, but that was one of those moments again. Funny.
The users, we'll see where he goes as the round develops. Lobin is doing a great job here, actually. There's a minute 40 in on the Frost, and he's still present. Shaiko is going to rip the head off Dots, though, with a beautiful kill. 5 versus 4 as they lose the smoke of all operators there. But Lobin hasn't been dealt with. I said he was doing a great job. They've failed to find the kill onto him. 2 minutes and a life he has taken. 3 versus 3 now.
Yeah, it was really great and aggressive from Lobin there to go that aggressive. Solotov was off towards his right-hand side. I'm surprised Solotov wasn't watching. I don't know if he was on his drone or focused instead on Terrace Door, but he's kind of sold his teammate out a little bit there, Tim, giving his life away for free. Lobin at least got responded from Leak, in fact, jumping in through display window and just clearing out the backside of that site, which leaves us where we are now, a 3 versus 3, with only about 30 seconds to play. And look at Volts ratting in. They have no idea that he's there. Ying is gone. Next one, step the lead. Next order, please. Solotov got it all to do against 3, and Tim, I don't think he's walking out of this one alive.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit easy on that second one for Volts there. No pre-fire or anything coming through from Leafak just wasn't really ready for the fight. W7M, they managed to take themselves another round, 3-1, and they're starting to build a bit of momentum, and the Brazilians are looking dangerous.
It's the reverse scoreline that we had back on Chalet. If you recall, it got to that 3-1 point. Admittedly, Falcons have won 3 rounds in a row, so it was a bit more scary to face that prospect. But it does mean W7M are in a good position. We thought we might be, Tim. We're going to see another site being brought out here, down to Barbecue and Kitchen. I believe that's us then having played every single one of these sites on the map, Tim, which is always a good thing to see. Indeed,
Yeah, at the point that we've got Barbecue Kitchen, W7M have taken us on the full tour.
Why not? The bathroom one will be the most interesting one, I think, looking at it if it gets picked up again. Not that I expect it will in this rotation. I don't think so. You're not going to see it.
But,
I think that's a little bit different. But again, I think it was really good. Again, aggression from W7M. Lobin especially, I'll give him all his flowers in that moment. Did a lot of work to bring down Brede, take off more hard breach away from the team there and force Leaky back to have to make a big play. The fact they drew all of the Dokkaebi calls in that moment as well to focus on these roamers on the extension meant there was nothing available for actually hitting sites itself. Really good stuff. W7M showing a lot more comfort on this map so far. And I'll come back to what I said earlier. It's on Falcons to be the ones to figure their way through this. Otherwise, it could end up being a 4-1, even a 5-1 half.
Already I can see Falcons stacking up towards the Black Stairs corner of the map. I think we're going to see a little bit of entrance from there, but also Brede, as he always does, looking for that breach onto Geisha Wall. Needs to be careful here though. Dots is on one of the oldest peaks on the map, just having a little look out of storage there. Takes out the Brava drone, drops down a goo mine. He's doing some great work so far today, is Dots, and continuing here. That is going to be Geisha Wall opened up by Brede though.
I think it's quite key that they show early round aggression as well. Not forgetting that at 2:15 that first Dokkaebi call becomes available. We've seen a lot of patience being shown by Falcons throughout this map so far to only use it when they're in a spot to make something happen with it. They don't pop it early on to try and deal with roamers. And often that was kind of the focus, right? It's why the change came through, that you now get those 2 calls in charges rather than being something you have both immediately available at the start of the round. So there is a little window where you can capitalize if Falcons get a little bit too relaxed about things. That's exactly what Dots was looking for. If you get rid of Solotov there, that'll be a dream start because then neither call is available.
Straight away into Terrace after taking down the barricade. Just misses the head by a margin. And Dordes gets away with it. Look how low his health is. Managing to find Solotov. And that is unlucky for Falcons on a different day. Solotov wins that in 1 bullet. 5 versus 4. Falcons, they're still progressing well. They've got the presence inside of the office side of the map now. They need to start accelerating. A minute 40. Get yourselves across. You've got Leakafak inside of Terrace. He's trying to get aggressive. He's trying to take that ground so they can get some vertical control. But right now, there's only a minute to go. It's a bit of a concern that Falcons haven't been anywhere near sight.
It's so fascinating seeing both teams just being so laissez-faire about a Valkyrie. So often you see a Valkyrie getting banned away or, you know, matched by an IQ, but both teams have let it go several times. And goes Shaiko, finished off by the shotgun from Volps as well. And as Users uses that chance to get a bit of ground, but I think it's enough for them, Tim. They're quite well dug in here. W7M still got vertical control too, and they've got no idea about Dots, completely blind as to his position. Might get one more back on the other side, Tim, but this round's going just like the others. W7M dominating up 4-1.
Starting to give Falcons a little taste of their own medicine here, Des. This, of course, was what W7M faced themselves back on the first map of Chalet. Falcons came in and just ran all over them, and right now, Falcons just look neutral at best on the attack, Des. They just don't seem to really have any teeth. They're not taking, much like W7M were on Chalet, they're just failing to take any real control. Like I say there, they never pressured towards site. They got themselves into the top floor, got about as far as Drummond Shrine, and then were unable to push any further. And they've just got to find a bit more of that bite that they had back on Chalet. It seemed like they have all the answers, whereas right now, doesn't seem like Falcons even know what the question is.
Completely agree. I think on a map like Chalet, as you remarked, that it was a bit smaller, a bit tighter. It was easy to be playing at that fast speed that we spoke about, right? And keep W7M destabilized. This one, you can't just rush your way through the map. There's too much that can go wrong with far too many bottlenecks. You have to play it more slow and calculated. And we heard Fresh and Leo speak about this. Often Falcons do get a bit caught up against very util-heavy teams that sit back and force them to have to work through these mini-games that exist throughout the round. And you've seen that an awful lot in this half. Unless we see a big change in the second half and an absolute shutout defense by Falcons, I think this map's going the way of W7M already.
I think you're right. It's going to take a real big turnaround. The thing is, Falcons need to learn from what they did in the first to W7M. They got 5-1 up. They were able to grab that round 6-1. It was, even though W7M improved their performance, it was just too much for them to come back from, and that's why this round is so essential for Falcons. They need to get the second round here. So they're going in 4-2. At that point, it doesn't feel like they've had, although it hasn't been a good half, it certainly doesn't then feel like the most terrible half, because you're only 2 rounds behind, whereas 5-1 down, with the way things are going, yeah, I think that might be a bit too much to ask of Falcons.
We'll see if they can get anything cooking here as well. They started out with drones, and everyone's gathered on this side of the map, not wanting to entertain the dance of Palu out towards the extension on Karaoke and T, and instead just starting to sniff around site very, very directly. Say that, and we have got users who I believe there. You're going to see the far distance of your view right now on the far side of the map. Nothing else trying to cut those, trying to rotate back to site, I expect, which there were a couple. I mentioned Palu earlier. You've also got the mirror of Dodez out that way as well, just in case, I keep saying PDS, in case Falcons do want it. After 6 years,
the thing is, we've covered these players for so long.
It's so strange. I have to say Falcons all the time now, absolutely. But Shaiko starts things off. It starts to fall. It's not the most key operator to catch out. It still means C4s are in back pocket here for both Dodez and Palu, but it's still a catch, Tim.
At the minute, there's a potential 5 versus 3 on site for Falcons. Palu is way off in Geisha at the minute, and Falcons are really stacking up around site. You've got Leakerfact roaming underneath on the Ash as well, so they're really not playing on that side of the map. Leakerfact does get caught out by the Banshee there, I think, just giving away his presence. He was trying to crouch walk his way up them stairs into a little surprise. Palu is going to start slowly thinking about making his way back across the map, but the damage might be done if Falcons can find a kill before he makes it, but they haven't been able to do so. 1 minute left to go, and Falcons continue this dance around the top floor. Leakerfact picks up Dodez, and that creates a little bit of space for Falcons.
Over the top from Palu, finds one into a second. They didn't know that he'd come back towards site. Why wouldn't he? Uses with it all still to do. 2 smokes in back pocket. Could isolate an angle, but he knows gunfight is what he needs. And tries he might, Bolts has found him out there. That returning flank from Palu being the deciding factor in that round.
A tough loss for Falcons there, especially to find themselves now at 5-1. W7M fully deserved the scoreline. They've played brilliantly, but that for me was Falcons' best round on attack. They really did some great work. They just couldn't take advantage of that situation they had where Palu was off-site, they had 1 dead, they had a 5v3 essentially there on site, but just couldn't aggress forward. W7M held them off until Palu could get back into position, and then he just played such a critical role in the last minute of that round. Falcons just shut out again, left in the cold, and they come into the second half 5-1 down.
Unsurprisingly, Tim, the crowd are absolutely loving it. Seeing W7M on top in this fashion, 5-1 up. Lots of ash on the other side. Our bands will come on through just to kind of let you know what those are here. Falcons have banned away the Dockerby once again from W7M, along with the Monty, and W7M have gone in towards the same bands that we saw from Falcons, with the Bandit and the Kaid being taken away.
Round 7 then, let's get into it. Falcons on the defence. You feel like they need a minimum, I think, Des, of 3 rounds back-to-back here. Coming in at 5-1 down, I always feel like the first thing you've got to do is get yourself back in touch, especially when you're on the defence. Complete that rotation, win every one of your sites, and it really sets your stall out and sends a message to that other team. We saw it in the first map, where Falcons were able to grab that first round quickly. When they switched sides, get themselves onto 6-1, it was then too big a mountain for W7M to climb. So that's what W7M, by contrast, are going to be looking to do. A successful first attack here. They've got the Blackbeard for dots. That's going to be the focal point of the push. They're going to try and get him in, the face of these defenders and use him to bully their way into some space.
That's the thing though, Tim, this is a hard map to do.
Excuse me?
Put all your efforts on one room on the map if you wanted, but there's only so many ways into it, and you can't just like push your way in through the other side of the map and then join in the middle. It's not that simple. That's the thing about Skyscraper. It has been one of our more defender-leaning maps for a long time because it is quite expansive. There are a lot of bottlenecks, a lot of single doorways that you need to be able to push your way through. It's not that straightforward here, trying to focus on getting this opened up from below, it seems, with a big focus on getting out any mute jumpers that might be attached to the wall, but also, of course, forcing back the players.
There you go. They got it now.
They'll get away with it though if they really wanted to. Sure, the jammer's gone, and they've actually say that an exothermic.
Gotta waste all those Zophias though.
So it will 100% be opened up.
Going to have Dordes getting himself established out on the balcony then. As the droning continues, he is now in position to be able to move
So his
inside.
bold Zof impacts on one mute jammer. That's wild.
Playing in that position. He's actually dropped away ahead of him. So that now gives the space to W7M. Something that we saw on Chalet. They didn't take space fantastically well when it was always offered to them. This time, I'd like to see them getting in a little bit quicker. Take what is there. Dordes is going to move into office. Drones are ahead of him. And that side of the map is now in the possession of W7M.
And Shoko is out here wasting a lot of time as well. You know, half the round gone by. Parlu almost dead. Just dancing around with those Kiba barriers and forcing them to have to expend utility. We saw the nades being used. But also, of course, using these as information. Once they get shot out, you know that a player is stepping on forwards and looking to take control of that space. Similar thing.
Shaiko just, how does he hit some of these shots sometimes, bro?
They're getting consumed around the map. Even today, they're still valuable because of the noise trigger that it gives to you. Here, Dots has fallen down a bit early on too, so having that shield on side is going to sting.
Yeah, it's a big pickup from Shaiko. That, like I said, the Falcons needing 3 rounds back-to-back, in my opinion, to give them a real chance here. Shaiko just playing inside of meeting window, dipping himself back into Geisha. Solotov it's going to be to pick up Parlu, and we've still got W7M
Bro,
with Volps on the rappel.
this is surgical how
to get themselves that
Falcons
that
are playing
about,
this.
struggling to get in and use
Surgical.
what was given to them. 2 versus 5. Volps and Lobin trying to get anything going. What a response.
They're over
this
here
has been
ego
from
peeking each other, and he fucking fried him with Castle with an ump.
And this could easily be a flawless round to kick things off.
He's just absolutely cleared them out as well. Pushing towards Drum, they got Diffuser down, the second player in Drum.
And he died to a lesion.
And of course, Lobin loses that in this round to a Goo mine of all things as well. The Goo kill something we haven't seen in quite a while, and that was just trying to get through a doorway as well. But a much more convincing round. This is kind of what I expected to see coming onto that defensive side again. It's harder to break things down on the attack. This could end up being one of those affairs, Tim, where it comes right up towards the wire.
Yeah, you like I said, I'll wait yet. You know, don't want to get the Falcons fans too excited just yet. There's a lot of siege to be played, but that was a really, really good start from them. W7M, I think I saw shadows of what we saw on Chalet that concern me. They forced Leakify out of exhibition really, really early. And it took another 20 seconds for Dordes to make his way into office. He had a drone at his feet, but they didn't really have any numbers. Everybody was just stood on the balcony outside of Terrace waiting to try and get into Geisha, but they couldn't get through Shaiko. They didn't really take that half of the map convincingly and then work from there. They didn't use it to build anything. They just lost bodies trying to force into Geisha. And I just think sometimes, you know, look at the space that you've got, look at the space that you're being afforded, and use it a little bit quicker, and W7M could surely benefit from that.
You saw the vast majority of the kills in our replays then were very static positions by Falcon. Solotov especially, barely moving his feet on the castle, and yet picks up 2 for free. W7M was a little bit asleep at the wheel and not respecting that aggression could come out of Falcons at any moment, that they could be holding a more aggressive position, and that is exactly what we saw. Still quite a hill to climb, 3 rounds behind. W7M with every chance here to keep this going. One more round, Tim, and suddenly they've got
Look
that
at all these
4-round
barricaded
advantage that they need,
doorways. My
where, again,
God.
they have to make no mistakes. So, sorry, Falcons got to make no mistakes, and W7M have only got to be right once.
Straight away onto that
Raura, by the way.
same balcony again that I spoke about. We'll see how much impact the Raura has. You say might just be able to create them a little bit of space. Smoke canister goes off, and that allows Dots to go rushing in towards site. Now, they need to deal with him quickly here, the Falcons, before support can make its way in, because there's going to be a smoke canister that dissipates, which it has done now, so Breeder can support from Terrace, but they've done nothing about it, and they've been punished. However, Dordes picks up the kill onto the worst operator that he could have team killed, the Blackbeard, but kills keep raining in, and W7M have just run over Falcons at pace.
I was speaking to Dev Marta over breakfast this morning about Raura, and it was like, imagine you could use it on Windows, all these crazy ideas that you could use it with. And I was saying, for speaking to a few of the coaches here, we saw a few different angles on how they could use it. I'll come back into that in a second, though, Tim, because we have got attack timeout coming on through.
Falar, guys, famoso pause obrigatório que deve estar rolando é, guys, listen, fucking idiots. Do you know? Mano, perfeito. A gente tá. Hã?
Como faz o Guizo, né?
É, só acho uma coisa, se a gente for puxar mais pros splits, tentar usar um pouquinho mais de bonecão, puxar um Lion, etc, e ficar atento no terceiro ban.
Mas o foda é que quem que vai fazer isso?
Espero que não tenha.
Eu.
O Lobo.
Eu sei, mas o Lobo é boneco. Né?
Então, aí só um bagulho.
Eu tenho HE,
atento no
o
terceiro
tem
ban,
Zofia.
na questão, tipo, por mais que o cara seja dependente de Azami, a gente lida muito com Azami nesse mapa.
What are they saying? Read subtitles.
O terceiro ban é Castle. Pra gente conseguir splitar bem. Talvez.
Translate it, translate it.
Essa defesa. Só falando do próximo.
Translate it.
Take your best guess there, Tim. What did he say?
Keep doing what you're doing, and you'll win this map.
Genius! Get him in the team!
Me in, coach!
But that was beautiful. I spoke about the Raura, and I spoke to Dev Marshall about it over breakfast this morning, and they said, yeah, a few teams have said, we've got a few things that we can show. That was a really cool set-piece play, identifying that 3 players from Falcons were out towards Karaoke and T, making use, of course, of the smoke first and foremost, and then getting it deployed down onto the doorway. And it was then a long way walk to go around to Shrine, to then come down to Dragon, to then get back in towards the north side of site, especially when W7M were hitting you from the south. And it was, yeah, for a few moments a little bit tentative when you had the Blitz in there all by himself, and that team kill definitely didn't help things. But Falcons has had no easy way to get back to site. Their retreat angle was cut off. Really smart little bit of play there coming out from W7M. And like I said, Tim, they've now only got to be right once. Falcons cannot be wrong at all.
5 seconds remaining.
Into round 9 we go then. I said that Falcons really needed 3 rounds back to back. They were unable to deliver more than 1 before W7M could get themselves onto map point. This looks like we could be heading to a clubhouse decided as, which I can't complain about. It's going to be absolutely fantastic between these two, but got to get there first. W7M need to make sure that they find their way over the line. Their attack in the last round was, well, I think it was the dictionary definition.
How many did he get?
of
No, I
shock
missed
and
it.
awe.
He does get
Blackbeard
5. Holy
straight in
shit.
towards sight. Falcons were unable to focus. They had to get that kill in the first 5 seconds or so, but couldn't. Dordes manages to pick up Leaker back, put a big double from Solotov and Charco. Keep Falcons fighting.
Yeah, that's Diffuser down as well, so they're going to have to go and recover this one, W7M, even though they've only got the 3 players still on side. Bit of the map to work through. I believe it's down just outside of the Blackstairs window, actually down at the bottom, so it should be easily recoverable. But still a spot where they've now got to worry about the fact that Falcons can spread around the map. Definitely a way to help things out, though, is taking down Solotov. That's the mute offline, a C4 removed away. That means the first one that got the kill, gone, and of course the second one that was in the back pocket, now removed too.
3 versus 3 here. W7M every opportunity to close this out with the way that they are playing. They're making life an absolute misery for Falcons on this map. They've got the top floor control now. They can start working to create that space inside of site. Diffuser is not in anybody's hands at the minute. That's something they need to be aware of. It's been dropped in, I think it's dropped in Geisha, where they've lost somebody.
No,
so
just outside, it's on the floor outside the map.
Just outside of the map. So they're going to have to make sure that they think about that. 1 minute 15 left to go. Collecting it could be important, or they're going to have to play for the kills.
Playing for kills is always a risk on a map like this too. Again, knowing that you're, yeah, sure, numbers are all equal, but you're then dropping down relatively blind. You've only got the 2 drones on side, it's worth stressing at the same time. A lot of work still to do for them. We've got the time to do it though, Tim. 60 seconds actually quite a lot of time to work with here. For the most part, Falcons are dug back in. One player in each site, and then one sat out on Sushi.
Yeah, I'm pleased to see them go and get that diffuser so early on, rather leaving it to, you know, that last 20, 30 seconds. Get it done now, you've got it in hand, and you can start positioning and shaping exactly where this execution is going to happen. Falcons have actually done well for the last 30 seconds or so. They haven't really suffered to any of the pressure from W7M. They've got themselves into good positions, and right now, W7M are just burning time up on that top floor. They're trying to look through those verticals, trying to get a line of sight onto anybody. And meanwhile, Falcons keep playing behind that utility. Kiba barricades going out, just burning through more and more seconds. 20 seconds left to go. Users takes a big challenge, but he's going to be cut down, Des.
From both angles there, one comes back from Shaiko. Massive round here because it could send us into map 3. Breede's kept himself safe for now. Shaiko's still standing. They had to win that shot to Palu though, Tim. They may well rue this. Triple for Shaiko.
Oh my God. Shaiko is just dominant. Oh my God. You can't beat Shaiko. You're not winning. You're not winning.
Falcons. It wasn't, I would say, the
Get that
most
MPX shot
convincing
from
round
range,
I've ever seen
dude.
them win, but it was solid from them. As I said,
With no
they kept
ACOG.
themselves away from the pressure really, really well. When W7M were taking that vertical control, they had about a minute 20 did W7M to take up that floor and to try and find kills onto Falcons, but they just didn't really give them any opportunity until Usus was moved into a position in that final 20 seconds where they could get him, but it was too little too late from W7M. So
There's
Falcons
zero
get
Walden out
themselves
now.
a good round, and W7M, depending on how this one goes, I feel like that's a round that they could kick themselves a little bit. They had a lot of time. At times they had man advantage as well. Could be a tough loss for them.
There's
if
zero
this
wall
doesn't
denial.
go their way.
Love the ban that's coming here as well, a mute ban coming out from W7M against Falcons. Not big surprise, I think, for Breede and Leakafak. It's their most played operator for both of them. Obviously passing it around and making use of it in the team. You'll see most teams at this level will use mute an awful lot. Just such a versatile operator. You're great with the SMG, decent gun you can work with, ability to do rotates, a C4 in hand, and of course, 4 of those jammers that you can place down to tighten up that anti-information net across the map, really making bottlenecky and slow down attacking teams. They don't want to go pushing in blind and just expect they can win a gunfight into a completely blind room. They have to be able to clear it out and work their way through. So just a great way of slowing down the other side. And I think here W7M acknowledging that's been quite a roadblock for them across, especially round 7 and round 8. This could be their ticket to be able to move that little bit quick here in round 10 and get it done. 3 rounds to get it right though, Tim. There's a lot of space to work with.
Yeah, Solotov just waiting on the threshold of the terrace door there for a little peek for anybody repelling. It's
Leakabac's on the breach as well, waiting. Same way Lobin was earlier on, hoping someone just steps in blind. Oh, the run out. Desgones goes in for the repel, and he's found his man. Beautiful bit of play.
Really, really well played by Leakafak, and just exactly what Falcons need right now. It's just a quick sucker punch to W7M to let them know that they're in a game this round, that they're not just going to walk away with this one too easily. The big problem for Falcons, as we keep saying, is that scoreline. It's not necessarily grabbing individual rounds or having those big moments, those big plays. It's about doing it round after round after round with no mistakes. As it is, W7M, plenty of access to office and exhibition should they want it. They haven't been able to impact onto Geisha yet. It's looking like they're stacking up for a top black stairs push.
Ready at the hole here as well. They get that headshot. It had to be one of the 2.
Yep, ego peeking.
Bolts up to 14 and 3 on this map, Tim. Pretty fair to say. A lot of the success they've enjoyed so far has come directly from him.
Yeah, Volt's having an absolute cracker of a game so far. Just going to see Shaiko in his usual position, dancing between Meeting and Geisha. A little bit of pressure mounting for him now at the halfway mark as we see Geisha wall opened by Palu. So he may have an opportunity to go on in, but Shaiko goes out the window. They both lose their lives at the same time. 3 versus 3.
And leaking back into a second, they might be able to just hold on here, Tim. And it looks like they
Boy,
could have
good
done
shit.
enough. Volts, we've sung a lot of praise about him so far. 3 players to bring down here. Got the time to do it, admittedly, but it's a lot to ask when you've got very little information on what's going on around the map.
Fox just with that long angle across, looking for his man. He knows he needs to get a couple of kills here. Doesn't have Diffuser in hand and doesn't really have an option in a 1v3 to do anything with it, even if he did. It's all about trying to break these up into 1v1s, whereas Falcons, they just need to keep themselves in positions where they can impact on each other's deaths. They don't need to be taking peeks on. Breeder steps up, finds his man, and Falcons get another one back. It's 4-6.
Love Breeder there as well, being super passive on the main stairs, waiting for the call on where the player was before he makes the swing out. And this is what we've seen a number of teams at the tournament not quite get right, admittedly, Tim. However, I hear we've also got a tap timeout coming in here, so let's see what's going on.
Não, pode ver. É beitada rapidinho, mas eles estão todas as vezes esquivando full. Se ele não consegue essa kill no Careca, ele ia pegar no máximo mais um dor e voltar. Então toda hora a caçada tá ficando free pra gente. A gente pegou aquela hora conseguiu progredir full a cozinha. Ops, entrou igual um maluco também lá na laje. O ponto é, se a gente conseguir botar forte na caçada, um exemplo, Olo, a gente jogar bem, fazer aquela finalização pelo dragão igual a gente fazia, jump laje com peitada na porta, a gente vai conseguir dar bastante pressão pela caçada, só que mesmo assim eu quero split na finalização. Então, por exemplo, Bombiolo, eu quero os dois do dragão, eu quero um do verde e eu quero os caras do outro lado também, tá ligado? Eu quero
Again, well, I doubt you can translate it, Tim, but it sounded a little more focused, a bit more intense than last time we heard Norris chatting.
Yes, like you say, you know, there was sort of smiles and laughs in the first timeout that was called by Falcons, but this time around, like you say, just a little bit more serious, a little bit more business. They know now, I feel like W7M are feeling the weight of this now. They know that they need to be getting this closed out. It's getting to that point. One more round for Falcons, and all of a sudden, you're looking at overtime.
If we go to overtime as a reminder as well, Falcons chose to start on the defense. They'll have 2 defensive rounds, and so far, we've only seen, 2 attacking round wins across the entire map. You would back Falcons to win it in overtime, and W7M, that 4-round margin they had to work with is now very, very quickly eroded. No more mistakes, boys. We've run out of time.
Yeah, I think if Falcons win this one, W7M start sweating a little bit, and you might just have them on the ropes at that point, have them rattled. Falcons, I kind of like to see them bring the aggression again. Leaking back with the run out really did a great job for them. I'm not saying you do the same thing necessarily, but, you know, if you hear a barricade getting knocked, go and have a shot at it. Go fight them at the boundaries a little bit. Don't allow W7M to get established. It is something that Falcons have done so far, is leave a little bit of room. I've commented a couple of times on the ease with which W7M have had access to the exhibition and office side, for example, when they've been attacking across the karaoke tee. This time on the switch of that, on the flip side, again, it's kind of similar. Falcons not too much of a presence over on the opposite side. Geisha has been given up, as Usus, as he loses his life. It's advantage W7M.
Classic spot, because often you'll see Shoko playing on the Shrine window and waiting for players to rotate through Shrine. Well, they've just been caught out by exactly the same. Yuzu's gone for free there on the mirror. C4 taken with him. Really good start here. And W7M, as long as they play this carefully and sensibly from this point forward, they should be able to bring this to a close. It's very rare that you see top teams throwing away man advantage leads like this.
Picks up Solotov, and they just start compounding the problems now for Falcons, who are playing in a very, very small area. Likafak, Shaiko, Breeder, all within minibar and exhibition. That's it. That's the ground they hold at the minute. W7M with 1:40 left on the clock have all the time in the world to start building pressure onto those positions. They've got the site wall open. They've got a presence in Drum, a presence in Shrine. They can start pushing through in towards Dragon. They have got them surrounded.
It's the amount of utility they've still got to use here, Tim, that's crucial for me. Like, there is no reason for you to rush this and not make use of every advantage you've got. Take out those mirror windows with the Ash. Make use of the flashes sat in back pocket. Use those Grim Bees. They can really lock things down here. It was already looking like pretty surefire at a 5 versus 4. In a 5v3, you cannot be giving this one away. They crumble here, it's all going to fall apart for them. But sure enough, they make it another one, Tim. They're being slow and composed, and they're getting exactly what they need.
Like a python, W7M just continue to slowly
getting over-aggressive. There's no reason to be getting this aggressive. There's no reason to get that aggressive, and they got aggressive for no reason. It is kind of nuts, the complacency of users and Solotov from them, though. Like, you're deep in the round and you're running around in front of windows, like. Not checking it, not gonna pre-fire at it just to make sure.
It feels like it had to end on positive. It's a classic match here in Siege. Who comes out on top at this point? I don't know.
Falcons played Chalet brilliantly. W7M had an answer on Skyscraper and looked equally as good. I feel like they come into the final map so evenly matched, it's going to be a classic.
Well, as we start to warm up for our final match, we'll go to a quick break. Back with you in just a few.
Swapping max.
I'm reloading.
You know what they say. Small changes can make a big difference. Go on, try me. You're in for a real shock.
In for a real shock. Shock and awe. It's the decider.
W7M now make this so much more interesting. They've got more in the tank. It was a closer affair in the end than I think they might have liked, but I tell you what, they looked clinical on Skyscraper. Everything we talked about in map 1 heading into map 2, Jack, You hit the nail on the head. They changed how they played, and by God, did they make it difficult.
Exactly that. We challenged them to change the win condition. They didn't get it right on Chalet. It was individual. It was aggressive. It was nowhere near the standards that they set themselves. As soon as they moved to Skyscraper, what did they do? They changed the operators. They went onto the Izami. They had a Bandit and a Cade Band. They played for the Impact Triggering for the Breach, and they forced Falcons through layers and layers and layers of utility, both in terms of people and actual operator utility, and we know that that's a weak point on Falcon. They, to be fair to them, a couple of clutch scenarios that they get through, but they get a 5-1 defensive split on Skyscraper, and from there, the scoreboard pressure, they managed to then take it out from there.
The exact same win condition that helped Falcons win Chalet, which was play the utility game, play layers, and play passive towards the bomb site, is exactly what W7M used on Skyscraper, one of the best maps in the map pool to do it, and that's what enabled them to go 5-1 in defense and then close it in attack. Now, I will say the biggest difference here was the attack, because they consistently went for direct takes towards the bomb site. Instead of having to full roam clear, which clearly Falcons could not do, they went directly onto the bomb site, and that's what exactly enabled them to win the attack side.
And that is the hardest thing to do on Skyscraper, is to go from one side and sweep all the way through. And the reason being is the defenders can rotate so quickly to support that.
Layers upon layers
and
upon
you've got to play through so many layers, you run out of time. Whereas when W7M got their defense, they just went straight for the bomb site, pinched the players out of sight, and then just flooded.
Look, sometimes there's complexities to maps, and other times there's not. Sometimes it takes one player to step up. Now, granted, that's not what happened here, but by God, Volps absolutely popped off.
Listen, you're gonna call me a Volps fanboy. You know what? Sue me. This guy was absolutely amazing, and he was the biggest difference maker for W7M. Already in defense, in the roam, he was the one fighting for these extended sides and making sure that these guys could not be cleared. On the other side, when he went to attack, he was the one that got 2 and 3 kills, very important ones, to get these 2 attack rounds on the table.
He got a gnarly one-tap onto Solotop out there on the top black balcony as well. And I will say about Volps, he's a really interesting player, because when he tries too hard, when he tries to be the guy too hard, he often overextends, lets his team down. When he's playing in those roles, getting the kills that he should collect, you know, playing the cut-offs, he's such a good and such an important player for this roster.
Well, thanks for breaking down Skyscraper. We've got one more map to come, but you don't need to worry. We've still got plenty more to go. Maria is going to be chatting to the players right now, courtside.
Falcons just won one attack in this map. Is that something you guys gonna talk about now?
Not really. I think we just play with the fear, and I think we were just scared to win, sorry. But now we don't have the choice to win the last map, so we just have to play better in attack and in defense.
Even in stressful moments, we can notice that W7M just are having a great time, laughing a lot, and I guess that helps when you have a good environment to just play better, even when you're losing sometimes.
Yeah, of course. Like, we know what they are doing well, and we are trying to fix them, but of course you have to enjoy the moment. We are talking, trying to fix it, but they are also playing really well, so yeah, it doesn't matter. We are doing the best things we can, and that's it. We are going to the clubhouse really confident right now.
Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking, no more. We don't need no favors. Hey,
And we're heading to Clubhouse.
Well, right before we headed to a break, you heard from the players, and it was pretty simple. W7M, we're going to keep doing what we need to do to win the games. Falcons, we're not too happy. We need to stop playing with fear.
Stop playing scared. It's exactly that.
Yeah, and look, it did feel a little reserved, but at the same time, I think we don't want to take away props from W7M, especially on Skyscraper. They did look phenomenal.
Yeah, they abused clearly starting on the defense side. For me, that was the main story. When you go in first side, you have 5 rounds up, you can just abuse it and then close the round later side. For me, this is why the side, whoever starts in defense in the next map will be for sure advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams have won on their opponent's map pick. Falcons winning out on Chalet, W7M winning out on Skyscraper. Now we go to Clubhouse. Now, Clubhouse, when we had the IGL Summit, they said it's about the map test the team that has the best fundamentals, the best teamwork, the best everything. Yeah. And Clubhouse does that. It's a perfect decider map. And I will say both of these teams on their maps that they've lost have looked a little bit shaky when it comes to their fundamental siege and playing as a team.
Now, the side that will get the most punished when you cannot have good fundamentals and clear the right way is the side that's starting in attack. In this very decider, Falcons is starting in defense, W7M starts in attack. They can gain the momentum again.
It's a little scary, don't you think?
It is. It's a big, because like Leo said, that keyword momentum. If Falcons can start getting a 4-2, 5-1 potentially on the defense, just because they have the positions that need to be attacked into, that's where they can start snowballing that into a victory.
All right, well, very quickly, before we deep dive into the map any further, Maria stood with both coaches to hear what they had to say about this final match.
Club is a map where Falcons and W7M are tied in results. So what do you think is going to be the difference now to make W7M win this time?
We're gonna do the same thing we do in Montreal. Only win, okay? Not known.
Ooh, okay. You struggle attacking the last map. So is there anything else you have noticed you need to change for Club?
Yeah, too many hesitation in attack. So we have to change this for Clubhouse. But we will do it.
Any more stuff?
Nothing, no. We will just do it.
Good luck.
Both coaches meant a few words, that's for damn sure. I think that maybe W7M felt a little bit more based, if you will.
Yeah. More based on that one. They're going for the heater right now, bro. They're going for the fucking heater.
Norris loves it. He's here for us. He's the star of the show, and obviously they don't want to give too much.
Going
to us.
hard in the paint, bro.
Speaking with Falcons, consistently throughout this tournament, they've had trust issues. Liquefact maybe is being doubted in certain calls. They're hesitating, like you've said. I don't know what's happening in the team, but the comms needs to be clear, and for sure they need to trust Liquefact. He's one of the best IGL out there. They need to commit to his calls.
Yeah, like, you've got nothing to lose at this point. You've just got to trust in your leader. and things will sort themselves out.
Well, gents, thank you very much for breaking this one down. It's time for us to go to our incredible, illustrious duo, Ace and Dez.
Thank you very much, Rob. Here we go then, Tim. We said we wanted to get to map 3, and Clubhouse feels like the perfect battleground for it. And Norris may have said a repeat of Montreal. It was an 8-6 scoreline. It was pretty close.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm expecting out of this last one. We've had two that have been a little bit one-sided in either direction. Score might not quite say that, but in performance terms it has been. So now I'm hoping that they both come and deliver their absolute A-game on Clubhouse. We know that it's a map that both of these teams can play really well. We've said it countless times. Everybody should be able to play Clubhouse really, really well. They need to come and deliver now. This is a little, I think it's more about mentality than performance now. It's about mental state, being able to get in there and do it when it really counts.
You heard the Des talking about, Leo specifically, about us pulling back to being, defender-sided here for Falcons. They should be able to get off to a good start, build some momentum. I think about Club, because it is quite a default map, it's a map that's been in the pool for a long time. Every team knows it and understands it to at least a semi-decent level. It's one of those where we've played Chalet, hyper-aggressive, all about getting around the map. Skyscraper, very big map, lots to work through as a team. Club for me kind of sits as the middle ground between the two. Some sites do ask you to do an awful lot. Others, like Cash and CC, really don't ask all that much of you. So this could be a really interesting mid-ground for both teams here. And I won't be shocked if we see overtime coming out.
We're back to 50%. We started at 50%. They were swayed a little bit in the middle, but they've returned to the status quo.
Well, Tim, Club is ready. Let's find out who's going through to the semi-finals. Is it Falcons? Is it W7M? We're going to find out right now. As I said, Tim, last time it was 8-6. A very balanced affair between these two teams. Yes, W7M walked away the winner, but there's going to have to be a few more innovations, a few more tweaks and improvements if they're going to walk away here at the victor once more.
It feels a little bit like it's a time for heroes nowadays. It feels like it's a time for that player. And we all know who it might be, on the side of Falcons at least. But, you know, somebody like a Volps, somebody like a Brede, maybe even a Shaiko, who knows, to step up.
He exists.
To step up and really grab a hold of this one for their team. And the thing is, the server's full of them. There's 10 players in there who can all do it, and it's just who is going to be able to. We've gone through the banning phase. We've got Monty and Blackbeard. We've got Bandit and Kaid. They've gone, so we've got the electricity bans. We've got the shield bans, and we're going to get into this one.
We were looking at the stats in the break as well about how these two teams have stacked up so far. If you want to know who the big highlight standout player is, well, you haven't got to look very far. Just look back to the last map. Volps, 24.
It's a chilly day, goddamn. I'm like, it's kind of cold. It's crazy.
He is flying clear of everyone else in the game. The current best performer on the side of BDS, Falcons, is Usus, 17-12. However, entry has been
BDS
for the Falcons side so far. -3, they're down. At the minute, it's only Shaiko who's positive at 4-1. So as far as the numbers look, it's not the prettiest affair. Volps is on fire. W7M are great at getting their entry, and Falcons need to find a way into this.
Normally, I'd say that Falcons have maybe got a little bit of an advantage here, starting on the defense. It's going to give them the best foot forward in the game, but honestly, with this one, it really is. All prior expectations can be forgotten, because it wouldn't surprise me to see anything on this, an attacker-sided Clubhouse, one player go wild, everybody be a bit quiet. Literally anything is possible now. We're starting off down in the basement for Falcons. They have a presence around the map. We've got Leakerback and Solotop up on the top floor for W7M to clear, but this early pressure through Dirt Tunnel from Dots might just encourage those two players back to site themselves.
He's got to be careful.
Oh,
chance. Reray's got away with it there, and there's a jammer down as well. I mean, Dots can get out to the doorway here and really cause some bother, because Volps is starting to ask the question down blue. He's going to run through the fire, but no! Dies to the environmental, and Tim, it's a blue slaughter. Falcons decimating W7M as they step on forward. Only Dodes and Palu left on their feet. It already feels like round one has been decided.
It's just gone wildly wrong for them down in blue.
Why would you play that game with an environmental, man?
He's thinking, I've got time to get through. It was when he paused afterwards. He took a little bit of damage and then kind of stopped running and looked back at it. And it was like, no, it's just going to blow up in your face.
Ow, fire hurts. Ooh. One of those moments, I'm afraid.
Yeah, Volps gets himself taken out on the blitz, and like you said, that really removes the spearhead. It removes the focal point of this W7M attack, but more than that, it allows Falcons the freedom to stay as long as they want up on the top floor. Solotov picks up Palu, leaving Dores now in a 1 versus 5, and there's absolutely no need whatsoever for Solotov to return to site. He could come down and challenge.
Oh, no, he's coming. He's coming.
He's going to come, but he's going to come, I would have expected, down the opposite way to make this challenge. That's where he's going. His castle barricade is there. He's trying to get an angle, maybe even get yourself back up and down red stairs.
Go for it.
Just, you know, get aggressive at this point, and I think put W7M to the sword, let them know what it's going to look like for them if they make mistakes.
This case is running that clock down, because I'm pretty sure all of you at home feel the same as us, that this round can only go one way, and it's going to be the Falcons' way. Yes, we've seen some ludicrous throws of epic proportions, but this kind of round you don't lose in a quarter-final. I have no idea where the hell Shiko was shooting during that gunfight. Not that it matters, because there's 4 more players that can step up and have a go as well. Round 1 to Falcons. It was I think they spotted a gap and they saw an opportunity there, so fair play to W7M, but they just got absolutely clapped on when they tried to go for it.
Yeah, well, yeah, there was a number of things that went wrong.
Yeah.
Definitely trying to leave the Roamers out in the cold, as you said. They had the presence in blue, had the presence in dirt. It just shows, you know, we don't know how all the new elements in CJX are going to play out all the time. And the destructive environmental ingredients, we look at them and, you know, how often are we going to see them have an impact? We've just seen them have a huge impact on the round there. They've basically defined the round by getting that kill onto the blitz, because even if nobody else dies on the side of W7M, it's kind of your rush done, because you're wanting to go in behind the blitz. That's the leading point. You need them to go in and clear areas ahead of them. So big impact for the environmental ingredients in that round. 1-0 Falcons, and we're going up to Jim and Bedron.
Immediately triggered by Shiko, so forget about the player. I'm spraying the environmental near, and I'm sure it'll get me a freebie, because even if he doesn't kill the blitz there, I didn't know the blitz was going to be so far forward. It explodes and ends up being like a Goyo canister, where it's going to burn out for a long time. There's very little that you can do about it. End up finding yourself held at bay. You can't rush forward anymore. Your team are relying on you, and you're not able to deliver the goods. Jim Bedron, though, as you say, up to that top floor, we'll see what changes here.
What changes here?
It might have felt a little bit strange in the last round too, at least what we saw being brought along. Looking in towards the Finker that came out, the Zofia was a bit like, okay, this ain't a normal line that you'd see coming through on this map. What are they cooking? And as we saw, not an awful lot. They were the ones getting cooked instead. Here you're going to see a focus on taking out Cash and CC. Very, very common on this site as well, because if you want to control the south balcony and the 2 windows that look in towards site, well, you need to make sure you're controlling the window inside of CC. So, this is why you see defenders very commonly holding out towards Cash and CC, waste as much time as they can. They commit reinforcements out there, sometimes up to 3 players. Right now, there's only 2 from the side of Falcons, so not committing maybe as hard as some teams would, but still looking to slow W7M down.
Dots went straight over and got an exothermic, or started to put an exothermic on the jacuzzi wall, but hasn't stuck it, so he's taken it away. It looks like maybe going to use it elsewhere on the construction wall instead.
Did he leave it there? Because he hasn't got it in his back pocket.
I don't think it was left there. I can't see that it.
The construction wall is open, so it must be that.
It must have gone on to. I think it. Yeah, as I was saying it, he's applied it to construction, and obviously then not in his pocket anymore. So I know the mirror window did get taken out, but there's no way a professional player at this level is going to be putting the exothermic onto the mirror window for it to be sort of tricked off. So yeah, I think it's just gone across onto construction wall. They do have the ace charges, so they can get more of a line of sight. It may be that with the mirror window being opened up, they decided that was enough for them. It gave them the line of sight that they wanted. It prevents anybody from playing around that corner, so it was sufficient.
Probably one as an angle to make use of later. Of course, got the impacts in the back pocket of Solotov that you might be afraid of at the same time. All kinds of things could have weighed into it. Speaking of, Solotov's the one now getting tracked out, sniffed out by Lobin here as well. It's the right idea. They're going in for him here, and sure enough, Solotov has been cooked. A nade's found, and there's guns trained on him at the same time, and finished off by a second nade coming on through. Well dispatched.
5 versus 4 as we have advantage W7M. Just looking how they're shaping up. Complete control of the south balcony, getting themselves into construction now, applying more and more pressure. Users has been really good with the nitros and explosives so far this game, and continues to be so. You won't get the bulletproof camera from that angle. Wishful thinking from W7M. They are in good positions though, and they can start to push forward towards site. Falcons are going to be under a lot of pressure in the next 10 seconds.
They've got swarming ready from 2 spots here. A window in the main door, and Yusuf just got it.
Hey, what is
trained,
Dodes
locked
doing?
down.
What is
Palu's
Dodes
a little bit
doing?
behind the curve here as well and trying to make something happen. Leaves one man on side by himself. They've been absolutely mowed down. But Palu has got 2. Can he save it for his team here? Yusuf's just got to hold on. Yes, he does. Up to 5
What
kills
the
for
hell?
himself here, and Palu.
He should start shooting through walls. Just decide to start shooting.
1v3.
All in favour of Falcons at the minute. I think part of the problem for W7M there was it was just a little bit one-dimensional, was that attack from construction and
Attack time out already from W7M. Let's listen in.
Wow, on attack this early? Yo, they're in shambles. Ooh. Why are they going to timeout so early? They're in shambles.
Não deixar esses caras confortáveis, tá ligado? Eles estão dando muita coisa de graça. Então, a mesma coisa, vai ser dinheiro. Pô, pega essa caçada pra gente, se tiver um gatilho, ó.
Vou fazer aquela. É dele o nome? A caçada.
A minha de
acho que faz ela, mano.
Pode ser, exatamente, tá ligado? Pega tudo recurso pra gente jogar essa finalização. Academia, se mantiver.
Fake at work? I'm playing Valk Party Frost. Hello? Fake at work, check. Yeah.
Okay. You okay I think Jaeger is better than Maestro, but up to you guys.
Where's the Jaeger?
At least from me, Tim, it seems a little bit, again, intense, a bit focused. To have attack timeout this early on probably suggests that it's not going according to game plan. W7M already came
Oh,
in
not
with
even
an idea.
close.
Same
That's
with
an
the Falcons on
early
that one, how
ass
to
call.
respond to their opponent. We haven't really seen it come into the fore so far. That last attack was a little bit limp. It relied on Palu working a bit of magic at the end, but so far I'd argue Falcons don't really look pressured.
No, like I said, it was too one-dimensional. It was, you know, construction and south balcony windows. There was no pressure from logistics. Nobody on the hatch. There was no pressure from main stairs. I don't think the window had been opened. The jacuzzi wall hadn't been breached. Yes, there was a mirror window hole in it because the glass had been dropped. But other than that, it's still a very limited line of sight, realistically, versus that wall being wide open.
And no control downstairs.
Exactly that.
So that came up was easy.
Falcons knew that they were never going to be pressured from anywhere but the windows and construction. And you saw exactly what happened. They were just able to front it up, all guns point in one direction, and they get the kills they need. Yes, W7M nearly worked a bit of magic, but it wasn't enough. And if you remember at the beginning of the game, I said one of these teams maybe needs a hero, needs somebody to just come through and power them to the finish line. And so far, that person has
That's
been
a dirty
used
spot
as
for a cam.
5-0, doing great work for Falcons.
Well, now, pretty confident 1v1 against Palu in the previous round. Did come far closer than arguably it ever should have, but got away with it. Put those cameras down from Leaky back as well. You saw him downstairs on the first floor and then, of course, working his way back through bedroom. This is the site, really, Tim, where if you feel like W7M are going to find any joy, it should be this one, because it's pretty direct and obvious on what you can do with this one. You always look to get the main breach opened up, which they've now already done inside 45 seconds, and then you either look to put your focus inside of construction or in through garage. Get your clearance up on towards catwalk. Normally a Monty.
So they're not going to try and open con or the con wall into cash though.
Looking at where the drones are and where the players are scattered around, it feels like it's going to be a construction site.
Yo, what the? Guys, fix your feed.
Yeah, it's all construction. There's no presence in garage. There's no presence. It's just phantom pressure onto CCTV. They've got the wall open, which you have to do, but they've not stationed anybody over there. So it is all going to be the person to keep an eye on here is Leakafak. He is currently at the bottom of main stairs on the Valkyrie, and he's just waiting for his opportunity. Shaiko manages to get Dordes. If W7M aren't careful here, they will get caught out big time.
Dordes there has gone in very alone, and Shaiko, I think quite rightly, was a bit like, okay, is there no one on breach? Like, is no one playing Repel right now? No. They've all pushed to the
Whoa,
outside
whoa.
of the breach. They were
What are you?
completely alone in that position and able to take out a 1 versus 1.
Why is that so useless? Dude, why are we wasting?
At least gets one back, but if he died here
Wasting C4. Shaiko's looking outside for no reason.
Leakafak has made the decision that he needs to switch and come back over to the other side. It's the correct decision. It shows a good understanding from Falcons as to what is going on. The pressure has moved away from construction.
Good down,
They've
good
tried
down.
to push over onto
dear.
CCTV breach, and it hasn't happened. Dots has been downed.
There we
Vox
go.
has been taken out.
There we
It's
go.
now all up to Palu once again. 1
Shit.
versus 4 this time. 1 versus 3 he was close with last time, but surely won't get near this one. Brede peeks around.
Wow, I can't believe that turned out to be that dominant from like what they were doing. They were looking outside for no reason, way too many times.
And falling apart at the base basics here, Tim, that was really messy because they had a great idea. Smoke off the rotate from Garage, smoke off the window, and then push in as a team. But one of the two players pushing in downed immediately. And then we had our Blitz player who vaulted through the window to try and chase down Solotov, who was still sat on Catwalk, wasn't aware that Leakafak was sat on the far wall, actually sees Leakafak at the last second, and then completely forgets about Solotov, who's off to his right, and that shield dies without so much as a whimper in that round. It just completely crumbled before they even got moving because they'd only tried to tackle what was in front of them, not players that were returning to site from elsewhere.
We didn't know which this might look like, Chalet or Skyscraper, but right now it's looking a lot more like Chalet. This is the Falcons that we saw in map 1, who were clued in, who knew everything that was going to come their way, who played it perfectly. As you said, Leakafak just played that round beautifully. You could see him in the flow of the round. He was there for the flank, but as soon as W7M started relocating, they sent 3 over to CCTV and Catwalk. They obviously felt they didn't have what they needed for construction. They obviously felt it wasn't going their way, so they went to switch across, and immediately Leakafak tracks underneath and comes up in Garage, and he's there ready to support his team with the fight. Great play from Falcons overall. Great play from Leakafak in that round. Look at the stats across Falcons at the minute. 3-1 Solotov, 3-1 Breede, 5-0 users. Absolutely dominant right now.
Where was Volts when they needed him most, Tim? He vanished, and it's not looking too good. Falcons not even having to play as aggressive as they did back on Chalet either. Like, it sounds quite harsh, but in a
Jesus,
way,
did they change the recoil of the AK?
don't quite look as
Why did that look so tough?
spread as they need to. It's very, very single-minded, as you said before. It's exactly the same story where it's just a little bit.
Was that the
1-2,
screen
but they're not
shake
really
being like
alternating too
turned
much,
on?
and for the most part, Falcons are barely having to move their feet and getting free kills. Unlike this, he's already nearly shut down
Oh.
this entire round. Tim might find a 30.
Almost got him again.
You spoke about who needs to step up, Tim. For the most part, it's been users, but Shaiko has hit a nasty 2K there that all but guarantees this round is won, because look at who he's caught out. It's the 2 hard breachers.
Yeah, he's certainly had his moments, that much is for sure. 5 versus 3, and W7M back to the drawing board once again.
I'm not dying to that this time.
Absolutely, Volts is he's going
I'm not dying to that again, dog.
I think he will be shooting that gas pipe out every time he goes anywhere near it, attack or defense. You see the Toxic Babe canister come out. It just tells us Falcons know exactly where W7M are. Again, Des, it's like they've got the playbook. They know what's coming. They know where the pressure is going to mount from, and they are ready to front it up.
Oh, what a fucking
pick. Hits him with the turn and burn, gives him the 180, takes him down at billiards. Doesn't really matter that he's lost his life after that,
dirty.
because again, Falcons can now play
Bam.
the trigger.
Oh, why did you blow
It's
it?
a little bit too slow from Leakafak.
Could have been another freebie. You'll take that as Solotov going 1
Would have been an
for 1. There's only
absolute
3
freebie.
players
You just
left
need to
on the
blow
other
it up
side,
and
and of
you're
course
good to
it's
go.
removed. Lobin taking the Capita off board.
Wow.
And Leakafak's got one from below here. It's just all too easy. I said earlier on, Tim, that this map, it's a bit more default. Every team can play it to at least a semi-decent standard. Falcons aren't having to do an awful lot here, honestly. They're being quite aggressive and willing to challenge W7M very early on. But for W7M, in some of these rounds, it looks like their first time attacking onto Clubhouse.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's, maybe the pressure getting to them. This is a
That's
team that have
crazy.
got plenty of experience on stage, in big venues, in important matches, on Clubhouse. But it just, I don't know, it seems like something's just got to them, and they've switched off at the wrong time here, because Falcons are running over them. This is going to be a speed run for the win if this continues. 4-0. Let's focus on Falcons though, Des, because right now they look absolutely electric.
Taking a read of the dissertation of study, no doubt put together by the backroom staff on this team. Back on Chalet, we said the counter prep was absolutely sublime. Everything that W7M threw at them, Falcons had an answer, and it feels the same here once again. Admittedly, somewhat helped by not seeing W7M at their best on this map, but Falcons just look ready for anything that seems to head their way. Gym and bedroom we head to in round 5. Already seen a good round here. We've noted before about the one-dimensional nature of W7M. Very focused on construction door on that south balcony window. It's really all they had to work with. There were C4s coming in from below. There were longer angles taken up by multiple players. And if not for a Parl who flourished near the end, it would have been a near-flawless round.
Yeah, they need to make sure they're working from multiple angles here. Get a bit of pressure onto Logistics Hatch. Get a little bit of pressure up main stairs, maybe. Like you said, Des, work from underneath. You've got Lobin on the Deimos. Get under there, get some tracks. Force Falcons to move around. Don't allow them to just look in one direction. As it is, Falcons are going to be trying to hold on to Cash, but they're not, I don't think, committing too much utility out there. They've got users, they've got Leak Effect. They're still setting up that area. They've reinforced the CCTV wall, which is going to get open very, very quickly. But in terms of manpower, it's a little bit limited for Falcons over there. W7M need to recognize that. Get in there quickly. Get aggressive and take the ground.
All right, same as last time around, Tim. The focus is on getting out the extended hold breach open and then also getting the single wall opened up at the same time. At least here things start out better. Lobin, he's been pretty quiet this series. Tim, the lowest rated player for W7M, but we've seen what this man can do many a time over. Has torn the round open. Dodes into another, a trade coming back through, but this is man advantage by quite a significant margin here for W7M. Breeday's got to hold on, all on his lonesome.
And where has Lobin's success come from? Inside of logistics. Do something different, mix it up, force them to look around. Breeday gets 1v4 becomes a 1v3. Surely not from Breeday. We see the nade coming in. They know exactly where he is. It's over for Breeday. You got to feel for him. Utility after utility thrown his way. W7M all smiles as they managed to secure their first round, and it was much better. The adaptation from W7M. What didn't work last time? We were too one-dimensional. What do we do this time? We drop Lobin unexpectedly into logistics. We attack from the back. At that point, Falcons were all focused still towards CCTV, Cash, construction, south balcony, and they got hit hard. Lobin breaks the round wide open.
End of the day, Tim, having one round on the board is better than none, and even if they lose this next round, at least they've given themselves the smallest margin for error going into that second half. It's definitely Lobin tearing in, as you just seen on the replay there, completely deleting the backline of Falcons and really opening that round up for the rest of his team, and I like that. Being willing to make this play that does expose Falcons, that doesn't let them sit there comfortably and wait for you to push. Instead, you go to them when they least expect it. Completely decimate them. Good stuff.
But it doesn't just win you the one round either, because now Falcons are thinking about that and thinking, right, we've had it pretty easy in the first 3 or 4. They've pretty much played into our defense. It's been one-dimensional, but hang on a minute. They've recognized that. They've come in on the backside. They've given us a little bit of difficulty there, so now we've got to think about round 6 differently. We've got to preempt those possible problems. Where might they come from? We can't rely on them playing into the front of us. So again, just gets Falcons thinking, maybe encourages them to play a little bit differently, and that could be something that you can take advantage of as W7M.
All right. I'd say more of the same, but it's kind of necessary here. When you're attacking in towards your main bedroom, you have this extension being held, so you have to open up the main breach. And when you're playing a Cash CC, you've got to open the main breach. That's where things are going to start, and then going over to the single wall. I bet Volts can probably do this with his eyes closed at this point. Tim, he's had to do it in nearly every single round that we've played, except for the downstairs sites. Sure enough, that'll be opened up as well. That's his job done, and now become a fragger for the round once again. It does feel a little bit... You're always curious to know why Volts, as the top player in this series, at this point is being sort of left playing hard breach duties.
Got Solotov out on that garage catwalk. I think he is going to see some pressure. Dots has the Capita out, so will be able to play some asphyxiation bolts up there. We can see there is absolutely Solotov dead already. Lobin just goes in and finds the kill. Could he be the W7M hero? They had nothing to protect Solotov up there. It was always going to be a weak position on catwalk, and that is a big step for W7M. I'm a little bit surprised that Falcons have given catwalk away that easily, to be honest with you, and now they're just straying across windows.
Oh, look at
giving himself away. Falcons.
What was your plan?
The last 2 rounds, they seem to have switched off.
Well, Liquorback has been desperate to step in and retake catwalk and has just died to Parlo in the process. It's unfortunate for him because he's tried to do what the team needed, which was to re-establish control, to slow down this execute. Instead, all they've done is bleed out one after the other. Lobin especially taking no prisoners these last couple of rounds, and now they're in a 4 versus 2. Feels like this one should be a W7M win.
Yeah, Dodes has gone in from catwalk. He's getting the diffuser down. Absolutely nothing that Falcons can do to stop this, surely. But yes, Breeday manages to find them. Nitro Bolts, however, picks up users, and again, Breeday finds himself. It was last time a 1v4. This time it's a 1v3. Diffuser is down, but it's down on the plant spot. So right now, Parlu's making his way there. He's going to go straight in and straight for the plant.
Nothing that Breeday can do. No C4, no nothing to help him here. He's got to go straight up in gunfights, and there's a crossfire on him. Not that it's required. Lobin remains the hero and gives them, Tim, 2 rounds out of what felt like a disastrous first half to begin with.
I don't know what Falcons have just done the last couple of rounds, but particularly round 6, it was kind of weird. They basically, they must have known they were giving Garage Catwalk up. They had no utility there. They had no Wamai, no Jaeger, nothing to stop the bolts. They had nothing there to help them keep it. So I'm thinking, why is Liquefight running back in there? If it's so desperate for you to keep hold of Garage Catwalk, why have you not invested in it in the first place? As it is at that point, it feels like, yes, it's make or break for the round, but to be honest, you'd already given it up. So, I don't know, it all went wrong for Falcons there, but by contrast, let's look at the good side of what W7M did. They recognised how little utility there was available on that catwalk, and they went straight in aggressively, took Solotov out, took the ground, punished Liquefight for trying to take it back. They knew one of the big win conditions in that round was getting that catwalk control, because between that and holding from the breach, you are almost free to plant. They did lose one try-in, but it didn't matter. Great round from W7M.
Look at these bans coming out. W7M's again and are going in towards that thermite. We saw it on the last map, but it was their 3rd ban that came out in the 4th round of the half. Here it's coming in right at the very start, and not unsurprisingly, it's going to force them to take out things like the Hibana here, leaning towards the ace, and that invites the possibility of just spending more time or wasting more time on Falcons' side, slowing them down, not letting them push you aggressively. The Monty also doubles up and complements that with another ban coming against them that we know Falcons love to play. Instead, it's going to force them into, you guessed it, the Dokkaebi play, something we spoke about a lot throughout this series. They stepped away from the Deimos, very surprisingly, because of course that is available. Shoko bringing the Twitch here instead of his dearly beloved Deimos.
15 seconds in, and we've got already Falcons shaping up towards the CCTV side of things. Solotov is there with the Grim. Breeder is going to be more of the focus at the minute and where his positioning is, because he's the only major hard breacher on that side. There's no hard breach secondary gadgets, so it is all going to be determined by where he goes. I think the mirror window has been opened by the Twitch, so that gives the line of sight that Falcons need from CCTV window, which may free them up to be able to attack from construction side if they want. But I'll tell you what, Des, W7M have stacked up heavily to prevent a construction push. There is 3 of them. Dots, Palu and Lobin are in Master, Gym and Construction. They are giving nothing for free on that side.
What I love is that Volv's actually held on to the second mirror window until about the 2:27 mark, and only then did he place it down on that bathroom wall. Once they identified the Falcons had committed drones out that way, and no doubt that meant players were coming out that way, did they then choose to lock down and say, no, this is where our defense really and truly begins? What that's then drew out of Falcons is 2 or 3 players actually moving back over towards the east side of things. So they said, okay, they've committed a mirror out here. We know they've got utility down. We do not want to fight through this. Let's keep things a bit more simple and go straight through main breach. But the problem is, Tim, they haven't got any garage control. They've got no construction control. You need one of the 2 to make and execute work.
Falcons feel, I agree, a little bit lost at sea for me at the minute, Des. They're kind of caught between a number of decisions, a number of choices, and it doesn't really feel like they're massively committing to any of them at the minute. Solotov has moved around to get himself onto construction window. Users and Liquefight are working underneath, looking to challenge Red Stairs at the minute, but they haven't got a big presence inside of the map. Dots with a brilliant first kill, but here Falcons go, relying on that gun skill. Shako Users managed to get a kill apiece. 3 versus 3, 50 seconds left to go.
The Volk stepping back up to bring one more in. Here we go. They found the 2 more kills they need, Tim, to all but shut out this round. And as you can see, well, that Fenrir is doing an absolute nightmare for them here. Managed to get 1 kill through it, but nothing else to follow. Volks into a second. W7M starting the half off with a win.
That really is game on now as W7M get themselves onto 3 rounds and are within 1 of Falcons. Again, Falcons there, Des, just seemed a little bit in between decisions. They didn't really know which way to go, where to push. I contrast that with the attacking round that we saw from W7M onto that side. W7M recognised that there was no utility in Garage. They went in and they took it quickly, and it was just default from there. Get catwalk, get breach, push in and get aggressive. It was the exact same situation. W7M barely set anything up inside a Garage. Falcons chose not to go and take it. They have a look at construction. They come back. They get a bit of a wobbly breach around the mirror window. They don't have a clear access in through CCTV wall. They're working underneath. It was just kind of a number of scrappy ideas that just never really came together.
Well, does it start to incite a little bit of a comeback? W7M equalising the score in this round to break into 4-4? I sure hope so. At first 4 rounds, it looked like all hope was lost, and W7M wouldn't be able to get anything from that first half. But at least showing in the last 2 attacking rounds, and then also here in that first offensive, they've still got a bit of bite about them. They've still got some fight. No doubt spurred on by the drum band that we've got sat down in the crowd below us. Gym bedroom going to be the next site then, Tim, up here on the 2nd floor. So let's see how Falcons tackle approaching this extended hold, clearing it out, and ideally catching players is one of the most important things that you can do. Weakens that defense on site itself, and also gives you a bit of reward for all the utility that you have to burn to even get anywhere near the site in the first place.
Let's see if they can do a better job of ticking boxes here. Opening walls, these sorts of things really shouldn't be too much of a problem. They should be taking care of utility and breachers very early in the round. There's no bandit, no Kaib to slow them down. They need to make sure that they're getting aggressive through thermite or not. We can see, as I would like, the castle barricades being opened up nice and quickly. CCTV wall dealt with. Need to now start pressuring these defenders. Don't allow them to stay in their positions. Vault is getting a little bit aggressive and pushing out of that radio door, but that should now slow down as we see catwalk wall has been opened up and Falcons in control of cache and CCTV. This has been a much better start to the round from them. W7M have been all forced back to site.
They're okay with this because they've managed to chew through all the Selmas. They got rid of a few X-Kairos in the process. A bunch of drones have rolled on through. It's okay for W7M. It's not about necessarily winning the round out on the hold. It's about wasting time and drawing in utility. And about 1 minute and 15 was wasted, and all that utility has been worked through at the same time. You'd count that as a win.
Breeder just trying to work his way into construction with the shield so that he can again start forcing W7M. What Falcons want to do now is just keep surrounded. Well, that's what they want to do. Solitop picks up a big headshot onto Dots, but really they want to keep this sort of, they've got them ensnared at the minute and they just need to drive them in closer and closer, get them on each other's foot, you know, on each other's toes. Don't give them any room to move. Don't give them any room to fight you. And right now, that's what they're doing. They get themselves in construction. They need to apply a little bit of pressure elsewhere. They've got South Balcony in construction. They can do with, much like I said about W7M, maybe logistics hatch, maybe jacuzzi wall, get something else going on.
Lubin is being an absolute rat here as well. Lay down in front of the window. They won't know that it's there until, of course, they jump in, and then it's a guaranteed death. Shaiko falling down. W7M starting off the defense strong here, Tim, with 2 kills going their way. Lobin now finished off as Usus finds him stepping inside a construction window. A 3 versus 3 and almost no time to play. How does this end?
15 seconds left to go. They need to make a move. Usus finds his man. 3 versus 2, and they have got people on both sides here of Falcons. Can they make a move from logistics? Yes, almost. Palu is going to be taken. His bolt's taken out. Palu last alive. Low health. Leakify with a big moment at the end there. Pushing in from logistics. And
boy,
that presence somewhere other than South Balcony and construction paid dividends for Falcons. They split their forces. They had W7M pinched in between, and they mopped them up as they tried to rotate. Great play from Falcons. 5-3.
It's great that they get an early attacking round on the board as well, Tim. We haven't seen W7M put together 4 attacks back-to-back and really leave it all up to Falcons at the bitter end of things here. They're able to get it done early and put themselves up to 5-3. That means now coming into round 9, the round that we often speak about as being the cornerstone of most games of Siege, Tim, we've got a bit of a predicament. If Falcons win the round and go up 6-3, you don't really back W7M to recover 3 rounds in a row, but if W7M can win, they keep us within 1 round of striking distance, and things then feel like it's only going one way, and that's probably towards a bitter end in overtime, the same way that it was back in Montreal.
At the minute, it just depends. It feels like it depends what you get from Falcons round to round. There's no real consistency for them. It seems to be all or nothing, and Yeah, they come out looking like absolute world beaters or kind of leave you scratching your heads. That's been the story of round 7 and 8 there, but they at least carry the momentum of a world beater round in round 8 to push them forward into round 9. W7M going to go down to the basement. That's where they're going to try to hold on here. They need this round at least. Like you said, gets them back in touching distance. It's 5-4. They build from there.
Grim's trying to roam around the whole map here as well. 2 players on the top floor. We have one holding around that ground floor on the bar as well. 2 down on site. So quite a spread from W7M. Really inviting Falcons in to have to clear the entire map and work their way through them. It's going to be a little bit more difficult than usual without things like the Dockerby on side. Yes, they're linked towards that Grim, but the Grim alongside the Capitao is much more for the execute team. So right now, Falcons are being pulled into playing mini games around the map and having to clear it out before they can even think about the site.
Moving across on the sweep is Solotov. Surely has intel ahead of him, sees the logistics wall opened up as well, so he knows that he might be suffering to a crossfire here, as there are multiple operators up on this top floor with him. At the minute, it is Lobin and Palu that he is going to have to play in towards. Palu just holding the angle inside of logistics. He knows that it's a tough one for Solotov to be able to push into, so much so that Solotov has dipped himself away. It's Liquify who takes the challenge, but manages to damage Palu. Lobin steps in to back his teammate, and it is 5 versus 4.
It's so good they were looking to fall back together there, because Lobin in the perfect place at the perfect time to follow his teammate down, secures them a freebie, and Liquify will be kicking himself that he didn't pick up not just one, but both of those kills for himself. Shaiko's tried to go direct towards side to get a freebie for himself, but has been punished for that. Again, Bolt's put down to low HP. It feels like nothing can go Falcons' way in this round, Tim. They might as well be battling their way back in. Lobin gone, and a 2 versus 4, but for me, this feels like it's that 5-4 score and I was speaking about.
They've just been surprised by one inside a kitchen. Solotov does manage to take down Volt. 2v3, but a failure to deal with the top floor is going to punish them. Palu managing to pick up Solotov. Uses low health, 45 seconds. Has no choice here really, but to just drop down to site and see what he can get going. He's got no diffuser in hand, so he needs to play for kills. He's left that behind him, and I don't think Falcons realistically expect to be coming away with anything from this round.
A little bit of a semi-unofficial timeout, I'd imagine everything else as well. Like, you know, it's very unlikely he brings out a big 1 versus 3 here without the diffuser. Sure enough, W7M close it down. Falcons now probably starting to feel the heat a little bit, Tim, because W7M are once again just 1 round behind.
Certainly warming up in the arena with the loud of the W7M fans just increasing round after round after round. The drums continue to pound, and W7M continue to push forward, continue to refuse to be pushed out of this game. 5-4.
Why does it keep freezing? Come on, Brazilian, figure it out.
Coming in, and where are they going to go?
Definitely in Brazil.
We're going to see the Azami and the Ace. Now that's interesting from W7M, because Falcons have been struggling on that hard breach. That's not going to make it any easier.
We need to abuse the shield, okay guys? Yeah. It's really important. They are too bad when you're using some shields. Other things, the plan was good, but we did a thing alone, 1 by 1. It's not good, guys, okay? Yeah. We have the info on the guy office, we have to play this together, guys, okay? Try to help each other. Okay? Yeah, try to help each other, it's really important, guys, okay? Yeah. Let's go, guys. But the rest is, everything is good, guys. The mentality, the code, everything. Just play together, guys, okay? 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah. Let's go, guys. Yeah, abuse Demos as well. Abuse Demos as well, guys. The only round.
You heard the final call there, Tim, was the one that I was kind of surprised we haven't seen more. Abuse Deimos.
Yeah.
We know that they're very capable of doing it, but the other key thing that you've already heard repeated a good few times there was play as a team, make
3, 2, 1
counts, absolutely.
Yep.
And you saw that a little bit in the last round when we had Liquify marching his way forwards. It was very much him ahead of the curve. It was the same with Shaiko hitting Moto, trying to get a backstab to go through. It feels like trying to throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks, right?
Yeah, exactly that. I think Falcons like I said, need to, on the rounds that they've struggled with, it's kind of like, it's almost a lack of committing. I mean, they were a little bit unfortunate on that top one. It was well played. It wasn't really that Leakerpack lost the fight. It was just well played by W7M. Like you said, you know, retiring from top floor together just meant that Lobin could impact. And it's something that we talk about so often, is playing as a pair, playing as a team, making sure that you're in a position to be able to impact on gunfights that your teammate gets into. Even if Palu loses his life there, Lobin still gets the refrag. As it was, yeah, a little bit of luck went in the way of W7M, so they came away with both of those operators. But even then, generally speaking, it's just that, you know, solid Siege basics of working together meant that they were in a position to be able to do that. So W7M certainly coming out and winning that round. Falcons, as they said, as Stufel said, just a little bit individual at times. Need to make sure they're working together. Need to make sure they're using that utility. Like I said though, coming in, the ace ban is going to affect them. We have already seen them, even with IQ on side, even without KE Bandit, struggling to get walls open at times. That's just got more difficult.
Not forgetting, Tim, of course, if Falcons win this game and make it through, because they've got an all-Brazilian game in our next quarter of the day, Loud versus Fury, I think it'll be the first time since Pro League Season 9 finals that we'll have had a team from each region in our semi-finals at a tournament.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think about.
It might just be that way, Des, as Leakerpack manages to take down Lobin. Advantage Falcons. The attack timeout might just be doing them some good. Volks takes a whole ton of damage as well. He really cannot be getting into any unnecessary fights, but Deimos taken out. Tordes finding Shaiko, 4 versus 4.
It's a hard thing to do to bring down Shaiko, and Deimos is a bit of a monster with that operator. However, that being offline takes the scans away from you for one. But also gets Shaiko off the board. They go for it, but no, Leakerpack's found his man. Volts there with a golden opportunity, almost managing to mow down 2 players, but instead he's the one losing his life.
The big problem for Falcons here is that this is just getting themselves established inside of the map. They've lost 2 already. They've not gone anywhere near site yet. They've gone nowhere near CCTV and Cash. There is so much more work for them to do to be able to close this out. And right now, W7M, they're happy to play their positions. They need to take logistics to Falcons. It's the next big fight.
I don't think they know about the castle. No, they don't. It's a free one. They've got sucked into the man behind Des there and paid the price. Palu serving as the perfect bait, and Dots has gone fishing and got his reward.
And now W7M can just play the trade game, Des. They can just go 1 for 1 as they fall back towards site. Let Falcons do the work. 35 seconds left to go. Usus manages to get himself inside, but he doesn't have the diffuser. He can't even work as a distraction. Breeder is going to be taken down by Palu. Usus 1v3. He tries to take a fight onto the door. Does he look to mix his position or no? Dodes takes him out as he tries to reload. W7M, they get themselves another, and it's 5-5. The Brazilians fight back.
Oh dear, Tim. 2 rounds and we could have W7M moving on through. The same applies to Falcons, but we're all very, very aware at this point of where the momentum sits. Falcons, try as they might here. They've had a couple of high moments throughout these rounds, like Volts, for example, not getting that 2K spray down on Jacuzzi Wall will be a moment you look at and think, wow, they've avoided death there. But in what follows, W7M make it look too easy. Now come back to the words we heard during the timeout. Play as a team. We've still got players on Falcons all trying to do little things by themselves here, and they're paying the price for it.
It was, again,
like this, entirely alone.
Yeah. It was just such a high cost to pay for not getting anywhere near site. You know, because they don't have ace anymore, they pretty much just have forgone the normal process there. There was no breach at all in the CCTV wall, not even a secondary gadget. There was absolutely nothing. So it meant that W7M could be completely secure, because you know what? If you haven't opened CCTV wall, you ain't coming through garage, so they know it's all construction side. And it's just that, it's that 3rd ban for W7M really paying dividends, because it just said to them, we know exactly where you're coming from. You've only got enough hard breach to deal with construction wall, so we're just going to flood master logistics. I loved the little bait play inside of logistics. Palu challenges onto door from behind the desk, so Leakerpack goes in knowing he needs to challenge behind desk, and the castle's there to mop him up. Just great stuff from W7M. Understanding the bans, and more importantly, understanding the impact it's going to have.
Why didn't they bring a Maverick?
Falcons play.
interesting attack here where they're not fully opening up the CC breach.
That's weird. I guess they don't know how to Maverick trick.
And stop members of W7M being able to push down onto window and make the play from there. Is what you've also got Shaiko, who was just sat on a drone for a second. Believe he got taken out by Volts, which now is going to invite a little bit of trouble. There's no one currently playing on the rappel towards this CC breach, which means Volts can still step across to the window and look to challenge any players playing on it. So Falcons here may be going a little bit too light on their hold. It depends on whether or not we want to see W7M hold it down. All their focus instead, as you can see from the three blue outlines on your screen.
You can throw low enough.
Towards Jacuzzi.
Holly's just going to be positioned in behind the mirror window. I think they were hoping to maybe clear off. You can breach the top and bottom of the reinforcements, but you got to get it just right. It's kind of like doing a Maverick trick where you take out the top and bottom and open up the entire reinforcement, but that hasn't paid off.
The bottom, guys. It's the bottom.
That they are having, they're continuing to try, but the difficulties with the hard breaching is going to cost them. That could honestly be a game-winning round 10 ban coming in from W7M.
That could be. I think they've actually just really mucked this up, Tim. They're going to have to crouch in through this hole now. Like, if you're really not confident on it opening everything up, then just put it above so you've still got a spot to be able to run in from. Yeah, it's narrow, but at least you can still get in. Now it's a massive risk for them. Solitov caught out completely by a flank from below. Volt's still going for another. This is a second play.
He just forgets about him? Wow.
To match and series point here.
It is surely just a matter of time. Brady up on the rooftop. There is nothing that he can do here.
Timeout for them.
It really is. It's just take an opportunity to have another discussion. The tactical timeout that they had a couple of rounds ago has not done the business, so there will now be further discussions between the team at least. Frida's going to have a little look. Maybe there's an opportunity, maybe there's not. He might drop in and take a gunfight or two. It's a bold call to out and out sacrifice the rest of the round to have a chat with each other. It's clear, I think that's what's going on, but it's a bold call when it takes you on to match point. There's series point, because one more round and it's over. And honestly, I think we really are seeing the sort of impact that this new banning process coming with CJX will have on the esports, and W7M have just used it absolutely perfectly.
And there may be a few wondering what happens when we get to OT. W7M, they start on the defense, Tim, and we have seen defensive domination so far throughout this map. I think the Falcons now, at this point, you're just trying to hold on as best you can. You've opened the door. W7M has strolled in through there and made the place their own. They've replaced the wallpaper, Tim, moved in their own furniture, and have just a single round away from locking in their spot in a semi-final on home soil.
Let's not forget how this one started, Des. 4 rounds in a row at the beginning went to Falcons. They were absolutely cruising to begin with. W7M were struggling to get themselves into the game, but they just clung on with their fingernails. They kept themselves in it. And it just goes to show, the longer that you can do that for, the longer that you can keep yourself active, the more that you can just build that momentum, build that energy, and continue to get yourself back into games.
All right. Chosen ourselves down into the bunker for this one, Tim. Basement going to be the site that could decide everything in this series. At least looking at W7M. We've got trap operators on side 3 if you want to include the Goyo there as well. Keeping themselves busy around the map and trying to waste Falcons' time as best they can. It's worked well for them. I like the Falcons leaning back into what has worked for them historically, the Blitz. Alongside the Dokkaebi and the Deimos will let them clear the map quickly. And being quick is what they've got to do, because they found them running that clock down and being left with very little time, having to take unfavourable gunfights or being forced into situations where clearly they have no intel. And it has hurt them multiple times over. W7M, they can run that clock down for a couple of minutes with these roamers. It's as good as theirs.
There's one use that vertical angle. Shaiko gets punished, and the W7M crowd here absolutely erupt as that kill goes in. Falcons now seriously on the back foot, only 4 lives away from leaving the Rio Reload tournament. Solotov manages to find Volps, keeps them in it a little bit longer. 4 versus 3 though. Solotov taking more damage, but still stepping up for his team, getting the kill onto Dordes. 3v3, maybe a little respite for Falcons.
It must feel so stressful, feeling like you've got W7M players coming out of the walls to punish you. They haven't cleared out that top floor. They chose to go in below and try and make the business happen from there, instead of just lost players on the way through. Fortunate, as you say, to balance things out. Solotov the one, working magic, and pre-fire, and they don't finish off Dots. He's down to about 40 HP, but that's enough, Tim, to walk away on your own 2 feet.
Just going to take out the bulletproof, trying to move that utility, start clearing that space for if the diffuser does need to go down. They don't have it in hand at the minute. It's something that Falcons might need to consider, but right now they are focused on clearing utility and getting another kill or 2, trying to create themselves a little bit of space.
Look at this, the push-up from Logan as well. Was hoping to try and find out. I want to say it was Yuzu's, but not quite finding his man. Vertical control also being established here, still being poked up by W7M. They're not giving them a second to rest on their laurels. Leakifak is in here. Please watch out for the environmental this time. Let's not lose another player to it. Right sort of idea as the guy who's on the other side steps up, and Leakifak's found his man. W7M, surely don't give this one away.
Leakifak starts getting that diffuser down. This is what Falcons need, a distraction. Give W7M something else to think about now. Play the pull. Solotov manages to cut down Palu, and this one, Des, it's gone there. We're going to overtime.
When you need him most, Solotov has gone absolutely nuclear. A 3K in the round. The second kill, probably shouldn't have had it, but hit a wonderful shot. We've restored the bans that we had from the last time W7M were on the defense. 3 rounds to decide where this goes, and W7M has said are on the defense here, Tim.
They do have the advantage there.
You'd lean towards them, but you just don't know given how these games played out so far.
No, it really is absolutely anybody's. It has flip-flopped back and forward an unbelievable number of times. It's been a lot about teams winning rounds, which I like. There's been mistakes, but they've always been punished by the other side. And that was a great round from Falcons, stepping up when they needed to most. Leakifak taking charge.
Yeah, the two newbies showed up. Use this since all time. Because they're not the newbies, but they're new.
So, as you said, Des, we now move through overtime. All 6 bans will be active in every single round, and it will be the teams that they banned in the relevant rounds, if you will. So Falcons, it is their defensive bans that are now used for this round, and that will switch in the next round, so on and so forth.
Tim, you asked me a question at the very, very start of this game. Do you remember what it was?
I don't. Oh, what, the map or the entire game? I did say, are we going to have a hero?
Where is that hero for W7M? We've just seen who it is for Falcons, although that said, Tim, even across the
Everybody's
whole board,
so even, there are no heroes
so
yet.
who's going to become the hero? There's only 3 rounds to don that cape and make a difference. At least here Falcons are learning from a past mistake, Tim. Not relying only on a Hibana. They're going to go back to bringing along a Maverick with them at the same time. Right call, I think, as well, given how it completely cost them last time.
Yeah, they've really struggled with the breaching, even to a degree when the ace was on the card. It still wasn't, you know, they weren't getting as much open as you might like.
Really, do you not know what you're doing?
Yeah, I think definitely bring this along and try and get it done. But at the minute, it still hasn't done the job just yet. They've done a bit of work on that wall, but the Maverick still not able to get it fully taken out yet.
I think they're high enough to get a drone through it as well, so it's not quite the prettiest. And Volps is still skirting around here. See him on the other side of the reinforced wall, taking out drones, taking out his Kairos. Not forgetting he's got that shotgun in hand with a C4 at the ready, and that's a good way to get through a wall. Tim, smash it with the shield and start your charge on through.
Yep, that'll do the job. Nade goes over the wall just to clear out any utility behind it, force any players away, which is now the case. We've got Cash and CCTV in the control of Falcons, so they can start using that south balcony as well. Last time that they had some success on this site, it came from the push through logistics. So hopefully Falcons, they learn from that, and they're going to push the other side as well. W7M need to be aware of that. They need to make sure that they don't allow it this time.
Should be able to spray these off. I was going to say, yeah, the player inside of Voltan's Plank should be able to help out, and sure enough, Lobin does just that. The mirror staying intact, and this is the thing, Tim, there's layers to this defense.
It's great.
Taking a minute and a half to deal with Cash CC. Only now they're trying to deal with that mirror. Shaiko steps in, 2 kills come through. Will Falcons get the attacking round win they sorely need?
It will be an absolutely pivotal moment in this game, you feel, whoever wins these attacks. And right now, it's looking good for Falcons. W7M are in some serious trouble. They need to find their hero, and they need to find them now. Volps is underneath. Palu picks up Shaiko Dordes. He responds as well onto Solotov. 3v3. Volps finds the Nitro. They don't just need one, Des. They've got 3 heroes here who've just turned a 3v5 into a 3v2. And Falcons on the back foot. Dordes find the rounds. And W7M.
He thought it was over. What a dumbass.
It might not be the Fantastic Four, Tim, but there's certainly a perfect trio there when they need the most. Palu with 2 huge kills at the end. Just when it looked like Falcons had done enough to get the round win, it gets snatched away from them cruelly, and once again, W7M sit at match and series point. Falcons are going to take us down to the basement for what could be their last round here at Reload.
The W7M supporters continue to be in fine voice as they're back. The Brazilian boys to get this one done. As you said, that one's got to be heartbreaking for Falcons, Des. 5 versus 3. It starts to feel like you've got it, surely, but W7M just had the answers. They were so aware of the potential for any pressure to come through logistics. We saw them keep checking the hatch. Falcons never went down that route, but W7M were ready for it, and they were able to just press back into them. Volps' move underneath with the Nitro was big. Falcons had done nothing to cut that off, to prevent that from happening. I think maybe they were a little bit overconfident in that 5v3. We just need to push forward. We've got the numbers. But we forgot about Billiards, we forgot about Bar, we forgot about a Nitro, and it hurt them. W7M looking great in the last round, but can they do it on the attack? 7-6. Will we go all the way?
TBD, Tim. TBD. I'll let you know in 2.5 minutes' time. As this round shapes up, it's a very similar comp to what we saw out of Falcons actually earlier on when they were on the attack. Blitz to get a lot of fast rounds. The Dockerby, a Lion, and Tim. This train ain't stopping. They're going straight towards sight here. Blown out, stopped on the one-way. Now out towards the left. There are 2 players in Arsenal. They found one and may have been able to at least stem the bleeding for now. But the Blitz is in. Finds one more. It's a second kill. W7M and 3 versus 2, Tim.
W7M have truly full sent this. Solotov, he could be the rescue mission here. He just needs to get himself down the main stairs and have an impact. And that's exactly what he's going to do. He finds one, but not the second that he needs. Users has got it all to do. Dots starts to put that diffuser down, but he's so low health, Des. He's so low health. Palu, he's on the cover.
They've got the split. They've got red pings. They know where these players are. Users knows, but he's on the other side of the door. And now there's a blitz back.
And they won. Wow. W7M only know how to choke, or I mean, not W7M, that roster for Falcons, all they know how to do is choke.
Into the semi-finals.
All they know how to do is choke. Wow, my picks are horrendous.
That overtime was perfectly played by them. They took a big chance in that last round. They really rolled the dice on that blitz. They fully committed to it, Des. They went in en masse, got the kills that they needed, and as you say, poetic almost that Palu, if anybody, comes in and gets that final kill to push his team into a semi-final. Palu, of course, struggling through the years to win something with Liquid, continues.
What is the internet in Brazil doing?
Here at Reload.
The feed is
In
horrendous.
his first tournament with W7M.
And could it happen on home soil? The Falcons now feel that their own curse continues.
We said already, the only place they'd managed to beat W7M previously was at the Esports World Cup or Gamers 8. They can never do it in official Ubisoft competitions, and that curse continues.
And it also guarantees that we will have a Brazilian team in the final for the local supporters, Des.
It's a great point, because now that also means there's no EU team left. We've still got another Brazilian team to join them, of course, in that matchup tomorrow. But as you say, Tim, that guarantees a Brazilian team on home soil in our grand final on Sunday.
What a matchup that is going to be. Whoever it is that will face off, W7M really putting down a claim here, I think, that they could go on and win this whole thing. They showed great resilience throughout. They were beaten up at the beginning of club. That is the reality. Falcons were well on top of that situation, but I come back to that round 10 ban. Taking the ace out, we saw multiple times that Falcons, a top team, were struggling to get their breaching done without Thermite and Ace. It punished them, and it was a master stroke from Norris, from the team, with that banning strategy.
Just found the answer through this team, as many have before, and I'm sure many will continue to do so. You'll always ask questions for Falcons about when do they finally find a tournament win. It's going to keep on eluding them for now, and W7M, that gravy train just will not stop. However, our interview is ready, Tim, down on the stage. Let's go down to Inanivi now.
Vamos, Brasil!
Isso é Brasil!
That's the line! Isso significa que não importa o que aconteça, a gente tem 2 times brasileiros garantidos para amanhã na semifinal e um time brasileiro garantido na semifinal. It's gonna be W7M.
Yeah, of course. It was a difficult match, but we could rise back, and that's it. I'm just so happy.
I damn, she pushed that hella right.
An R6 event in Brazil without an incredible W7M comeback. Of course, it's a different roster, but the atmosphere here in this arena felt very similar to the one in Sao Paulo last year. For you, Palu, you take another step forward. What was the energy like for you as a player, hearing the noise around you?
I already said many times, the Brazilian crowd is amazing. Like, it's just so much fun to play with them. Like, even if you just kill a random guy, you just confirm the kill, they are screaming, so it's amazing, it's amazing.
Exatamente, essa atmosfera aqui, essa energia do Brasil é única, é incrível, vocês são incríveis. And your story with W7M is just beginning. What an amazing chapter, right?
Yeah, of course. I spent many years in Liquid, but right now I'm on another step. I'm so happy to be with the guys. I think we are playing amazing, and we just have like a bright future in front of us. Yeah, that's just the beginning.
Falou que a história dele tá só começando, ele tá adorando jogar aqui com os meninos, tem uma sinergia muito boa com eles e a gente tá amando assistir eles por aqui.
2 last questions, briefly. Number 1, how much are you enjoying playing with this roster?
It's amazing. I said, like, I have played with both, but right now it's so much different. Like, the synergy that we are having in the matches, and doesn't matter if we are down 4-0, 4-1, we are like playing to win it, and we don't care. Like, we are just playing ourselves, and we are having fun, you know.
Falou que ele já jogou com o Volpes, mas o que tá jogando aqui tá sendo muito divertido, que não importa assim, se eles estão perdendo ou ganhando, eles estão competindo, estão indo pra cima e estão nessa energia muito boa aí de competição.
And finally, look, hopefully you make it through the semi-final, but just in case you don't, you are a legend of this game, you're in front of your home crowd, in your home tongue, take this microphone, what do you want to say to your fans?
Pô, galera, eu queria agradecer a todo mundo que torceu aí, conseguimos buscar esse comeback aí, foi absurdo. E é só o começo, né? Eu acho que essa line tem muito potencial. Espero que todos vocês torçam pra gente aí durante a caminhada. Tamo junto.
Parabéns, obrigada, Palu! Tamo junto, nosso ursinho carinhoso. Parabéns.
You're in for a real shock.
For the hate.
map one, we were a little concerned for W7M and the Brazilian fans, but boy did they turn that around quick. A reverse sweep sees W7M straight through to the semi-finals where they await the winner between Furia and Loud. I mean, what a game, what an arena, what a time to be alive.
It was all going to plan until it wasn't there, Ro. It was honestly what a game of throws that was from Falcons. 4-2 up on their defenses, and then they fell apart in attack. W7M, I think, the perfect strategy once they got into their defense. It was very clear to see they were riding out their attacks. Once they got onto the defense, ban the way that they banned in the operators, play behind the utility, cause Falcons problems, and win out on the defense. We get to overtime, and even then, they make some huge plays to get it over the line.
Falcons started with such a huge lead, a 4-0. Like we said before, they started in defense. They had always struggled in attack, so they put as many rounds as they could. As soon as they started losing these two defense, I was like, okay, W7M is coming back. Clearly some fundamental issues in Falcons. Some problems with some basic stuff that were enabled every time that W7M were playing in defense. They hold Jacuzzi. What do? They extend all the way to Cash. They hold Cash. What do? They extend all the way to Jacuzzi. They hold basement. They extend all 3 floors. They were fighting for every tooth and nail in this building.
Jack, one thing I noticed there, and look, it might even speak to Palu's result as a personal player, but you saw what it meant to him. More so, you saw what it meant to the team to have him there, to feel that energy. I mean, each and every player went up to him and almost congratulated him solely.
Yeah, he's a huge player. I mean, obviously, with W7M, they keep replacing their rosters with world-class players. They did it with Volts. They've now done it with Palu. They keep upgrading and upgrading and upgrading. But also for Palu, it means so much to him specifically. We talked about how long he's been chasing the title, especially on Brazilian soil. To get over the line in such a close match, and Palu to finish it all off. Poetic.
And he's mentioned in that interview just how different this is, being in this team and this atmosphere than Liquid, and it seems to be working so far.
It certainly does, and hopefully it just continues to compound as we get further on in this tournament. But there was one specific moment that we talked about, Jack, that completely turned the tide.
Yeah, this was Lobin making the huge plays. Like we said, they picked up Volts, they picked up Palu, but it's Lobin, the old guard, walking up, a waddle up main stairs. 0-4 down, he has the confidence to just waddle himself up main stairs. There isn't a drone in front of him, it's just instinctual. 2 kills, opens the rounds up. That for me was the biggest turning point. It gets them 2-4 on their attacks. They have something to defend out then, Leo.
At this point, 2 rounds in attack, they switch to defense. What do they do? And this is key in the new operator ban system in CGX. You can adapt. What do? They ban Thermite. They ban Ace. What did we see consistently Falcons struggling with? Opening the walls. If we take a look,
Hibana breach.
The Hibana breach, for example. If we take a look at that footage, you'll see breaching Jacuzzi with 4 pellets above, 4 pellets below, and they could not do it. They struggled, and that's one key wall you need to get rid of. And this at 149 in a round, you cannot do that, because that was one issue. When they were attacking Jacuzzi, they didn't get rid of the castles. When they were attacking Cash, they were not opening server walls. When they're attacking Jim again here, they cannot open Jacuzzi wall. All basic fundamental stuff was not here.
I don't want to take anything away from W7M because it's all down to W7M's game plan and creating problems for Falcons to solve. But Falcons attacking was absolutely amateur on Clubhouse. That was not semi-finals, quarter-finals of an international tournament. That's stuff you see in Tier 4. That was absolutely terrible from them.
And on that note,
you can see how mad we are as European analysts.
That's our best team in Europe.
That's our best team, and our hopes are gone.
As we were singing before, na 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 na, right? Before we get on with the rest of the evening, the detail brought to you by Blacklight. There is a specific moment, or should I say moments?
Yeah, there's going to be a great duality in these clips when we get into them. And it's actually going to be one of our own in terms of Shaiko. The Blacklight detail is actually going to be how aggressive he can be. 1-5 down. He's actually negative in this moment. Look how aggressive he is. Impacting his own castle. How much confidence he is playing inside of. And that's the big thing when you're a professional player, Leo. You've got to play with confidence and back yourself every time. Doesn't get a kill in either of those engagements. The risks he's taking, the aggression, the confidence that he has is so good and so important, because even when you're 1-5 down, we've just seen it with Lobin, but also Shaiko as well, you've got to still make the plays as if you was 5-1 up.
Now this is going to be a different take. Now look, his game IQ. I know we've spoken a lot about it. New CGX element here, the gas tank here. he shoots one bullet to prevent Volps from rushing. At this point, Volps is sending his smoke grenades. And as you can see, as soon as Shaiko realizes that the Blitz is still going to push in, he shoots the rest of the gas tank. And that enables Shaiko to kill the Blitz instantly and get rid of him using the new features from CJax.
Duality, aggression, backing himself in gunfights, but then also using the utility to get a kill as well.
And unfortunately, on that note, he will not be returning for the rest of the tournament because they are done and dusted. EU, they're gone. However, if you're a Brazilian fan, hell, if you're a Siege fan, this is one you do not want to miss. Furia take on Loud after the break.
Whammy. Whammy.
I don't wanna last big things to see. Back on my bullshit, I do it for cheese. Tuli kafunga tuka tuko keys. Squeezing and goofers in a need for bills. Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking no more. We don't need no favors. Hey, and they know all better. We be getting more dough when they need more flavors. They must be hard, I want to see, I wanna wow. Ever since I made it, wanna wonder wow. We just wanna get out, what you do, I can't be about bully. We me down on, I keep you wow.
Let's go!
I'm getting sweaty.
Yeah?
Light work, man. Another one?
I can.
Well, what do you mean you can't?
Let's go practice.
No, what do you mean? Ian, practice for what? For what? For what?
Vamos fazer barulho!
Tell you what, some top-tier acting there. I don't know. You can't pay for that kind of stuff. You just cannot pay for that kind of quality. I tell you what, the beach in Brazil is absolutely unbelievable. There is no second to it. I'm telling you.
There was a few sunburned bodies after that content.
There absolutely was. If you look at Ian and he looks a little more tan than usual, you can guarantee that's because we're out playing beach volleyball. But it is time for us to hone in a little bit more seriously now. Furia, they go up against Loud, two Brazilian teams. This place is going to absolutely pop.
No, really. I mean, these guys we've been following for, I don't know, 2-3 years. Incredible year in Tour Tours 2023. And they've stepped up massively in this tournament. They came back in a really good shape. They've had a really rough path all the way to qualify to this main stage. They've played against some of the best teams at this tournament.
They did.
And they've actually only dropped one map against Dark Zero. But they had to beat the world champions to come here. Jack, do you think they're back to their shape that made them win multiple majors on NSI?
I think they do. There's a great energy around the team of Furia this event. Also, the absolute conviction to pick the world champions, to send yourselves through. Big risk, but it comes off with a big reward afterwards. I think the depth of strategy that they show, the variation that they have, and honestly, some of the gunners that they've got on there.
Got all the
KZ,
drops.
JV especially this tournament, who's leading the line for them. Incredible stuff.
After an absolutely absurd 2023, becoming back-to-back champions, not missing a single beat, then to kind of hitting 2024, obviously, great start, kind of simmered out a little bit here, Leo. What's changed that both of you are on the bandwagon?
You know what? I actually think that what's changed so far has been the evolution from this team, from being some of the best gunners in the world to actually having incredible strategy. I told you guys that they qualified by beating FaZe, and I want to show you one example of just how much coordination exists in that team. We're gonna look at Cafe, an attack on the basement. Look at how Hertz here shoots the gas canister to burn a little bit of time, get rid of the barbed wire, get on his drone and start droning. Now they've got top floor control, they need to work the execution. He spots the shield in VIP, he calls for Felipox to get rid of that shield with a grenade. First bit of coordination here in Intel Gathering. Now that shield is gone, that 1v1 later against that VIP player will be useful. Now, as you can see, Felipox starts working with a sense because he needs to prepare his own execution. Where is he planting? So he goes for the droning here, gathers intel. Where am I planting? He checks bunker here, sees the Goyo canister, I can't plant there. Sync, this seems clear. No utility here, that's gonna be my plant spot. I send a sense through the drone hole here and send another one all the way here into Sync so that he can get a safe plant spot. Now as you can see, he jumps in and starts planting here in this corner. That's unusual. But you will see from the top floor here, this top floor position, when the sense is developing, he's cutting off completely here that VIP line of sight. He's also cutting off the line of sight from this bar double. At the same time, cutting off the line of sight from the red hallway, and he's planting here. But as you can see, everything, every piece of utility, the Goyo canister, the smoke, are in the wrong area exactly because he used this sense. Now, last thing I want you to pay attention to, we've spoken about team play and coordination. The only entry point to the bomb site here, 1 from VIP, 2 bar double, 3 kitchen double. Let's take a look at how his teammates are helping him out. First is to remove the VIP player. Now JV does that instantly. The bar double door is held here by KZ from above with the verticality, and he will get rid of the smoke. At the same time, Nade from above is also holding the kitchen double and will also get his own free pick from using the vertical play. Both of them are ready for any flank, and when one comes up, they're ready to 2v1 against him and remove him. And lastly, KZ, he removed the last players from the vertical play. Now Furia, they used to have the best gunner in the world. They may just have the best strategy in the world right now. I don't know what you guys think, but I think these guys have evolved so much. They have so much team play and coordination. Yeah. The depth of strategy is insane.
And then even when all that fails, they've also got exceptional gunners 1 to 5 throughout as well. Genuinely, it does feel like they're back, Leo.
Look, it's a scary roster to verse, but if there's going to be someone that can, I guess, go toe-to-toe on a main stage like this, Loud have definitely shown so far that they could be the team.
It's one of these Brazilian teams that came out of nowhere, and you're like, how many good players do they have? It's insane. It's the team that some of you may have known as E1 back in Montreal. Yep. Some may have known as Raza Company Academy at SI Boston. This team, recently with the addition of Dafo, the best rated player in this tournament, are looking amazing.
Yeah, it's great. And maybe they play a little bit more conventional Siege than I think some of the Brazilian teams. Maybe not as crazy, maybe not as gunfight heavy, but very team play focused. It's almost, I don't want to say the word boring, but it's very, very low risk.
Traditional and structured.
Yeah, it's structured. Go through the process, trust the process, and it's working so well for them. The amount of crazy improvement they've had in, what, 12 months?
Now, very quickly, I actually don't know anything about this graphic, so I'm not even going to try to lead you into it. Stonks is all I've got for you.
Well, we've mentioned that these guys came out of nowhere here. Let's take a look at their journey in Siege history, right? Let's take a look 6 months back. 6 months ago, these guys were playing at Manchester Major on E1, and they were dead last and only got $17,000 of cash
They
prize.
didn't win a map. They lost exclusively to APAC teams. Is graphic design your passion? Sorry.
It is my passion, but I want to thank Boyer for this one, our graphic designer. He does an
Great
amazing
work.
job with our crazy ideas. Now, I mentioned first round in Manchester Major, not a lot of cash prize and E1 roster. They move on to SI, and they go here without organization. What do they do? Top 5, top 6.
Yeah.
Top 6. Again, good evolution. Now we're here in Reload. They're with Loud, the biggest Brazilian organization, and they're on the spot to go and qualify and go further in this tournament.
It's a crazy progression story, but you speak to other teams about them. You know, we sat at the pool with JV and with Nade, and we asked them about Loud, and they said, yep, great team. They're not saying, oh, it's on a run, it's a fluke. It's another great team out of Brazil.
I mean, that's terrifying considering we had 4 that made it to main stage here, and God knows how many we may well see tomorrow. It is, of course, time for us to get underway with the map picks. Let's talk about the vetoes, lads. I know, Jack, you've done a load of research. My God, it's already popping off, and we haven't even started the match yet. But Jack, go for it.
So both teams are going to get rid of very recent permabans, very low preferences maps. Now, Loud, they're going to pick Into the Lair. This previously, for a long time for Furia, was their permaban, but they've brought it out at this event. They love playing it, but it is also Loud's #1 map preference.
It is a map that fits Furia's playstyle very well. A bunch of really chaotic, really aggressive players that know how to extend on a huge map like Lair, gives lots of space for them to roam, and they will start defense. Now, if we move on to the next pick, we see Border pick, and that to me is a huge surprise. Or not really a huge surprise. It is the #1 gunplay map, the #1 TDM map, and you've got the best gunners in the world. Of course you're going to pick it.
Absolutely, of course it's #1's Furia's #1 map preference. However, these two teams, when Loud were at the Company Academy, did play on this map at 6 Invitational. It was 7-5, it was close. So I understand why Loud would leave it open. Now, if we go all the way through to the very final map of Chalet, it's a very, very high preference map for Loud. Furia, it's very much a best-of-1 map for them. They led it through in best-of-1s. Not surprised to see it as a decider. For a long time, they were the Kings of Furia all the way back when... Kings of Chalet, all the way back when they were W7M.
It's close enough, right?
Yeah, that's close enough. I think whatever happens here, it's a clash of playstyle. On one hand, we've got a Furia that loves to be aggressive. Yes, they're great at strategy. We've shown it here, right? But they're also way speedier, way faster than the opposing team. Loud, much more structured, much more close and well-rounded. Clash of playstyle. Which kind of Siege do you like? Well, both flavors are going to be in this match.
In this era of Siege, specifically Siege X, all the changes that we've seen, Jack, do you have an inkling? Do you lean toward one side or the other?
I think just with the way that the maps lean, especially Border Chalet, I would say lean a little bit more towards the side of Furia than for Loud. I think Lair is a great pick for Loud. I see a world where we go to 3 maps.
Absolutely. I think the fast-paced version of Siege is probably the one that's still, you know, the round-and-gun meta is still very much there.
And you've also just proved that Furia have different facets to their game. They can slow it down if they need to.
So if we were to give very quick predictions...
I personally think that Furia should take it. The shape that they've been on. I know that Loud is the first seed, but Furia clearly right now, in my opinion, they're back to the form that had them won 2 majors and 1 SI. I want to see them in semi-final with W7M.
I agree. Riding that high from beating FaZe as well, they're going to be feeling tip-top mentally. So they've got everything going for them.
Everything going for them, including this crowd that is going to get incredibly loud. 2 Brazilian teams back-to-back going head-to-head for a semi-final. It's time for us to get underway with Furia as they take on Loud.
The last quarterfinal of the day will blow the roof off the Olympic arena.
We're here to win no matter what. We're gonna smash Furia.
No team has turned up the volume at Reload as this squad.
He takes Savage's head clean off.
Loud blasted through the tournament and locked the #1 seed. And the roar of a Brazilian crowd might even lift their performance, except for one thing. They face the very team that captured the hearts of this country at the 6 Invitational 2024 in the greatest final ever played. Furia seem determined to once again win an event on their home turf after reloading bullet after bullet through phase 1.
We made it to the finals, and now the shield is ours.
We will now find our last semi-finalist in a matchup between two Brazilian teams. This is Loud versus Furia.
All right.
Let's go, baby.
Reload here in Rio is truly popping off, and we've got one more quarterfinal to come, and it is an all-Brazilian buffet. Nivi, I am having the time of my life out here with you.
Yeah, me too! É chegada a hora, galera! Hora de definir o nosso último semifinalista. Quem vai se juntar a Kage Osaka, Wildcard, W7M? Vamos perguntar. Let's ask them who they are cheering for.
Shall we?
Yeah.
Who is going to win this, Brazil? Furia!
Quem aí tá torcendo pra equipe da Loud?
Okay, wait. Go ahead. Loud.
Yeah, it's not loud. It is Loud.
Okay, so W7M.
With I and the end.
Okay.
Loud.
Loud. Okay, should we bring these guys out?
Yeah.
This crowd's gonna go crazy. This country is sacred ground for them. They have already lived out their dreams, but now they want more history.
Here comes Furia.
On soil. It's Furia!
Representando a torcida furiosa, essa lineup carrega simplesmente 3 títulos mundiais, sendo 2 Majors e 1 Invitational no Brasil. Somente isso.
He really wearing Cartier glasses.
Teremos duelo de brasileiros. Recebam com muitas palmas a line recém-contratada de uma das torcidas mais potentes do Brasil. Vem pra cá, Loud!
This is a dangerous Brazilian team. Formerly has a company, made the main stage in SI Boston, have a huge following, but they've got a huge challenge on their hands here against arguably the greatest team of all time. Guys, go and take your seats. How you doing, bro? Philippox,
Stay with me.
good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Once again in Brazil. Let's just get a few words here. Now you and your team have achieved everything there is to achieve in this game. It's been a while since you've lifted a trophy. This is Reload. Do you see this as a reset for Furia?
Yes, of course, and we want to give a trophy so bad for this crowd from Furia, for these fans, and hopefully we'll do so.
Eles têm muitos troféus, mas faz tempo que eles não trazem um troféu aí pro Brasil. E ele perguntou se esse momento aqui no Reload é um momento de restart para a equipe. E ele falou que definitivamente é, que ele vai trazer aqui para nossa torcida. And we're finally getting this matchup between you guys. Are you gonna win?
Yeah, Furia is cursed. We are gonna see. We are gonna see.
Será que eles vão vencer?
I see a look in his eyes there. He thinks he's got you, Philippox.
He never won against me, and today is not going to be different.
Ele falou que eles nunca venceram deles. Aqui não vai ser
Shit
diferente.
talking, let's go.
We're gonna see.
All right.
E antes deles vestirem a camiseta da Loud, vamos ver.
Or Loud.
Genuinely, I can feel tension in the air here, but I want a handshake before we go into this quarterfinal. Best of luck, guys.
Best of luck, guys.
One thing I know for sure, no pun intended, here in Rio, it is going to get loud for this one.
Let's get loud and furious.
What an intro for our two Brazilian rosters here in Rio de Janeiro. I'm Dev and Pengu. We are all set up. The stage has been set
I like
for
that
the
shirt.
champions of yesteryear and the upcoming Loud.
Yeah, you know, Ian said, Philippox, you want everything there is to win. They're missing the first Siege X trophy in their cabinet.
And Furia are also yet to take home a trophy, to give the trophy to the organization that took a chance on them.
That's also true.
All of the trophies, Copenhagen, Atlanta, and Sao Paulo, they won under W7M. Furia picked them up, gave them all of these resources, and what does that organization have to show for it? As of yet, nothing. And so now we see two huge Brazilian organizations filled to the brim with some of the greatest talent that we've ever seen out of this region. And we have to determine which one of them can go to the semifinals.
Yeah, and what happens if Furia were to win? Who they
Damn, they're like Furia's got this one in the bag.
W7M, the organization with a different roster for a spot in the grand finals.
That's
pretty
absolutely
nice.
right. It could not be more perfect here for Furia and also for Loud.
Rio de
who, as
Janeiro.
Leo and Jack on the desk said, it's been stonks for them all the way from Manchester as E1 and to Montreal and to Boston as Raza Company, and then here today in Rio under the greatest, the largest organization we've ever seen out of Brazil in Loud. This is one for the ages, for sure. It's our first all-Brazil match here on stage in Rio. And all day, the crowd, they've been warming up. They started with some quieter matches, and here they are. This is what everybody here in Rio came to this arena for.
And I gotta say, Furia, I don't think I've seen them look this hungry since before winning SI. And people say, oh, it's a Siege X event, it's not more of a show match. No, I think for these guys, this is their comeback arc, where they had a bit of a, slow year last year after being world champions. They're looking to ramp back up. They're looking hungry, motivated, and super prepared in this matchup, taking every game so seriously.
That's right, and it has been 800 days since this championship-winning roster was formed. That's right, exactly 800 days. Today, exactly 800 days since we saw the roster changes, since we saw Nade and Philippox join in place of Julio and Volps, who all have their places on great teams here. In fact, Volps, they may end up playing against tomorrow. And Furia, in that time, have posted 3 trophies, but since the last year, nothing to show for it, nothing to take home, no silverware. Loud, of course, they're on the up, whereas Furia are looking to reclaim former glory.
That's the thing, like, Loud's story here is almost like, imagine it had gotten any other matchup here today. I think I would say, you know what, Loud, they can go to semifinals, but unfortunately for them, their obstacle is Furia. Arguably the best team left at this event right now in the entire bracket, and they need to beat them to keep their streak alive. But losing today would not be a disappointment because Loud have played a great tournament of Rainbow Six Siege till this moment.
And Loud are the ultimate Brazilian underdogs in our tournament here in Rio, right? Like you said, they have to go up against Furia, major and 6 invitational champions. And then should Loud win today, tomorrow they would have to go against major champions in W7M just to go to that grand final, just for a chance to fight either Wildcard or CAG for the trophy.
That's the crazy part. You tell me the grand finals, if Loud were to beat all these titans, will be the underdogs of CAG or Wildcard. That's backwards sounding to me.
Loud is going to be underdogs right up until they do, if they do, get to that grand final.
Yeah.
And also, let's forget to mention, they have a debutant on this roster as well. Daffo, never playing at an international event before, plucked up from, I don't even know where he came from, to be honest. Not a player that we've seen at Tier 1 at the international events before. And my God, he's played so well for Loud throughout this tournament.
Out of his mind. Like, he's pretty much like, I hate comparing players to players, but if you were curious, it's like, he's almost like the Dash of this roster, that Dash is to Wildcard at this event. He's popping off, he's finding gaps, he always has a solution in a round that looks pretty much unwinnable, but Loud is a team, it's a full team effort, it's not about star performances, and that's the big thing. Fury did the same style. Yes, they're individually amazing, some of the best players, maybe the entire best 5-stack in the entire world, but it's about the team effort and team performance.
That's right. Well, the tension is palpable here in the arena in Rio, as Loud and Furia are getting ready for their match. And I gotta say, I am so stoked that we have this level of energy here. fighting for that trophy as all of these crowd members, the public in Rio coming in with their drums. It feels like a war cry here, and it's got that semblance of what we saw last year in Sao Paulo with the drums, with that Brazilian crowd, with the passion that frankly no other region in Rainbow Six can come close to catching.
One thing that never changes is those Siege trophies looking pretty good. No, we saw it just a second ago, the Blackbeard shield this time around, more or less, and I feel like we have a tendency to pick the right operator trophies, right? We had the Sami trophy at one point, the Deimos statue, and it's very relevant operators. Blackbeard for this event, either banned or played at a very high frequency, makes sense that he represent the trophy as well. It's like the final operator right now.
And we're often actually seeing Blackbeard let through the bans because teams are looking to get rid of the Monty and the Blitz. They leave that Blackbeard in. We see a hell of a lot of it. Teams have taken to it like petrol on the fire. We've seen so many prolific Blackbeard players out of every team at this level, and Loud and Furia are no exceptions.
Little funny in-game chat, you guys can't see it, but the observer asked, "Where's Furia?" And it's like, they're right down there! We see them! But they weren't quite in the server. They're turning up right now. Of course, the coach, the players getting together for one final chant before it's lock-in time. And right now, for these players, going through their heads, some players will sit there and, you know, meditate, be internalizing. Felipox right now thinking of strats, most likely setting things up. Other players trying to get into that fire zone, the fight or flight instinct, triggering the fight. Because if you're Furia, and maybe even if you're allowed, you're probably intending to hit that server running extremely hard, extremely quickly, and try and control the pacing right off the gates.
That they are a little highlight for you guys. Felipox and Live, two very influential players. Felipox in particular, of course, we often see him in these interviews. He's so much of a leadership figure for this team. He is their rock.
He is, and also very humble. I mean, when this roster had the W7M run and, you know, challenging the legacy of G2 and going to that level, Felipox was like, nah, we're not there, we gotta get more and more. He was never satisfied with how good they were, despite being the literal world champions, back-to-back major champions, and doing something that nobody's ever done the world before, even the G2 era. And yet this guy's like, no, we can do more, we can do better.
Yeah.
It's never enough for him.
Yeah, and we talk about the hunger, you mentioned it with Furia. It sucks to say, but there's no doubt that Furia simply were not as hungry after they raised the trophy in Sao Paulo. We didn't see that in stage one. Yeah. Manchester was a flop. Montreal, they were missing. Yeah. Boston, they got close, but still no cigar. And now Loud, hungrier than ever, are hunting for their scalps to get one step closer to the trophy. It's the battle for Brazil, and it starts right now. Champions versus underdogs, the old versus the new, Furia versus Loud. We're digging into map number 1 here. Loud, take us to Lair.
I think Leo said it the best. This map, Vito, not just Lair, but Lair into Borders Chalet, fighting grounds where Furia, they want to toy with their prey. And really just set the tone here. A lot of map to work with, a lot of aggression, a lot of roaming capabilities. Operator bans right now, Monty on the attacking side and Bandit on defense. Of course, Waldeneye and map space taking up. Blackbeard, will he survive the first rotation? He will not. Double shield ban, double wall deny ban, meaning, of course, a lot of focus on external heart breaching, but attackers have to get a little bit more creative now, digging deeper, the Ying, the Glass, the Capital, the Grim, not just the lazy shield operators.
That's right, but on the defensive side, Loud banning out the Bandit and the Kaid. As you said, it's double wall denial. It means that the only ingredients that Furia have to deny, keep those reinforced walls closed, are Mute and to some degree the Tubarao, but you're not likely to use that without some electrification to complement it. So all we've got is Felipox here on the Mute. There's not going to be much of a trouble at all for STK or any of these operators that end up bringing tin can openers or even a Thermite. Thermite being often the best counter when you only have Mute in play. And that does free up this attacking operator lineup to bring those special cheeky operators like a Shield, like a Ying, like a Grim, like a Glass.
Absolutely, and I do think that an operator that we cannot understand how strong they are, especially with these operator bans, is the Mute. Yes, one thing is wall deny, but think about the Grim Bees, the Blitz Shield in close quarter combat, the the Deimos tracker, the Dokkaebi calls. I would not be surprised if we saw Mute play pretty much every single round, and there is even a world where Mute could be banned later on by Loud if they deem that a problem, because it's gonna, you know, disable some of their favorite attack and operators to pull this apart. The first step, of course, we all know, it's heart-breaching. And like you said, James, with the Bandit and the Kaid ban just muting the board, this should be extremely easy and quickly. The only thing is, if there are no EMPs, you might need verticality. We see this muting the board, I don't see a jammer. So this wall might just be done and dusted. It will indeed be. Those jammers have specifically been placed to boost player positions than just the exterior wall itself. Deliberate choice by Furia.
Nice maneuver. For now, Loud focusing up their push on that external breach. Already ops from control. That's 2 prongs to an attack. Most of what you need, they might not need to push R6 room as well. It's the early stages of the round. It comes down to clearing out utility. The Flores coming through all the way down from in lobby to check what kind of utility is there to speak of. But guess what? It's the jammer you were talking about. Hello! Live brought the shotgun to a knife fight. And he's found the opening kill. A trade almost to come on through. A flank from Herds. Not yet coming to fruition. And it looks like Live will fall back.
Greatest spot for a shotgun right there. That staircase combat. And also off pace by Loud right there. Flora shooting, getting information, denying utility. Boom! Deimos up the staircase. No tracker, no hunt needed. Looks like Loud are going for a pretty normal attack at first. At ops room, main breach, but then they have that small flare in the middle of it all, catching Furia by surprise. STK back on the breach, applying pressure, getting rid of that keeper barrier. But we want to see Loud take control of the ops room as well to pressure that hallway. Establish a crossfire. STK, nice bit of angle, might pay off, but another keeper goes out. He shot the keeper itself. We don't see that very often.
No, I didn't even know you could do that, but if you shoot the knife, it seems like you won't actually have the gadget deploy. It's a very deep angle from STK. Not safe to try and make an entry from there, but he doesn't need to. His job is just to cover. Basetto setting up for a turtle plant on the blitz.
This final nade could go out from Live on Deimos and walking with the blitz, try and get a plant established. There's not a lot of plant deny right now. Once he found Pocket, and right before that, Dazzle finds another clone to Herds.
Pivotal one. Loud have pressure on multiple sides of the map. STK worrying a little bit about a peek from Skybridge, but Philippox cannot afford to move over there. Smokes go out, but this will create a level of chaos. Nade might be able to go through, but you're right! It's an aggressive push from Basetto! Nade holds firm on the Azami, and Furia can recompose, forcing Loud now to go for a plant. It lands! Unbelievable play from Nade. Immovable on the bomb site. Blitz is not a problem.
You're playing Azami, not the Warg, yet the comfortability in the blind zone was perfectly played. I think some people go, oh, why didn't Loud just plant? They had the blitz, they had the cover. I think it was genius to push the blitz in aggressively, take that space, and then the second guy behind him goes to the plant attempt. But what can you do when a guy hip fires you while blinded and just clears it all? Incredible. And again, that's the gun skill of Furia. The decision making in the server and the ability to believe in yourself, the confidence to just take those fights that way.
Blitz's best friend is Panic. Look at this. I mean, Nade fully blind. He hits the knife, it knocks the shield back, and then he hip fires through it. I mean, he did not panic for a second. No. To perfection. Nade instrumental in that round. They're off to an absolutely killer start here, a round that they should have surely lost already on their side.
Yeah. And this is, again, we're talking about Furia, the best teams in the world. The scary part is that, you know, some teams, they have one star player, shut them down, the rank is a little bit easier. Who would you rather take down the server? Because the other 4 members of Furia will be left alive to deal with you. There's no real winning outcome, right? Take down Philippox, who just called from the grave. Take down any of the 4 other players, and there's still another 3-4 set of incredible gunners behind him. It doesn't matter. You gotta take them all down together. Loud, again, great idea. I think great execute. It just didn't work out.
Basetto is once again on that blitz. Blue changed things up. He's interested in going for a bit of a peek. How long is Philippox going to try and loiter here?
As long as it takes, James. He knows there's a blitz. The blitz knows there's a lesion. The question is, who wants to go in that door and who wants to go elsewhere? Right now, it looks like Loud have changed their entry approach, droning top floor of Rocket, droning ops room, and there's the blitz in full pursuit afterwards, making quick pace here on the roam clear. Dokibikol goes out as well. We know somewhat, top 4 might be clear. See a yellow ping coming out. Deimos downstairs. No contesting yet. Furia mostly falling back towards the side.
Yeah, KZ has managed to sneak back upstairs. He's just waiting, though, near our 6th room. He doesn't want to overextend. We can see from the outlines, Live is actually hard holding this flank. Loud hoping to bait an early attempt from KZ, but really there's no reason for Furia to budge at the minute. There's a lot of maps still to take here for Loud. Furia need to make sure that they don't get too antsy. Oh. Spotted is the blitz. Herds decides to fall on back. Tracked by the Deimos. And of course, the Logic Bomb as well. Good cut here from Daffo. Philippox attempted to try and push. JV does refrag. That's the 2 best players in the tournament, by the way. JV and Daffo. Herds actually going for an aggressive rotate outside, going for a jog, trying to get back in again. He's looking for a bait. This is very unusual. He's actually going to end up behind one of these players from Loud who might be able to catch him off. And there's STK, SMG11 versus SMG12.
Wasting time is valuable here, of course, favoring the defense of Furia. STK goes elsewhere.
Good read.
A flank is there, though. Does he know? He hears him. Another standoff. He's sandwiched between 2 different players now. He's in trouble.
Can he do shoulder peek info? But Herds has got him. Good night, STK. Furia once again in control. Loud have to switch things up again. You got that blitz still. You got those smoke grenades in pocket. But he does need some assistance. It's the death wish to drop down that hatch without support.
So the only choice, though, no time, right? You gotta drop that hatch, toss out those smokes. The flank is happening. Casey finds it. The Diffuser upstairs. It's a disaster.
There's nothing to do on the side now. Loud can push in all they like, but that diffuser has been claimed by KZ. The Scopos coming up clutch here. Live has to desperately try and hunt him down, but there's nothing for it. The hero of the round is the Lion of Furia.
And this is why Furia, they wanted to go to lair. They have so much map to work with. 3 floors, they're everywhere. And you can tell just how accurately they're tracking Loud's movement. Whenever Loud were leaving the top floor, Furia, they go top floor. When they're hitting the bomb site, they contest the first floor by the hatch, the flank, and the verticality. So it's always about what is relevant in the round in every given moment. And whenever the most important area of the map was, Furia, they were there to answer every single time.
Yeah, and both of these rounds so far, Pengu, we've seen Loud find the opening pick, but then Furia win the war.
That's impressive. I mean, this shot from Hertz, the frag from JV upstairs as well. I mean, this flank was just free because they have no map control.
Yeah.
It's hard. You know, my favorite saying that I learned last year from Fabian himself, it's not easy when it's hard. And it could not be more true. That round is exactly that.
Yeah, credit to Furia. They're playing a lot of time wasting. They're making it so Loud can't just expedite this roam clear and then set up for a plant. Furia want these late rounds to be 3v3s, 4v4s, anything that's not a 5v5.
Yeah. And the reason for that is Loud, they like to play for executes, right? Get those like 5-4 taggers, cover the angles perfectly, go for a plant. A little bit older style of Siege, which there's nothing wrong with. For Furia, they were the pioneers to revolutionize the modern way of playing. Back on their WCNM, they shaped Chalet into what it is today, how every team plays it. They want to fight. And when they're roaming, they're not just picking one spot with Mutant Reinforcements, no, they're actively moving around the map, playing fluid, always making it hard for Loud to know what they actually want to play around. They're just playing the map, they're everywhere.
Once upon a time, Siege was played like a chess game. You have your strategies, you have your openings. Yeah. And these days, it's played like blitz chess. It's really so much more active. It's so much more reactive. It's testing the waters, finding things out, making an ego challenge, even if it's not a percentage play. Yeah. And that is what Furia introduced into Siege. And we're seeing it here with the new iteration with Siege X. They can still do it. That's so typical playstyle.
Oh my God, Perez. Speaking of that mechanical skill and playing off the feelings in the server, just kind of walks by the breach, boop, there's a head. Okay, I'll take him down. We saw Basetto earlier find a pixel off the wall that wasn't mute jam to get that breach opened up without a need for EMPs of verticality. Again, saving on a very, very useful utility. But the question is, what will it do about the upstairs hold? We see a Warden, bulletproof cameras, and a ton of verticality. Loud will surely have to respond upstairs. We see the blitz, the rotations, 3 attackers working together, and they have to be successful to attack this bomb site.
Again, Furia being so active. Mid-round reinforcements to change that upstairs setup. now that they've lost KZ, they have fewer numbers, they have fewer crossfires. A breach on the site as well. Loud are poised to pressure the top floor and initiate an attack onto the objective.
Toxic Babe going out. This is the second, so only one left remaining with a full minute to go. Loud right now are playing it very well. They're droning, gathering formations, baiting out utility right now. They know that time is on their side. Opening pick is on their side. Furia, they can again just figure out what does Loud want to achieve in this round and go for a counter. Whether it's a flank, whether it's a Toxic Babes. 45 seconds left, and this gunfight right here can change everything.
Perez, he's got him. And guess what, Furia? Loud are knocking. And they're knocking more and more. 35 seconds to play for Leapox, feeling some pressure. Nate has to win his fight, but it's a 1v5. Surely no chance. The Blitz dueling him. SMG-12 cannot land a bullet. Plan is down, and finally, Loud start talking in the server.
That's the third round played though, James. And operator bans with the new system means we're gonna have one more come into play. And I'm so curious what these two teams think the problem will become in the future or what they want to get rid of. Before this tournament, I was not sure if Furia was gonna be a victim of the new ban system because they get target banned all the time, or if they would be the team to pioneer and get ahead of other teams by tailoring the right pick. The picks are in. Blitz, and there's the mute.
Yeah, you called it, Pengu.
It makes so much sense to me. I love that so much.
But guess what? STK and Pasetto as well have been a real mean force on this Blitz. That's a second shield taken, a third shield taken off the board. No shields whatsoever in the hands of Loud for the next 3 rounds. But also, as you said, no wall denial. And Mute is not just wall denial. He's more than that. So much more than that. And you no longer have the counters to those operators like the Dokkaebi, like the Deimos, like the Grim.
Yeah. So I expect at least 2 of those 3, maybe all 3 of those to come into play here. One thing which you can kind of try and cheese, and it's not easy to do. You play Grim and a Sense. The Sense one now cannot get seen through by, Warden or any glass or something like that. It's no longer a smoke, it is a projectile wall essentially. But you can toss a Sense wall up and then Grim behind it, and you will see those red pinks on your screen and go, there's a target. There is some cheesy strats with that. Now, is that necessarily going to happen on Lair? I'm not sure. I haven't seen much of that, but on very open maps, it's totally possible. For this one, they'll take the Dokkaebi and the Deimos, which will have full effect because there is no mute.
But the question for me, in the absence of the Blitz, what's the intention from Loud for clearing out that power position that we saw Nade win the round from on the very first time? It was a defensive R6 room and what's it called? The one with all the Deimos masks. Is it called Mask Room?
I think people call it Mask.
Sure, there you go, Mask.
We have different calls for different regions,
Sure.
right?
The one with the little desk there that everyone loves playing as Army on. That's the key position. Loud need a new way to clear that out. But if Daffo finds some early kills, especially onto the smoke, and Furia are going to have a lot less ingredients to hold onto the side. Thank you to our beautiful observer team. The beautiful Deimos mask above the desk here. It's called Master Office. There you go.
A chassis in my ranked games. He's my A chassis, but it does. Laying down.
I think there's a chessboard there as well. I wonder what position they're playing.
And of course, you're wondering about
I wonder if it's a little Karo Khan.
I could see the verticality. Oh, the verticality matter. The Deimos downstairs to clear those power positions. But Casey, perfect timing once more on the grenade cook. Swings the door, gets the freebie. Yes, Deimos is still alive, but that was his body to cover him. That's not done and dusted. Loud might need to go for plan B now because they don't have downstairs pressure.
But I do like the way they're using that Sense. Perez trying to assist that pressure. Even though Furia have cleared it out, they might not necessarily be aware. I could always send a second one down through it. It's a bit of an impasse. How does Perez find that? Herds getting a little bit antsy. JV still alive and still trying to chase this drone down. Hasn't found it as of yet. This is on the R6 room side of the map. He's taken a little bit of damage too. This drone is trying to bait him into something. Eventually it goes down. Thing is, Loud have the numbers, but they're missing a way in.
Exactly, and that's where Deimos finally comes to play right now. If you track Nade, who's Asami in the floor right now, still dodged regardless from that vertical angle, that's their way in. Mask position has been cleared. Now they're covering the door for any retake possibilities. They can force the 4v2.
Oh my god, more like a 4 versus 1. It's up to KZ. He's found his second for the round. Gonna need to find every last one of them. And look at Loud, they're going deep, they're looking for the side. Perez deleted from the server! KZ, you can't be doing this to us. Basetto forcing that plant down. STK to cover, now Basetto back up, rifle in hand. As KZ prepares his march, the dreadful march towards that bomb site. With no one else to support him, but he hears that proximity alarm, and he needs to swing for it. STK's found it. Loud looking finally like they have an answer here to Furia.
One of Furia's possible weaknesses might be their own skill. The kind of shots we saw in that round tell us the story. And when we rewind a little bit further, when there's a 4 versus 4, and Hertz kept jiggle peeking against the DMR from across the map, he didn't need to do it. You peek once for info, you hear, you see, you feel the DMR, you stop peeking. He kept challenging, he kept fighting. It's not necessary. Yes, Furia, when you hit those shots, it's great, but look at this. 1 peek, 2 peeks.
Stop.
Nice.
Just stop, bro.
Exactly.
When you got some of the sharpest shooters in the game, but you're going up against a team that's smarter. You look at everything Loud did that round. Like the early cutoff on the rappel from Daffo found an early kill.
Yeah.
You see the way that they used Deimos, the way that they executed onto the site. Loud are actually winning the strategy, winning the mental game. They're smarter than Furia here, but Furia, they have the mechanics. Loud have finally figured that out. It took them 2 rounds of buffer that Furia won first, and now Loud have replied in kind.
5 seconds left before
It's always a big question about tactical timeouts, especially in a close game like this. Which team has the players making all decisions and problem solving versus which team has the coach and support staff make those improvements for them? Furia, of course, so much experience. I think the players can ride this one out for a while before needing backup necessarily. But for Loud, if they start falling behind, let's say like a 4-2 half, can the players solve that themselves, or is their coach needed to step in and help direct the right direction? But right now that is not necessary, because they are playing a damn good game of Siege, both of these two squads. We see Furia, they're gonna speed up, spawn peeking, swing out those doors, looking for that opening pick, and Loud are slowing things down in response, saying, we're not gonna risk it, hold the angles, get the drone set up, we need again to play for execute.
But I can't help but feel that this round matters so much for Furia. If Loud can get 3 in a row, we move into the final round of the half, and that's a dominating attack for Loud, right?
Yeah.
Furia, if they lose this round, I mean, you just have to call that tactical. We have to get Igor in here. This is a lot of pressure here on poor Hertz. He's getting verted from above. He's cut off from outside. He manages to escape just briefly. And now he's got a mirror window to play refuge behind. Not a common setup here.
Cleared out with that Ash Breach as well. Good counterplay. Loud playing utility perfectly once more. Red Pink comes out. I think Valkyrie's stuck in the corner right here.
That's the mechanics that we talk about, Pengu. That's why Hertz keeps on peeking, because every now and then he's going to hit a gnarly shot like that one.
Now, fishing on the window outside is Felipox, holding that rotation cut off. Furia, most teams here would fall back and play numbers advantage. They don't need to right now. They're still playing up above. Again, challenging Loud on the map itself. C4 goes out, pre-placed, I believe, not popped just yet. And while that's happening, KC and Vigil, of course, going for a flank. Keep applying pressure in all areas of the map.
Yeah, but the basement is the bomb site. Good info. Yeah, that Valkyrie camera is huge. Unfortunately, the C4 did miss, but KZ, like you said, he's managed to get his way all the way onto that top floor. All the way up in Master Office right now. I'm not aware if there is any vert. It does seem to be through one of the common thoroughfares around lobby. Oh no, STK. That's a mirror window, and guess who's dead? It's the Ash. A pre-fire across. We need Live to come and throw his last Selma to clear out that mirror window. Meanwhile, KZ's flank is going to put that pressure here onto Loud. Mirror window finally open, but another kill for Loud. Surely not possible. They go all in. They decided that this is their moment, so they go deep at JV. He holds firm on the site. STK and Basetto now. They've got to worry about above. They've got to worry about the sides. They've got to worry about JV as well. Furia have recomposed. They are back in the game.
And they do it so well. The coverage from JV, holding the rotate, covering his teammate. The reason why Loud were pushing so deep towards the bomb site, because KC had that pressure up above. We saw the silhouette. He was flying in that main lobby. He had the vert. He had the hatch. They had to go deep. and that's your Furia once more. Yes, mechanical skill, but trusting in the system and the setup, saying, hey, you're watching right, I'm watching left, don't worry about it. And we saw that play out perfectly where they just covered each other. But it hurts, that opening kill, disgusting. The flank, beautiful. This right here, the coverage. It saves the round. That's JV.
Yeah. Locking down the fort for Furia. And now we have one final round of their defensive half Pengu. Loud, look, this is their map pick. They want to be going for an even split now. That's all they can afford. But Furia here, on a map that is traditionally defensive-sided, if they can go 4-2 here, that doesn't mean they're out of the woods. It just means they've had a solid first half, and then we look to their attacks.
So Loud, in this final moment in the first half, what do you look for? And the thing is, in terms of operator lineup, they had the shield, the Blitz most notably. After that, they haven't shown us a different kind of pocket go-to operator. It's been some Dokkaebi, of course, the heart breaching. We've seen a Force in a sense. They haven't, you know, for example, the Ying is open. And for most of the rounds, Furia have been playing the Warden as like a possible countermeasure. Not recently, though. So that would have been a possibility, but not for this one. Loud instead, pretty standard setup here. They can go for any kind of attack, verticality, good like clear of gadgetry, good information, good heart destruction. It's very safe, but I'm not sure if you need safe right now to push that third attacking round.
No, Furia, if you're going to play it safe, they're just going to wait. And then they're going to find their moment to spring, to pounce.
And what do they have? I mean, they got Ela walking the wrong door. Boom, it pops. Fenrir, boom, nearsightedness. Goyo fire, smoke if time is low. Furia playing not so much an aggressive round this time. I'm not sure they're wanting it to fight as much as before. This might be a, we've been so aggressive, you're gonna take a very slow attack round, but guess what? We are playing for time tonight.
That's right. I mean, the more that Furia peaks aggressively, the more that Loud have to play slowly. But when you've got Goyo and Smoke and a lot of traps like Ela and Fenrir, it forces a team to have a lot of time in the bank, come that execute, come that end of the round, because there's so much util to burn.
I don't know at this pace if Loud will have that time that they need, so it might be one of those, hey, you have to go for broke. Power breach upstairs. Again, no wall deny. That will go off for sure. No impacts either in pocket. Missed opportunity, goes for a re-swing. It's risky, Hertz.
This is so cocky from Hertz. He'll eventually fall on back. And Basetto finds the opening kill. Nade finished off upstairs. Now those Fenrir Dread Mines can no longer be switched up. Which one's active? But guess what? Guess who's active? It's KZ. He's gone for one. And now he needs to be cleared. The Dokkaebi Logic Bomb comes out. What can he achieve now with the Scorpion? Oh. And comes the Grismot Mine, but amidst the distraction, amidst the chaos, Loud do have a response. STK baiting out. We need to see some support. Guess who's coming up the stairs? JV! Oh! That's what he needed! Come help his teammate. STK and Dafo completely caught off guard. The last one's the Dokkaebi. On just about 1 HP. What can STK do? 15 seconds in the bank. Grab that diffuser, son. But I don't think you're gonna need it. JV and Hertz waiting, falling on back. But guess what? Here's JV. Vector in hands. Never mind, it's the Slug Shotty. And he's gonna find another one.
World class for Fury. Again, world class, James. The bait and switch, the flank, the multiple win conditions, and you said it, where is the help? In comes JV up that staircase. The Fenrir Mine nearsighted the first player. The Ela Mine deafened the second. They had no clue what was about to happen. Both JV and Hertz, they survived that incredible engagement upstairs.
Every one of these Furia players is an A-class cannon. We know that, but they're not loose cannons. They play together. KZ makes his opening, and then he distracts, and then he baits, and then JV comes to life. A huge 3 for him, and it was the TCSG. I said it was the Vector. Now, that's usually the weapon that you would want when you're taking lots of fights, when you're going for your quick peeks. That Slug Shotty, look, it's a bit of a thing to wield sometimes. It's not your fast fire rate headshot machine. It takes a lot of skill to wield it the way JV just did.
It's one of those funny things because DMRs tend to be favored even more on land because the hit rate is so good. You die in literally 2 bullets from a DMR. And the Slug Shotgun did get a small readjustment not that long ago. I forget exactly what happened, but essentially I believe it is a little better on closer range, a little bit worse on very long range.
It has a larger drop-off. It's less like a DMR, and it's more like its own class of weapon.
So it's a buff and a nerf on one depending on what the gunfight looks like. But Furia players, Brazil in general, they've been loving the TCSG since it was introduced in pro play with Kaid back then.
Yeah, they have. Often innovators in the meta, and Furia can certainly boast that for themselves. Like we said, they really define 2023, not only for their absolutely, utterly dominant performance, the only team ever to win every single competition at an international level for a whole season, for a whole year, 2 majors and a 6 invitational as W7M. But they redefined the way that Siege was played at the time.
Now Loud might need to do a little bit of reinventing on this defense because yes, 2-4 half is not terrible, but again, you are up against Furia. It is your map pick. We're expecting to have this kind of figured out, the prep work. Operator bands again very similar, double shield, double wall denial, so we can expect a similar, I guess, take on how you're gonna pick this apart. Because Mute is open, I would be like, okay, play that. It'll be very great in this round, right? The Deimos is downstairs, the Grimbees, etc. They don't have it. Instead, there's a Legion on the board, likely in case of a Blackbeard that third field.
What?
Hertz finds a complete free kill on SDK dropping down the hatch.
I don't even know if Hertz was actively watching this hatch or if he was just strolling past and saw a freebie drop into his lap. SDK is going to kick himself for that one. Also, being the Fenrir means you do have active utility. You can't necessarily place new ones, but you can choose which of those Dread Mines are active. And so, now that he's dead, it's whatever's active now.
Yeah, they're kind of stuck in their activation points. Furia, much like Loud, the Deimos downstairs can clear any position. JB finds it onto live. There's now Legion going, more active utility. This looks like just kind of easy pick'ems right now for Furia in the attack. That's scary because they can flood the bomb side, force 2v1s, 3v1s. But look, they're not speeding up. They're still taking it with a respectable pace right now, not taking those massive risks. They know they have to respect Loud.
It's not a good look for Loud. 2 players down, then he kills one by one, but Hertz is going to win his one. Finally, something back for Loud, but it's not going to last, is it? Besetto cornered, but not killed. He finds his 2 kills. He looks to protect himself, but KZ from below.
Wild.
Death is all around you if you're Loud right now. And Furia have asserted themselves with a significant lead. They're up 5-2 on Lair. And Loud got to start talking.
Is it time for a technical timeout or do they ride it out? Because the thing is, we still have not seen their final operator ban on the second half. If you're a coach, you really want the full picture before you strategize.
But they might not get to that point.
They might not. This could also be an aspect of mental game. And that's what we said earlier. Does Loud have the player's mindset in the right spot to go down 2-5 against Furia and brace, hold on to the tactical timeout and say, we still have the prep work. We know what bomb systems we can play and how to play them. They're gonna give it a second go. No tactical timeout called just yet.
We saw his face right there, Daffo. A very young player, 21 years of age, the youngest in the server right now. His debut in a Tier 1 Siege is here at Reload, and he makes it to the main stage, and he's expected to hang with Major and world champions on the Furia side after being statistically the best player in the whole tournament so far. Now all this extra weight is on his shoulders. Loud need their leadership, and they need it to come through right now. 3 rounds trailing. The best attacking team at the tournament, statistically, they win 2/3 of their attacking rounds, but they only won 1/3 here, which means they have to come through on their defense, and they're failing to do so.
I'm not gonna be a hater, but I'm seeing a Jaeger shotgun right now. Now, there are these narrow hallways and corridors where shotguns are excellent. The reason why you normally play Smoke or Mute there is because you got a good primary shotgun and a good automatic secondary in the SMG-11. If SDK can get a shotgun fight in a hallway, he will take it happily. But if the attack happens elsewhere, or he is forced to cover a different position, he's stuck on a pistol and long-range quarter combat.
And that's not a good pistol.
Not good at all. Smoke going out. Nate will follow through, clean a bit of utility or player positions. We know there's nobody there.
Oh no, Perez, you need to survive here because you're the only support for STK when it comes to long-range fights. But look at the way JV's playing this. He's got a pixel angle. He's just baiting the kill. There's no way, absolutely no way in hell STK wins this. Not enough pixels of JV are going to be visible for the buckshot. Oh my god. Tempting fade. Daffo elsewhere finds his kill, traded by Nade. It looks like the push from Furia needs to mount elsewhere.
Yeah. JV's basically
Don't
traded
contest
one
that,
for
bro.
one. JV's holding 2 defenders stock by his lonesome, so this is completely worth it for Furia. They had an attack elsewhere, 1-for-1 trade, Casey low in health, but they do have to rotate off this ankle or get the Capitão in the action. But there is a buff to Jaeger with Siege X. The ADS has now captured the Capitão Fire and Smoke Bolt. So you can't just go Capitão Fire, boom. No, that doesn't work anymore. So there's a genius hold there from STK and it works. EMP goes out, is there? Yep, there it is. Exothermic charge as well. That's bomb side pressure. That should have probably been the first step to get some pressure elsewhere instead of challenging upstairs immediately. Got a minute to go and no map control to work with on the attack.
There's a player hiding in the corner here in the bomb site. That's so cheeky from Basetto. He's a dead man if he gets droned, but that's a missed drone. Complete missed drone.
He's trolled it.
He might have an opportunity here. Still up on his feet. No one moving in as of yet. What are we watching there? Hurts. Caught with his pants down. Finished off. Perez. He's got this SMG-11 and he's making magic with it. Eventually traded back as Furia maintain top floor control. No more Jaeger shotgun to worry about.
Behind the wall.
They're worrying about this player. Spray through the floor. Basetto survives for another moment. 15 seconds left. Furia, you're going to have to drop these hatches. You're going to have to find these last 2 frags. It's not going to be favored, but sometimes you just have to give it a shot. It's all up to Nade, and Basetto survives to fight another day. Loud finally back into the game.
Force down a hatch with no time left. Stuck in the hip fire animation if you're trying to take a gunfight on both players. That is a disaster of a situation which Furia completely got themselves into. Loud held on strong. And STK, that Jaeger shotgun, oh, it paid off.
Oh yeah, it did. And now Loud have finally stemmed the bleeding a little bit after 3 rounds straight from Furia. They have a response. Is it going to be enough? I mean, there's going to be a lot of rotations of defensive sites here. Yeah, you can win the ground floor. You've got to go basement. Haven't tried that yet. And then even if that's successful, you go up to the top floor where Furia looks so deadly, so dangerous.
I think top was kind of bait. I feel like there isn't that much you can leverage to your advantage on defense, especially without a wall denying up like a Bandit or Kaid. Those walls will get torn to pieces immediately, and then the bomb site is vulnerable to a Deimos or a block downstairs, because the way Loud defended top floor was very similar to that of Furia. So I just feel like you're baiting yourself into it. You're gonna go downstairs this time once more.
Wait,
Not gonna go. Yeah, it's the second tertiary.
It's the
bomb
other.
site.
Okay, it's the other ground floor bomb site.
Is this the first time we've seen it this event? It's the first time we've seen it this event.
Yeah, you and I for sure. I'm not sure if we've seen other teams play it, but this is like the least picked bomb site on the map by far. We've seen a lot of success on Bunks and Briefing where we just were, but this one, weapon maintenance, this is a very dangerous bomb site to take. There are a lot of ways that you can get from outside the building into this bomb site very quickly.
Yeah. It's a bit of an awkward one because one bomb site has vert from above, the other one from below, so you almost need to work the entire map to get full vertical control. Of course, that plays into the favor of defense. So I want to see Loud now be very proactive, much like Furia, on the map itself. Challenge the up above, challenge downstairs if you have to, and fight it out. If you surrender map space and give Furia what they desire, I don't know how you're going to pull this off on defense.
Out comes the Deimos. And I have no doubt, if you're a player on the stage right now, you can feel those drums sprinting straight past the Dread Mine. Nade goes out, not sure what that was tossed towards.
Just for safety.
Yeah, KZ wants to go hunting though. Basetto is the one ready to receive him.
Interesting. He's gonna stick the corner here. Oh, and O's shield as well. We don't see this all that often these days, James. So they're gonna swing here. Oh, he trades out.
Big from Pox, big from KZ as well. This is top floor pressure now mounting piece by piece for Furia. Meanwhile, on the bomb site, Nade has a nifty shield to hide behind. A great deep gas though from Live is gonna force Furia back. and reduce their visibility on that bomb site. This is Loud's chance to reposition, to look for a play elsewhere, to try and get the numbers back in their favor.
Only one more Toxic Babe, though. He missed the first one, so that's not good. Flashback going out now. Fury applying pressure from all these different directions. You gotta have to pick a gunfight now. And you have to go big.
Big pressure from him. Good play. He doesn't get the confirmation of the kill, though. Philippox has come through. And now we look to Daffo. He's found a pick this round, and now he must use those yokais to prevent this plant going down. Like you said, Live is all out of those gas babes. And there's still 45 seconds left to play for Furia.
They're just stalling out right now. They got the rest on JV, rotate back for cover. They can start attempting a second plant. No way to destroy that talent shield from the Osa. So the cover, it just has to be half decent. I mean, Osa's perfect here. Put it down, turn around, plant.
And so they begin, and there they finish! At the drop of a hat, Furia. They find themselves on match points. Loud doing everything they can, scrambling for a round, but their defenses are not hot enough when Furia come knocking.
That bomb site is a little bit cursed. It's giving Oregon meeting defense. Back when I was in Pro Pool, you take big tower, breach the wall, Osa shield plant. It's very similar. You take ops room, breach the side wall, and just walk in with the Osa shield. Very few counters, and you don't play impact grenades all that often on defense these days.
And it calls desperation for Loud. Now they have called their tactical timeout. Let's listen in.
Vamos fazer a defesa de cima. Aqui a gente tá perdendo, guys, por falta de reconhecimento, tá ligado? Tá muito fácil reconhecer o jogo dos caras, só que a gente tá tomando umas kills idiotas, tá ligado? Nesse bomb de cima agora, se a gente reconhecer que é a mesma play pro lado do comando, você gira pra escada principal, porque o boneco do Pérez não vai ser tão útil lá, tá ligado? Porque a gente vai reconhecer que é forte lá, tá ligado? E deixa o Pérez jogar lá pro lado do tijolo. Aí qualquer coisa, ô Pérez, você pica o cara do Termitável, tá ligado?
Tá bom. Só pega a Val que eu tô. Coloca as câmeras pra gente jogar embaixo, tá ligado?
Quer que eu jogue de mira, Gida?
E aí, tira o Fenrir que se pula o Fenrir.
Tá.
É, sim, tá ligado? Joga então pra forçar eles a pegarem aqui e eles ficarem fudidos, tá ligado?
Tá bom.
Só, mano, reconhece o que eles estão.
All right, they waited for their final moment to see that final orbiter being banned out, but they are down 3-6.
Well, we have a translation of that tactical timeout from Maria. Maria, what have Loud got to say?
Said that GDN just said that it's easy to understand the game that Furia is doing right now. So if they can do that quickly, it's better for them. And someone told to put cameras under the bomb so it's easier to do some play of them. And also they want to force Furia to pick IQ, and it's very loud here in the arena, so it's very hard for me to, just understand what they are saying, but let's see how it goes. It's really great. The vibe here is amazing.
Thank you, Maria. Ironic that it's so loud in the arena. I hope it gets a little bit louder in the server, otherwise this map could be finished very quickly.
Oh, it's so good. I actually really like this read from Loud, though, because what's happened is that the mute has been banned, which screams Deimos downstairs. So what their answer is going to be is put those Valcams below and contest the Deimos, who's going to likely go into that position. Now the thing is, if Fury can read into this correctly and go for a different attack, it's going to weak side Loud's prediction, and then of course can change things around. They've also doubled down on the mirror, that soft utility, or hard utility, and there is no Ashe counterplay. So again, Furia, they really need to go below, and they've done so far. In fact, they're gonna go all the way below, it looks like, because they're looking for someone or something.
And KZ's playing the perfect operator when it comes to hunting. Of course, he's the Deimos, and he's looking for vengeance. Looking cameras, though, for Loud.
Oh, yeah. Looking for the entry points right now. They, again, Loud didn't know exactly, as the coach said, reading the game is easy right now against Furia. That's not the difficulty. It's playing it correctly. So they got the right read, but again, it comes down to execution. Can they stop them from achieving their quest right now?
And Maria said that Loud want to force Fury to pick IQ to drain some of that operator lineup. Well, guess what? They haven't brought the IQ, and that means they don't have an adequate counter to that Valkyrie. I want to see maximum value out of these cameras from Loud.
Of course, here the Dokkaebi ban was perfect in response, because now it opens up those camera operators. Valkyrie's tracked upstairs. Now, they know now that upstairs where people will be playing from, and we can see from the bottom row here, second floor, there are no defenders downstairs. So when KZ gets into position, right now he's in weapons, Capitao hurts next to him, joining him as well. They can now start doing a ton of damage, whether it's the fire arrows on the staircase, Deimos striking Medicality, or just scrimming and shooting to the floor.
Oh, speaking of,
Nate was late.
Here's a lot of damage, you're right. That Nate was a little bit too late, and as a result, STK is able to dodge it. He's able to teeter around the edge of the fire. He's able to do a lot of damage to JV, and somehow Perez has found the opening kill, hunting from behind. While Furia were looking for Loud, Loud came for the backstab. And now Furia are in shambles. They're desperately trying to find something back. And tracking Mira, I don't think that's going to be enough here.
You even have time for this? A kill is a kill, but again, they're going to fall back, play time, C4 goes south, Jiffy in the door, he is barely taking damage. Casey, is that the best you can do? Because it's not good enough.
And the SMG will beat the Vendetta in from Nade. Finding one, he's caught on camera. Smile for the camera, Nade, because they're coming for you! And Live keeps Loud alive on Lair. It's 6-4, and the underdogs have not stopped fighting.
The tactical timeout proved successful, but I have a concern. Maria did not mention what happens after this round. It was about top floor, the Valk below, baiting out the IQ, playing vertically, but he did say one thing, which of course translated across the board. It's easy to read what they're gonna do, have a plan for it, and counter. They have to counterplay. They cannot play their own game anymore. They have to play against their opponent of Furia.
It's a big ask for Loud. We know that coming into games, really good with their preparation. We know that they have the confidence. But can they multitask? Can they focus on dealing with some of the best gunners in the game while at the same time adapting to a lot of the unusual strategies that Fury are bringing to the table? Furia fans are struggling on the edge of your seat when you're watching your favorite team sit on match point and it inch closer and closer to overtime.
10 seconds to go.
Stressful.
Yeah, I mean, Furia, we said it, they've been hungry. They've been so good this event. But I mean, can they start showing some weaknesses if, you know, they get frustrated with the current situation of not being able to close out this game? I would say the longer this goes on for, the better are the odds on the second map for Loud, because Furia definitely will be a momentum-based team. If they feel like they can just run over you, oh, they will run over you. We saw Fury against Secret. We cast that game on Cafe. It was the most one-sided match I've seen in a while.
Secret just lay down.
Yeah, there's nothing they could do against Furia. Loud have fought back now. And Fury might have to go, okay, what can we do to stop this? Is it going to be more strategy, more aggression? It's going to have to be just tightening up those small details, watching the flank, getting the timings. For example, last round, the nade and Capital Fire was mistimed. That was the first problem. Second issue, they got flanked afterwards. Those two small issues turned into a round lost for them.
It's actually BDS on Cafe. Secret they also beat.
Oh,
I was here on Lair as well.
All right.
This is a good roam clear though. KZ's got an inkling here. In goes JV. He's on that roam clearing operator. A lot of damage, no kill. And the Jackal, and we're disappointed with that. He won't continue hunting. We've got double hunters. We've got the Jackal and the Deimos, neither of which have used their gadgets as of yet.
Another gunfight about to play out. Do you want this though, STK? I don't think so. Back up he goes. There's a second attacker looking for him. Oh, he's ready. He survives for now.
Can he try and escape? He goes through the hallway. He's not exposed. And he'll look to go all the way back downstairs. Look at them all. Look at Loud fall back. A modification as well of where the gadgets are active. A change of the Scopos. STK back to full HP.
Live stuck around though. Oh, he's been tracked. Oh, this is bad. He's all alone, no way back. I mean, I think he's going to be completely surrounded here by attackers unless there's a spot. No, there is no timing for it.
Sees a player, nade. Oh, he gets across. Just in the perfect timing as well. And now he can go play safely here on the site. He's continuing to bait out. He's actually going hungry for a little bit more. There's a player right around his corner. He's already low HP. He's vulnerable to just one shot from this revolver.
There it is, bait out another tracker. I mean, great value here from Live. He runs away. They're chasing right behind him, but he's bought so much time, burnt so much utility.
I mean, there's 45 seconds left. Yeah. This is the longest we've had 10 players alive in the server for the last 11 rounds that we have played.
And you got to double down here. Toxic Babes, 3 in pocket. Goyo canisters, pre-placed, 30 seconds left. Furia, they might want to try to go for a default plan. We know that's not going to happen. In a 5v5 here in basement, there are so many crossfires for defenders. They have to break it apart somewhere. They need the opening kill, and yet they're rotating.
Dude, look at the clock.
How on earth have Furia not got their boots on the bottom floor? We finally have an opening kill, but we need to see a hell of a lot more than that. JV finds his opening. But here, hiding in the corner, Basetto, he's good. Nade now needs to find a safe spot to plant, but he's all alone. There's no support, and the fire lights his feet. A 1v1 for Nade, but no time to find Basetto. One more round. Round by round, they will fight. Loud, continue battling it out.
Is this Furia showing that they're not so confident in the server? They are going slow on their own clear. They didn't have to catch on live on the Goyo. They are Deimos tracking him and running after him. Nobody on the window, nobody on the staircase, nobody locking anything down because they're afraid of a gunfight waiting and that they will be on the wrong side. Furia are playing for a 5v5 execute, yet they got the operator lineup that is screaming for an aggressive roam clear. And again, they might not have seen the Goyo early on the smoke and they're thinking, we got time on our side. But come the bomb side, you realize very soon, time was indeed not on their side.
No, they were running through fire and smoke, trying to find a safe haven. The fact that Nade made this a 1v1, even made it look remotely doable, is a testament to Furia. One more round, that's all they need, Pengu. Loud, they're on the verge of pushing overtime.
But is that cursed tertiary bomb side, my friend? I'm not sure about this one. Because it's so hard to play out.
5 seconds to go.
We've seen so many teams on attack get so tunnel vision with the bomb site itself, they forget the vert up above. But we've also seen defenders willingly surrender the top for bomb site to play downstairs and then lose to the same vert holes.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing.
Toss up.
For Loud, it tends to come to how can you defend this top floor? If you can't hold on to that top floor, it's a dead rubber round. But guess what we've seen? However many rounds since that tactical timeout, the IQ pick has finally come through from Furia, which is exactly what Loud wanted. They wanted to restrict the amount of variety in operators so that they couldn't afford things like the Grim, which they've actually got anyway, like the Deimos, which, by the way, they've got anyway. What they're missing here is vert. There are some ingredients missing to this lineup, but I don't think Furia is going to be that upset.
Well, they definitely have the right tools. Now, they've been used to having a lot of information to make their decisions off of, because we saw the Echo, we've seen the Valkyrie. If the IQ Philippox, and I know he'll do the job good here, if he does his job to perfection, he will blindside Loud's defensive setup, not knowing where the attack is coming from. And what Loud will be missing upstairs are trap operators. There's no Lesion, there's no Fenrir, there's no Ella. There's gonna be a gap somewhere, a door they can walk in with the right timing, and maybe just get a free kill. And when Furia get those, that's when they ramp up, because they get the advantage and just keep on choking you out, essentially, in the server.
Oh, here comes a good nade and a good C4. Both don't find anything, but it does force back the position of Perez. He's no longer on that mirror window, and he no longer has his C4 for later in the round.
Holding on is Loud, though they're fighting for map space. You said it, they gotta hold on to top floor as long as they can. Grim Beast going out, still used to save you, and aggressive swing here could pay off, but I think he's hurt. He jumps in!
JV had no clue. Daffo finds one, looking for the second. KZ is here, he's hunting him, he's found him, he knows exactly where he is. Finally put to rest. A 4v4 again as Furia continue this battle on the top floor.
They're stuck in these corners, you gotta dip down, drop that hatch. Both of you, don't leave us to get up above alone. They got a C4 downstairs. The verticality goes in favor. 2 injuries on the side of Furia.
Everyone from Furia fighting these vertical holes, and they all end up on the ground. Both will get picked up. Herds and KZ bloodied. Loud just have to delay that time, just have to let it whittle down that clock so that there's no chance at a plant.
We gotta see the supports come up. Nade and Philippox gotta do the entry job now. Casey hurt so low on health. They're looking for it again, checking those corners, but it's barricaded. There is no drones, and there's very little time. Live looking for a flank. Loud, they got multiple win conditions.
And that is one of them for Furia, finding the opening kill and having a backstab here from the Deimos. Live has to go big, especially because KZ's found that. Live for the flank, but where's the plant denial?
He's going
Live
in.
still has his
Shoots it.
Shut out a minute out. It's all up to Live, but the plant is still not down. 1v2.
No time.
No Tricell to speak of. Where is Philippox? Can he cover it? Philippox!
Wow.
What in God's name was that?
Wow.
We've got overtime.
Nate was so close to planting down the diffuser. I don't even know if he realized he didn't stick it all the way. Furia in 6-hit OT calls a tactical timeout.
Escuta, guys, vamos pegar a bomba do CEO. Eu quero que a gente coloque mais trap. Eles nem estão quebrando o shield, deixa aquele shield lá, abandona esse Wamai. Vamos colocar mais trap, que eles estão querendo sempre splitar. Ainda mais que tá com esse ban aí pra eles, com o ult dele. Então ali no CEO a gente muda a nossa conta e o que eles tiverem pra gente botar mais trap e vamos tentar jogar um pouco mais parado. Então vamos deixar esse deles fudeu, Nate. Será que a gente consegue botar tipo uma Zami e talvez alguém de tubarão pra ficar counterando, algo do tipo? O que vocês acham?
Pode ser. Eu posso pegar o tubarão e tirar o smoke lá.
Não,
eu posso ir, tubarão.
Mas acho que não...
Aí,
deixa, mantém smoke.
O ataque do CEO, vocês podem fazer o que vocês estiverem confortável. E depois, acho que outra defesa a gente faz alguma nossa...
Now, I am curious if that was strategical or if that was mental coaching, because they could use maybe a bit of both. But it comes down to the coach who hears everything. What is the absolute most important thing to discuss right now?
Let's see what Maria has to say about that tactical timeout from Furia. Maria, what were Furia discussing in that pivotal tactical timeout at overtime?
So the main point right now is that Igor told Furia they need to have more traps on, inside the map. So they want to do a split now, and Loud is not even breaking their shields. So now's the perfect time to just put traps all over the map. That's basically what he said. And also to Furia, do whatever they feel comfortable doing right now.
Thank you very much, Maria. The pressure is definitely on for Furia here. Yeah. And they are switching back onto that attacking side. Oh, sorry, they're already on the attacking side. They must continue on the attacking side, rather. After 3 rounds in a row, by the way, that they fumbled, especially that one. I mean, Pengu, was that a 1v4?
Yeah, it was effectively a 1v4/1v3. And I mean, there was everything. There was the gunfight, there was the retake, there was the pistol whip, the C4 shot mid-air was beautiful. Furia, talking about traps inside the server in the round, that can actually be a thing on the attack. Of course, defense traps, Finra, Ella, Legion, whatever. On the attack inside, it's about setting up an area that can be dangerous, where if Loud walks into it, they'll get shot, they'll die, they get shot down. So a positional trap, if you will. What that means is, in simple terms, Furia need to get map control before Loud can just establish too much dominance in one area. So quick on the entry, establish a player, and then start looking elsewhere. If Loud comes back out with a C4 downstairs, boom, they get shot.
You know what helps with a quick entry? It's a shield operator. Obviously, Monty and Blitz are both banned. We go to Blackbeard. Hertz has brought it once before. It was actually on that Bunks and Breathing bomb site on that first floor, and they lost the round to Loud. Now he's bringing it again. Hertz has had a bit of a quiet game. It's KZ and JV who have been the big hitters here. Bit of a staring contest.
He's red pinging him. You should zap him. Just like, pyong, pyong. Doesn't do anything, but it looks cool.
Well, he's actually going to take down that bulletproof camera.
He's going to run in there in case of anybody downstairs. Verticality, of course. KC is below, so Hertz should be safe here. Also, there's no C4s in defense, but there are impact grenades.
A nice impact trick, by the way, onto that main wall breach. So no entry here from Philippox unless he does commit to another one of those Selmas, which he likely won't. He'll want them later on for elsewhere.
It's awkward because you want the thermite for the exterior wall to get a big breach opened up, but you can't thermite the hallway wall to the bomb site because there's a hallway right here with enemies. So you kind of need to play the aids or play both aids and thermite. They can't afford that. Blackbeard goes in.
Yeah, an aggressive one as well. STK attempting to rush back to site and help his teammates is caught. A lot of these players on Furia, though, taking a lot of damage to these traps. Loud just holding onto their position. They need to be careful. If they get too antsy, if they run around too much, they might fall in one of these players, but they can't afford to stand still when the Deimos is shooting them from below.
Again, we need KC and Featherbox upstairs to go the entry or because the health is so low on JV and Hertz. It's the same as in the previous round. The Guma is doing damage, the impact grenades as well. 35 seconds. There's one impact in the pocket of Basetta. If he sees the Blackbeard, just toss that in there and he will go down guaranteed. They're playing their corners. They want Fury to walk in first and get shot in the back.
Every one of those Loud players is separate. Every one of them in an off angle. Every one of them hoping that someone from Furia won't check their angles. And here it is, KZ, right between the eyes from Philippox, and Hertz closes. A successful tactical timeout from Igor and the boys. And Furia finally have themselves another map point.
Again, you can play in the corner, have crossfires, play the round near perfectly, but in the end, it's an FPS game, baby, and Hertz does not miss. Side swap, the first time in a while.
Yeah.
I think Fury are going to be very happy that going to defense being up that 7-6 scoreline.
Absolutely, it's been a defender's game so far. We've had 8 defensive rounds won at a 4-2 split on both halves, and then of course a strong attack in overtime here from Furia. The pressure is well and truly on here for Loud. They've only won 2 attack rounds so far in the whole game. Now they must do so again in order to push it. They've already staved off 3 match points. Can they do another?
Seeing something cheeky here, a Tubrau with 0 wall deny. Now, Tubrau does have more than just one way to play him. Yes, you can deny the hatch, the wall, etc. But also, it'll disable pretty much anybody from using their gadget and droning inside the freezing zone. And you can track footsteps from below, almost like a reverse jackal. You could freeze the ceiling and go for a C4 play for all I care. Probably not the case here, but it is curious how when you go into overtime, one thing changes, which changes everything else. Risk assessment of players will become less risk-taking. When you play 0-0, you do the craziest peak, because what's losing one round, right? Right now, losing one round can make or break winning or losing for these teams. So you might not take that same risk anymore, might be a bit more safe, and it's why I think time-denying operators can be so much better once you enter overtime, because teams tend to play just a bit slow on the attack.
Yeah, for some reason, I have a feeling that Fury aren't going to play slowly on their defense.
No, they have run speed, and it breaks most other teams' gears at the max 1. It'll be a freezing exterior wall, buying some valuable time, but it's so early in the round because SDK rushed over there. It's not going to matter in the end because that wall will get opened up by the time they go into ops room. In fact, the wall is open right now. Only a single Tubrau canister was spent, so it's a nice little T section on that wall.
Gonna have to use those Tubraus, hope to get some value of it later on. But now we focus on Loud. Daffo looking to clear some util, making his way up the stairs. He wants to clear that Banshee. And he does, successful there. Attempted to protect from KZ, doesn't find it. The drone is now gonna come up. Where'd that C4 come from? Perez is gone and no more Sens walls.
If Nate gets tracked in this position by the Deimos, he can freeze the ground and it stops it from working. So this might be Nate playing the Tubrau instead of Asami to counter Deimos effectively. That might happen later on because he's playing in the exact same spot as before.
That would be genius. I've never seen that happen ever before, let alone in a comp game. For now, though, live, the Deimos is looking to put his focus on this stair. He wants to take this fight, but guess who's peeking him? It's KZ. Made to come over the top. He doesn't realize, but there's actually 2 players in this position. 8 goes over, doesn't find anything. Meanwhile, Hertz is taken out. It's a retreat here from these Furia players. Very uncharacteristic of them. And no cutoff as well. Daffo, but Live peeks him just in time. Loud have the numbers on their side. Furia will not stop fighting.
No flank either. Furia all upstairs on the bomb side. Not like before. There's no play happening elsewhere. Again, they're playing for time. They're playing a little bit slower, safer. There's the tracker with the Tubrau. Exactly. It's the perfect counter.
But he can still shoot him anyway. He might not get the ping, but that doesn't matter. He'll tear open the floor and 10-8 apart regardless. 2v4 now. JV misses his opportunity to bring it back, but Pox doesn't miss his. An aggressive play now, but he loses. It's JV versus the Worlds. And Loud are starting to force that diffuser on down. And guess what? Live there with the Vendetta in hand. He's keen and he's waiting. And now he must retake. JV knows where one is. Pasetto out. Live and Daffo. And Daffo's gone for the backstab.
That was crazy. The bashes.
They've pushed us the distance.
That's wild.
Here on Lair. All the way, just like it should be. And I gotta say, Loud, they have really started thinking differently about this matchup ever since the tactical timeout. Their operator picks, their pacing in the server, knowing when to go fast and when to go slow on both attack and defense.
You
but
shabby?
This is the biggest task of them all.
By yourself.
Which bomb site do you choose with practically free reign across all 4? Because they have shown us that 4th possible bomb site.
Hold this
This
on,
is
I'm
where
like
some
warm as
players
hell.
might go,
Jesus,
I
there's
think
none
this
between.
one, because I like playing my operator here. No, actually, statistically in scrims, this one has been better. But you don't have more than 20 seconds time to make that final decision, and you all have to lock that in, believing this is the best side and the best strat possible.
And that question comes down to Loud on their defense. One more round of Let It Go. It's Loud's map pick, and they're the ones that get to determine where we play. Furia, though, they've been fighting so hard, and they've been ahead of the curve for pretty much this entire game. This is the first match point that Loud have conjured up, but the 5th for Furia.
It doesn't feel like that, though. In hindsight, it feels like it's been very much like a back and forth moment, like 4-4, 5-5, 6-6.
Crazy.
This was a 6-3.
I know, and that's crazy to believe now. Is that, again, technical timeout, when they saw the final operator been revealed, and then just a switch turned on, they saw the full picture, and here we are. Operators locked in. Blackbeard will be shown once more. Twitch making pretty much a debut right now. And if you look at the lineup, Lee Sin, Fenrir, Goyo, a lot of things for JV to toy with and clear in this round to buy space and time for Furia. But it also means that JV will be not on his gun actively looking for a fight. He'll be on his gadget droning instead. So you are going to lose a little bit of map presence and gunfight potential in the early stage of this round because of that.
Yeah, and this is like a very high level play, so like it's
you need that value out the Twitch.
very nuts. But it helps. I think it helps learn angles or like different things to do that
Open up an avenue. Oh, this is an aggressive peek.
that can be
They're looking to
beneficial.
take the fight with the Blackbeard. Not the shield, but the rifle to be the main focus. He's been fragging out today, and him and the nades and Herds together find that opening kill for Furia.
Bit of a risky one there. It's a 2v1 for Perez, and he loses out just like that. And Nate in the crossfire downstairs. Tiki Yang
Wow.
with Furia. They always
What an angle.
find a way. But on 7-7, this is a way too easy entrance for them in the map.
Well, the whole game has been back and forth, but not this round. It's been all Furia. Loud capitulating when finally they have a chance to put this game to bed.
There's one way right now. Loud have to lash out and get aggressive. Fury, they seem to smell this. They're holding angles. They're using the Blackbeard, rotating across the map, and they are not taking these risks. They're on the roof, for God's sake, but Live somehow finds one. JV off the board, slowly getting back that numbers advantage. Even, but no! Feniblock strikes back, 4v2 for Furia.
Daffo needed that kill. Loud needed that kill. Now without it, it's a 2 versus 4. Furia have control. They have the time on their side, and they've got that Blackbeard staring down Live. No impact on him. One set on Basetto, but he's trapped here. He has to hope that nobody checks it.
Discipline.
Oh my God! Basetto hold the phone here for a second because Loud are hoping. They're waiting for their moment. It's now though a 1v3. He's all alone.
Waited a little too long. You waited too long. You waited too long. Damn. Man, I picked Furious on a Mad Fury 1, but but we got. I guess we got 2 maps. So. It isn't over yet, but that was their map pick.
An impossible position to be in. Do you take the 1-3B? Do you wait for the second? And
Interesting.
right before it takes down the ace. The ace takes down his teammate and makes that a 3v1. A second earlier, and it's a 2v2 all of a sudden. You're gonna be
now we go to oh shit, what was the other map? I forgot the map. Was it Cafe?
Engines firing on all cylinders, and I sure hope there's more gas left in the tank. We'll break it all down after this, and then we'll go to Border.
Oh, Border. Fuck. Why do I think Cafe? Oof. Hurts. It's crazy. I got a bunch of other stuff. Up here. Wait, is it? Awkward as shit to carry though. Whew. I feel like I ran a marathon. Crazy. Excuse me.
What a game from Loud and Furia. And now let's talk about the touch call pause
Watch
called by
this.
GDN. He really paused too late in the game.
Ooh,
Do you think if
goodness
he
gracious.
did that earlier, it would have been like different a game for you?
I don't think so. We knew what we are doing wrong, so we couldn't resolve the mistakes. So later we did. So it's not. I think it's not gonna change anything.
Philip Hogs, Furia had the game on your hands, and you almost lost. What happened?
Yeah, we made it more difficult than it should be. There was a round on 6-5, I think, that I cost us a round in 2v1. I just had to cover an 8, and it was just my fault. But I'm glad we could recover it, and we could win the map still. So let's go to border now to close the series.
Ooh, confident.
That they will close it out in 2. But
Confident.
I'll tell you what, I don't think I've seen such an exciting match for a while.
What is
That
this
puts
video
us the
that's
distance, Jack,
playing?
and it
Let's
was
watch that
obvious.
video.
Yeah,
That looks hilarious.
That was such a high quality game of CG. It was
Ian out there
two
playing
throwing. It
volleyball.
looked like Fury were in full control, Loud with the comeback, big clutches into the overtime, and then right at the very end, the trigger discipline that Basetto could have operated with.
Yeah, right.
Just got
We're gonna
seen
win.
by Furia.
Honestly, the control of Loud, of some of the aggression of Furia in defense, when Loud was in attack, was impressive. I know it was a 2-4 split, but I was still impressed by that. But overall, like you said, the clash of playstyle.
Yeah.
Furia going aggressive all the time, and Loud trying to slow the pace down as much as possible, avoiding the fights, using all kinds of
pulled the hair.
utility, the
Ouchie.
Goyo, the Legion, the Smoke, the Yokai drones, everything that could slow down the game, especially the Azami, to force Furia to problem solve and go slower. And honestly, it almost worked.
Yeah.
That's why they were like world champions like for a year and a half straight. Like they were winning every tournament.
It was their
Like
opponent's
this
map pick.
squad
They
Fury
wanted to
was
control
winning
pace. They weren't being
everything.
allowed to, and they were having to try and find ways. Obviously, they played a
And then the
lot of
meta
Blackbeard,
changed and they
lot
kind of fell
Capsule
off,
as
and
well.
now
I guess
it's
look,
slightly
there are
changing back,
moments
and
in
they're
matches
coming
that
back
help us
together.
define kind of the series as a whole.
I guess it didn't really
Leave
fall
them.
off.
So
They just
we
weren't
mentioned
getting to the
fact that
finals like
for
they
so
were.
long, Loud has been slowing down the pace.
Like, they're still
Forcing
an
Furia to
outright
lay
hard
execute.
team to
Now, this
play.
is a great example of this. As you can see right now, they're already set up and ready to go execute, but there's a Yokai drone facing them. There's an Echo here. So look at the way they're going to split here in 2 different groups. As they go for the diffuser, at the same time, Felipox will send a flash towards the Echo, and at the same time, JV goes to play aggressive against him as they go for the plant. Now, this is a 4v2. Obviously, it's easier to say, right, when you have
Yeah,
man advantage,
what?
but this is just to give you one example of how coordinated Furia was in this late round situation to take it all the way in overtime, 8-7.
I do have to apologise for the terrible observing in that clip. That wasn't any Valor observers, that was me. I'm an analyst, PC.
I think we could tell. That's okay. We can absolutely tell. Look, we'll go to a short break.
Wasn't quite
on
as
the
smooth as some of
other
these
side.
guys.
You won't
That's
want to
why
miss it. We're heading to
when you get to
Border.
talk, you don't play with the controller the entire time. %. That's actually not a bad deal. So, if you need a new gaming chair or peripherals, that's a good brand. Rio 20%. That's not a bad deal. I mean, that chair is definitely like kind of expensive, but it's like for that level of chair, it's definitely like mid-range pricing. Their desks aren't bad though. The desks are, they're still pretty mid-range, I guess. Not really low-end or mid-range pricing. But 20% off puts them in a slightly less expensive or slightly more affordable bracket compared to like Secret Labs and fucking what's the other brand that has like a $1,000 table for your desk. Like, yo, who out here is spending $1,000 on a fucking desk? I would definitely don't say buy Secret Labs unless you have $1,000. It's definitely not the most insane desk to buy. Falling apart, that's rough. Yeah, Blacklight's not bad. Blacklight's kind of like those Secret Lab ones, but it's yeah, like a down payment on a damn car. Yeah, they're stupid expensive. Those desks are like by Secret Labs and shit are stupid expensive. Blacklight's less, but I think those are still. No, let's see. Okay, never mind. So Blacklight must be like a sub brand or a partner brand of like Secret Labs, or they like have the same person supporting their shit. Like that's a acting rate is $1,000. That's wild. Yeah, like that's insane. I mean, it's cool looking. Like, there's no way you're telling me that's worth $1,000. There's no way you can convince me. Like, this better come with like a 20-year warranty. Every nut on this thing better be warranted. Like, that's crazy. Yeah, what's the warranty? $275. Like, that's wow. I don't understand how they're acting like that. That makes it worthwhile. Oh yeah, and these little magnetic things. They don't come with the desk. Those are extra.
Before every history-making performance, there is a climb up the mountain, and that Loud will have to
What's the warranty on this thing?
Leo, they've got to start.
Didn't even tell you.
Yeah, and good luck with that. They're gonna start climbing on
Interesting.
border. Really? They've been playing slow pace the entire time. They were trying to play late round executes denial with smoke and echo. Do you do that on border? You see how small
even
that
Rob's
is?
not silly enough to try that.
They don't even tell you. That's crazy.
It will be all about gunplay. It will be all about frags, and that for me is the biggest issue. Loud is going.
The desk I would say to get that, that's way more reasonable. That
and this time I really think it
essentially the same
fits
functionality, but
and that's the thing, big
just
extensive map.
like it's not doesn't have all the bells and whistles, but like
loads of layers.
it'll do the job. This is one I want to get.
Very small map, very compact, just a square, 2 floors. Furia, it's all about gunfights, and it's going to be fast paced. You can't play for the late round, so Loud are going to have to change everything.
This will do all the other one did.
The biggest issue here is
it just doesn't have all the
into
lights and
what
cool
is their
shit.
last
That's
lifeline. They
a
don't
fraction
get
of
another
price.
chance after this. If they
Plus, right now they have a
falter here,
$40 coupon.
They're done and dusted.
And my biggest
So it's
issue right now is
$220
I didn't see that
or
switch in
$230.
momentum, that switch in playstyle. Sure.
But it's a 7. This one's bigger. This is even bigger. This one's 70 inches across, and then 31 deep. So this is a massive desk. But like,
is that a playstyle they can do?
you can get one that's like probably the more average desk people are gonna buy is the 63 inch.
But I will say no. I think Furia can take
63 by 24, maybe the 28. Those are still only one. That's a way better deal. This thing will hold 200.
We saw W7M do it against Falcons just 2-3 hours ago.
Yeah, almost 200 pounds. Like, who needs 275 pounds of shit on the
desk? They
desk?
will have the ability to go from slow, late round, all the way to the fast, quick, early aggressive.
If you're
You get lighting strips and put on there if you really need it.
This matchup,
Like, that's a way better desk for the price.
You salivate.
Or if you're crazy, you can get an 80-inch desk.
Yeah.
Good English, French.
Good English expression. Good job, you Frenchie.
That's a gigantic desk.
It's the story because they have the momentum.
The 71's like push. That's as big as I need to go. That just gives me space for all my shit.
Gents, as much
That's
as I
wild.
love
Yeah, I didn't know that an
listening
80-inch
to your
version.
Great insight. There's only 2 on the stage.
I'm betting these two are probably the more commonly bought, the 55 or the 60.
Courtside having a chat.
Those are like, what, 150 probably?
You have been to
not
many
even
stages
$100.
before, but your teammates
Plus 12%
don't.
off probably.
What did,
or a
was the
60-inch for
conversation before the match?
one.
You should just prepare them, help them.
Yeah, 120.
Acho que eu conversei ali com eles, é mais uma questão de passar tranquilidade.
Like that, those
pra
are
eles.
solid
É mais um jogo,
desks.
dentre outros que a gente já
Way
jogou,
better
não vai ser
deals.
o último que a gente vai jogar junto. É realmente encarar como se fosse
Way better
apenas mais uma partida
People
que a
do
gente
buy.
consegue vencer.
Or should be buying.
It's just one more game, just stay calm. It's just a
Like
normal
those Secret Labs
casual game,
desks are
and they will be
unnecessarily
playing together
expensive.
again, so
There's nothing
just
to
take it
them
easy.
that says they should be worth all
In all
that.
the chances you had to face Loud,
Then all the
you
cool
just
shit they're
won.
showing, like some of the lights or some like
what
little
is the
pieces, the like desktop map,
explanation to
all
this
that's extra.
domination
It doesn't
from
come with
Furia
that with
over
$1,000.
Loud?
Because you are better.
Maybe the Black Light does, but the Secret Labs one definitely doesn't. I've tried to look at it, and, like you put all the shit together that they show you. It's like a $1,200, $1,300 desk.
Has the quiet confidence. But
Crazy.
in the server, they're anything but quiet. They have that confidence, and they're swinging every 2 seconds.
Yeah, they are, but they do it together. They do it beautifully, and they, despite having some rounds that didn't really go their way, they kept believing in themselves through and through in that game. They never gave up the gunfighting whatsoever.
That's right. And I expect it to be much of the same story on Border. It is their map pick, and Border is probably would be described as the most frag chaotic map in the pool at the moment. And Furia, there's no doubt that they are going to fight like crazy.
Crazy.
For it. In fact, the last
Doesn't
time
come
that
with it.
these
They
two
show
teams
you
met
like they
in a
use on
BO3,
it.
It was at the
Kind
Six
of wild.
Invitational. It was in the playoffs in the upper bracket semifinals. Back when
I think the
Loud
Blacklight
was
one, maybe
on
that
the
one did come
Academy.
with more.
Great team. Such a phenomenal performance they had at SI top
I think that might have come with
Furia
more.
destroyed them 2-0 and knocked them to the lower bracket. One of those being on Border.
Oh, I mean, we heard it from the desk. Leo
But I
specifically.
think the question
is it gonna not to be be biased, a but 7? I don't think Loud has what it takes. I'm on the same similar side, but I think the question is it gonna be a 7-1, a 7-5? What kind of loss? Because Loud clearly have what it takes to go the distance with Furia, but can they go the distance on a map that doesn't speak to their comfortability of playstyle?
Well, if we look at what happened on left, Furia had an early advantage, 6-3 head start, and Loud refused to give up, but they couldn't push themselves over that edge and put, as Leo said, the nail in the coffin. Get that 8-7 victory. No, Furia themselves, they came back. They know what it's like to play on a big stage. They know what it's like to face setbacks, and they can deal with that. They can lose 4 match points and say, that's fine, GG, go next. Next round, we're ready for it. Can Loud do the same after such a tense 15-round battle on the first map?
There's 2 things for Loud. One, the desk said it, adaptation of strategy in the server. And the second one, now they've got that first game jitter off the shoulders, right on stage, you know, as a team here, it's fine. Now you've kind of seen the worst of the worst. Furia, you go 7-8, that's not a bad loss at all. They need to just go in fast on Border and not fall behind the round. If they go 0-2, 0-3, that's
I don't think that comes with any of the bells and
so
whistles.
hard to come back from that.
Yeah, so for
It is
Furia,
the
what's
desk,
the game plan? Is it just
because
same
it's
as
lighted.
always?
I think the lighted part's all like part of it.
Border,
Whatever the
keep on
top of the
swinging.
desk
We actually
is,
haven't seen
the
these
tray
guys
that it
play
comes in the
Border
legs,
since SI.
those little
When the
magnetic
two
things they
teams
show
play
like for the
each other,
cable
whereas
management.
Loud
All that
actually
you have to
played
buy extra.
Fnatic on it earlier
All
in the
that
reload. It
comes
was
extra.
Quite a convincing win as well. A 7-2. Obviously,
That's
Fnatic
wild.
nowhere near the competition that Furia are.
So it's
But
$1,000
at least we
off
can
the
say
bat.
for Loud, look, they know that they play
And
this
then,
map. They likely
if
spread
you want to start
a lot,
adding
and
some
they have
shit,
some recent
you
confidence
can get to
boosters
$1,500
on
bucks
this
pretty
very
quick.
Of course, we tend to say that Border is an attacker favorite map, but I do think that it can be so hard to play against Furia.
Yeah, that
Their
thing's better come with
defense,
like a
the style
15-year
attack,
warranty.
Furia
Like
attack,
Jesus
Loud on
Christ.
defense. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah. And we're gonna get into
Like, I thought the
right
desk guy
now.
right now was
Furia
expensive, and I
to
bought
come
it for
out
like
of the gates swinging
$270 or
on
whatever.
that
it was.
They will need some immaculate
That's
attacks,
crazy.
but Loud, of course, on the defensive side, on the back foot after map 1. Let's get into Border.
Then again, some people spend that kind of money on like all their shit all the time, so they're definitely looking for a niche market of a seller or a PC gamer or gamer in general.
So as I was saying,
The person that wants
I
all
think
the
if
most
you're playing
expensive
Border
shit.
against Furia, you want to start on defense yourself, even though it might not statistically be the best. Because when Furia go on defense, they're not gonna let you in the building. At least now Loud can get a feel for how things are gonna play out, and maybe even get a little bit of inspiration.
That's why you try to go to
of
those
how to
big
attack
streamers
both
like the
sides
deal
well.
watch for Fortnite,
All the
Clutch
brands
Shot.
played
Just
a
get
very
sponsors and have them
pivotal
send you
role
the
on
shit.
Lair. They mute both teams going in with that, with the Cality, the Deimos. but Border's a different beast.
Then you can appreciate how nice it is, not because you didn't have to spend money on it.
Or not, ironically there. All right. So much for that. We do see a very unusual mute ban on Border, and that goes to show Furia, like you said, Loud need to take inspiration for what Furia have on the attack. And I tell you what, they're clearly cooking something specific, Pengu, because you don't ban Warden and Mute unless you have something really particular in mind. Now, the Ying has been taken off, so it's not that we're dealing with Warden and then we're playing a lot of Ying, but Kalaz is up. We can use smokes on lots of other operators. What is the intention behind that mute ban, though? That's not a common one.
Hey, have I ever told you about playing Sense and Grim together, where you sense off the wall and Grimpy and shoot them from far?
Dude, you're so obsessed. That's like the cheesiest thing I've ever heard.
But Border is such a cheese map on the attacking side, but I think you're right.
They banned Warden and Mute. Yeah, that's interesting ban. I guess they really want to make sure they can drone shit.
It really keeps things open for the attack.
What they're worried about is droning.
Even stuff like Blitz. And there's like close quarter gunfights, if you're gonna rush security, a rush office fountain, for example.
Creating a whole rotate right there?
You
What?
wanna keep your cards open and be flexible because they have that depth on attack.
And in a way that seems kind of unintuitive, having that Warden and Mute ban also
That rotates crazy to me.
the operator pool on the defense as well. Because you haven't locked
Wow,
out
this map looks so
Mira,
different
you
on
haven't
this
locked
new
out Azami,
build.
You haven't locked out Castle. All of your architect operators are in the pool, and so that does leave Furia a lot of leeway on their side.
If you really want to make
There's some shadowy areas on
bombsites
these
a
new
living
maps, these
nightmare,
new
we often see a
updates, these
Sonic
maps.
castle bands actually come out sometimes in the pro level and scrims because you can't change a lot
And
of
it's
shape
bright as
of
shit
the
outside.
architect operators. We've only really seen one of those in play. There is no mirror, there is no castle, but SDK is on the Asami to easier hold security and break room. We're back on a new map now, so they gotta feel each other out first. What's the vibe gonna be? How is your
He just
buddy
wasted a
going to
whole
play?
ace on that Azami barrier? That's oh, and he just walked in on him.
Just to get your barbed wire, you'll lose your life. I hope it was worth it. Peseta, though, to retake the position,
Man, that's
refrag
tough.
the position as well. Toss out a Grismot and look to try and hold on to break for
He used a
little bit
whole
longer.
ace for that. I mean, that just shows it. On console, when I play with people, they really don't get how strong Azamis are. Like pro players are willing to throw an ace at it. I mean, I get that's powerful, but I feel like that's still a little too much. Too much utility that you're throwing at an Azami barrier.
Beautiful shot with the hollow sight, leaving just Perez now. Holding on to his CCTV position.
Trying to run away now, cut your losses, but with that being said, the catch
Can get him.
hurts, finds live.
Wow.
Perez is tracked inside of CC, kind of has to fight it out now.
Get the kill, come on, finish him off.
Oh, he got him.
Perez
And then it didn't last
finds
very
his,
long.
back all up to Daffo, 1v3. Hunted down, found, puts it to rest, and
Wow.
a great start for
Yeah,
Furia.
Furious gunners are
Easy
gunners.
openings and
That was
easy close.
crazy.
I do
They
think
weren't
that
missing
Borders in that
shit.
where you can kind of throw bodies at the problem. You want break room CC, throw in 2 or 3 attackers, and if you trade 1 for 1, it's always going to be worth it on the attack because you gain crucial map ground. The way Border can work, if defenders want to, they can play East Stairs, the entry point of the map. CC, same story, and then Armory Archives. That means attackers have no real way to get a foothold in the map. So by sacrificing an attacker, but gaining one of those areas will always be worth it because you need to achieve the first step in a round of Border before achieving the second. And there aren't that many ways to rotate out the building on the attacking side. So this mini play right here,
How much do they hold?
dies, but he gets the kill. Casey trades after, and now they've gotten that crucial map control, and they trade forward to the round ends basically.
Yeah.
Keep trading.
Trade to win. And if there's any team that wants to be given a license to throw bodies at the problem, it would be Furia. That's their MO through and through. Now Loud
Nice
on
chairs,
that
but yeah,
defensive
they are
side,
for me.
so
I'm
the
a
pressure
little,
rests on their shoulders.
a little big
Pretty
for
much
those
the
chairs.
entirety of our on-air crew here have pretty much said Furia should be slated to win this. There was a lot of quiet confidence from Igor, their coach, down on the floor with Maria. Loud now changing their bomb site, going downstairs. We see the other architect operator, the castle, come in.
I like this because you can play more of the map On Armory, Archives bomb side, you're stuck playing, as I said, like Office, CC, and Armory. So very not like by the bomb side.
Is that trying to say that they have 2 leftover barricades? Is that what that says?
Far away from the bomb side itself because you can't quite rush this
Or have they used only
Office,
2?
Armory, Archives, security,
I think they've
stairs,
used 8. Okay, yeah, used 9. Okay, yeah, used 9.
Let's fall back from this area and play over.
That's crazy. There's almost a minute gone in the round and they're still reinforcing. Yeah, that's why you're still reinforcing. You got shot. You guys gotta have better time management, guys.
Get that opening pick, and with the kill, the most important, they gain access to security and break room as the first step.
Oh.
It's not a good look here for Loud. They're struggling on these opening engagements. It's a claustrophobic
You left the
map.
Echo just hanging out on the
To
ground.
set a foot wrong or
That's
peek your head
tough.
out the wrong window, expose it to the wrong angle. 2 rounds now. Fury has found a strong start at E1D. Oppressive as ever. We got so many oppressive operators in the line.
Oh yeah, and they wanted to.
The Dokkaebi call as
They didn't
well.
want to mute because they don't want to be able to. They want to be able to track everybody without having to worry about a mute either.
Very unusual.
The Deimos tracking. I didn't think about that. They want nothing to stop droning and nothing to stop the Deimoses. That's wow. That was a big brain play for that band.
Inside the bomb site right now in bathroom, so they got a really good position locked in, but no diffuser just yet.
Oh, speaking of, there comes the plan for Leapox though. Forced out thanks to the gas from STK. But Nate is lying in wait. He's gone for the backstab. Found one. Almost found a second. Defo low on HP. As Nate looks to reposition, he knows the player in Workshop he's worried about. He's also worried about that third.
Oh, how did you let him go?
Player inside, is there not? Yeah, there is.
Dude, what is this team doing?
Gonna find you.
They got man advantage now, but like, oh wow, are they talking?
Back up. And the wind is gone from Furious sails.
Jumped into a Legion line as soon as he got picked up.
Gas earlier and a kill.
They traded?
Great shot from both players. JV in a
Wow, how is that just not a
time,
kill for Dapo? Straight up.
Left to live. And a drone apparently
What a trade.
still alive. Looking for intel, doesn't gain a whole lot though.
Well, this is going to be
That was
a
crazy.
very tough slog here for JV. He knows that one's in Workshop. He just heard Basetto increasing his lines of sight, opening a rotate. Nice crossfire that these 2 players have, but of course JV is the one with that diffuser, and he could potentially get into Telesi. Almost a great headshot. He's not going to have the angle though. He didn't see live. He needs to bait out this kill. Again, another shot missed.
Play.
And Loud, they're back into it. They're on the scoreboard.
Freya found the free entrance into bathroom. Perhaps picked the wrong time position, not sure. The Toxic Babe denied it. And then Nate found that kill, one of them, but not the second, on towards the Echo. And then things kind of stalled out for Furia. JV found himself injured outside the building. Teleported had to go over and help him instead. So a great start, but Loud they held on. And I gotta say that early kill onto Hertz, evening back to our 4v4, played a huge part there. If there was one more attacker alive, it's one more angle to cover.
Well, it's nice to see that Loud can deal with Furious aggressive plays, and for me, the turning point that round, Pengu, was actually just the smoke denying that plan.
Huge.
Even though we had Nade come in from bathroom and find 1 kill, eventually get traded on out, it was the idea from Furia that Loud had a response to. They had a, no, you can't do that as of yet. We have bought ourselves the time to reposition and retake.
It's funny because the desk was saying how you don't play Smoke, Echo, and Borders, the wrong playstyle. They won that round playing Smoke and Echo, and the Smoke was the most important operator for it. Maybe there is a thing that you can learn about Border here and there. That is, of course, if Furia chooses to go fast, Loud being slow is the counter. If Furia went for a full roam clear, that Smoke and Echo is not as useful as it otherwise would be.
That's right. You have to meet the pace here.
Yeah.
Again, JV on this Twitch, I really do believe that this is a large part of the reason why we saw that mute ban come through. What is he specifically targeting? Some cameras. Looking for next. Nothing found. Soulless pick from STK. Now that's an unusual one.
Yeah, it's to play vertically on this bomb site, see where the plant is going down. Of course, robot for jump outs, drones, etc. So perhaps an aggressive round here for Loud. Valkyrie cameras as well to give that confidence booster of intel. But we see Furia, they have utility in response. The glass is on the board.
Easy on Hollow.
And with how passive Furia are playing, they're clearly setting up for a bomb site execute. They want 5 players alive in the right positions. Do the util 3, 2, 1 and do something with this smoke.
Oh, and the C4 from Daffo puts Nate to rest. What's going on here? Here comes the Glaz looking in, trying to get into CCTV. Does finally get the weight that it was worth. Unfortunately, though, for Loud,
3-3 though.
They've lost that control, but they still have Daffo up here. STK is actually interested to go for something back.
Spent all their smoke grenades
for he's thread the needle.
Capital. He's found the gap here. He's going for it. It's yellow ping.
He snuck through. He's going to know about the glass. He's going to find him looking for a
Oh, he ran out of ammo. Oh, and he just sniped him with a shotgun.
What range? In what world does that work? JV
How
now
did that hit him?
Trying to bait a swing for the proxy alarm. Oh no, there's a dread mine as well. Great round.
A million
from Loud.
XP.
STK, the hero, no doubt, and they take the lead.
I don't want to play that much
Loud didn't do much in
Fortnite to get that right now.
But they did the right
Star Wars
things,
Season's
playing
not fun.
full armory. C4 ran down, trading even numbers, and in that 3-3, that's
And they
when
buffed the
outplayed
stupid
Furia.
starships
The intel
HP.
game, the flank, the backstab, the 2v1 effectively with Armory and STK flanking around. They're baiting for each other, and they found success.
I don't know why they decided to take away all the movement again. Like, I just don't know why they do such drastic changes.
Wow. Okay. Two guys I would not want to meet in a dark alley.
Definitely not.
Very powerful. We've seen a lot of play from both of them. I think the Deimos might have actually been played pretty much every single round of this series so far, give or take.
Very popular indeed, and again with the
It's crazy that like they just get revived and they're full health again. Like it should be a one-use item. Whoever gets it, then if it gets blown up, it's done. No more uses the rest of the way. That's the crazy part to me. Like that one's crazy to me. Then they drop it, and then they wait for it to heal, then they get back in it and start murking more teams. Like so, having those things late match, it's dog shit.
I saw Gohan earlier.
Did you actually?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, they get late round and then it's just useless.
That's a blast from the past.
If you're not in a car, if you're not one of those, you're losing immediately.
That's very exciting. Yeah. Anyone that's started watching Siege in the last 3 years has no idea what I'm talking about. What we're talking about. All these.
Like maybe in builds, it's easier to get around, but I'm not trying to play builds. I literally have all the build keys unbinded.
It's still on the roster at that point. I believe so. Psycho, not Psycho. Who's the guy? I'm getting confused. What's the name? Gohan. He was on Liquid back in the day.
Yes, he was. For a little bit at least. There's the infamous nice Kivera play. For those that remember. Shout out to Tori.
OGs remember that one. Okay, what's
Come on, Furia. Let's end this.
Furia to cook up for us.
Even though I hate seeing you guys win, I picked you. I need you guys to win.
A lot of things here, right? Ella Mines, Echo Drone.
I need at least one pick to win today.
Really on their cams. Could be a free kill.
That's the thing about the current style of Siege. You're not really safe on defense very often, so you can't play camera. That's why Echo Mines is coming to pick. But Seto strikes first. Hertz trades back with the pistol on that IQ.
It must have been the Echo on his camera, I think.
So.
Not going to stroke myself too much, but I'm pretty sure I called it exactly.
Got shooting at somebody in the Tower of Isengard just pops up in front of you. Like, what the fuck?
And the benefit of that is when you're running a lot of odds tool operators like the Valk and the Echo, now you don't have to have a live player sit them.
That's so true. Getting the first if not dying is actually a benefit to a lot of players and a lot of teams here, but Furia, they got man advantage. That's the bigger thing right now because it's a 2-for-1 trade. Yes, they lost the Heart Breacher, but I don't think that's needed in this round. The value here, IQ said, hey, there's an Echo Drone, here is a Valkyrie camera, but they've missed this one.
They don't see the Echo.
On the East there is giving pivotal information.
It's useless now, though, because the guy's dead. Of course, Echo died first.
They could try and fight this player, but Nate moves elsewhere instead, diffuser in hand.
Oh, yeah,
okay, but then you're holding the dumb angle and die.
Nate
Okay.
was here from that Yokai drone. It's gone from bad to worse here for Loud. Furia in control from start to finish.
Got Furia.
A picture perfect round.
I seen them win, but I picked them.
And they've once again even the scoreline here, Pengu. We're 2 rounds apiece.
That's the funny thing about Borders, that you can have a round where you're rushing, it's chaotic, it's messy, nothing makes sense. Then a round like that where nothing really happens, but the round is still over. Yeah. Classic Border.
I really like the counters here from Fury. I mean, Loud trying to play the Valkyrie, trying to play the Echo. They've got the IQ and the Twitch with mute bans. I mean, there is nothing stopping them from hard countering everything Loud have brought to the table. And that right there, my friends, that is something that we love to see. Players from Furia and Loud now setting up for the next round. Twitch is actually not going to be present. I'm a little bit surprised at that.
But there is a Blitz being shown for now. Now, I am a huge enjoyer of Blitz on Border. You can just control the tempo, aka the pace of a round so well with this particular shield operator going fast. Every single bomb site is super rushable on Border if you dare try go for it. But also, you don't want to go for the rush. The shields are great for just roam clearing up above. Instead of droning all of those corners of top floor, you walk with the shield, you can beat the corners, you can clear it much faster, much more effectively. Fury, they also got the Sense in the mix as well, so they do have something specific in mind. On the Journal of Bathroom, I see something being used. This could be cutting off the side in half, sending Blitz in the window, and one.
That's kind of an odd setup for that site.
That's very possible.
It's a nice idea, but there's a lot of tiny ways that can go wrong. That's why Fury have to dot all of their I's, cross all of their T's, get everything just right. And we've got a lot of roamers still at large. Perez here just outside the mezzanine. Here comes the entry. Nade straight on down. There's a player ready to receive him at the bottom of the east stairs. He needs to try and take this fight. The castle looks to escape, but guess what? Nade is continuing to fight him. Pistol comes out. He's not close enough to go for the flash. He tries anyway, and it misses. Doesn't have the distance on him. Loud have managed to fall back successfully. The attack, the execute, unsuccessful. For Furia, but they have found a bait kill.
Okay, they finally kill us. That's good to stabilize back to the man camp. But mind you, Blitz is low on HP and Wasp by the bomb site, very much on his own. He's rotated out of the building now, up to the mirror window. The nade, the Blitz push on in. They get map control once more. They now control the up above.
Very much worth it here for Furia. Loud now repositioning. This castle barricade gives Basetto a lot more safety to play around the bottom of those east stairs, but it's not completely safe. He needs to make sure he's got a crossfire with a teammate. He needs to make sure that he's got refragability. He needs to make sure that he's not going to get isolated by this Blitz.
It's awkward because they can't use the Vert above. There's no Vert operators. No Grim Beast left in pocket of Casey either. So they have a Sense projectile walls, and then a Blitz that can maybe go for a plant. But in a 3v3, you kind of want to fish for one kill first or force that defender so far off the side, which they aren't.
Wow, what a shot.
Yeah, now he's trying to take a close range 1v1 with a Blitz. Oh! The crossfire from downtown, and the knife comes through as well to support KZ against the world. Nice first kill, and guess what? There's plenty of time to make this one work. Diffuser firmly in the clutches of Loud. KZ says, I don't care about the clock, I'm sending it right now. Jumped into the crossfire, desperately sprang through the wall. Dafo's
that was a little crazy. Just unleashing bullets.
Fury are pacey, but Loud are not to be underestimated.
Fury are trying to take control by saying, hey, we're gonna go fast, we're gonna go all the way. But the thing is, Loud are so good at playing the slow style of Siege. We have a call in with Leo, actually. What do you have to say to us, Leo?
Well, the story here for Loud, I know we've mentioned before that Border would be really tough for them. The story is they've managed to slow down the pace exactly like you were saying, Nick. But the way they've done it is amazing. It's a mix between intel operators like Valkyrie, like Echo, like Solis to gather information on Furia. Yes, Furia is great at aggression, but they're completely spread out around the map. So it's very easy for Loud to go pick them one by one and then revert back to site and play safe.
All Darth Vader locations now. So now he spawns in 3
When they revert to attack, they will be able to control the pace because they will be on attack. So they will be able to play slow, step by step and methodical because that map is so small. Effectively, Loud could make it right now.
Thank you so much, Leo. And you're right. And with that, I mean, the worst you can do is a 3-3 half, which is great for defense Border. I think Furia is the team to look at here. Yes, Loud have played so well, but Furia have played into it. They're trying to play fast against slow. They're trying to play like lack of counter intel.
Grievous now unlocked. About a million HP, bro.
Phenomenal counterplay, right? But then after that,
I guess after all those like Leia and Anakin challenges, right? So you get massive amounts of XP really fast.
The playstyle Loud is presenting us with.
I like the Brava pick. The main thing here is it's going to be the perfect counter to both the Melusi and the Aruni. Thing is, I like the way that we've got this set up from Loud on the defense. The Aruni is actually being used to protect those mirror windows. So Herds' Ash.
Yeah, so I think I saw Ninja have a clip where he talked to him asking about his meme that he had going around. I definitely posted a rage bait.
But I think they want to try and save it.
Not really rage bait, but it'll be rage bait as a comment.
A smoke goes out.
That'll be funny.
Another smoke goes out. The Aruni, Azami rather, Cuba barrier.
That won't be bad. Is the reload, or not reload, is the OG, I think, pretty decent now with the last couple updates.
Oh, they've just walked past each other. Live is in the room. Philippox is
What in the hell is going on?
Another kill for Philippox.
Dude, this is wild.
The plant down. They've got the side in their
Look at these, where are these angles you guys have?
Having a retake. There's no chance. There's nothing for it. A kill here, a headshot, sure, but that Blitz is inching his way forward. Blind and death and dead to rights.
That's nice. Yeah, OG at the beginning was like crazy because there was like there was like no heals, there was no shields. The guns were like far and few between. I did it a couple times a couple weeks ago. It wasn't bad. Or maybe a month ago. I don't remember when I played. I haven't played much Reload though. The new Reload map looks pretty sick. Like I played it at the beginning when everybody was getting into it. Actually, it probably would have been better to play because I think now it's like only the sweats of Reload like to play Reload. It's like always just super sweaty instead of just run around and play and get kills. And maybe I'll play ranked Reload a couple times. I feel like that's always a little bit more, a little less sweaty. Until I get into like diamond lobbies and I'm fucked.
Yeah.
Then it's super sweaty again.
A pace setter right there.
Ironically, we saw Loud win the early round, previously hinging on that smoke play on the Teller's bomb site.
I think it's a similar train of thought as what Furia did, right? They banned out stuff like the Mutant Warden to loosen things up for operator.
Oh, we had some OG and some Reload.
To not be hindered if you want to play like the Glass.
Take a little break from the shitty Star Wars season. The only guns are fun to use, but it's just there's no movement and cars and the ships. I think hit registration is kind of crazy this season.
They can play for very
simple OG be nice.
1, 2, 3 plans like Leo was predicting.
I only played OG solos too. I didn't play squads or anything. Yeah, I need the drill back, or at least the drill be nice to have. Or there's like more spawn points for the shock grenade or the shock waves.
All 3 shield operators on Lair.
Or since they have like the samurai Japanese theme to in this last couple seasons, I don't know why they got rid of the katana. Or not the katana, bro. Yeah, like the actual movement one, not the shitty one that you just run around and jump really high with. The kinetic blade. They need to bring that back. They only had that for like 2 weeks. That was so stupid. Yeah, you don't see shockwaves like ever. I got lucky one time and I had like finally had like 4 at one time. I was like, this is what's gonna be. I think that was my only win that I got. I don't know why the kinetic blade isn't a thing still. Because they hyped it up, they're gonna bring it back, and they brought it back for like a couple weeks. Like it should be the base movement for this chapter. How I think of it.
Waiting and hoping that someone rotates downstairs. Meanwhile, Bassetto dealing with quite a few players here. It's not just the one on East Edge.
I feel like it should just evolve certain guns or certain themes to the season. But like a lot of the base stuff should still be in. Katana movement or the kinetic blade should still be in the movement. The drill was kind of cool because it was what they had for the theme of the season with all the gold.
you can finally get inside the building. More than half the round burned. All the attackers are still outside the building right now. Besides that lurker downstairs.
Then for some reason they brought like back like that shitty RAM thing from a couple of years ago, which was cool at the time, but like the drill way better. And some of those other like things they brought back, I don't know what the devs are thinking. And I was like, what? Whoever's making some of those decisions, they need to like not let them do it.
So a lot of free real estate now to be taken by Loud. They start pushing their pressure, but guess what? It's again Furia peeking windows. This time for Leapox. He loses. He doesn't.
Wow, the attackers are really doing some shit on this map right now. Kind of crazy. Whoa, what? Why did we change from the point of view for a kill?
Starting to feel boxed in here. No support. His crossfire's removed, but
these observers, bro.
Right now. He's injured somewhere. He's out of security instead. As Decay backstab from the window once more. Gets a second. But where is Monty for the push?
I don't know why they thought that that RAM thing needed to come back at all.
Well, as soon as he
they had
tried
the
to jump
drill.
into the building, he got caught into a frost mat. He's now self-revived, and he's got that debuff, but it doesn't matter because he's got that shield in front.
I don't remember any post saying they wanted it back. Everyone's like, this is kind of like that. But like, I don't remember everyone saying we want that back. That was.
Flashbang goes down. Besetto to aim down sights. For Leapox, a nice shot. Out comes the Deagle. Another kill to be found. STK has been huge this round, and he won't let JV stand up.
And they brought back a kind of half-ass sniper, which would have been cool to have a little better of a sniper.
If that kill goes the wrong way, 20 health and a Monty's
Like, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of cool to have it back for a couple of things, but like with all the other movement, it was definitely the weakest movement. But it should have been brought back for them this season. Then. Like, I just don't know who they have. Like, was that maybe the deal they had with? I guess that's probably what happens. Like, it's like that one season we had with the jetpacks that everyone hated. That Marvel season, even though they were kind of fun dudes. But yeah, they definitely didn't have the greatest. The servers were not, or whatever engine they used is not designed for that faster movement for you to spectate. So it was not fun to play against them all that much. But like, I feel like it's one of those things where it's like contractual, where they had to have certain things, they couldn't have other things, they had to keep it in. They could nerf them and shit. So maybe with the Star Wars partnership for that, it couldn't have other certain things in with the Star Wars stuff, which is cool. But like, whoever negotiated that contract, if that's the case, is an idiot. Yeah, the jetpack was cool. It was just one of those things. Yeah, it definitely. How they had it as movement, it definitely was like, this is completely game breaking. Some of the other guns were crazy.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Loud were really good when their backs were up.
It's even like with shockwaves right now, like at certain distances, when they shockwave, they like skip across the screen. Even when I'm playing at 240 hertz on PC, they're skipping across my screen. That's wild. I don't know if they need to update the engine better so it'll track that better, or if that's because of the server tick rate that's causing that, so they need to maybe try and get a higher tick rate, which that would be really hard to do with how the game plays and is designed. Yeah, that was crazy. That was nuts. It was like you could have this, you could just flip around. Even though at the beginning when we first released it, it was kind of fun. You could do that slide, jump, skip, and you could just cruise across the map. Creepy hated me when I had that at the beginning because I would fly. I'd be halfway across the map. Trying to keep up with me was horrendous.
Come with me, guys. This time, though, Case with a shotgun somehow finds one. JV a second? What's going on here?
Then it was kind of dog shit. They made it so like they were harder to find, which that wasn't the way to do either. Because then the people that got them, they were ones winning the match for sure. Unless you just somehow had better pay, or better not pay, better gun skill on some of the fights.
It's all up to you now. 1v3. KZ's got both of the last players from Loud. Another solid round from Furia. Loud trying things.
It is crazy that they're on 30 tick rate for the server still.
They won't sit back and let Loud try and cook up this strat. They'll continue fighting in the
Yeah, that
rounds.
when the jetpack was first out, I figured out that prospering move where you could like jump slide, jump slide, jump slide, jump, and just keep canceling and just fly. I could move.
Once that Monty doesn't work that flawlessly, there is also a world where Loud, they will go off for this final attack before it might get banned out. I don't think they will. I think Loud fully recognizes that the second they
even when they nerfed it a little bit, you could still get to where it's pretty decent to be able to get across the map, and I could cruise.
What will Loud ban in response? What's been the biggest issue? Because I haven't really seen one operator. I'm thinking that that's been a problem for him. It's been a bit of everything. Frost one round, Guman the other.
I feel like they need to they need to go back to the hit shotguns. I think the sniper from the first season of Chapter 5 last year, yeah, that first season, they need that sniper to come back. And I really think they need to somewhat still bring back those vaults or those things where we could add attachments to some of the guns.
You try and take a gunfight, you try and take map control, and it's a warden so you can't flash him, or they're protected by keeper.
But I guess we'll see, because it's only a month long, so we have a couple weeks left. We'll see what they do for the next actual season of this chapter. This little lull season they did for Star Wars was cool, but we'll see what they actually do, where it goes. Hopefully they have something in the works, so it goes kind of back to what it was last season. Last season was good. There's certain things they could take away, keep, but overall they need to go back to how it was last season.
With Fury, and it's draining the clock from Loud. It's draining their mental acuity. It's draining their
I really think they need to bring the kinetic blade black though for that season.
Somewhere else. I'm not dealing with all that.
Since that's the theme of this year for sure as well too. Like they need to have that. Especially since they've already fixed whatever bug it was that it had that got rid of it from Chapter 4. They need to bring it back.
And I think this is better for them. Because right now, Loud, they're just burning down the clock. They're not gaining anything. They got Guman to the window jump in. They know if Monty jumps on in, they'll be stuck in a mine, taking continuous damage.
Fleetbox is continuing to fortify himself. 2 more
I think they should bring back some of those seasons they did with that
his current ones. He's got backups.
With that season they had where they first introduced the city.
Sneaky move from Live, but Nade.
What was it called on Chapter 4? It was the Tower City where I had a couple towers.
Is he can't go hunting for this, and the support from KZ, desperate for more, but Perez will shut him down. Damage dealt though. Too Loud and Furious.
So the grinder goes on, but yeah, they need to introduce kind of something like that as a POI, and then bring back a lot of what they had that season. That season was fun.
Furia continue fighting, always in their face, always.
And if they are, with them, at least I've seen, they might be bringing back that MK AR. I'd be stoked. That one was fun to use.
A lot of attackers in East Staircase. Let's run back, give it up, play offense instead, fall back that one layer. They stick it out. Arbiter bans, you guys can't see it.
You gotta ban that Azami, and they do. It's the Azami and the Montaigne bans that have come through, which probably the most.
Yeah, this is crazy. This season is what they have how there's nothing to use. Yeah, last season they had all of those different variations of the heisted weapons. Like that was like I just go from having the most shit ever, so much OP shit, so much shit in the game, having literally almost nothing. You have 5 guns to choose from. And try to get a lightsaber. You might find some fucking. You might find some fucking shockwaves. You might.
Então, mas aí eu posso adaptar pro Flores, a gente consegue só jogar em tudo.
O jogo tá na nossa mão ainda, mano. Só conversação e vamos preparar.
Oh, was that the?
Right, so once more, they wait for the final operator ban to get their final strat done. The upcoming potential.
Tactical rifle. Was that the sniper one that had the?
And if they don't.
That's still one of the snipers, I think it was.
Since that technical timeout, they started making that comeback come to fruition. But this time, they got more room to grow and room to fail because they're not staring down match point just yet. It's 4-5 in favor of Furia.
And all I'm saying is that next season, when they go back to normal, what they do with that Star Wars, they better have the hollow still. That better be one of the guns. Or something that can replace it that's just good.
That was on that top floor. We're now going downstairs to ventilation and workshop. We do have a little bit of analysis of what happened in that.
Oh,
we
yeah.
have Maria on the line to tell us what did GDN say in that tactical timeout.
Yeah, I think they have that in reload, don't they?
And so GDN said to prepare the map because
Reload
the
in the
idea
reload pool of
their
guns.
game is working right now. Also, now this game is going
If
to
I'm
be
thinking the same
easier.
one
They
still.
can adapt and may bring a Flores to the game, and Furia will
Flores.
probably bring Castle to this border. And you know, they just have the game in their hands, so they just gotta play it. And right now, the Furia crowd is having a blast. They are even shirtless, and the CEO of Loud just have a straight face on. Yeah.
Thank you, Maria.
That's incredible. Yeah, thank you very much. It's funny because I think Furia know that the counter play is coming. They're playing not the castle, they're playing Oryx. They're playing a lot of information and counter plant deny. Now, of course, a castle might come out on a different bomb site, but I do think Furia have learned from the mistakes of Lair, and where they maybe underestimated Loud a little bit in the adaptation skills. I want to see Loud do the steps. Without the shield, without the Monty, it's going to be that much more difficult to achieve the first step. And that was the very same area where last round failed.
Yeah, a lot to think about here for Loud. And when you can hear the Furia drum beating, when you look up from your monitor and you see the Furia crowd members throwing their shirts around, it's got to be a huge amount under.
Can't win it all.
Especially when, like we've said before, a lot of these Loud players have never played in front of a crowd before, at least not one of this size. Here comes Live, good kill, but traded back by Nade, who's still holding on to control here above the bomb site in Archives. As always, Furia are looking
With
to
the
keep
wall
the fight
bang.
going in the early round. And
I'm the AK, yep, the AK wall bang.
I don't know who shot him. I don't think they realize that he's injured either. They have no idea. He's in the hallway, in break room now.
Oh, but Basetto's actually got a good read here, but he has the
How do you know he's there?
He can't afford to lose his life. Meanwhile, his teammates are dying, and Basetto loses his one.
I guess you heard him hit the window. I think that's the only way you know. You heard him hit the window.
Because JV closes
Like, why are you looking over there?
and Furia are extending their lead.
You had to have heard him hit that window, I guess.
From Loud, goes begging.
Or maybe there was a camera. I didn't remember. They didn't show any yellow ping, so it wasn't ping. Someone was watching
It
it.
must have been that Loud saw the lineup of Fury and thought, we gotta change our plan right now because we're not playing the cast, not playing that more like setup heavy architecture style operators. Let's go Brava, let's go fishing for kills, let's get inside the map. And it became a classic TDM style border where it's gunfighting, and there's
You're not gonna outgun Furia. Sorry.
Leo said it as well in the call-in.
There's not many teams that can outgun Furia for
Play step by
gunfights.
step. That was not a step-by-step round. Brava got the first kill, and instead of falling back and taking that freebie, swings for a second and dies right after. Also, I still don't know who injured the Oryx. I don't think anybody realized.
I'm pretty sure it was the ace Basetto. He was probably outside east stairs or outside the mezzanine window.
Double door,
Sprayed as he saw it cross and then just kept spraying as he went through the went past the soft wall.
Yeah.
Probably got down and then obviously didn't see that he was down behind the soft wall. That's my guess. But regardless of how that panned out, I mean, we can see how the game has unfolded so far. Map number 1, back and forth. After a really strong start from Furia, Loud came back to overtime. Furia just barely got it over the line. This game
Just barely got over the
not so
line.
much the same. It's been a little bit more even. Loud has had more to say, but Furia now with that match point, they just need a single more round, and the series is over. Loud is out of the tournament.
So more pressure perhaps this time around. In a best of 3, best of 5, you can sack a map and be like, don't worry guys, we got the next one. There is no next map for Loud if they lose out here. This is backs against the wall. It's time to show what you're made of against the best team in the world, or one of at the very least. And Furia, we know they're not going to make it easy.
Yeah, they got a tough one. They've got a tough one.
You got castle barricades, you gotta clear those. You got Valkyrie cameras as well. So you're playing Flores and IQ as a response to 2 different defenders in pure counterplay and strategy, but we're still missing the entry point. Loud are not getting inside the building. If they are, there's a C4 waiting for them together with the Valkyrie camera. So we gotta see Perez be careful and make the right play, the right decision here. Walks in as the IQ, dies to the C4, doesn't even check for the camera. Oh, no.
Yeah, your IQ and you're not looking for Valkyrie cameras. That's wild.
A lot more than that. Finally, the camera taking down, but far too late. KZ has already done his damage.
And again, you lost the IQ. Find those low scatter streak going to be so much more difficult now. And the confidence as well, also being a bit shattered, losing a player in that manner. Live on Dokkaebi joining us at the main door. Final call has come up when they want to use it. Hurts looking for a drop down, can't quite get the half.
Shoot it, bro.
JV finds Brisello though. This is falling apart, James. It's down to just 3 attackers left.
After such a phenomenal tournament, after everything that Loud has stood for, since making main stage in Boston, and now getting picked up by one of the biggest organizations.
And what was the game plan? Oh, fried. So it's going to be a Brazilian final.
The journey is not over, it's just begun for Furia, but they look so damn hungry and ready for this one. They want to go all the way.
And these 5 players are still undefeated in Brazil. Nobody can take them down when the Brazilian crowd is behind them. Commiserations to Loud, of course. What a valiant journey it has been for this roster. And they really earned their stripes this event.
If, as I said before, if they're up against any other opponent from this event but Furia, I think they take the victory, they go further. Any other non-Brazilian team at the very least. And it's crazy how much talent, how many players are coming out of this region every single year.
Crazy. And to imagine that Dafo had never even played at an international event, and here he is on the main stage taking on last year's world champions. A lot of respect very clearly between these 2 Brazilian rosters, but Furia, I think there was no doubt that they were the better team in this series. And of course they have another chance to play in front of their home crowd tomorrow in a semi-final, and guess what? It's against W7 and their old organization. Imagine the drama here. Furia, everybody expects